The male protagonist, Wang Jing, was originally a content and simple guy who didn't care about fame, fortune, or competition. He was living a free, peaceful, and carefree life in the countryside. Suddenly, one day, his father forced him to go to the city to work as a bodyguard for a complete stranger. Since he was free at the time and didn't mind earning some money, he nodded and agreed. While waiting at the train station, Wang Jing kept wondering whose daughter was lucky enough to have him. Just then, the TV was broadcasting a breaking news report. A shocking robbery had recently occurred at Jianing Bank in Shing. After a few days of a manhunt, the suspect was captured, but the strange thing was that when the police found the robber, he was already tightly bound with his hands pinned behind his back, left abandoned right in front of the station gates. The police are currently still searching for this anonymous hero who did this righteous deed. Leaving a little memorable souvenir in this place is also quite nice. Hearing the news report, Wang Jing smiled slightly and thought smugly to himself, because that criminal was a masterpiece completed by his own hands the night before. At this moment, the train whistle blew, signaling that it had officially pulled into the station. Wang Jing then blended into the bustling crowd to board the train. After struggling to squeeze through the crowd, when he reached his seat, he saw a chubby man occupying it to flirt with the girl next to him, even though she didn't seem interested at all. "Hey buddy, make way a bit, this is my seat," Wang Jing interrupted, causing the other man to show a deeply irritated expression. He looked up, not even bothering to hide his disdain. Mucking Wang Jing as a coarse country bumpkin, he knew full well that the guy was big buddy but childish and inexperienced in life. So, not wanting to argue, he gently repeated, "Hey buddy, this is my seat, please excuse yourself." To his surprise, the man was not only stubborn but also an arrogant, snub shrug. Hearing Wang Jing's words, he pulled out his wallet and leisurely took out a bill. He then arrogantly threw it at Wang Jing, declaring he was buying the seat, showing such blatant disregard for others that even the girl sitting next to him found it highly offensive. However, Wang Jing seemed extremely excited, his eyes lighting up as if he were about to drool upon seeing the money, and asked, "Is it real this much? With that much money, take it and give less so I don't have to look at you." The man then let go, letting the bill fall straight to the ground. Then he pulled out his phone to play with, not forgetting to mock Wang Jing as an inexperienced bumpkin who easily gets satisfied with a little spare change. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, Wang Jing suddenly snatched the phone right out of his hand. He remarked that compared to the cash, he was actually more interested in the phone. Then, he threw it straight out of the window. The rogue instantly went mad with rage. He stood up and furiously cursed right in Wang Jing's face. Wang Jing didn't even bother getting upset. He just gently reminded him that if he didn't hurry and go fetch it, with the carriage being this crowded, that would be gone in a flash, and he wouldn't be able to find it even if he wanted to. Even though he was harboring a belly full of anger, he had no choice but to sullenly stand up and look for his phone. Having successfully kicked him out, Yuan Tran leisurely sat down in his seat and muttered, "You brat, country folk aren't so easy to bully." The young man sitting opposite couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in admiration. At the same time, the beauty who had just escaped the rascal's harassment was extremely grateful to him for coming to her rescue. She proactively struck up a conversation with Yuan Tran, introducing herself as to Non, a sophomore at the Capital Medical University. "My name is Yuan Tran," he said, reaching out to shake the beauty's hand. Before the two of them could exchange more than a few words, the rascal had retrieved his phone and returned. Seeing Yuan Tran firmly seated in his spot, he was furious and screamed, "You uncivilized country bumpkin. You already took the money, so why did you go back on your word?" His cursing suddenly stopped short when he met Yuan Tran's murderous gaze. "If you dare to babble any further, I will throw you straight out of the train window. Just you wait, we'll see how I deal with you when we get to the capital." The rascal threatened, unwilling to back down. "No need to wait until the capital, I am more than capable of dealing with you right here." As soon as Yuan Tran finished speaking, he took off his leather slipper and pointed it straight at the other's face. "Let me repeat, if you dare to utter another word, I will break you." Yuan Tran wasn't just making empty threats, but he was simply too annoyed at running into such a thick-skinned, shameless guy. At this moment, the guy still held his chin up as if he were in the right, his voice growing louder by the second. "I'm just afraid you don't have the guts. Looking at you, if you're not a laborer, you must be a farmer, or maybe a bricklayer carrying bricks at some construction site. Do you need me to introduce you to a better job?" Yuan Tran remained silent. Though he had been standing right in front of the man, he suddenly seemed to teleport, peering behind him and giving him a fright. Immediately after, Yuan Tran leaned in and whispered something in the man's ear. His voice was so quiet that the man couldn't hear it clearly. "What were you just mumbling?" "I couldn't hear you." The guy shouted in annoyance. "It's nothing, really. I just advise you to go change into a new pair of pants." Yuan Tran leisurely crossed his arms while staring down at the man's crotch. Only then did the shameless guy realize in shock that his crotch was completely soaked, without him even knowing when it happened. Out of natural reflex, he screamed out in terror. Then he hurriedly used both hands to cover the sensitive spot. Whispers and gossip suddenly erupted in the train carriage. People laughed and mocked him for being a grown man who still couldn't control his bladder. He really had no self-respect left at all. Several people around even pulled out their phones to take photos and videos, making the embarrassed rascal tuck his tail and run. Guessing that the guy wouldn't dare return to cause trouble, Yuan Tran leisurely sat back down. "You're really amazing. What trick did you use just now to make him wet his pants?" To Non asked curiously. "Do you really want to know?" Yuan Tran asked, receiving an eager nod from her. "Actually, it's not that complicated. I just poked his hidden pressure point." Hearing this, to Non's eyes lit up with excitement. "Were you very knowledgeable about Eastern medicine? It's really admirable how well you know the human meridian system. I am also studying traditional medicine. Whenever it's convenient, let's discuss and exchange ideas." "Sure, when I have some free time, I'll look you up." Throughout the rest of the journey, the two chatted animatedly with each other. When they reached the final stop, Sun Yuanyuan proactively held out her phone, suggesting they add each other as friends. However, he flatly refused on the pretext that they both lived in the capital. If they were destined to meet again, there would surely be another opportunity. After parting ways with Sun Yuanyuan, Wang Jin walked away quickly. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran into two burly men wearing black suits and sunglasses, looking just like mobsters. They asked if he was Wang Jing and said the boss had sent them to pick him up, sizing him up from head to toe as they spoke. They secretly wondered if this was really the elite bodyguard the boss had spent a fortune to hire. With such a frail, scholarly build, they feared the eldest young lady would fly into a rage once they brought him back. Wang Jing followed them into a luxury car, ready for the trip to start his new job. To his surprise, the rascal from the train had secretly followed him all the way there. Watching as Wang Jing got into the car, he immediately pulled out his phone to call his second uncle, saying he had run into a tough opponent today and hoping his uncle would give him a hand. The car carrying Wang Jing slowly set off, quickly heading towards the Tabing Mountain Villa. The villa stood majestically before his eyes, so magnificent that he couldn't help but be awestruck. The two bodyguards led him straight into the living room. Deaf, the blonde girl was sitting on the sofa, with her back turned to him. Wang Jing observed her from behind and secretly gave her a score of 75. Eldest young lady, under the master's instructions, we have brought Mr. Wang here. From now on, he will serve as your high-level bodyguard, the two men reported respectfully. Upon hearing this, the young lady angrily threw and smashed the TV remote control in her hand. Then she jumped up and yelled, having you guys is already more than enough. Why does dad always have to mund in my life? I really can't take this anymore. As she grumbled, she turned around to face them. The moment they came face to face, Wang Jing froze in surprise for a few seconds. Admittedly, looking at her head on, her score easily shot up to 90. While Wang Jing was busy admiring the eldest young lady, she was also scrutinizing him from head to toe. But her first impression of Wang Jing was a young guy who looked as sloppy as a middle-aged uncle. His feet were dirty, and he was even wearing a pair of shabby slippers. Having grown up in luxury as a pampered princess, she immediately showed a look of disdain. How dare a sloppy person like this step into my house? He has dirtied the entire floor. Kick him out immediately. She screamed. Seeing this, the two bodyguards had a massive headache, thinking to themselves that the young lady's germophobia was acting up again, and a massive storm was about to break out. Wang Jing heard her criticizing him for dirtying the floor. He then took off his sandals and threw them to either side. However, as soon as those sand-covered sandals touched the floor, the young lady felt even more irritated. Tune done. The eldest miss screamed, making the men standing next to her jump in fright. I don't care whether my father invited this guy or not, but I, Tune Kon Thai Thai, will never accept him. Hurry up and get him out of the house. Bodyguard Tune Dun also found the situation very difficult. He couldn't understand why the boss had found such an unreliable-looking person to be the young lady's guard this time. The one being driven away, Vuan Tran, appeared very nonchalant. He calmly asked Juan Thai Thai for Sakal had been irregular for a long time, which was why her temper was flaring up so severely. Juan Thai Thai turned red with embarrassment upon hearing this. She pointed her finger directly at Vuan Tran's face, trembling as he called him a shameless pervert. Then she ran straight into the house. Seeing this, Tuan Dun gave a thumbs up in appreciation, saying his brother was quite something for rendering the eldest miss speechless. It's nothing special, Vuan Tran replied modestly but felt smug inside. He thought that if she still wanted to fight, he would make her cry rhythmically. Then, Tuan Dun put his arm around his shoulder intimately and whispered that the eldest miss was just sharp-tongued but actually had a good heart, and everything would be fine once she calmed down. Vuan Tran glanced at him, and despite the black sunglasses, he could clearly see quite deep dark circles under his eyes. He then said, Brother Tuan, your eyes are so dark. You must get scolded by your wife often at home. The older man was startled and admitted he had noticed quickly. In reality, he had no say at home and hoped his friend had a way to help him. Chuckling, Vuan Tran replied that since they were now brothers, such things would naturally be easy to discuss later. Tuan Dun, who initially had a slight dislike for him, now found this young man incredibly interesting. He truly was someone worth becoming sworn brothers with. While the two were busy greeting each other warmly, Tuan Kon Thai Thai reappeared with a great beauty and a young lady. On the left was Direcathan Phi the Lam Hai group, and on the right was her prestigious friend Han Tindar. The three beauties standing together created a masterpiece. Vuan Tran secretly gave each of them 90 points and praised his own willpower. If it had been anyone else in this situation, they probably would have had a nosebleed long ago. Han Tindar ran over to Tuan Dun, stood with hands on her hips and an annoyed expression, demanding to know who that filthy guy was and if he had made Thai Thai cry. Tuan Dun looked quite embarrassed, as Vuan Tran had been personally invited by the old master of the Thuan Quan family, yet he was being treated so poorly by the fussy young ladies. However, Vuan Tran didn't mind at all. He took the initiative to say he would explain everything clearly himself. After he had explained the details of everything that had just occurred, Than Phi, the oldest among the three girls, was also the most world-wise. Upon learning that Vuan Tran was a special bodyguard who had been invited, even though he was wearing old, worn-out clothes, and his limbs were dirty, she told Tuan Dun to take him to the secondary living area to wash up and change clothes before returning to the main room for formal introductions. Tuan Dun nodded and led Vuan Tran away, leaving only the three young ladies standing in the middle of the living room. Changju and Shishi begged Cheng Fei, insisting on kicking Wang Jing out, which left Cheng Fei feeling extremely puzzled. Why do we have to kick him out? The more the merrier. Or knows, maybe he can cure your illness. Although it was not yet clear what Changju and Shishi's illness was, hearing Cheng Fei say that, she pouted. So many excellent doctors have already given up, what's the use of looking for him? Sister Cheng Fei, whose side are you on anyway? Shishi, if he is someone Uncle Shangyun personally entrusted to us, he is definitely not ordinary. With an extra protector, we probably won't have to face a kidnapping like last time. Cheng Fei advised her earnestly, but it seemed still not enough to dispel the hostility in her heart toward Wang Jing. A moment later, he finished cleaning himself up. When he walked out, Wang Jing's appearance was so clean and neat that it was hard to believe. This made all three girls freeze in astonishment for a moment. Pan Xingai was the first to snap out a bit, no longer calling him a filthy guy, but instead shifting to staring at the handsome man with helpless infatuation. Wang Jing, your skin is so beautiful, you really are a handsome man. Or how about I personally make a face mask for you? I guarantee your skin will be just as smooth, he teased in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Sure. Pan Xingai, seeing that he was both handsome and sweet-talking, was delighted and clapped her hands repeatedly. Truly a hopeless case of being boy crazy. Seeing that, Cheng Fei had to cough lightly a few times to remind her to get back to the main point. Then she looked straight at Wang Jing and said, Wang Jing, if you were someone Uncle Shang entrusted and invited here, you must have some skills. Why don't you show us a few tricks so Shishi can feel at ease with you? Show you what? Wang Jing thought for a moment because he didn't know what he should prove right now. He then asked Cheng Fei to lend him the coat she was wearing. Hearing this, Cheng Tu and Shishi immediately bristled, instantly spreading her arms to shield Cheng Fei and throwing a sharp glare at Wang Jing. What do you think you're doing to Sister Cheng Fei? You're such a pervert. Quite contrary to her Fi's reaction, Cheng Fei appeared extremely calm. She leisurely took off her outer coat, while gently reassuring Shang Tu and Shishi. She handed the coat to Wang Jing. He held the coat in his hands, brought it to his nose to sniff it for a moment, and then slowly spoke. Have you been feeling tired and dizzy lately? Hearing this, Cheng Fei's eyes widened in astonishment because every detail he mentioned was completely accurate. Seeing her confusion, he explained that the perfume on her coat was not an ordinary one but contained a neurotoxin. Its effects were very subtle and difficult to detect. With long-term use, the nervous system would become sluggish, lose self-control, and easily be manipulated by others. Hearing this, Cheng Fei grew even more panicked. How is that possible? I bought this perfume myself at an official flagship store. Whether someone is trying to harm you, I can't say for sure, but don't worry too much. As long as you stop using this type, your condition will soon stabilize. Wang Jing also added that he was by their side now. Let alone these ordinary neurotoxins. Even if someone intends to assassinate the girls here, he would have more than enough power to make them regret their foolish actions for the rest of their lives. Wang Jing's confident demeanor and steady tone completely convinced Cheng Fei. She stood up and excitedly invited him to go shopping with them this afternoon, intending to buy him a few new outfits as well. After all, being a bodyguard for Shang Tu and Shishi required a neat and tidy appearance. And so, that afternoon, Wang Jing obediently followed the three girls out to the streets. Wherever they went, they became the center of attention, with people whispering constantly, wondering who that man was to be able to escort three beauties around town like that. If that guy wasn't some wealthy young master, he'd surely be the filth one of those three girls just accidentally stepped on. In short, neither of them were any good, and Yuan Tran, having sharp ears, heard it all and felt extremely uncomfortable. For a dignified and majestic bodyguard to be slandered is a bad person. The sense of injustice was truly overwhelming. While he was lost in thought, Yuan Tran suddenly heard Thuan Quan Thai Thai grumpily calling his name. Dan Fai told you to try on the clothes, so why are you just standing there dazed? Yeah, I'm going in now. Yuan Tran mumbled in response to brush her off. Right as Yuan Tran stepped into the fitting room, outside, Thuan Quan Thai Thai continued to nag incessantly, complaining that if he went out looking so spaced out, he couldn't protect anyone. Seeing this, Dan Fai spoke up in his defense, suggesting maybe he was nervous because it was his first time out with beautiful women. At that moment, Yuan Tran had also finished changing his clothes. The moment he pulled back the curtain to step out, Thuan Quan Thai Thai was suddenly stunned into silence. Originally, after cleaning himself up, Yuan Tran's appearance had already completely transformed, but now, wearing these clothes, he looked even more masculine and attractive, causing all three beautiful girls to stare in a daze. Unable to look away, Dan Fai quickly walked to the payment counter, requesting the staff to pack up all the items she had just chosen for him. Once finished, feeling they had shopped enough, the group began discussing where to have a meal. Yuan Tran felt a bit bored. These women really only stuck to a few dull activities. If they weren't shopping, they were dragging each other out to eat and drink. The only thing that made his mood slightly better was that the group had headed to an incredibly luxurious and lavish restaurant. Wow, I never expected to set foot in such a high-end place in my life. Yuan Tran marveled incessantly as soon as he sat down. Shut up, don't show off your rustic ways, don't make me lose any more face. Thuan Quan Thai Thai shouted again. She had intended to scold Yuan Tran a few more times out of spite, but just then, Pan Tindar spotted Thuan Minton entering with his entourage. He was a young master of the Blue Sea Group, where Than Fai were. Most importantly, he had been pestering her relentlessly lately, so all three girls absolutely loathed this man. The moment Thuan Quan Thai Thai saw Thuan Minton's face, she lost all interest in the meal. He approached and greeted Than Fai with a fake tone, saying it was fate to meet again here. Thuan Minton acted excited to strike up a conversation, but everyone knew it wasn't a coincidence and that he had deliberately followed Than Fai all the way here. Then, Thuan Minton suddenly noticed an unfamiliar face at the table and asked suspiciously who he was. He's Than Fai's boyfriend. Thuan Quan Thai Thai replied nonchalantly, so bluntly that Yuan Tran choked on his water. Upon hearing this, Thuan Minton looked visibly panicked and quickly turned to ask Than Fai if Thuan Quan Thai Thai's words were truly accurate. To everyone's surprise, the usually serious woman was quite willing to cooperate with Thuan Quan Thai Thai this time, using Yuan Tran as a shield and confirming they were indeed dating. Yuan Tran let out a long sigh. If he had to take on this human shield role, he'd definitely need to demand extra fees, but whatever, he was a good person anyway, and helping a beautiful woman out wouldn't cost him anything. Are you really Than Fai's boyfriend? It's quite a surprise to be suddenly cornered and interrogated by a complete stranger who appeared out of nowhere like this. Ready to answer? What does that have to do with you? This behavior made Thuan Minton's blood boil. You hillbilly, what did you just say? Than Fai, how could you look at such a rude person? Thuan Minton pointed aggressively at Yuan Tran's face, then turned to question Than Fai, who was sitting opposite him. It's not yet clear who the vulgar one is here, Than Fai said loudly and angrily. Thuan Minton, you should watch your words. Yuan Tran reached out and gently patted her hand to reassure her. The small action caught Thuan Minton's eye. It annoyed him even more. Initially, he had tried his best to mock Yuan Tran, considering him a weak and submissive person. He thought he only knew how to rely on Than Fai's protection, then began to provoke him. If you're so tough, hit me, you weak coward. Thuan Minton, as the heir to a large corporation, naturally believed Yuan Tran wouldn't dare do anything to him, but he didn't expect to run into someone so reckless. Waiting for the other party to say something inflammatory, Yuan Tran delivered a dangerous kick to his groin. Seeing this scene, both Than Fai, Thuan Quan Thai Thai and Han Tindar were completely shocked. As for the guy, he fell to the ground in pain, his entire body writhing in an unsightly way. Not stopping there, Tran followed up with a direct kick to his face. I had no intention of getting physical. I'm just doing what you wanted. Who told you to provoke me in the first place? Having said that, Tran turned to warn Menton's subordinates that if anyone else dared to charge in, they would suffer the same fate as their master. Seeing that Tran was someone who backed up his words with actions, the subordinates didn't dare step forward, only rushing to help Menton up. As he left, he glared at Tran through gritted teeth. Just you wait, this is far from over. Seeing him like that, Dan Phi felt a bit uneasy and apologized to Tran because he knew Menton held grudges and feared large trouble later. Anyway, I'm already a bodyguard for the Quan family. No matter what happens, you girls will protect me, right? Tran said nonchalantly. His words made Quan Thai unable to hide her frustration. You're truly hopeless. Your words just destroyed the image of you I had just built up in my mind. I don't care what image you have of me. After all, I'm a man, not someone with an irregular sackle, Tran replied calmly. Quan Thai was so provoked she was speechless, slamming the table as she stood up without a word. Pan Tindar saw this and covered her mouth, chuckling to herself because she saw her best friend had finally met her match. Afterwards, they began to have the meal together, but not long after the meal started, a team of scowling police officers suddenly appeared, announcing they had received a report of a brawl and disturbance. Behind them was Menton being supported by two people. Quan Thai and the others despised him even more seeing this. The man was so overly dramatic, putting on such a shameful show just to play the victim over a kick to the vitals. Dan Phi immediately recognized the lead officer as Ho Bin, the local deputy chief of criminal investigation, someone not to be trifled with. Tran, however, completely ignored the other's status. He bluntly criticized Menton for not being a man, saying it was truly pathetic to call the police because he couldn't win a fight. But a scoundrel like Menton didn't care about things like dignity. He pointed at Tran and then, like a child, began to report him to Ho Bin. Uncle Vuan, this is the insolent brat who hit me. That's an baseless accusation. Did anyone actually see it happen? Tran replied with a shrug. So, do you have any concrete evidence to prove your innocence? Wang Qibing placed his hand on his shoulder and spoke in a threatening voice. It's ridiculous. Does beating someone up these days require evidence? Judging from those words alone, it's clear the old man is far from impartial. Before Wang Jing could speak, the eldest Miss Shang Yun impatiently interjected, asserting that all three of them were witnesses here and that Jiang Mingquan was clearly and blatantly slandering them to shift the blame onto them. The two of you are in cahoots, so your words are nothing but a sham. Wang Qibing interrupted grumpily. He really had a knack for making Shang Yun Shishi so angry she was speechless. To question Wang Qibing on what basis a one-sided accusation from the thug was more valuable than her own explanation. What else? It's thanks to him having a powerful father, Wang Jin replied, and Wang Qibing said this time with a sarcastic tone. The thick-skinned and shameless Jiang Mingquan now acted arrogantly, believing that small fries like Wang Jin's group would never be on his level in their entire lives. Wang Jin leisurely stood up, ignoring Wang Qibing who was blocking his way. Yet in the blink of an eye, just like how he had dealt with the fat man on the train before, he appeared towering right in front of Jiang Mingquan. Having finished his words, Wang Jing swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap. The force of the strike was so strong that it left 5 finger marks on his face, accompanied by a spine-chilling threat. If I see you on the street again next time, I'll send you straight to your grave. And everything starts from today. Pan Jing'ai was the quickest to react in this situation. She stood up abruptly and clapped in approval of Wang Jin's incredibly beautiful strike. Unexpectedly, the previous action had truly enraged the madman, causing him to pull a gun from his waistband. By this point, even Wang Qibing himself was horrified, not expecting the young master of the Jiang family to recklessly hide contraband on his person. Mingquan, what on earth do you think you're doing? He hurriedly tried to stop Jiang Mingquan, but the fury had caused him to lose all reason, his finger already positioned on the trigger. Unfortunately for Jiang Mingquan, just as he was about to pull the trigger, Wang Jing had instantly appeared behind his back like a flash of lightning. The steel-like hand tightly gripped the other's neck, while his other hand instantly snatched the weapon, leaving Jiang Mingquan in a dire situation. Let me go, he croaked with difficulty. It seems like it's been a long time since I returned to the city, so things have changed a lot. Well, encountering this kind of thug, there's no need for me to be polite anymore. Wang Jing tightened his grip a bit more, making Jiang Mingquan almost stop breathing. Even though the incident was so clear, Wang Qibing deliberately twisted right and run, accusing Wang Jing of disturbing public order. Behind him, 2 of his subordinates immediately drew their guns and pointed them directly at him as Wang Qibing threatened Wang Jin to let go immediately if he didn't want him to open fire. However, the louder he shouted threats, the tighter Wang Jin's hand clamped onto Jiang Mingquan's neck. To be honest, even if all of you rush me at the same time, you're no match for me. I suggest you sage your strength and listen closely to my principles of life. Wang Jing answered nonchalantly, asserting that firstly, he was someone who always knew how to protect his personal interests. Therefore, no one should hope to bully his people, especially females. Secondly, Wang Jing was also known for holding a grudge. Anyone who dared to offend him would find him ready to retaliate 100 times over. Thirdly, he was someone who didn't like to lecture. As long as others didn't cross him, he would maintain a peaceful attitude, but for anyone who intentionally caused trouble, he wouldn't mind sending their entire family away together. Hearing these words, Wang Qibing couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine as the tension mounted. Having been a police officer for many years, he knew all too well that those were not empty words, and this young man was certainly no ordinary person. As for Jiang Mingquan, who caused trouble every day that he had to deal with, it hadn't been an issue before, but the current situation was extremely awkward. If Wang Qibing pushed too hard, he feared provoking Wang Jing, but if he backed down, it would be like slapping his own face. After thinking for a moment, Wang Qibing decided to resolve the situation with words, stating he wasn't taking sides. Jiang Mingquan used an illegal firearm while the women caused a public disturbance, so by law, he had to bring everyone to the station. Who dares to touch my young lady? Suddenly, a male voice echoed through the air. The man, accompanied by several followers, strode confidently into the restaurant. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately walked towards the 3 young women standing there. Thanks to Cheng Fei's timely report, the master just learned that his young lady was in trouble and ordered me to come here quickly to rescue her. Seeing her savior arrive, Pan Xing'ai breathed a sigh of relief. She put on a wronged expression and lamented, Li Jian, you've arrived just in time. Please help us teach these people a lesson. While we were peacefully eating and drinking, these police officers suddenly burst in like robbers, unreasonably insisting on taking us to the station, and that Jiang Mingquan is extremely hateful. He not only had ill intentions towards Sister Cheng Fei but also intended to harass me. Pan Xing'ai hesitated for a moment before subbing. He kept staring at my chest. As a young girl, being harassed by such a despicable person, how will I be able to get married in the future? Upon hearing this, Li Jian's face turned grim, and anger surged through him. Dang Mingquan was originally a scoundrel, but Pan Xing'ai had clearly fabricated the story and slandered him. He couldn't stand being wrongly accused, so he yelled, You disgusting woman, stop making things up. Who would want to look at someone like you? Uncle Wang, please deal with them. Seeing Wang Qibing still standing there, Dang Mingquan became even more impatient. Were you just standing there as decoration? Hurry up and arrest them. Despite Jiang Mingquan's urging, Wang Qibing remained indifferent and didn't move. Faced with his pathetic cries, Pan Xing'ai couldn't help but laugh. It seems you still don't understand your current situation. Facing the Sidid, she didn't hesitate to reveal her background. The Han family is the leading martial arts family in the capital. My father and uncles have been training officers in the military for generations, and I'm the eldest daughter of this clan. Hearing this, Dang Mingquan's face turned pale. He was so focused on pursuing Cheng Fei that he didn't investigate Changju and Thai or Han Xing'ai at all. His funnily, despite having some money in business, would never dare to offend a powerful pillar of the military like the Han family. Dang Mingquan hastily retracted his nonchalant demeanor, and he frantically clarified that he had no intention of looking at Han Xing'ai's chest or harassing her. However, Li Jian paid no attention and didn't bother to believe his excuses. Seeing him charge forward aggressively, Wang Jing also cooperated by releasing the thug he was holding. Then he pushed him towards Li Jian. The consequence was that Jiang Mingquan took a heaven-shattering punch, and his front teeth immediately flew out. Seeing this, Pan Xing'ai clapped her hands and cheered, praising Li Jian for fighting so well. Beating him up like this. Although Shangju and Thai's expression was calmer, she was clearly gloating at the scoundrel paying the price. Li Jian unleashed a barrage of blows, forcing Jiang Mingquan to collapse. He lay curled up on the floor, tremblingly reaching out to Wang Qibing for help, but Wang Qibing was just a petty police captain. How could he dare to offend the Han family, the clan that even the police chief respected? He found himself in an extremely difficult position. Seeing Wang Qibing hesitate, Wang Jin stepped forward to advise him. Police officer, I suggest you don't interfere. The father of this eldest daughter has far greater influence than the father of that Jiang fellow. Wang Qibing understood and could only watch as Li Jian beat up Jiang Mingquan. He beat him until Han Xing'ai's anger subsided. At the same time, Wang Jin quietly pricked the small needle into Wang Qibing's right shoulder, and no one yet knew his true intentions. The group left as quietly as they had arrived. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. Today's situation was truly intense. Perhaps in the future, if they want to pick a fight, they should first find out who their opponent is. My date has come to an end. The four of them got into Shangju and Shishi's sleek supercar to head home. Throughout the entire journey, Pan Xing'ai kept marveling, saying that this was the happiest day in over a decade of his life, especially Wang Jin's thunderous kick that left the other guy in agony. It was truly satisfying. While the other three were laughing and chatting boisterously, Wang Jin suddenly turned to ask Shangju and Shishi, how would you rate your driving skills? What does it have to do with you? You are my bodyguard. Who gave you permission to call me by my name? Call me young mistress. Shangju and Shishi replied irritably. Wang Jin didn't care about her arrogance. He continued, then see if you can lose the car tailing us from behind. It has been following us for quite a while now. When Wang Jing spoke up to warn her, Chengju and Shishi finally glanced in the rearview mirror and realized there was indeed a car following closely behind. Cheng Fei immediately pulled out his phone to call Master Shangjuan. At the same time, Chengju and Shishi jerked the gear lever firmly, stepped hard on the accelerator, accelerated abruptly. Her car sped away rapidly, temporarily creating a safe distance from the pursuer. However, both Cheng Fei's and Han Xing'ai's phones completely lost their signal. All communication with the outside world was entirely cut off. This unusual situation caused the group to start panicking. If only I had let Li Jian drive us home earlier. Chengju and Shishi continued trying to control the car, but the vehicle behind was as persistent as a leech, having significantly narrowed the distance between them. This isn't good at all. Chengju and Shishi began to get anxious. She turned to look at Wang Jing, who was still calmly admiring the roadside scenery, and snapped irritably, Wang Jing, aren't you my bodyguard? Stop just looking at the scenery and come up with a plan quickly. A bodyguard's duty is to take action, not to provide advice. Wang Jing calmly replied, you helped me out. Are you even a man? Chengju and Shishi's face turned pale with anger. I'm a man. Since I don't suffer from menstrual cycles, Wang Jin shrugged. Using this tactic 3 times in a single day still worked very effectively at annoying the eldest daughter of the Shangjuan family. Driven by anger, she pushed the pedal even harder, and the car flew down the road. Seeing this, Wang Jing nodded approvingly. Excellent. Keep circling around for a few more laps, but don't drive toward the Tamping Mountain Villa. She exerted effort to steer the vehicle toward a more secluded area. Chengju and Shishi obediently followed his words and continued driving for another hour. The car behind persistently followed, making her so anxious that she couldn't sit still. It had been more than an hour. Why hadn't they escaped them yet? Wang Jing didn't answer immediately. Instead, he silently praised her. He hadn't realized it at first, but after experiencing it now, he saw that this girl's driving was actually very solid. It was just that the remaining gas in the tank would probably only last for another hour at most. Thus, it was easy to see that Shangju and Shishi was extremely panicked. Contrary to her anxiety, Wang Jing appeared unusually calm, telling her to keep driving until the gas ran out. Changju and Shishi really couldn't help but doubt whether he truly had a solution. Although this was a bodyguard her father had personally introduced and told her to treat well, up until now, Changju and Shishi still didn't truly believe that Wang Jing was someone who could protect her. Meanwhile, the people in the pursuing car behind seemed to have achieved their goal as the girl forced the target toward Dushan Bridge. They were ready for the next step on that bridge. Just as they approached Dushan Bridge, Changju and Shishi became even more restless. Wang Jing, what now? Up ahead is Dushan Bridge of Yumi Mountain, and my gas tank only is enough for 15 more minutes. Panzinier in the back became panicked upon hearing the name Dushan Bridge, because this place was famous for its narrow terrain and thick fog. Even seasoned drivers had to slow down here, and they were driving at such high speed that she was afraid they would be in danger. But Changju and Shishi seemed to have no way back, while the car behind was still tailing them relentlessly. Wang Jing just sat quietly in the passenger seat, nonchalantly whistling. She made up her mind to rely on herself, taking advantage of this thick fog to find a way to lose the pursuers. No sooner thought than done. Changju and Shishi continued to step on the accelerator, speeding across the bridge where she could not even see the road ahead clearly. She kept speeding until a strong beam of light from the opposite direction shone directly at her, as if an oncoming car was there. Reflexively, Changju and Shishi immediately let go of the steering wheel and screamed in terror. Right at that moment, Wang Jing, sitting in the passenger seat, quickly leaned over. He grabbed the steering wheel. The car wobbled and swerved for a while before finally coming to a complete stop. The light that had blinded Changju and Shishi actually came from two large trucks parked there, blocking the entire width of the bridge. And if Wang Jing hadn't applied the brakes in time, the speeding supercar would have surely slammed into them. The car was now dead, and Changju and Shishi's mind had gone blank. She couldn't think of any way to manage the situation anymore. Yet, Wang Jing remained as cool as a cucumber, an attitude that made the young lady fume with rage. Say something. Believe me, once we get back, I'll have my fortify you immediately. Wait and see if you even get back first before worrying about that. Sitting in the back seat, Cheng Fei also began to grow anxious. Wang Jing, this is no time for jokes. We can only rely on you now. That's right. Wang Jing, you must protect us. Pan Xingai chimed in. Since Changju and Shishi had been attacked before, everyone was terrified that a similar incident would happen again. Jokes aside, Wang Jing didn't want to be a sloppy bodyguard. He had to earn the pay he was receiving. He instructed the three women to stay inside the car while he opened the door and stepped out. At the same time, he lit a cigarette and turned his eyes toward the vehicle following them. From that car, a large man with tattoos on his arms stepped down. As soon as he saw Wang Jing, his brows furrowed. Why was there an extra man here? Hadn't the reports only mentioned 3 women? He thought to himself, then felt it wasn't very important, as Wang Jing's appearance didn't suggest he knew how to fight. Moreover, even if he did, their side had 9 guns, more than enough to handle him. Wang Jing was surrounded by the group of strangers, yet he didn't seem to show any fear at all. He even politely extinguished his half-finished cigarette and asked in a submissive manner, I didn't expect such a grand reception. May I ask, big brother, is there anything you need me to do? Seeing his stooped posture, the opponent assumed Wang Jing was terrified and trying to placate him, so he praised him for being quite sensible. With that, he pulled out a pistol, tapped it against Wang Jing's face a few times, and asked, I want to take Miss Changjun away. Do you have any objection? I have no objection. Absolutely no objection at all. Do whatever you want, big brother. Wang Jing waved his hands repeatedly. The tattooed man hadn't even had a chance to speak yet. Hearing this, Changju and Shishi could bear it no longer. She opened the car door, poked her head out, and shouted, Wang Jing, are you even human? How can you be so cowardly? Don't you see they have 9 guns, woman? Besides, they want to catch you, not me. Whether you're safe or not, what's it got to do with me? Wang Jing replied loudly. Changju and Shishi was so angry she was speechless. In the back seat, Pan Xingai also began to panic. Perhaps only Cheng Fei remained calm, reassuring her that Wang Jing was likely just annoying Changju and Shishi and would definitely keep them safe. But with the many people and guns on the other side, Cheng Fei was actually very worried, not knowing if the 4 of them could safely escape the danger this time. Outside the car, Wang Jing was still putting on an act with the kidnappers. He claimed to be a bit nervous and asked the leader for permission to light a cigarette. Seeing Wang Jing's cooperative attitude, he immediately agreed. Then he laughed heartily, promising to show Wang Jing a good show once he finished smoking. The 3 beautiful girls inside the car and this thug laughing gleefully outside. One didn't need to think far to understand what he intended. Changju and Shishi was now tense to the limit, while Han Xingai had lunch and started crying from fear. However, a high-level bodyguard like Wang Jing remained composed while smoking. The only strange thing was that it was just an ordinary cigarette in his hand, yet it was giving off a dense cloud of smoke. Furthermore, the 3 people sitting in the car inhaled. The smell of the smoke wafting out was truly fragrant, yet those scoundrels, upon inhaling that seemingly harmless smoke, immediately collapsed unconscious. The sight of them writhing on the ground in intense pain seemed strange to Han Xingai. She stepped out of the car and asked, Wang Jing, why did your fragrant cigarette make them suffer so much? This medicine only affects men, causing male hormones to surge 100-fold, so it has no effect on you ladies. As for me, I'm not foolish enough to let myself get caught in it, so what is its purpose in the end? The movements right now look so shameless. Wang Jing replied that it was almost over. Just a few seconds later, the thug stopped rolling around and lost consciousness completely. Pan Xingai found the effect truly impressive. He immediately asked Wang Jing for a kilogram of it to use later against lecherous men who stare at her. Hearing this, Wang Jing almost dropped his cigarette. A kilogram of this medicine would be enough to send a whole army of men to their graves. And besides, this was a rare item, not something one always carries around. Oh, money is no object. Just give it to me. Pan Xingai persisted. Wang Jing brushed her hand away and worked toward the kidnappers. They were clearly targeting Changju and Shishi. Being able to jam phone signals over such a large area proved the mastermind was someone significant. Among the group tonight, the tattooed guy seemed to be the leader. Wang Jing had the idea of taking him back for interrogation. Whatever needed to be known would be clarified once and for all. It was unclear how much more time had passed. The tattooed man woke up in a daze. The first person his eyes landed on was Wang Jing. However, the situation had changed. Wang Jing was now the one in control of everything. Tell me who ordered you to kidnap the eldest miss of the Shangjuan family? Wang Jing asked while reaching for his lighter to light a cigarette. Seeing this, the other man panicked. No, please don't light that cigarette. Even though he was a scoundrel, He wasn't a fool. Based on what had happened earlier, the man guessed that Wang Jing used that tobacco to take them all down. He didn't know what kind of drug it was or who Wang Jing was that even 9 duns couldn't trouble him. But right now, his life was what mattered most. The tattooed guy thought this way and began to bargain with Wang Jing. If I tell the truth, can you guarantee you won't kill me? But Wang Jing was no pushover. He didn't allow him to negotiate because his life was already entirely in Wang Jin's hands. Fearing Wang Jin would strike, the tattooed man quickly confessed everything. After the time it takes for a candle to burn down, Wang Jing had gathered quite a bit of information. The person behind the kidnapping was Lai Minheng of the Azure Dragon Gang, but Wang Jing found it hard to understand because as the top boss in the capital, there was no reason for him to do minor jobs like kidnapping an heiress. I don't know about that. I'm just a lackey taking orders. I wouldn't dare ask why, the guy explained. Seeing that he was quite cooperative, Wang Jing decided to temporarily spare his life. The other man was extremely grateful. Thank you for sparing me. Chen Liang will surely repay you. If Big Brother needs anything, even if I have to go through fire and water, I won't refuse. He kept spewing sweet words, but unexpectedly Wang Jing replied immediately. You said it yourself. Chen Liang froze, letting out a loud gasp as he realized he had just dug his own grave. Wang Jing sat down in front of him, flashed a dangerous smile, and said he indeed had something he needed help with. Internally, Chen Liang was strongly against it, but outwardly, he dared not displease Wang Jing. Go ahead, Big Brother. If it's within my ability, I definitely won't refuse. While the man's mouth was open, Wang Jing flicked his finger, and a pill flew straight into his mouth. The pill flew straight into Chen Liang's mouth. He was unable to resist and instinctively swallowed it immediately. Chen Liang coughed violently, his mind racing with terror. He frantically shoved his fingers down his throat to induce vomiting, suspecting it was a deadly poison. Wang Jing said softly that he had no intention of taking his life. It was merely a toxin he had spent a great deal of effort to refine, named the 3 months without death pill. True to its name, the drug's effect lasted exactly 3 months. If those who consumed it did not seek him out for a periodic antidote, their bodies would gradually decompose, leading to an agonizing and incurable death. He was the only one who possessed the antidote, and any other medicine would only cause the toxicity to flare up faster. Even if he fell ill with a cold or minor ailment, he was not permitted to use any medication. Otherwise, even the gods would be helpless to save him. Wang Jing did this specifically to force the other party into obedience, after which he ordered Chen Liang to return and report the entire matter to Lai Mingxing, while adding one final emphasis. Remember carefully to relay to the fool Lai Mingxing that I, Wang Jing, have returned to the scene. Night fell. Chen Liang sullenly returned to headquarters. He recounted every detail of the recent events to Lai Mingxing. At the same time, he bowed his head in apology for the failed mission. Upon hearing this, the man surnamed Lai fell into a pensive silence, not saying a word. Meanwhile, the underlings began to mock Chen Liang, saying how he had once boasted that everything would go smoothly, only for it to end in a pathetic failure like a complete joke originally known as a capable man. He was now handled so roughly, and it was a good thing someone else had stepped in, or else his rapid rise would have left no room for the rest of them to show their worth. Chen Liang listened to every bitter word with gritted teeth, and if not for Lai Mingxing's presence, he surely would have fought them to the death. After a period of silence, Lai Mingxing stood up, stubbed out his cigarette, and spoke. Are you intentionally hiding a certain detail? Upon hearing this, Chen Liang hesitantly explained that the other man had also left one more message. Impatiently, Lai Mingxing urged him to say it quickly. He told me to tell you that Wang Jing has returned. Lai Mingxing didn't get angry upon hearing this but instead burst out laughing. It seemed he guessed correctly that the man would surely call him the second fool. Chen Liang was astonished because he had deliberately omitted sensitive words to avoid the boss's rage, yet Lai Mingxing had managed to guess it anyway. It appeared that the two of them were old acquaintances from long ago. Lai Mingxing's mood at that moment was hard to read. It was unclear whether he was angry or excited. He turned around, poured himself a glass of amber wine, and muttered, if he has truly reappeared and is interfering in this matter, then we no longer need to concern ourselves with the Shangyuan family business. Lai Mingxing said as he drained his glass. He gazed into the distance through the window and thought to himself that if the man didn't come looking for him, he had no desire to look for trouble either. After all, after years of waiting, I have finally seen you return, Wang Jing. At the same time, at the Shangyuan family's villa, Shangyuan Shishi flew into a rage upon learning that Wang Jing had let Chen Liang go. She could not forgive the man who had planned her kidnapping. In her heart, she only wanted to drag him out and torture him to death to satisfy her anger. You have to cast a long line to catch a big fish. How can you not understand such a simple principle? Wang Jing replied softly, implying that they needed to let Chen Liang go to catch the mastermind behind him. However, it seemed that Shangyuan Shishi already had a deep prejudice against him, so she was convinced Wang Jing was just making excuses while she continued to harbor her resentment. Only Cheng Fei believed in his wise solution. Shangyuan Shishi thought she was trying to defend Wang Jing, which made her even more frustrated. When they returned home, Cheng Fei immediately called Master Shangyuan, recounted the events that had occurred, and suggested hiring more bodyguards for fear that Shangyuan Shishi might be kidnapped again. However, he flatly refused, asserting that having Wang Jing was enough. This truly showed how much prestige and capability Wang Jing must have for Master Shangyuan to trust him so specifically. Only Shangyuan Shishi adamantly refused to accept this. Despite her grievances, she had to obey her father's insistence. She let out a heavy sigh and slowly slumped down onto the sofa. Right at that moment, a sudden, intense abdominal pain hit her, making Shangyuan Shishi's face turn pale. Wang Jing keenly noticed the unusual expression on her face and asked, "What's wrong?" Shangyuan Shishi could not respond, but Han Xinyur quickly explained that she was suffering from menstrual cramps, which she struggled with every month. For some reason, Shangyuan Shishi's period pain was much more severe than average, to the point where even painkillers were ineffective, forcing her to endure agonizing pain that felt like death. Seeing that Wang Jing seemed to know a bit about traditional medicine, Chen Fei suggested he try diagnosing Shangyuan Shishi. Even though they had been bickering all day, Wang Jing could not bear to watch her suffer so much. He advised the young lady to lie down for a while, saying he would help massage her to relieve the pain. Shangyuan Shishi obediently lay down, but she didn't forget to mutter a warning. Fine, give me a massage, but don't let your hands wander, or I'll kill you. Don't worry, I'm only interested in women with taste, and you're not the kind of woman. Wang Jing replied with a remark that infuriated Shang Yuan Shishi, then began massaging her lower abdomen. His words always had the power to irritate the young lady. Normally, Shang Yuan Shishi would have exploded in anger and started an earth-shattering argument with him as usual. But at this moment, she was strangely submissive because she realized that the areas Wang Jing had massaged were no longer in pain. She even felt a bit of comfort after a while. Wang Jing then stopped his hands. As soon as he ceased the massage, Shang Yuan Shishi felt a sense of loss and asked, "Were you stopping? I will continue tomorrow." Regular daily massages can reduce period pain, and if combined with acupuncture and the medicine I prescribed, your irregular cycle can be completely cured. At this point, Shang Yuan Shishi genuinely felt that Wang Jing was strangely reliable. Despite the constant bickering throughout the day, she shyly offered her thanks. However, before she could remain moved for more than 3 seconds, Wang Jing suddenly jumped up, saying he had to wash his hands immediately because he had accidentally touched something dirty. This single sentence caused all of Shang Yuan Shishi's gratitude to vanish instantly, replaced by intense rage. "You bastard, Wang Jing! Get out of my sight right now." Although the two were like fire and water, Cheng Fei, observing from the side, truly realized that Wang Jing was an extremely reliable person. Waiting until he left the living room, she looked for an opportunity to speak with him privately. She thanked him for both massaging Shang Yuan Shishi and bravely fighting the kidnappers the previous night. Master Shang Yuan was a pioneer in Tuixier's commerce. In just 10 short years, he had led the wave of development, elevating the Shang Yuan family to a whole new level. As his only daughter, Shang Yuan Shishi had become a target for numerous competitors. Even some within their own family hoped something bad would happen to her to put Master Shang Yuan in a difficult position and force him to relinquish his seat of power. Yuan Tran taking action to protect Yuan Quan Thai Thai's peace is like shouldering a heavy responsibility for the entire Yuan Quan family. Who would have thought that he usually looks so weak, yet acts so gallantly when needed? No wonder Mr. Yuan Quan places his full trust in him. He must have witnessed his extraordinary abilities before. Then Fai continued to babble on, but Yuan Tran had already seen through her petty calculations. He leisurely worked over, tapped her on the shoulder a few times, and said, "Hey friend, no need to beat around the bush to dig into my background. Just knowing that I'm an extremely powerful person is enough." Having her ulterior motives exposed, Then Fai felt a bit embarrassed, then hesitantly said, "Then, may I venture to ask you for one more favor?" Thai Thai has lived away from her parents since she was a child. Because Mr. Yuan Quan was too busy with work, he spoiled her to the point of being bratty to make up for his guilt, which is why she has such a hot temper, but she's actually soft-hearted despite her tough exterior, so please don't take it to heart. Yuan Tran thought it was something major, so he replied with relief, "Don't worry, I was just teasing the girl a bit. I have no intention of holding a grudge against her." And with that, he turned and left, looking like he was already exhausted and sleepy. Then Fai washed his back until he completely disappeared, thinking to herself how illustrious the background of someone so implicitly trusted by old Master Yuan Quan must be. Each skyscraper sparkled brilliantly under the dazzling sunlight. In the office, Tham Luang asked respectfully, "Boss, do you real plan to shell the plan to kidnap Yuan Quan Thai Thai and give up on collaborating with Than Karn Mai as well? But we still need his influence," to which Lai Minhao calmly replied, "What is someone like Than Karn Mai even worth?" Then, he leisurely placed a stack of documents on the table. How could his Milan group be a match for the Yuan Quan family, especially now that they have officially entered the military sector? No one can take his land. He is at his wit's end and can only hope to use the daughter to threaten the family. What could a man like that possibly achieve? Minhao then interlaced his fingers and continued his analysis. Furthermore, now that Yuan Tran has returned, I have much higher expectations for his upcoming actions than for someone like Than Karn Mai. Tham Luang still seemed hesitant. "Boss, but look at the poison inside me." But Minhao immediately interrupted him. "If he promised to give you the antidote in 3 months, then just have the gall to go find him. But remember this." His face suddenly darkened to the extreme. "You better change your womanizing ways right now. If there's a next time, don't you dare show your face before me again." Upon hearing this, Tham Luang broke into a cold sweat. Yes, boss, I will change right now." Next, Tham Luang scrambled away in a panic. He looked at his subordinates retreating back and thought, "Yuan Tran, you've returned, why haven't you come to find me?" Minhao knitted his brows, his eyes full of worry. "Do I really have to go and find you myself?" At the crossroads, the flow of people and vehicles was constant and bustling. Yuan Quan Thai Thai was tired and sluggish. They were on their way to Two Duck restaurant because the gluttonous Han Tindar wanted to enjoy roast duck. Everything was already arranged when suddenly, a terrified shout rang out, "Robbery! Robbery!" Yuan Tran, sitting in the driver's seat, looked out the window in surprise. Surprisingly, right on the crosswalk, a robbery took place followed by a chaotic escape. She, with a heart as vast as the Pacific Ocean, shouted out, "Quick, do something to help." When she turned to look and saw his annoyingly indifferent face, she urged him impatiently, "Pei, go do something." Yuan Tran immediately performed a series of incredible driving maneuvers, matching the skill level of a professional racer. Sitting in the passenger seat, Thai Thai could only gape in shock as she took the full force of the wind blowing directly into her face. The black car sped forward, skillfully weaving through the crowd before screeching to a halt right in front of the two robbers. The car door suddenly swung open, and he didn't hesitate to leap out onto the street to perform a heroic deed. Then, he suddenly threw a kick that grazed the cheek of one of them, catching him off guard. The midday spinning kick was as light as air but sent him flying off to parts unknown. Yuan Transu then proceeded to pay a visit to the remaining thief's stubborn head. He was instantly hoisted high into the air by the kick and sent flying quite a distance. The other back, with no one left to hold it, fell freely to the ground. He nonchalantly raised his arm and pointed directly at the back with a charismatic flair. "Mrs. Vu Aline hurriedly stepped forward to express her appreciation. Thank you so much. I'm truly incredibly grateful to you." She handed him her business card along with an introduction. "I am Vu Aline, head of the Luke Karn beauty chain. Here is my information. As for today, I will certainly repay you properly when there is an opportunity. Hearing that, Yuan modestly replied, I only stepped in because I saw an injustice. Mum. She immediately brushed it off. No, you're being too formal. In this day and age, someone with martial arts skills who is willing to help others like you is truly a rare find. Suddenly, a strange girl shamelessly walked right in front of Thai. Please step aside. Before long, he was surrounded by women like a star. Don't push, wait, don't crowd, give me an autograph, give me one first. Yuan looked for help in desperation. Chengyun Thai, come rescue me. She decided to ignore him and pretend she didn't see anything. Ph, who told you to rescue people and then show off? Since you brought this popularity upon yourself, go ahead and enjoy it. He forced a smile to please the ladies, flowed down, one at a time, but in his heart, he was weary. To be honest, I just caught a thief, why make such a fuss about it? Fortunately, that femme appeared just in time to clear the crowd. Police on duty, disperse. Them men, you are suspected of intentional injury. We need to clarify several key points of the incident. Please come to headquarters to make a statement. Thai immediately stood up to protect her person. Why say he hit someone without cause? This was clearly a brave act of catching a robber. Yuan calmly retorted from beside her. Is it the bin and station? He was a bit confused and avoided eye contact before confirming. Yes, that's right. I'm very busy. I require you to cooperate quickly. She bluntly ignored him and led him away by the hand. We're busy too. We don't have time to go to the station. Yuan, let's go. Pan Tindar is waiting for us to return for dinner. That femme rushed forward and grabbed Yuan shoulder firmly, his face darkening. Today, you must come to the station with me. He realized something was wrong and turned his head with a faint smile. What kind of game is being played here? With just a skillful toss of his arm, Yuan easily threw Bat Femme into the air like he was tossing a ball. Seeing that display of martial arts, the surrounding people began to gossip. He hit a law enforcement officer. What are you just standing there for? Call the police immediately. Isn't the guy flat on the ground one of them? At that moment, Alien, while holding her phone to call her superior, loudly exposed him. He is not a police officer. He's an imposter. Knowing he couldn't play the part any longer, Batfam clicked his tongue in frustration. My cover is blown. The boot tip quietly stepped straight onto his stomach to eliminate any intention of escaping. Yuan disdainfully exposed the villain's true face. Impersonating a government official to save your accomplice is one thing, but you also wanted to retaliate against me. You've got quite the nerve. Unfortunately, your acting wasn't good enough. Batfam was so furious he could only stutter. Aileen quickly led the regular officers to the scene. The thief is lying over there. One of them made a serious promise. Please rest assured, madam, we will strictly handle this bunch of thieves. As for the director, we hope you will put in a good word for us. She didn't bother with such trifles. I know how to weigh things. Everyone worked hard today. Aileen's true identity surprised Yuan. Is she the director's wife? Afterward, she turned to sincerely thank him. Oh dear, thank you so much today. I wonder if my benefactor has a business card so we can easily repay the favor later. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just a low-level bodyguard. How could I have a business card? I do have a contact handle though, she happily suggested. That's great, then please give me your contact info through that. Standing nearby, Thai impatiently urged him. Yuan, hurry up. Pentindar is rushing us. As he calmly added Aileen, he gently replied, alright, I'm coming right now. When everything was finished, Yuan raised his hand in farewell. She also didn't forget to add, if you have any difficulties in the future, just message me. Don't be shy. She began to think about matchmaking. This Yuan looks to be under 27 years old. He seems like a good match for my Shuan. I must call her immediately. Night slowly enveloped the high-rise buildings, and the perfectly round moon cast its gentle light upon the world. Inside a family restaurant, the lights were still on, serving customers. The mouth-watering aroma mingled with the lively chatter of the guests, creating an incredibly cozy and tranquil setting. Yuan was engrossed in showcasing his masterful meat slicing technique, his face and gaze entirely focused on every stroke of the knife. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of attractive dishes were neatly presented on the lawn table. Tindar was extremely impressed by that skillful craft. Yuan, you are so talented. Could you take me on as an apprentice? I want to learn this trick so I can open a duck shop. I would definitely become a legend everywhere. He silently scoffed to himself. The city is starting again, but replied politely on the outside. You ladies should eat now. If you don't, I'll finish it all. Thai and Tindar immediately hurried to protect the food as if afraid it would be stolen. Who said I don't want it? I still want to eat plenty more. At the same moment, a slender hand suddenly appeared and gently pushed a plate of food toward the center. Only Thin Phi made an excuse to decline. I'm feeling a bit unwell today and have no appetite, so you all share the rest, please. Yuan didn't pay much attention and just continued to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Many thanks. Suddenly, she asked a question that caught him off guard. But Yuan, the way you slice the meat and the way you eat the duck are exactly like my father. Do you know him? His name is Thin Tai Siu. Yuan hurriedly took a sip of water and calmly explained, how could I know your father? I come from the countryside and don't know anyone in this city. The situation made Tindar feel extremely curious. Why did Sister Thin Phi suddenly ask that? Didn't Mr. Thin pass away many years ago? Tindar, sitting opposite her, quickly signaled for silence. Keep your voice down. Don't mention that anymore. Thin Phi maintained a gentle tone to clarify. I am truly sorry. I have spoiled the mood. It's just that the way Yuan eats looks so much like my late father. He chose to remain silent and did not respond to anything she said. Just then, a rude shouting voice echoed from afar. If you're out of tables, hurry up and chase some people away. How dare you make me? Poing Dan Fun. Wait. Seeing the poor server being scolded in every way by that arrogant group, Tindar's eyebrows furrowed with annoyance. Do you believe I'll tell the owner to stir-fry the lot of you? Modern wealthy young masters really have no manners at all. Yuan also looked at them with contempt. Do they really think that having a little pocket money means they can look down on everyone? After settling in, Donphan was suddenly drawn by the lively sounds coming from Vuentran's table. Tindar playfully asked to feed Vuentran a piece of delicious roasted duck. The guy's eyes immediately showed a look of greed so intense he was almost drooling. Wow, they are all gorgeous girls. It seems my decision to stop here was a wise one. However, due to his innate shyness around women, he had to turn to his cohorts to discuss. Men leaned over to whisper in Lokham's ear, leaving the latter with no choice but to timidly agree. This. Yes, all right. A moment later, he walked over to Vuentran's table with an extremely respectful appearance. Sincere apologies. The restaurant is currently overloaded. There are 4 guests who would like to share the table with you. I hope you don't mind. Tindar repeatedly waved her hands in firm refusal. It's not convenient. It's not convenient. We paid out of our own pockets to eat. Why should we have to share with those annoying people and pollute our vision? Lokham persisted in trying to persuade her to change her mind. Young lady, please reconsider. But before he could finish, Dunfang and his gang intervened. Greetings, miss. The VIP rooms are full. Can we share a table? Let's consider it as making friends. Only then did Tindar look up at the unruly and difficult young men. He boastfully showed off his status. Quan Dunfang, the general director of Bat Team Entertainment. Getting to know beautiful ladies like you is a triple blessing. And this is young Master Tu and Deep Men of the Hanuyan Corporation. She cleverly passed the buck to Vuentran. What an honor. But you must ask the person. He's our brother-in-law. He has to agree for it to happen. Poor, naive guy. He hadn't even managed to eat anything before being landed with the whole mess. Being suddenly thrown into trouble while trying to have a peaceful meal. Vuentran pouted in dissatisfaction. Nice one, Tuankon Thai Thai. Trying to stir up trouble for me again. Oh well, forget it. I don't like these trashy young masters either. Already disliking him, combined with the fact that he had someone backing him, he acted even more indifferent, coldly refusing immediately. Well then, stop ruining our appetite. Having just been flatly rejected, Dunfang immediately went into a rage, slamming his hand onto the table with a threatening bang. That unruly temperament deep in his blood led him to utter words that dug his own grave, refusing the invitation only to be forced into punishment. I guarantee you'll have a hard time living in peace here in this capital. Thinking he was so impressive, he surprisingly added another sentence that signed his own exit order from this world. Get out of here now before I make your parents suffer a tragedy. Vuentran heard this and was at a loss for words, gently turning to remind them. Ladies, if you're afraid of seeing blood, then close your eyes. Having said that, he stood up to the astonishment of Thai Thai and Tindar. Oh, Vuentran worked straight toward Dunfang, grabbed his shirt, and dragged him away like a puppy. He didn't seem to dare to resist, just stood there frozen as he saw Vuentran pick up the duck meat cleaver. Before he could even finish his sentence, the sharp blade flashed with a cold light. A scene completely unsuitable for children with a faint of heart took place right then and there. Dunfang let out a horrific shriek, looking in shock at the mark that had just appeared on the back of his hand. He was no singer. That screaming gave Vuentran such a headache that he had to cover the man's mouth. Looking at the man lying flat on the floor, he stole the very line he had intended to say. Don't talk about retaliation later. Anyone who wants to trouble me, I'll deal with right here on the spot. The protagonist, as if having eyes in the back of his head, quickly thwarted the movements of the underlings. As for the rest of you, if you dare call anyone to cause trouble, your fate will be exactly the same as his. After clearing up the trouble, Vuentran returned to his main goal at the dining table. Don't look at me like that. You insulted my parents. Not cutting your tongue out was already quite lenient. This action made Tindar's sadistic side awaken as he clapped her hands excitedly. Vuentran, I'm finding you more and more fascinating. Lokham stood nearby in utter confusion, thinking he had accidentally walked into a mental asylum. He hurriedly turned to the newcomer for help. Director, Hao En ignored the mess, speaking politely as was his duty. Mr. Vuentran, there is a guest in the Imperial Hall who would like to invite you over. Moreover, the bill for this table has already been settled. Those 3 words left Tindar gasping in shock. Imperial Hall. She quickly grabbed his hand and asked curiously, isn't that the place for welcoming state leaders in the capital? Even my father can't easily set foot in there. Do you really know someone in there? Thai Thai maintained her disdainful attitude. He's certainly nothing more than a common con artist. Then Phi said nothing, only silently observing and forming his own judgment. Only Tindar enthusiastically urged him, go ahead quickly, don't keep them waiting. Honestly, I've never been inside the Imperial Hall either. He awkwardly brushed her hand away. Stop pushing me. She hadn't gone more than a few steps before she was stopped by Hao En. Excuse me, miss, they only invited Mr. Vuentran alone. Tindar didn't get her way and started whining. Oh, I want to go in and see the Imperial Hall too. Then Phi quickly intervened. Zyro Yi, don't make a scene. That place isn't somewhere you can enter just because you want to. Vuentran didn't want any more complications, so he tactfully declined. It might not be convenient for you all to go in. Just wait for me here. Seeing everyone stopping her, she gave up with a click of her tongue. Seeing that everything had been handled, Hao En turned back to resolve the mess on the other side. One more thing. He looked at the customer pinned to the table. Mr. Poing, the guest in the Imperial Hall requests that you and your friends leave the restaurant immediately. Otherwise, he cannot guarantee that nothing terrible will happen tonight. Whether out of fear of the group's bankruptcy or seeing that his associates had left, Dunfang tremblingly gripped the knife and muttered, fine. After that, he did not hesitate to yank the knife out of the back of his hand. In the terrified eyes of his henchmen, he acted dramatically like the statue of a waiting wife, uttering words of intense affection. Vuentran, I'm waiting for you. Then, he slunk away like a wet rat, urging his entourage to leave the restaurant, saying, let's go. Vuentran watched their retreating backs coldly, thinking to himself that this guy had some status and needed to be dealt with soon to avoid future trouble. Soon after, the 2 of them left the noise behind and strode together toward the luxurious Emperor's Hall. Hao En hesitated slightly at the door and bowed respectfully to invite Vuentran inside. He didn't bother asking questions, just gave a gentle nod and a brief acknowledgement. The heavy, precious wooden door slowly swung open. Inside, a tall, sturdy figure was waiting, as if he had been there for an eternity. Vuentran, you finally arrived. Minhao's presence did not surprise Yun Tran much. Oh well, I guessed it was you a long time ago, carrying the blood of a soldier. He stood at strict attention and reported, Captain, Darlang reporting for duty. The space around them seemed to freeze for a moment. He stood stunned like a statue, but in the blink of an eye, he regained his usual devil-may-care demeanor. We're not in the military anymore. Drop these formalities and sit down so we can talk. As soon as he sat down, Minhao poured his heart out. Captain, you finally decided to show up. You have no idea. For the past 4 years, whenever I felt like giving up, I used the memory of you guys as my motivation. His eyes burned with resentment. What kept me moving forward until today was our sacred bond and the deep-seated hatred for that family. Yun Tran listened, his mind drifting back to memories of the past. That moment of life and death kept rushing back. Captain, don't worry about me. Run. Meanwhile, Minhao's somber voice still echoed. If it weren't for those bastards, our elite dragon scale task force wouldn't have been backed into such a corner. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. That incident was clearly a trap aimed at dragon scale. If Old Than hadn't risked his life to protect the brothers, it wouldn't have ended like this. He then sighed bitterly. After that tragedy, I had to live in hiding right here in the capital. Quan Tu disappeared without a trace, and you had to wander in a foreign land. Right after that, his face brightened up as he asked curiously, oh, almost forgot since you left. A notorious assassin called Eastern Evil King has suddenly appeared in the international underworld. Yun Tran's image immediately popped into his head. It was rumored that this person had single-handedly wiped out major underworld deals within a year, climbing straight into the top 10 assassins from a nobody. People speculated that he was Asian, but no one had ever survived seeing his face. Yet, Minhao insisted firmly, I know for sure that person is you. Apart from you, no one has such ghostly combat skills. I thought you entered such danger to find an escape route. I never expected you to choose to return. You are truly, not wanting his brother to ramble on. Yun Tran interrupted, actually, this trip happened because the old man forced me to come back. He looked suspicious. The old chief made you come back. What is he planning? Yun Tran could only scratch his head and offer a wry smile. I have no idea. For now, he's making me work as a bodyguard for the young lady of the Thuan Quan family. Even so, Yun Tran understood clearly that a storm was brewing. But ultimately, it was time for the old man to act. He would never swallow the resentment of the dragon scale team being framed and scattered for the past 4 years. Minhao clenched his fists until they cracked, his teeth grinding in hatred. If the chief takes action himself, our chances of revenge are guaranteed. However, Yun Tran immediately threw cold water on him. Minhao, the debt from 4 years ago must be paid, but not right now. Yun Tran's face remained calm throughout. We aren't strong enough to fight them yet. Hearing this, he didn't dare to protest. I understand what you mean. The two quickly changed the subject to something more pleasant. I just found one of our people. A relative. Do we have anyone else left? Is it Quan Tu? No, it's Old Than's daughter, named Than Phi. But anyway, who told you to kidnap Thuan Quan Thai Thai? Night fell, and the bright moonlight shone down on the magnificent villa atop Thien Bin Mountain. As soon as he stepped into the house, he heard Tindar chattering in his ear. I spent the whole way threatening and coaxing you, but couldn't get a word out. Yun Tran, did you work for the intelligence agency? How can you be so tight-lipped? Refusing to give up, she turned to use her charms. Oh come on, give me a hint. Who on earth was that sitting in the Emperor's hall? If you don't tell me, I'll stay up all night thinking about it. Staying up late makes your chest sag, so don't you dare expect me to look your way later. Yun Tran could only make a face of disdain. This girl needs to stop talking nonsense. He nonchalantly brushed her lithe hand off his body. You just said you wanted to know the secret of the Emperor's hall, right? These petty favors aren't enough for a trade. However, then he put on a menacingly devious look. Just keep serving me well, and I'll consider telling you. Thai Thai suddenly rushed forward, grumbling while trying to bite him for being such a pervert. He quickly grabbed her hands. What are you overthinking? I said I was going to take a shower to relax. If it weren't for a certain young lady's sake, I wouldn't have bothered clashing with those tampered brats just to end up smelling like this. Yun Tran's words, sharp as a knife, left her speechless and choking on her own words. He coldly turned his back and walked away, not wanting to argue further. Having just finished his shower, he noticed Tindar was still standing there watching him, likely looking for an excuse to avoid the issue. Afterward, she couldn't help but ask softly, Thai Thai, you're sharing a room with Yun Tran, do you really know nothing about his connections? But Thai Thai could only shrug. Since he arrived, they had been inseparable, and she hadn't seen him meet anyone. Up until today, she had simply assumed he had no friends. While they were gossiping, Thin Phi walked over and pulled Tindar's hand. Saro Dar, it's very late. We should head home. She still felt reluctant to leave. Having just been lectured, she said, if we wanted to know the truth, we should have asked Uncle Thuan Quan. He only said that some things are better left unknown. I trust his decision. Besides, regarding the Emperor's hall, it's best if we don't get involved. But that only made Thai Thai feel restless. She didn't see the benefit in it. What earth-shattering secret was this Yun Tran hiding? After all, a moment later, the room door creaked open slightly. Determined to solve the mystery once and for all, Thai Thai took advantage of the fact that he hadn't returned yet to act suspiciously. She quickly spotted something suspicious. How annoying. Why was the suitcase pushed so far back? Unexpectedly, Yun Tran caught her red-handed. What on earth are you doing? She immediately jumped up, but her cheeks flushed bright red when she saw something. Oh my god, he was wearing nothing but a towel, standing tall right in front of her, which made Thai Thai panic. Thai Thai jumped and screamed, you pervert. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Yun Tran calmly replied, this is my room. I can do whatever I want. On the other hand, look at you. He stepped closer, tilting her chin up with suggestive words. Sneaking into my room in the middle of the night and acting so bold. Were you trying to treat this humble bodyguard to some benefits? Only then did she realize something was wrong and hurriedly pushed him away. Can't I just have taken a wrong turn? You rogue, who cares about you anyway? Yun Tran tried to argue further, as she was clearly the one who had barged into the room. Thai Thai left in a rage, not forgetting to threaten him. Just you wait. Tomorrow I'll tell my father to deal with you. Suddenly, the suitcase exposed under the bed caught his full attention. He stood there dazed, muttering to himself, is this girl really that interested in me? Afterward, BunRv squatted down and opened the suitcase to examine it. Inside were all clothes, and a photograph on top immediately caught his eye. He picked it up and studied the faces in the photograph. The scene shifted to a familiar coffee shop. He was sitting there, leisurely sipping his drink. He instinctively turned to observe the entrance of the shopping mall across the street. At this point, BunRv recalled an old matter. The perfume she wore was no ordinary fragrance. It was actually a drug capable of paralyzing the nervous system. It wasn't easy for outsiders to detect, but with long-term use, the nervous system would gradually fail, leaving one at the mercy of others' control. His words left Thin-Fi stunned and speechless. Even so, she still found it hard to believe. How can that be? I bought this perfume myself at a specialty store. Just as he was reminiscing, the phone on the table suddenly rang repeatedly. Snapping back to reality, he picked up the device to check the message that had just arrived. Here is the intelligence you requested, but to be honest, the shipping reports for the last 6 months have been completely normal. You will probably be a little disappointed. Wang Zhang calculated silently in his mind that the shop didn't reveal any flaws and even the inventory books were flawless. It seemed the person pulling the strings behind Sheng Fei was no ordinary individual. Just then, the stranger suddenly approached and asked, excuse me, would you mind if I sat here? He cast a glance to evaluate her. Her appearance was quite good, maybe an 85 out of 100, but he kept a suspicious expression and asked, who might you be? She quickly sat in the chair opposite him and introduced herself, I'm Dang Minky, and this is my business card. May I ask your name? He replied nonchalantly, Wang Zhang. Immediately after, she produced another card. Wang Zhang took it to examine. It turned out to be the daughter of the Zhang family. Could she have come here to seek justice for her younger brother? Minky hurriedly waved her hand. No, Minkwin brought this upon himself and must face the consequences. I came today to ask for your help with 2 things. He appeared satisfied with this attitude. It was rare to find a beauty so sensible. Fine, go ahead, he said. She went straight to the point. Sheng Fei is a valuable talent at Lamhai. I hope you can persuade her not to leave the company because of Minkwin's thoughtlessness. She pushed a file folder toward Wang Zhang. This is a contract to transfer 3% of Lamhai's shares. As long as Sheng Fei stays, this will belong to her. I also guarantee that from now on, Minkwin will never bother her again. He smirked and retorted, do you think I don't know that Sheng Fei just won a prestigious international fashion award? With that level of prestige, why would she need some measly shares to stay in this chaotic place? Besides, I don't like that fellow Zhang Minkwin. Knowing the other party was not easily swayed, Minky decided to raise the offer to 10% of Lamhai's shares. From now on, Sheng Fei will become the largest shareholder, receiving about 300 million in dividends annually. What do you think? Upon hearing this, he could only throw his hands up in surrender. 300 million. Even I'm tempted. But I don't have the right to decide for Sheng Fei. Besides, is that the only reason you came looking for me? Seeing that it wasn't heavy enough, she placed another card on the table to silence him. This is a platinum membership card for the International Heavenly Palace. All expenses are free. There are only 10 in the whole country, and I only have 2. I hope you will let it go and stop pursuing my brother's mistakes. Wang Zhang was not foolish enough to refuse this windfall. His attitude changed completely. Ms. Bang is indeed generous. It's truly pleasant to talk with someone so open-handed. So, what is the second matter? Minky did not hesitate to share. The second matter concerns my brother's face. Minkwin's face is swollen, but it doesn't hurt, there's no bleeding, and pressing it yields no sensation. Even our private doctor is stumped. I think since you were the one to inflict it, you must have a way to cure it. She added tactfully, Minkwin is already scared. I hope you can be lenient with him. Hearing this, Wang Zhang pondered for a moment. Soon after, he held up the gold card and began to bargain for more. In this world, no grudge exists for no reason. The antidote is in my hands, but I want to know how sincere Ms. Dang real is. She replied frankly, Wang Zhang, did you anticipate retaliation when you slapped Minkwin? Your schemes are truly terrifying. Wang Zhang put away the agreed-upon item and said, well said, take your time to think about it. At this point, Minky had no choice but to back down. I will treat you to dinner, at a location of your choosing. Is this condition enough? He immediately became excited. Ms. Bang is certainly confident in herself. Very well, I agree, he added. I will choose the location, but I have one more request. During the meal, you must fulfill one task for me. Don't worry, it won't be anything unreasonable. Wang Zhang stood up to finalize the deal. After this meal, the feud between me and Zhang Minkwin will be considered settled. After agreeing on everything, they both left the coffee shop opposite the Lamhai shopping center. Minky bowed to thank Wang Zhang once more for the matter regarding Minkwin. It was rare to see him respond politely. Not at all. I really like Ms. Minky's way of working. I hope we have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Watching her back as she left, he wondered to himself, born of the same mother, how can 2 sisters be so different? Are they real biological sisters? Only then did Wang Zhang take a close look at the business card he had just received in National Heavenly Palace. Hey, when I'm free, I should definitely go there to broaden my horizons. Not until the sunset painted the sky gold did Sheng Fei get off work. As soon as she stepped out the door, she encountered an acquaintance. Wang Zhang, why are you here? He politely put away his phone and smiled. Today, Chang Yuan Shishi's father is here, so I don't need to be his bodyguard. I'm just here to see if the Lamhai clothing group has any nice men's models so I can steal a few sets. Sheng Fei brushed off the lame joke. As she got into the car, she asked about what was on her mind. Zhang Minky came to find me earlier to sign a contract, and I've already signed it. Does this have anything to do with you? Wang Zhang neither confirmed nor denied it, commenting vaguely. That matter? That girl Zhang Minky is truly a cunning fox. His evasive attitude was a clear answer. Why would you go to such lengths to help me? Having been found out, he didn't appear flustered at all, merely laughing it off and telling her not to overthink things, claiming he simply valued talent and thus had such good intentions. Seeing the advantage, Thin-Fi didn't press him further. She proactively invited him to this late-night meal as a reward for his enthusiastic support just now. Yuan-Tran breathed a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this girl was truly clever and that he would have to be more careful next time to avoid accidentally revealing the relationship between himself and Old Thang. However, every subtle change in his facial expression was fully captured within her gaze. Before long, the sunlight had hidden behind the mountain range like a person going to sleep. However, the atmosphere tonight became unusually lively. The surrounding patrons no longer cared for their food and kept their eyes glued to this table, muttering with envy at how that guy could be with a beauty while they remained alone, forced to witness this eyesore, just waiting for the day he would be kicked to the curb. Thin Phi wasn't a fool. Recognizing the coarseness of the situation, she tactfully reminded him that he should eat slowly to avoid hurting his stomach. Unfortunately, Yuan-Tran didn't care in the slightest. He believed that only with a full stomach could he feel truly alive and capable of working. Suddenly, a loud shout rang through the air as that man mockingly asked which brat was being so insolent, saying he had told her that as long as he finished the bottle of wine, she could have as many dishes as she wanted, so there was no need to put on an act. Dalloy thought his meal was as grand as a wagon wheel, prompting Lu Hein to scornfully reply that she would never sell her self-respect for a few snacks. The henchmen around him joined in with flattery, further infuriating her. He claimed that being noticed by Dalloy was a blessing that many other women could only dream of. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hein directly splashed a whole glass of water into Dalloy's face and scolded him to wake up. It was unclear what the liquid in the glass was, but it made him erupt in anger as he roared furiously, asking how she dared to do such a thing. With those words, he swung his hand and delivered a thunderous slap to her face. Everyone nearby was terrified by this violent act. Some warned each other not to get involved in Dalloy's business to avoid trouble, suggesting they just keep their heads down and eat. Thin Phi could no longer tolerate it. She stood up abruptly from her chair. However, before she could take action, Yuan-Tran caught her by the hand, gave her a reassuring, reliable look and told her to leave the matter to him. On the other side, Lu Hein summoned all her courage, gripped the beer bottle in her hand, and charged in with a scream. The weak strength of the young girl could do nothing against the seasoned gangster. With just one kick, she tumbled backward. Lu Hein lay struggling on the ground, clutching her stomach in intense pain. Suddenly, a deep male voice rang out, asking a seemingly irrelevant question, what her name was. Perhaps because the protagonist's sore was so strong, she honestly replied that her name was Lu Hein, a second-year student at the pedagogical university, then asked in return who he was. Yuan-Tran ignored her question and replied that his identity was not important. What mattered was whether she was afraid. Lu Hein showed no wariness as he helped her up, firmly asserting that she was not afraid at all. That response made Yuan-Tran appear extremely amused. He said that was perfect. Then, he gently placed an empty beer bottle into her hand to her great astonishment. She was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Next, Yuan-Tran pointed directly at Dalloy's face and ordered her to go forward and teach him a lesson. That bizarre behavior caused a stir throughout the shop. They thought he was crazy, wondering if he knew how powerful Dalloy was, since dozens of thugs could arrive with just one call, concluding that he was surely sending the beauty to her death. Contrary to those fears, Lu Hein looked at him with gratitude and thanked him. Gathering all her courage, she gripped the wine bottle tightly and stepped forward, ignoring the warnings and questions about whether she had gone mad. Dalloy glanced at Lu Hein, his lips curling into a contemptuous smirk as if she were someone who didn't know her own limits. Suddenly, an arm swung up, releasing a flurry of sharp needles. He recoiled in shock as the strange objects embedded themselves in his body. Stammering to ask what was happening, Dalloy froze on the spot, unable to move, just as Lu Hein used all her strength to smash the glass bottle against his head. This henchman shouted in a panic because he dared to attack Loy. Truly, he had provoked the wrong person. BunRv also charged forward aggressively, swinging his weapon and vowing to teach those men a lesson they would never forget. Amidst the chaos, an idea suddenly flashed in Yuan-Tran's mind. Before Dalloy could regain his composure, he was terrified to see the young man charging toward him like a lightning bolt. In the blink of an eye, Yuan-Tran's hands had firmly seized the man by his collar. He easily lifted Dalloy off the ground, causing the terrified man to scream, asking what he thought he was doing. Immediately after, Yuan-Tran hurled Dalloy directly toward the oncoming BunRv. The accidental collision struck the man hard in the abdomen. Realizing what had just happened, he trembled and stammered, calling out to his boss in fear. Seeing Dalloy collapse while clutching his stomach, BunRv cried out in a panic, claiming he hadn't done it on purpose. The crowd witnessing the chaos began shouting that someone was injured and that the police and an ambulance should be called immediately. Taking advantage of the confusion, Yuan-Tran hurriedly grabbed Lu Hein's hand and urged her to follow him. Dalloy screamed frantically, demanding that someone record the license plate number to make him pay for his actions and shouting for someone to stop them. Thin Phi was already in the driver's seat. Once they were settled, she sternly reminded Yuan-Tran that public bloodshed was no joking matter. Lu Hein felt incredibly guilty. She apologized, saying it was all her fault that he had offended the ringleader and that she didn't know how she could ever thank him enough. Seeing her distress, Yuan-Tran reassured her that it was fine since he had already planned his exit. He added that the man would come looking for him in a few days and suggested she quit this job to return to her studies. Thin Phi glanced through the rearview mirror as if trying to read the thoughts of the person in the back seat. She asked whether her situation was a matter of necessity or if she was simply looking to experience life. Lu Hein lowered her head sadly, confessing that she only wanted to gain experience and expand her social circle. Hearing her confession, Yuan-Tran remained silent, unable to find anything more to say. Just then, she leaned forward to give directions, saying that the pedagogical university was nearby and asking to be dropped off right there. The car gradually slowed down and came to a complete stop in front of the campus gate. Lu Hein got out of the car and gave a lingering wave, thanking them both profusely for everything that had happened that day. Once they were alone, Thin Phi remarked sarcastically that he seemed to have quite the charm since she was so reluctant to leave. Yuan-Tran could only fold his arms helplessly, unable to argue. After hearing that, she giggled softly, looking quite dashing. Just as she was about to start the engine, he spoke up to stop her. Wait a moment, don't leave just yet. Yuan-Tran stood from a distance observing the situation, wanting to see what exactly was happening. Lu Hein was being blocked by Chu Feng. He bragged about his wealth and claimed that expressing his feelings for her was already showing her great respect. Furthermore, he forcibly tried to drag her away, saying that since she had no dignity, she should come with him, as there would be no reason to resist once he saw his luxury car. Lu Hein quickly yanked her arm back and shouted, "Stop it right now. Chu Fan, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some spare change. Let go of me immediately." However, she was utterly shocked when Yuan Tran suddenly reappeared. Irritated by the interruption, Chu Fan snapped, "Where the hell is that?" A decisive blow straight to the face from Yuan Tran left Chu Fan clutching his face and moaning, "Pei, why did you do that to me?" His lackey immediately rushed forward aggressively, shouting as he ran, Pei, what's going on?" Ignoring those people, Lu Hein ran straight toward the safest place, Yuan Tran. He simply held up that terrifying bottle of her weapon, making the lackey flinch and step back. "Go ahead, please, feel free to continue." Once things were settled, he spoke up, "This is for you. This type of spray is my own homemade version. If anyone gives you a hard time, just give it a like press, it's 100 times more effective." Yuan Tran gently reminded her, "It's late, let's head back." Lu Hein's rosy cheeks flushed as she replied, "Yes, but..." Unexpectedly, the shy girl from earlier turned into a fierce woman. She still wanted to teach him a lesson, making Chu Fan suffer once more. Asterisk puff, puff, puff. Asterisk. Now, even if he tried to scream, the wind would blow into his mouth, preventing him from saying anything coherent. Asterisk grunt, grunt, grunt. Puff, puff, puff. Asterisk. Lu Hein didn't bother with him and turned to wink at her savior. "Thank you so much for today. I'll see you later." Yuan Tran chuckled at how adorable she was. This girl truly had a style reminiscent of his own younger days. At a certain luxurious villa under the romantic night sky, a woman was feeling immense pity for Chu Fan, from losing the provincial vice-chairman seat to a female student daring to bully Xiao Fan. "Mr. Chu, you cannot tolerate this any longer." Chief Secretary Chu Kai-hor was deep in thought. Everyone at school knows his family background. Or would dare lay a hand on him? Just as the vice-chairman seat was lost, Xiao Fan met with disaster. Could it be revenge from that mysterious person? He didn't even bother with his son, who was in pain, and decisively turned his back. "Call an ambulance. Take Xiao Fan to the hospital immediately." His cold attitude made Chu Fan feel slighted. "Father." While DP comforted him, "Don't be afraid. Your father and I will definitely get justice for you." A murder sore emanated from her. "That girl. I won't let her live a peaceful life in the capital." After saying that, she immediately took action. "Hello, Judge Trine. This is DP. I have a favor to ask. It's like this." The next morning, warm sunlight spread to every corner. Min Kai smiled brightly and introduced someone to Yuan Tran. "This is my personal designer. He will provide you with the most professional design support." He didn't forget to give her a flirtatious look, his words sweeter than honey. As expected of the thoughtful Mistress Min Kai, even specially preparing a party for me. She wasn't happy at all, her blood boiling. "Isn't it because of your impulsiveness? One call and you forced me to a party. You showed up at the company before I even agreed, giving no one a chance to refuse." The conversation ended with her saying, "I'll leave the two of you to it. I'm going to change my clothes." A moment later, Min Kai appeared with a completely different look, causing Yuan Tran to freeze in place. The employee was about to tell her that Yuan was also there when a loud scream rang out as if an A-list star had been spotted. "Oh, he's so handsome." That noise successfully drew her attention. There he was, already used to being the center of attention. Yuan Tran just casually replied, "I don't think you ladies need to overreact like that." Afterward, Min Kai could not hide her astonishment and exclaimed, "I really didn't expect that you could take someone from one surprise to another." As an experienced flirt, how could he miss this opportunity? "I'm great in both the living room and the kitchen. I guarantee that once you taste my cooking, you will fall head over heels." She replied in kind, "Is that so? Then I must try it when I'm free to see if I truly fall for you." She spoke with a radiant smile that seemed to eclipse the sun. "Let's go to Banyu Line. Today I will give them something to look at." Yuan Tran's eyes were glued to Min Kai's figure. Tisk tisk, she's truly an enchantress who makes men crumble. At the luxurious Banyu Line bar, in the lavish banquet room, guests in expensive attire were busily socializing. In the corner of the room, several girls were surrounding a young master and coaxing him. "Young master too, have a drink with us." That man was Tathin Enheen, the eldest son of the two group. He declined, saying, "I have an appointment with Min Kai. I'm busy with other matters." Hearing that, So Thiem, the general manager of the wealthiest silk group in China, laughed hardly. "Parhar, those girls are worlds apart from Min Kai. It is only natural for talented men to be with beautiful women. It is understandable that young master to only his eyes for Miss Min Kai." These words made the young ladies nearby angry, while he looked visibly satisfied. "Young master, so, you flatter me too much." Suddenly, someone shouted that Min Kai had arrived. Thien Enheen immediately turned toward his beloved Min Kai. The excitement on his face gradually faded, replaced by shock that left him frozen. The crowd was equally buzzed seeing Min Kai working in hand with Yuan Tran. She bored a stranger. "Who is he?" "Parhar, this is going to be awkward for young master too." Hearing the gossip, Min Kai was a bit flustered. "Yuan Tran, what are you doing?" Instead of explaining, he just whispered, "Just keep holding my arm like this and don't let go. This is a small request I mentioned." She replied, "But doing this makes it look like there is something between us." Min Kai sighed inwardly with frustration. Everyone knew that the Nenine had feelings for her. For years, she had not rejected him outright out of respect for his family's influence in the capital, but this performance by Yuan Tran was clearly forcing her to reject him publicly. It was a real impasse. Just as she was about to pull her hand away, Yuan Tran stopped her. "Don't move. Just stay like this." This action made Min Kai's vanity soar. "That is rare indeed. Yuan Tran, what exactly are you up to? Surely it isn't just to satisfy your vanity by being seen with a beauty." Tathin Enheen stepped forward, intending to confront his rival. "Min Kai, you're here. I wonder who this friend is." She gave a standard polite smile and introduced, "My friend, Yuan Tran, the eldest young master of the Yuan family. He pondered, the Yuan family. Is that the Yuan family in Hangzhou? But Yuan Tran immediately denied it and created a new origin. No, my family is in Philadelphia, USA. Min Kai, standing next to him, had his train to keep from laughing, her face nearly contorted. Yuan Tran continued his professional acting like a movie star. Min Kai and I have known each other since she was studying in the US. In the blink of an eye, it's been years. She decided to stay silent and watch the show. Good job, Yuan Tran. Didn't expect you to lie so smoothly. I will go along and see what you're planning. Seeing that Tien believed him somewhat, he continued to ask, so that's how it is. I wonder if young Master Yuan came to the capital for travel or other matters. Even while busy holding a wine glass, Yuan Tran's mouth would not rest. The Yuan family in Philadelphia has owned 2 diamond mines in South Africa since 20 years ago. Since they haven't been exploited yet, I came to the capital to check the situation and analyze the market for a bit. He also did not forget to add a few flirtatious lines according to the script. Of course, the most important task is still being able to see Min Kai. After being apart for many years, I missed her dearly. Min Kai suddenly realized something. While the T group was very strong in the diamond jewelry field in China, outsiders rarely understood the details so thoroughly. Why did Yuan Tran know it so well? While Yuan Tran was busy demonstrating his highly professional analytical skills, the eldest young master of the family had temporarily lowered his guard, believing that we would not be capturing the Har market anytime soon. However, she had shifted into detective mode, deducing with sharp insight. Was he doing this on purpose? From the moment the party began, he had locked onto his target, getting close to the Tien, but what exactly was he plotting? Finally, the discussion was concluded with a gentle clink of glasses. Tien appeared quite satisfied, saying, I will be stationed at Vien Lap 10 to warmly welcome young Master Yuan for a visit. Yuan Tran also expressed interest in this new partner, but added, the eldest young master of the family should also pace himself. Overworking easily leads to nervous exhaustion, sleepless nights, and nightmares. No matter how much powder you apply, I can still see dark circles like mist covering your eyes. This remark left him frozen in astonishment. Truly, how could he see through that so clearly? Tien gaze swept quietly across the meaningful smile surrounding him. How annoying. For years, to prevent anyone from profiting, he had forced himself to play the part of a capable executive. He never expected to be exposed by this guy in just one sentence. He surely didn't come here just for a simple inquiry. After offering this well-meaning warning, Yuan Tran played his escape card. Since this is my first time in Poland, I still want to visit a few other places. Please excuse me for leaving first. He wore an intriguing smile as he watched the retreating figures, thinking, the Yuan family from the Philadelphia region. Bah, this looks like it's going to get interesting. By now, night had fallen, and the moon hung right above their heads. Yuan Tran sat leisurely in the car and said, tell me, Mr. Yuan, do you know that this look of yours is lethal damage to men? If there's something on your mind, just let it out to feel better. Min Kai tilted her head and blade to the side. Did you ask for my permission before taking it upon yourself to use me as a stepping stone to get close to the Tien? This makes me uncomfortable. Don't you intend to explain yourself at all? He felt no remorse, instead delivering a remark full of hidden meaning. This business of dining and whining, isn't it a mutually beneficial arrangement? Don't tell me you weren't planning to use my hand to achieve some goal of your own. Min Kai squinted, scrutinizing Yuan Tran with a look of suspicion. But I really don't understand why you keep targeting the Tien. You know full well how great his influence is in the capital, and he even has a powerful military background. He replied instantly, simply because I feel unhappy whenever I see him. His hands clenched tightly, and the murderous aura radiating from Yuan Tran turned cold. It's not just him. The entire family makes me sick. That's a story from many years ago. If the opportunity arises, I will definitely uproot the family once and for all. A moment later, this car pulled to a stop by the lakeside. Min Kai looked over and continued, now can you tell me the reason? Because, before the words could leave her lips, he had already opened the car door and stepped straight out. She hardly followed, questioning him loudly as she worked. Why tell me those things? Aren't you worried that I might betray you and sell you out? Yuan Tran rested his arms on the railing, looking into the distance as he explained, there are 2 reasons. First, you are very passionate about your career, and your capabilities go beyond just managing a lamhai. Second, it is because of your mother, Madame de Huan. Hearing this, Min Kai was startled and grabbed his arm in disbelief. How do you know my mother? Could it be? Does my mother have some connection to the family? He turned to look at her, probing. Your father, Tuing Yu, must have told you that your mother passed away due to postpartum hemorrhage after giving birth, right? Once again, she was stunned. How do you know this so clearly? Wait, what does that have to do with the family? Why did you suddenly bring it up? Yuan Tran squinted, recalling the old days. She fell in love with a poor man and even bore him 2 children. Because of this, the old man of the family saw it as a disgrace to the family's honor and used the lives of the father and 2 children to force the Huan to return. For the sake of her children, she had to swallow her grief and accept, but once the Huan returned to the family, she would certainly have been the first state to receive the vast fortune. Those competing for the inheritance did not want her back, so they could only stage a few accidental incidents. Min Kai envisioned the calculating gazes that once surrounded her mother. So you mean my mother didn't die from postpartum complications, but was murdered by people from the family? She clenched her hands and looked down at the lake, her voice choking. What basis do I have to place my trust in you? Then she turned around with a sorrowful face and asked directly, what is your intention? Yuan Tran just shrugged indifferently and replied, just go back and ask your father. Everything will become clear immediately. Without bothering to argue further, she turned to walk away, but he added, join forces with me. We will go to the family and take back everything that was supposed to be yours. Min Kai did not respond, only giving a quick glance behind her. Immediately after, she climbed into the car and slammed on the gas, forcing the vehicle to speed away, leaving him standing there all alone, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. He slowly pulled his phone out of his jacket. After a few quick operations on the screen, Wang Jing dialed the sequence 001215. The person on the other end answered and shouted excitedly, nearly deafening him. Goodness, my benefactor has finally called. Have you thought through how I can repay you? Don't be formal. I am willing to offer you the entire assets of Wang Group in Philadelphia. Holding the phone, Wang Jing calmly made a proposal. I know you just acquired 2 diamond mines in South Africa but haven't started mining yet. I want you to use Wang Group's power to aggressively enter the Huixier market to crush the Su Group brand. The other side generously agreed. Of course, no problem. You will definitely see results in 2 months. Lowering his voice, he added a gentle suggestion regarding the deployment in Huixier. I can recommend a very suitable candidate to you. Her name is Zhang Minky. Time passed quietly through the gaps of the night as the silver moonlight shone on each building falling into slumber. The next morning, Wang Jing and Ming Hao strolled leisurely through the bustling streets. Working beside him, Ming Hao started babbling questions. Has Zhang Minky finally agreed to cooperate with you? Deng Xiaozi still has no idea. Without showing any emotion, Wang Jing only smirked. No one understands a daughter better than her father. Deng Xiaozi knows he can't hide things from Zhang Minky, nor can he stop her from seeking revenge, so handing over all his long-accumulated savings was the best option. As he worked, he nodded approvingly. It seems this old man Deng Xiaozi is also someone who knows how to adapt to the times. Just then, Kun Nin quickly brushed past behind them, her face expressing utter disgust. As if sensing murderous intent, Ming Hao glanced slightly and warned, Captain, there are 3 targets 5 meters to the left, 2 more ahead on the right, 1 behind on the left, not to mention 2 more waiting in ambush in the right corner. The one who just passed is the knight. Wang Jing smiled. After all these years, your sense of smell is as keen as ever. He glanced briefly behind him and added, however, there is still 1 more person behind. He cheered excitedly, Captain, you're still as formidable as ever. Why don't we cooperate once again today? He made no further comment but feigned smoothing his hair to signal. 200 meters ahead, behind that wall, there is a sniper waiting to ambush. Ming Hao excitedly patted his shoulder and invited, with us here, those ambushers won't be able to achieve anything on this terrain. How about a contest to see who can take down more targets? Without hesitation, Wang Jing slid his hand into his coat. Fine, you're on. Having finished speaking, he pulled a thick stack of bills from inside his jacket. Then he suddenly tossed it all into the air, making the money fly everywhere while shouting, action now. Seeing the rain of red notes falling from above, people around rushed to grab them. Money is falling. Move aside. That's my money. Bu Lang's group, each standing in a corner, was startled upon witnessing this. This is bad. Taking advantage of the chaos in the crowd, Ming Hao jumped high into the air. He performed a skillful somersault and flicked his fingers to launch hidden weapons forward. Bu Lang thought his opponent was just bluffing and didn't bother to dodge, so he unluckily took a direct hit to the heart. Ming Hao's attacks were unpredictable, striking high and sweeping low, leaving the remaining target with no time to react. Even when hiding in a blind spot, they could not escape the range of damage. This situation made Kun Nin certain that she had lost. She hurriedly contacted her accomplices. Mission completely failed. Retreat quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, she was injected with a sedative in the back of her neck, making her jerk around and shuck. After settling everything neatly, Wang Jing turned to instruct, I'll leave the rest to you. Let your bodyguards clean up the scene. I'm going to catch that sniper. Remember to keep a few witnesses. Ming Hao immediately took the order. Yes, sir. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from that spot, moving quickly to the rooftop of the high-rise building, where the target was hiding. Bu Lang still hadn't recognized the imminent danger, focused on ordering his subordinates to evacuate quickly. At that moment, Yuan Tran gave a friendly reminder from behind. I'm afraid none of your accomplices are left alive. Encountering the stranger who suddenly appeared, he was terrified. He was clearly hundreds of meters away on the main street just moments ago, so how could he be standing right here in the blink of an eye? Then he reassured himself, forget it. Now is not the time to sit and analyze these bizarre occurrences. While lunging forward to attack, Bu Lang thought to himself, the one who strikes first always holds the advantage. However, his punch was neutralized by Yuan Tran as easily as child's play. Despite this, he wasn't resentful at all. On the contrary, he felt extremely excited. This person was indeed no ordinary opponent. He became fully energized. His true strength would be revealed in time, as his actual ultimate move was saved for the finale. While pulling out a secret weapon, he screamed aggressively, just go and die. Seeing his opponent's persistence, Yuan Tran only slightly opened his mouth and sighed, oh. Then he blew a strong breath, causing Bu Lang to freeze in disbelief. What is this strange smell? What's happening to my senses? But sure if it was due to the opponent's breath or something supernatural, he unconsciously sank deep into a dense darkness. Only after a long while did he heavily struggle to open his weary eyes. On the other side, Thai that could not contain her anger. Yet another assassin. When on earth will this kind of assassination finally end? Seeing Bu Lang had just woken up, she immediately stepped forward to interrogate him. Speak up, who sent you here? But in response, there was only an indifferent turn of the head, leaving Thai speechless with rage. You! Exclamation. Having no other choice, she left silently, not forgetting to instruct the bodyguard, I'm leaving this interrogation to you. As long as you don't let him die, you can torture him however you want. The door was closed with a forceful impact. Now that only 2 people remained in the silent room, Bu Lang countered without fear. Looking at your fighting style, you must be from the special forces. Aren't you also in the same boat as that gang of ruffians under Lai Manhwa? He even put on an arrogant display, even in the Golden Triangle. I am a man of status. But those boastful words only made Yuan Tran laugh. If the Lang NHA special forces that heard that, they would laugh their teeth out. Unexpectedly, the opponent was so easily baited that he exposed himself after just a few provocative words. How did you know I belong to Lang NHA? Having confirmed the subject, he didn't hesitate to explain. The presence of Lang NHA special forces in Huixier is a national secret unknown to civilians, but I'm different. Referring back to his move from earlier, I created this technique myself and once taught the Lang NHA members, so how could I not know it inside out? That information immediately turned Vu Lang into a clown. He asked in shock, are you from the Long Lan organization? Seeing his opponent growing more panicked, Yuan Tran calmly added, not only me, but Lai Minhao as well, so for you people to target him was truly asking for defeat. Each word was like a knife to the heart, making Vu Lang lower his head in dejection. The gap between Lang Nha and Lan Lang cannot be measured by normal ranks. Since I fell into your hands, I am completely convinced. Do as you will with me. On the contrary, you leisurely made an offer. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will let you go. Curiosity made Vu Lang look up in confusion. Then he shook his head in refusal. You don't need to be a special forces soldier to know how strict our security rules are. If forced to confess, I would rather choose self-hypnosis to shut down my brain. That attitude was very satisfying to Vu Tran, though the tactic was quite immature. Not bad, but you don't understand. As a member of Lun Lan, I have hundreds of ways to stop your self-hypnosis, believe it. That gaze made Vu Lang extremely bewildered. What are you planning to do? At this point, there was no need for secrets. Vu Tran pulled out a long needle and coldly stated his price. I need you to help me handle one task every 3 months. Touching upon this topic, Vu Tran looked contemplative, as he had not even come up with a specific plan himself. That attitude caused Vu Lang's heart to waver, wondering if there was any chance for him to refuse. His expression was extremely stern, however, as if reading his innermost thoughts. Vu Tran jabbed a small needle into the man's body while growling. You have no right to say no. Those words caused Vu Lang to lose his composure and shout, you might as well just kill me. Calmly admiring the needle in his hand, he explained, this is a rare ancient poison called 100-day burial. Exactly 100 days after being poisoned, your bones will shatter piece by piece. With his keen intuition, Vu Lang quickly realized the problem. You mean I have to find you for the antidote every 3 months? If the mission fails, won't I lose my life? Vu Tran stepped forward, tied him, and declared bluntly, what is the use of a useless chess piece? I have already made my intentions clear. You have no right to choose. After setting him free, he immediately outlined a detailed strategy. I have calculated everything. First, return and consolidate your armed forces. Quality is better than quantity. Within 3 months, expand to 300 men in the Golden Triangle. That is already a formidable force. His tone softened as if offering comfort. As for funding, you must handle it yourself. If I am satisfied in 3 months, I will provide more men and resources. Vu Lang immediately nodded in agreement. It's a deal. Having just reached an agreement, a murderous glint flashed in Vu Tran's eyes as he calmly warned, I will let this matter with Than Karn my slide this time, but there must absolutely not be a second time. The statement left Vu Lang extremely shaken. How do you know about my uncle? He smirked maliciously and replied, I told you I have my ways. Never mind. If you repeat this, I will eliminate Than Karn Mai. Having you rightfully inherit the Lun Mai Corporation wouldn't be a bad thing, would it? He was so stunned he was left speechless. But Vu Tran, with his sharp eyes, had already seen through him. You cannot hide anything from me. He nonchalantly continued, I clearly see the greed, pressure, and ambition in your eyes, and those are exactly the things I need right now. Having been seen through, Vu Lang had no choice but to submit. I will do whatever you say. This attitude pleased Vu Tran greatly. Very good. I look forward to good news from you. The next day arrived. Dai Dai's voice echoed throughout the room. What? You let him go just like that? Conversely, Vu Tran appeared very calm. Didn't someone give me full authority to handle it? Counter question made her stutter. When did I ever say that? She quickly regained her composure, sat down in a chair, and continued asking, never mind, handle it however you want. Now tell me, have you uncovered anything? Vu Tran answered immediately. It was Than Karn Mai of the Milan Corporation. This information shocked Dai Dai so much she couldn't hide the expression on her face. What? The tycoon Than Karn Mai of the Milan Corporation wants to kill me. Pan Tindar appeared from nowhere to tease. The Milan Corporation. Why would he kidnap Dai Dai? That old man's taste is truly strange. Faced with those words, she clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Pan Tindar. With just one punch, Tindar was sent flying. Dai Dai yelled in annoyance. Get out of my sight immediately. When the other person left, her face showed clear anxiety. The Thuan Quan family is set to take over every industry of the Milan Corporation this year. Naturally, Than Karn Mai is displeased and wants to kidnap me to threaten my father. She showed clear resentment but vowed with extreme determination, daring to use such despicable tactics. Than Karn Mai, I will definitely make you lose everything in the business world. This scene made Vu Tran secretly admire her, truly the daughter of the Thuan Quan family. She may look like a pampered lady, but her business acumen really shouldn't be underestimated. He asked curiously, have you planned what to do yet? Dai Dai rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought, and laid out a plan. Now there is no other choice. Tomorrow night, there happens to be a big party where many prominent figures on the China wealth rankings will be present, as well as many young masters and socialites. At that time, I will make him suffer a humiliating defeat. Tindar, being a party-goer, excitedly cheered, that's great. I want to go with you too. Oh, we should also call Than Fai. But he was met with rejection. Than Fai is to stay home tomorrow night to revise her design blueprints. Vu Tran and I going is enough. You don't need to follow. The other person hardly begged. No way. There will be so many handsome men at that party. I must go. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Dai Dai, she turned to pout and clutched Vu Tran's arm. Brother Vu Tran, you are the nicest to me. Dai Dai won't let me go. Can you let me tag along? Her gaze made him so embarrassed that his face flushed red as he hesitantly replied, well. His heart began to waver a little. I'm just a lowly bodyguard. How would I dare make the decision? Besides, I've already agreed, so why are you still acting cute? Having no other choice, Dai Dai sighed and gave in. Alright, I'll take you along, okay? But don't embarrass me tomorrow night. The plan was a complete success, and Tindar excitedly cheered. Dai Dai finally agreed. So where on earth are we attending the banquet tomorrow night? Dai Dai pondered for a moment and replied, I will hold this high-class banquet at the Thien Kun International Hotel. Otherwise, no other place is prestigious enough to host such a luxurious event. Hearing that name mentioned, he couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, Thien Kun International Hotel? Right at the Thien Kun International Hotel. A crowd of wealthy young men gathered, whispering excitedly, why is Shangyu and Lai Dai appearing here? Aren't banquets like this always hosted by the Shangyu family? Or is that family about to go through some major changes? By the way, who is that guy working next to her? Do you know him? He doesn't ring a bell at all. On the other side, Thai was politely chatting with Kang Ny. Thank you, Uncle Thine. I will pass your message along to my father. He also warmly praised her. I didn't expect Thai to have become such a generous young woman. I wonder who this young man next to you is. Seeing that the other man was paying attention to him, Wang Zheng reached out his hand to greet him. I'm Wang Zheng, just returned from the US. Hello, senior. Kang Ny didn't even bother to return the gesture, only nodding coldly. Thai suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Uncle Than, Jiren International is about to merge with the baiting industry. I hope you prepare yourself well, so you won't suffer when you are beaten black and blue by Jiren. That subtle reminder only made him smirk sinisterly. Keep in mind that Malin has always been the leading dragon of the baiting industry. It is not that easy for outsiders to shake it. Young people shouldn't torque so big, or they might suffer for it one day. She was so angry that she froze for a beat. Bye. Wang Jing quickly placed his hand on her shoulder as if to hold her back. He countered without any hesitation. General Manager Then, it is fine for young people to suffer. Perhaps it is an opportunity to correct their mistakes. On the other hand, bold people like you have minds full of twisted schemes. As if a sore spot had been touched, Kang Ny barked. What do you mean by that? Wang Jing maintained a calm yet playful attitude. Nothing. I just wanted to remind General Manager Then to behave yourself. Otherwise the bruise on your hand will become increasingly severe. This information made him instinctively look down at his hand in absolute confusion. Poison inside my body. Since when? Memories from not long ago came rushing back, and Kang Ny secretly wondered, could it be that time? Come to think of it, it was from that day on that my hand began to ache and feel uncomfortable. Wang Jing did not hesitate to threaten him directly. You've been so famous these past few years. If the video in your office is leaked online, you'll become even more of a sensation. This action left Thai standing beside him in admiration. When did he make a move on Kang Ny? Could it be that he had helped me long ago? Unable to keep his composure, Kang Ny roared. What on earth are you trying to say? As he took a wine glass from the waiter, he leisurely suggested, everything in this world has its price. Go ahead and name your price, and I will consider returning the video or the antidote to you. Having no other choice, he had to agree to negotiate. 10% of Malin Group shares. What do you think? Swirling the wine glass gently, Wang Jing remarked calmly, the 10% stake, with tens of millions in annual dividends. General Manager Then is indeed quite generous. Then, he gently squeezed Thai's wrist and declared, but I still don't think the price can compare to your old life. These words made Kang Ny anxious, and he quickly asked, then what do you want me to do? Taking advantage of the opportunity to take control, he proposed, 10% of the shares for the video, and another 10% to buy back your life. The wine glass in his hand was thrown straight onto the floor. He shouted furiously, you are threatening me. This is extortion. I will call the police. Wang Jing was not afraid at all, but rather provoked him. Then go ahead and call them. I will honestly report everything to the police, including those videos. Kang Ny looked at the whispering crowd with weariness and finally gave in. 20%. Alright, I agree with you. Having achieved his goal, he reached out to rub his chin with a smile and said, the deal is done, but I want an additional condition. The share percentage must belong to Kudung International, meaning the name on the title is Shangjuan Shishi. As if a sore spot had been struck, Kang Ny angrily grabbed Yuan Tran's collar and shouted, don't push it too far. 20% of the shares already makes you the second largest shareholder of my line, but he still maintained a calm attitude and reminded him, of course, you can refuse. Just ignore me and go find someone else to detoxify you. It's just that I've already set everything up. In 10 hours, the video will leak in some way. I'm not certain how. Hearing that, the old man's hand that was tightly gripping Yuan Tran's collar slowly loosened. Despite his obvious dissatisfaction, he could only bow his head in submission. I agree. Shishi, standing nearby, also spoke up. Uncle Than, I would also like to remind you of something. Doing business with sincerity is still best. Tomorrow evening, I will go to the Milan group with my father to complete the transfer procedures. Thank you, Uncle Than. Watching the other party trudge away, she turned to him with admiration. Thank you, Yuan Tran, for doing so much for the Shangduan family. While adjusting his collar, Yuan Tran looked around awkwardly and said, you're too polite. Chi suddenly had a doubt, but why are you so dedicated to helping me? She blushed and whispered, could it be because you like me? Yuan Tran retorted with a start, I like you. On what grounds would I like you? Chi, her face flushed as she stood close by, continued her analysis, well, because I'm both beautiful and very understanding of people's hearts. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to fight back. You understand people's hearts? If you understood them, then pigs could climb trees. His words were like salt in a wound, leaving Shishi frozen in place. Yuan Tran crossed his arms and explained casually despite the person beside him starting to get angry. You understand well, my standards for choosing a partner are very simple. She just needs to be gentle. Therefore, you are not suitable. Shishi was so bitter that she gritted her teeth and screamed his name. Viewing, at that critical moment, King Yi appeared from somewhere and ran over with an excited look. Yuan Tran, you look so cool just now, being able to win easily and give last year's top businessman, Kang Ny, a sting lesson. She held onto his arm and boasted, as your friend, I naturally won't make you lose face. I just secretly put Yuan's chili water into his wine glass. Am I awesome? Do I have some of your charisma yet? Yuan Tran was confused. Well done, truly a quick learner. On the upper floor, Bao Nan thoughtfully observed the scene below. Master Su, you saw it too. This Yuan Tran is not simple at all. We need to be on guard. Tyran held a wine glass in his hand and finally revealed the information he had. I investigated the Yuan family in Philadelphia. They indeed have a huge influence in America. He frowned with worry. It's just that the members of the Yuan family are always mysterious, rarely appearing in person, and their subsidiaries are all managed by outsiders. Dao Nan mused, meaning even young Master Su couldn't uncover Yuan Tran's true identity. Although he could really be a Yuan family member, I don't understand why he confronted you as soon as he arrived. Tai Ren gave an enigmatic smile as he looked down at the hall and suggested, "It's so cheerful out there, why don't you and I go down and see?" Dao Nan hardly advised, considering that young Master Su has already arranged someone to probe, it's best if we just remain as spectators. He signaled agreement with the idea. That works too, but immediately afterward, his face showed astonishment. It's her. Why did she suddenly appear? In the hall, the group of playboys looked at Yuan Tran surrounded by beauties with envy. Who exactly is that guy that he can be so close with the eldest daughter of the Shangjun family? The three beauties by his side. This guy is truly blessed. I want to be like him to experience the feeling of being surrounded by beauties. Right then, Pai Xing stepped out of the crowd with a scornful attitude. Oh, isn't this the eldest Miss Zhang? It's always tricks to seduce young Master Su, so why have you switched to a young boy now? Does your taste change so quickly? King Yi immediately pulled Yuan Tran's arm and whispered, "She's Mr. Sun's favorite granddaughter, Sun Haizing. She has always liked young Master Su. You should tease her and then toss her aside." He thought to himself, do I look that much like a rogue? Recognizing the other's hostility, Min Kai still calmly explained, Miss Sun, Yuan Tran and I are only friends. Don't overinterpret. Regarding young Master Su, I have always shown him respect and have no ulterior motives. However, Pai Xing did not cease her bitterness. Some women like to be like an old cow eating tender grass. This boy is about 21 or 22 years old. Eldest Miss Zhang really knows how to pick merchandise. Hearing those words, Yuan Tran was completely stunned. He had only taken decent care of himself. The skin that was slightly smoother and had few wrinkles, yet being described as looking like he was in his early 20s made him think this woman really needed to get her eyes checked. Despite her bad reputation, Min Kai still politely reminded, Miss Tun, in public, please watch your mouth a little. Then she did not hesitate to pour cold water on her opponent's face, saying, everyone here knows about you pursuing young Master Tu, and it is no surprise that he is cold toward you. I really don't know how low your intelligence is to come here and humiliate yourself like this. She then delivered another sharp reminder that made the other person unable to hide her embarrassment, making it clear for everyone to see. Not stopping there, Min Kai maintained her elegant demeanor while delivering a sharp jab. Furthermore, Miss Tun, your behavior will make everyone feel that you have absolutely no upbringing. Facing this humiliation, Pai Tin finally lost all composure and shrieked, shut up. What right does an orphan who lost her mother at a young age have to teach me about manners? The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere of the party instantly fell dead silent. Only Tindar kept whispering in Yuan Tran's ear, bringing up someone's deceased mother to insult them is truly going too far. He gently raised his hand to his mouth and sitwelled, shh. No one noticed that Min Kai's face was turning grim as her entire body trembled with rage. Suddenly, a hand was placed on the petite shoulder. Feeling the familiar warmth, she turned around in surprise and gasped, Yuan Tran. Yuan Tran finally lost his patience and said sarcastically, yet, some people who have been raised by their mothers for years still behave worse than orphan children with no upbringing. He walked straight up to her and asked poignantly, Miss Tun, do you think this is your problem, or your mother's? His imposing aura made Hai Tin back away in fear. Seeing the gazes of everyone around her, she could only stammer, how dare you? She then grabbed a wine glass from a tray, making the waiter gasp and startle. Miss Tun. Pai Tin hurled the glass of wine straight forward and let out a loud scream. Yuan Tran was extremely agile as he quickly dodged out of the way. Pai Tin suddenly let go, letting the glass fall freely to the floor. Seeing the mess in front of her, she was too frightened to speak, stammering, this. I didn't mean to. Thai's evening gown was now stained with glaring wine marks. Tindar hurriedly ran over to wipe it with tissues, crying, tissues, please give me some more tissues. Seeing the culprit trying to sneak away, she pointed angrily in the direction and shouted, Fei, have you apologized yet? You've been too far this time. Yuan Tran suddenly bent down to pick up a shard of broken glass from the floor. Then, he slowly stood back up steadily. Then, with swift skill, he threw the shard away. In just an instant, the strap of Hai Tin's dress was completely severed. By the time she realized what had happened, she could only cover herself in panic and let out a sharp scream. Watching everything from upstairs, Tru Nam also mocked. After such a humiliation, Tun Hai Tin can forget about ever marrying into the Su family. Standing next to him, Thien and Heen chimed in softly. She was just daydreaming from the start anyway. Tru Nam's heart was now filled with intrigue. Not only did it crush her self-esteem, but it also completely cut off her retreat. Looking at his nonchalant expression not far away, he silently thought, this Yuan Tran is indeed a ruthless person. Tindar gently wiped the wine stain off Thai's dress and comforted her. Others didn't notice, but I saw it clearly. Just now, Yuan Tran helped you cut the straps of her dress precisely to let you vent your anger. Thai, please don't be so upset anymore. Even so, Thai still frowned tightly, extremely uncomfortable. I would never befriend a girl with such poor character. Later, I will personally take this dress to Tan Hai Tin's house and force her to wash it clean and return it to me. Witnessing the entire scene, Min Kai stepped forward with a regretful look. Everything that happened today stems from me. I am truly very sorry, Miss Thai. To make amends, I am willing to do anything you want. However, Thai gently reassured her, Sister Min Kai, today's incident was entirely due to Tan Hai Tin's lack of manners. It has nothing to do with you at all. Thai replied straightforwardly, since you called me sister, it shows that you like me and want to be friends with me, so please stop blaming yourself. These sincere words made Min Kai's eyes widen in surprise. Afterwards, she quietly turned around and smiled affectionately at Yuan Tran. Thank you for today, but why did you intentionally dodge to the side, letting wine be splashed on Yuan Quan Thai? The answered straight away without any hesitation, I didn't intentionally dodge it. If I hadn't moved, wouldn't the glass of wine have splashed directly onto my face? Faced with that harsh truth, Min Kai could not help but show admiration mixed with astonishment. The fact that you pulled me and Yuan Quan Thai into the same side must have been arranged by you in advance. You are truly a ruthless and calculating person. Being used by you like this, I don't know whether to thank you or. Seeing her hesitate, Yuan Tran interrupted with an enigmatic smile, you should still thank me. He then cautiously reminded Min Kai, you should understand that I have helped you establish this relationship with Yuan Quan Thai. As for how to maintain it, that is entirely up to you. Just then, the Nin worked over from a distance and asked, Minkai, were you okay just now? Seeing who had arrived, she replied with a very polite attitude, I'm fine. Luckily I had Yuan Tran's help. Seeing this, the Nin acted like a gentleman and reassured her, it's good that you're okay. Tun Hai Tin has always spoken like that. Don't take it to heart. I will handle everything properly. But that heroic image was immediately challenged by Yuan Tran. Then why didn't you handle it just now? The Nin was suddenly startled. What did you say? He did not hesitate to continue mocking. I'm talking about when Tun Hai Tin was causing trouble earlier. Why didn't you step in to resolve it? Why were you hiding in a corner watching the spectacle? Is this how you show that you care about Minkai? Having been called out on his true colors, the Nin could not help but be stunned. While the atmosphere was becoming extremely tense, Non Non suddenly appeared and asked, Yuan Tran, why are you with my brother? Both men immediately turned to look at her, their eyes full of surprise. Seeing Yuan Tran's blank expression, Non Non waved her hand and proactively reintroduced herself. Don't you remember? I'm to Non Non. He looked thoughtfully at the girl in front of him. In his mind, memories were winding to the first day they met. I am to Non Non, a second-year student at the capital medical university. Thinking of this, Yuan Tran exclaimed happily, to Non Non, the girl on the train. She gently walked over and grabbed the Nin's arm. Afterward, she happily introduced him. Brother, this is Yuan Tran, whom I met on the train from Tinangai City to the capital. I mentioned him before. Do you remember? The Nin gave an enigmatic smile and replied softly, yes. In his heart, the Nin could not help but feel suspicious. How could a direct descendant of the Yuan family in Philadelphia dress so sloppily and take a train from Tinangai City to the capital? Non Non walked up and took Yuan Tran's hand, suggesting with a smile, that's right, Yuan Tran. I haven't thanked you properly for what happened before. Now that it's so hard to meet again, let me treat you to a meal. Seeing his sister's excitement, the Nin had no choice but to go along with it. Lap Tam Mana, Charlie, you know the way, young master of Yuan. You did a favor for Non Non, so we should thank you properly. Facing those invitations, Yuan Tran did not hesitate at all and bluntly refused. Sorry, I've been quite busy lately. Let's make an appointment for another time. Goodbye. Without a hint of regret, he turned on his heel and left. That scene caused the other wealthy young masters to whisper incessantly. Oh my god, young Master Thien actually invited him to Lap Tam Manor. It's Lap Tam Manor, you know. The Thien family has never allowed outsiders to set foot in Lap Tam Manor. Yuan Tran must be scared stupid. Normal people like us would have agreed immediately. No one knew that in Yuan Tran's heart, calculations were churning endlessly. To Thien Nin, Lap Tam Manor sooner or later I will go there, but not now. There will be a day when I must level Lap Tam Manor to the ground. Returning to the parking lot, Yuan Tran sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought. Lap Tam Manor, how many years have passed? Why can't I stay calm whenever I hear those 4 words? If I continue like this, how can I avenge my brothers? Right then and there, he himself confidently declared that the men built by the elders of the Ta family was clearly meant to seize the dragon scale, and that we absolutely must not let them get their way. In that critical moment, hanging by a thread, that comrade showed no fear, earnestly advising, Captain, don't worry about me, just escape from here quickly. Amidst the ruins, he painfully questioned himself, why could they heartlessly sell out the country for petty gains, and why was the dragon scale endangered by their own compatriots? Suddenly, the panicked voice cried out, Chen. Yuan Chen, Thai's voice brought him back to reality. Seeing him staring without reacting, she asked, how much longer do I have to call before you hear me? What are you daydreaming about? He embarrassedly denied, nothing, let's go back to the Thien Bin Sun Villa now. Sitting in the back seat, Tindar suddenly suggested, how about we go to a bar? I've really never had the chance to go to one before. Thai showed clear worry and quickly tried to stop her. Tudar, look how unstable he is right now. How could he be in the mood to go to a bar? However, Yuan Chan was still extremely enthusiastic as he drove there, saying, it's fine, let's just go to a bar to unwind a bit. The car quickly rolled out of the parking lot. Night gradually fell, enveloping everything. At the Bat Deem Entertainment Center, the booming music was incredibly lively. Tindar looked around and thought to herself, Bat Deem Entertainment, this name sounds very familiar. Thai, sitting next to her, quickly reminded her, you have a short memory. It was opened by that guy who clashed with me at Tun Tu Duck last time. Old memories suddenly came flooding back, making her exclaim in surprise, I remember what that was about. Suddenly, 2 waiters carrying 2 huge bouquets of flowers appeared in front of them, politely introducing, hello beautiful ladies, this is a special gift sent by our young master. The cheesy way of flirting made Thai relentlessly mock them, giving 2 huge bouquets of flowers on the very first meeting. Your young master's taste is quite something, isn't it? However, before the waiters could even react, they froze when they saw Yuan Chen snatch the bouquets. He coldly and decisively tossed them aside and said, by the way, thank you young master on my behalf. This action immediately caught the attention of the entire crowd. Standing in front of everyone, Yuan Chen declared in a cold voice, go back and tell Ku Dun Fun that if he wants to give flowers, he should crawl over here himself. As for the Shuri nonsense, he's not on my level yet. Witnessing everything from afar, Dun Fun was so furious he saw stars, gritting his teeth in rage. It set bright again. Suddenly, he grimaced and groaned from a sharp pain that pierced to his very bones. His face turned pale as he looked down at his severely injured wrist. Thinking back to the sight of the back of his hand being crushed, he yelled bitterly, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 10 years. I will definitely have my revenge. He hastily ordered his henchmen, quickly tell Lime Takeaway to bring the newly trained squad out here. It's time to bring out the assets of this entertainment center to make a show of strength. Inside the club, Takeaway and a group of fiercely armed to the teeth thugs rushed in, demanding loudly, which one of you is Yuan Chan? The fun was cut short, and everyone in the club began to panic at their appearance. One of them screamed, we're doomed. Someone has come for revenge. Run, Des. Hearing this, many patrons trampled over one another to escape the club under the close watch of the gangsters. All 3 of them had heard the loud commotion outside. Seeing that there was a large number of opponents, Tindar suggested, Byung Chen, there are so many people looking for you. Do you need me to call Old Hand to send some help? He turned back to look at the crowd and smirked. No need, I'll handle however many come. Leisurely sipping his wine, he casually stood up, stepped forward, and asked, do you still remember me saying there's a way to relieve sorrow without alcohol? Pausing for a moment, he calmly continued, and that is by using fists. At the same time, Dunfun's gang rushed forward in force. When the two sides officially faced each other, he pointed his finger and ordered his lackeys, that's him. Crush him for me. Taekwit slightly raised his hand to signal the start of the operation. The henchmen immediately gripped their weapons and rushed toward Yuan Tran one after another. With an extremely calm demeanor, he turned his head and told the two beautiful young women to stand behind him. After speaking, he swung his arm and threw the glass he was holding hard toward the front. The glass struck the face of a man charging toward him and shattered into many pieces. He collapsed to the ground with an open wound, yet his accomplices behind him did not waver at all. At this moment, Taekwit was standing behind the attacking formation, acting as the commander of the siege. After observing for a while, he silently assessed that it seemed more intriguing to face this guy. Then, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he gripped the wine bottle in his hand firmly. Yuan Tran aimed straight at that man's face and threw the wine bottle with great force. With agile reflexes, he neutralized the subject with just a high kick. On this side, Yuan Tran was no less competitive. He moved flexibly to knock out all the remaining thugs. In just a short moment, all those who blocked his way were lying flat. Now, with only him left facing Taekwit directly, he challenged him. It's your turn now. The opponent quickly approached, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Very well, he seemed very confident in his kicking skills, aiming his kick straight at Yuan Tran's face. Everyone around was surprised. Taekwit was a martial arts legend, so how could such a dangerous leg strike be blocked by Yuan Tran so easily? Even he was stunned to see his attack neutralized so simply. What is happening? Not missing a beat, he suddenly reached out and grabbed his ankle tightly. Taekwit was forced to somersault backward to maintain his defensive stance. It seemed he had read his next move. He dodged skillfully while commenting, the lines of Bajikon are quite clear. Although there is a combination with Muay Thai, it still leaves many openings. If it were me, I would never let both feet leave the ground at the same time during a fight. That is too dangerous. Yuan Tran raised both hands to block the close-range strikes from his opponent. He asked with an unsatisfied look, how did you see that? He just gave a faint smile and offered, work for me, and I will tell you. Impressed by the martial arts ability of the person in front of him, he rushed to continue the fight. Agreed, but first you have to make me submit. Yuan Tran calmly blocked a punch with one hand and continued to promise, I'm capable of helping you increase your strength threefold. He performed a maneuver to lock his opponent's arm in a single, extremely fast motion. Taekwit was now completely under his control. Do you surrender? But the man remained steadfast in his own opinion, as if to provoke his opponent. Yuan Tran threw a kick and teased, then stand up and fight some more. The man immediately jumped up after that provocation. Fine, then, he suddenly threw a lightning-fast punch aimed straight at Yuan Tran. Then he roared like a death-defying warrior, his spirit burning with a desire to fight to the very end. Yuan Tran delivered a treacherous kick to Taekwit's ribs. This game should end here. The force of the kick was so strong that the opponent was sent flying into the far wall. Taekwit clutched his stomach and struggled to stand up. He could not keep up with his moves at all. Yuan Tran glanced at Dunfun with utter contempt, asking him if today's match was satisfying enough. Dunfun trembled at that arrogant attitude. Just then, the door behind him suddenly burst open. Dunfun looked back and was astonished to see a crowd of aggressive gangsters rushing into the room. Every single one of them had a murderous look on their face, and some were even clutching weapons in their hands. Dunfun gasped in shock. The Thanhun gang, why are they here? Even all the core members are present. Leading them were Minhang, Jiren, and the Swesher. Following them was a crowd of lackeys, including Ho, Dumthan, and the old boss. They began to cause a massive ruckus all over the dance floor. By this time, Taekwit and Yuan Tran had made peace. He stepped out with his group and signaled everyone to pause. Afterwards, Taekwit asked Yuan Tran, is your promise to help me triple my strength really true? He smiled and replied, of course it's true. Just follow me and work for me. I keep my word. If you want to stay with Quan Dunfun, that's up to you. Hearing this, Taekwit frowned. My relationship with Quan Dunfun is just employee-employer. As long as I can become as strong as you, I'll dare to do anything. Yuan Tran suggested. So, what if I told you to go commit arson? Taekwit immediately understood the intention. As long as my identity isn't revealed, that wouldn't be a problem. Hearing that, Yuan Tran patted his shoulder in satisfaction. Very well, I will send you to someone who will help your martial arts advance by leaps and bounds. The next morning, at the luxurious mansion, Yuan Tran was lifting weights when he received a call from Min Kai, who frantically reported that Lu Hein had just met with misfortune. Min Kai recounted from his car. The police went to the school looking for Lu Hein. After receiving the news, I rushed over immediately, but her friend said the police had already arrested her. After listening, he calmly replied, these people must be tired of living. Just leave it to me. Lu Hein will be safe and sound. Min Kai urged, you must save her. Okay. Yuan Tran immediately called Minhang. Minhang, help me look up the home address of that Uncle Fun from the Capital Normal University. The license plate is Jing WS 546. He dropped the dumbbell onto the table and patiently waited for a response from Minhang. Just a moment later, all the information was verified and sent directly to Yuan Tran's phone. After reading the message, Yuan Tran smiled with satisfaction. He truly lives up to his reputation as an underworld boss. He finds information so quickly. Old Fang, that old eccentric, if you dare to touch my people, don't expect to live in peace. He immediately ordered Thai Thai. Pei, Tiun Kon Thai Thai, let me borrow your pantyhose for a bit. No one could understand what he was planning. Right there, in that luxurious and magnificent mansion, Deep Hu gently pushed the door open and quickly entered the room. She locked the door tightly. Then, clutching her neck, she panted, that damn girl from the Liu family. When she was taken away, she even dared to attack me with pepper spray, forcing me to go to the hospital for a stomach flush and rum and for fluids all afternoon. This time, I'll definitely make her pay. But DPU was suddenly stunned by a horrifying sight, causing her to stammer out her son's name. Someone had stripped Chu Feng naked, tied him up tightly, and hung him upside down from the ceiling. My son, how did you end up like this? DPU frantically rushed towards her son. Let mother quickly get you down. But then, she suddenly found that her limbs couldn't move anymore. After that, she fell sprawling onto the ground. She found her limbs stuck together and unable to be lifted. Her hands and feet were both immobile. What on earth is happening? It was only then that BunRv slowly revealed himself. Don't struggle anymore. This adhesive was made by my own hands. Even a car can't escape it. He used that ice suck to cover his face, making DPU cry out in terror. Who exactly are you? BunRv knelt down on one knee, then took out a roll of adhesive tape and said contemptuously, don't worry, although I like mature women, I'm not interested in those past the prime. The adhesive tape sealed her mouth, making DPU extremely frightened. Next, he turned to look at Chu Feng, who was suspended in the air, a line whip already hidden behind his back. Today, I've come to collect an old debt. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the whip and lashed him extremely hard, making the victim groan in pain. After warming up, he then began to speak from his heart. You will never understand how desperate people feel when you use power to ruin their lives. BunRv continued by delivering a lightning-fast lash to Chu Feng's face, breaking 2 of his teeth. But fortunately, you ran into me. Holding the whip firmly with both hands, he threatened in a low voice, now you have the chance to experience this despair. Actually, I don't want to abuse anyone. I just want you to understand. While lashing Chu Feng once as a warning, he loudly expounded on morality. If you commit evil deeds, you should realize your mistakes, or you will face retribution. Seeing DPU stare blankly as her precious son was getting beaten, then sob uncontrollably, BunRv sarcastically gloated. Oh, so you feel pain when your son is beaten, but what about when he harmed other people's daughters? He mercilessly whipped him to a pulp. If I hadn't intervened, the victims you harmed would never have recovered. Today, I will teach your son a lesson he'll never forget. Finally, he let Chu Feng drop with a thud onto the floor, like a pig about to enter the slaughterhouse. Then he slowly advanced towards DPU again. Then he spoke in a loud voice, demanding of her, this is just the beginning. Go tell your husband that he either retires or prepares for financial ruin if I uncover any more of his crimes. Having finished everything, BunRv immediately turned and left. I wouldn't mind expending a little effort to finish him off sooner. A while later, at a certain mansion, there was an online article clearly displayed on the computer screen. It turned out that Manhwa was intently following the news. She suddenly wondered, even though you went to the Chu family's house that day, why didn't you directly demand Lu Hai's release? Moreover, you told me to instigate those students to protest. Given your standing, you shouldn't need such a tactic. Hearing that, BunRv calmly explained, with that warning blow and the added pressure from public opinion, Lu Hai will certainly be safe, and who knows, perhaps we can even uncover Tan Kai-hoer's illicit schemes. He took a sip of water and, trusting her abilities, said, you might even be able to see through the person behind Tan Kai-hoer. This made Manhwa extremely curious. Why are you so interested in this? Wang Jing gently placed the cup of water on the table. It seemed he already had his own plan in mind. Although it involved her, now was not the right time to share it. With that, he casually left her office, leaving Manhwa staring blankly at his retreating figure. Meanwhile, in another luxurious mansion, Tai Hua flew into a rage and slammed his laptop onto the table, terrifying his assistant beside him so much that he started stammering. He mustered up the courage to ask softly whether they should hold Capital University accountable. To his surprise, the question only added fuel to the fire. And he roared, hold them accountable for what? Why make such a foolish suggestion right now? The assistant turned pale and could only mumble in response, but, he grumbled under his breath while dialing a number. What a bunch of useless fools. As soon as the call went through, he immediately changed his tone to a warm one. Hello, old leader, it's Kai Hua. It's been a long time since I last checked on you. Unexpectedly, the other party already knew everything. Cut the act. I know exactly what's going on. If I step in to protect you this time, it would be equivalent to publicly revealing my faction. In a panic, he pleaded, please, old leader, save me just this once more. The old leader said coldly, I can help you one last time, but you must behave yourself in the future. At Wang Jin's temporary residence, Tingyi rushed in hurriedly, thrusting her phone screen in front of everyone. Oh my god, everything is gone. Tishi frowned, annoyed by her frantic behavior, and asked what was going on to cause such a fuss. She blurted out like a machine gun. All those negative news stories about him were still all over the internet these past few days, so why have they suddenly disappeared without a trace now? Manhwa found it interesting and chimed in, to control the entire Huaxir media in the blink of an eye like that, there probably aren't many people who can pull it off. Wang Zheng only pondered silently and then repeated those words, making Shishi suddenly realize, could you be implying that person? He maintained a playful look toward the beauty. I didn't say anything. You're just overthinking it yourself. He silently calculated his next move on how to use this chess piece, Sun Kai Hua, to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. At a certain police station, Wang Jin was waiting nearby next to a luxury car. Liu Xuan worked out with a haggard and exhausted look. As soon as she saw the familiar face, her eyes began to well with tears. Then she burst into tears, with tears streaming down her face. Wang Jing just stood there, quietly watching. She asked, isn't Sister King Fei coming? He replied, she's busy with work. Today, it's just me here to pick you up. Liu Xuan quickly wiped away her tears and smiled. Wang Jin, thank you so much this time. He seemed to understand her sincerity, so he teased, how do you plan to thank me? Just don't use her pain with your buddy trick, because I won't accept it. She crossly scolded him for not being serious at all. I'm thanking you sincerely. Alright, let's go. To celebrate your safe return, I'll treat you to a meal. The two of them continued their conversation while in the car, and Wang Jing calmly responded to the plan for dealing with Chu Feng, saying that only a severe beating would make him stop causing trouble. While driving, Liu Xuan was still puzzled about him beating people. She thought that guy didn't look like much but was still obsessed with women, and if he didn't teach him a lesson, he would feel uneasy. He pulled the car over to the curb and entered a roadside diner with Liu Xuan to have a meal. During the meal, Liu Xuan was still shocked by the brutal form of punishment Wang Jing had inflicted. She felt he was truly excessively cruel. However, he remained indifferent, even a bit proud, claiming that he wasn't being cruel at all. Liu Xuan looked at him suspiciously, saying that he had beaten the man until he was bedridden and even poured chili water over him, so how could he possibly sleep peacefully? Was he supposed to sleep standing up? Wang Jing calmly replied that he couldn't stand up either because he had also beaten the soles of his feet until they were swollen. Hearing this, she couldn't help but burst into laughter with amusement. At that very moment, he unexpectedly received an urgent call from Thai Thai. Thai Thai hurriedly announced that her father had suddenly fallen ill and urged him to return immediately. Upon receiving the order, he stood up right away, told her to head home on her own while he took care of business, and said to call him if she needed anything. A short while later, he drove straight to the Shangjuan family mansion complex. Beside Wang Jin's four-seater car was a convertible, and he executed a skillful maneuver to overtake it. It turned out that the person behind the wheel was Tin Lang, who was furious at his display of skill driving and cursed at whoever it was for having such a death wish. Glancing at Tin Lang, he silently thought that the second young master of the Shangjuan family had only appeared now because he was aiming for the family's massive fortune. The atmosphere inside the Shangjuan mansion was currently very lively due to the presence of a large crowd. As soon as she caught sight of Wang Jing working in, Dan Wu clearly showed her annoyance. She asked who he was, but he didn't care in the slightest and walked past her calmly as if nothing were wrong. Completely ignored, she shouted angrily that outsiders had no business interfering in Shangjuan family matters, and if he knew what was good for him, he should get lost. Only then did he turn back to look at Diane Wu and slowly state that he was a young lady's bodyguard. The other members of the Shangjuan family didn't seem to respect him at all. They burst out laughing as if they had seen something ridiculous. Diane Wu's contempt for him grew even stronger, and she ordered a lowly bodyguard like him to get out of there immediately. Fortunately, Thai Thai appeared just in time to rescue him when she saw his presence was unwelcome, shouting that since Wang Jing had arrived, he should come up and help her. Witnessing this, Tin Lang joined in with his siblings to cause trouble, shouting at him to stop and mocking Thai Thai, saying that bringing a bodyguard here wouldn't help cure the third uncle. Diane Wu crossed her arms, frowned uncomfortably at Thai Thai, and advised her not to let outsiders take advantage of the current chaotic situation to fish in troubled waters. The Shangjuan family's wealth, accumulated over many years, could not fall into the hands of a villain. Hearing those harsh words, Thai Thai immediately retorted that her father was only ill and this was not the time to discuss family assets. Was she hoping for her father to pass away soon so that Wang Jing would have to leave? Jialin was lying motionless on the bed in the private room. With an anxious face, Thai Thai turned to ask Wang Jing what the situation was, explaining that the best Western medical experts had come to take blood samples and perform tests but couldn't find the cause, so she had sent them all away. He gripped the man's hand to take his pulse and focused on sensing it. His pulse and heartbeat were completely normal, yet his eyes remained shut as if he had no feeling, which was truly extremely strange. Just then, Jialin entered the room and acted contemptuously toward Wang Jing, thinking that someone so young couldn't be of any use. He challenged him, saying that if he correctly diagnosed the illness, he would pay 1 billion, otherwise he would have to get out. Thai Thai turned her head to look at him. Quickly tell me the specific situation. Then he replied with a sentence that caused her face to gradually darken. It seemed her father had been poisoned. Thai Thai asked Yuan Tran in a daze. Poisoned? How could that be possible? He shook his head and spoke in a steady voice. I'm not sure either. I've never seen this condition before, but it's certainly not a common illness. I frequently handle various toxins. I can't determine the specific type yet, but there's an 80% chance your father was poisoned. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Jialin immediately questioned him irritably. On what basis do you make such an assumption? He replied briefly and took an acupuncture needle out of the box. Just intuition. Then, he used the needle to tap an acupoint on the back of her father's hand. Mr. Jialin still didn't believe in his ability at all. HMPH, what use is intuition? Thai Thai, you are truly irresponsible toward your father. Where did you find such a fake doctor to treat him? Do you want him to pass away sooner? Thai Thai repeatedly shook her head, clearly defiant. Second uncle, how can you still be mocking at a time like this? You are the one who wants something to happen to my father. As long as my father is alive, don't even dream of the head of household position. The intense argument between uncle and niece was suddenly interrupted by Mr. Dear T, the two of you arguing loudly like this, what decent person does that? He brought a very important announcement. All shareholders of Kudun Group would gather tomorrow at noon to elect a temporary overseer while Mr. Dear Chin was ill. Thai Thai would represent her father. It turned out that behind everything was just a power struggle among members of the Thuan Kwan family, and now she realized it clearly. Eldest uncle, what do you mean? My father is currently bedridden with an uncertain fate, yet you are already hurrying to discuss dividing the family assets. If Grandpa knew about this, he would surely be heartbroken. She thought those words would soften him, but he didn't care at all, even turning to reproach her. Insolent. Is this the way you speak to your elders? No respect. Furthermore, Dear Chin's situation shouldn't be told to your grandfather. He's old and cannot withstand such torment. After that, each remaining member of the Thuan Kwan family left one by one. At that moment, only Thai Thai and Yuan Tran remained in the room. She burst into sobs out of helplessness, but he calmly reassured her, don't worry, I'm here. Give me some time, and I will definitely cure your father. Sometime later, in the city, inside a convention center building, Ms. Lian was trying hard to convince Thai Thai to withdraw from the Thuan Kwan family's upcoming general election. I'm telling you, Thai Thai, no matter how the vote goes, your eldest uncle will still hold the advantage. Why are you still struggling here? At your age, it's better to go date and find a man to rely on. Mr. Jialin casually enjoyed a cigar while adding fuel to the fire, harshly criticizing his niece. I thought she was our hope to take over as head of the household, but I didn't expect her to have such dark greed at such a young age. At this rate, how can we do business? But she did not easily back down. I cannot give up. My father entrusted me with everything. I must handle it well on his behalf and wait for the day he wakes up. Mr. Lam showed no trust. Whether he wakes up or not is uncertain. Stop wasting time here. Go cast your vote quickly. I have a golf appointment. Just then, Yun, who had just arrived at the conference, felt that everything was quite tedious. Then, he forcefully pushed the door open and walked in. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes immediately found Thai. She smiled slightly, but her eyes were brimming with tears. Yun's appearance angered Mr. Lam. Where did this dog come from? Get out of here right now. But he remained calm and unfazed. I am not a wealthy young master, nor am I a son-in-law of the Thuan family. I am simply Miss Thuan Thai's bodyguard. The bodyguard cannot let his employer suffer injustice. I don't want to get involved in the business world. Therefore, if she sheds a tear, I will cripple your hands. Despite those words, Mr. Lam still wouldn't listen, screaming madly, Security! Security! Get this guy out of here for me. Yun said nothing, suddenly pulling out his dagger and plunging it firmly into the table. He maintained a stern attitude and declared in no uncertain terms that left everyone stunned. Don't even think about questioning the accuracy of what I have said. A few minutes passed. Thai stood up abruptly, her voice steady. Let everything proceed as planned. While my father is seriously ill, I will personally oversee all operations of the Kudun Corporation. I hope you will all provide your full support. If there are no further comments, today's meeting is concluded. Lam could only choke back his words, filled with resentment. He and his associates filed out of the meeting room one by one under Thai's watchful gaze. Immediately afterward, she flashed a bright smile and turned to ask Yun, was I being too harsh on them? After all, they are my elders. He replied with a tone questioning that group's selfishness. Even if you were lenient, they wouldn't treat you well anyway. The business world is far more ruthless than the battlefield. I would rather face enemies on the front lines than have to deal with the backstabbing in an office environment. Upon hearing this, Thai retorted, I think your mind is more devious than anyone else's. You have helped me with so much, yet I still find myself getting angry and annoyed with you. He still didn't forget to tease her. Don't worry, I don't have the time to hold a grudge against a young lady who is currently having her period. Hearing that, she flayed up, consider your days numbered. Thai sat deep in thought about the schemes of her relatives who were eyeing control of Kudun, plus the unpredictable associates. It was truly a daunting problem. She looked at Yun and confided, my grandfather has long since retired, and my father fell ill at this sensitive time. Yun, I really need your help. He pondered the family's legacy. Thuan and Shin had spent 30 years building Kudun, only to unexpectedly retire after handing the position to his third son. Time had proven his vision to be spot on as the corporation had grown tremendously over the last 20 years. This burden resting on Thai's shoulders was indeed too heavy. Realizing that things were becoming increasingly complicated, he put a hand to his head. Between Thai being poisoned and now your father falling ill, disaster has been striking too frequently lately. I need to find evidence. Stay at Kudun for now. I will send Thuan to escort you while I get some rest. Sensing his intentions, Thai secretly guessed that there might be a secret agreement between Yun and her father, and that he needed time to investigate everything. She replied gratefully, all right, thank you very much. Yun stood up abruptly and strolled out. However, Thai hurriedly called out to him, Yun, forcing him to look back. Puzzled Pa, she shyly expressed, in the future, if you need support from the Thuan family, I will certainly use all of Kudun's resources to assist you. Moreover, I believe you will definitely be able to cure my father's illness. Hearing this, he held up 3 fingers confidently. I'm not used to you being this serious, Miss Thuan. And for the third point, I'm certain I will cure your irregular periods for good. Thai crossed her arms. Same old tricks. How boring. Sometime later, at the airport, Katie and Dun had arrived in Huahar, accompanied by the 2 assistants, David and Mark. The young man looked at them with contempt, noticing they were not part of the K.E.A.N. lineup at Wool Rivers. Who are they trying to fool by acting like international hackers here? Yet, one slight glare from Dun was enough to terrify the guy out of his wits. Seeing this, Katie had to remind him, don't show off too much. You've scared the kids. He looked up at the ceiling as if reminiscing about his days in America. Then, he arrogantly declared, Huahar, 5. Dun finally returned. Outside the arrival gate, Katie's group brushed past Dun, who was waiting next to a sleek, black luxury car. He caught a fleeting glimpse of Dun leisurely fiddling with a cigarette in his hand. Without hesitating for a second, he rushed straight towards him and shouted, brother. Witnessing that interesting spectacle, Katie mockingly said, is this your younger brother? They truly are worlds apart. Look at the cowering and fearful appearance. He must be trembling right now. Dun was secretly overjoyed to see Dun return in good health. Brother, you have finally returned. However, he couldn't hide his look of contempt when looking at Dun. Stop acting out this fake emotional script. I know all too well that you aren't happy at all to see me return. How did you do business to let our father's estate fall into such a state, yet you still dare show your face to me? He could only scratch his head and give a forced smile. This. Brother, actually, it was my wish. Father told me to follow and learn from you to toughen up a bit. It seemed that Dun had prepared a plan long ago. He crossed his arms, looked at Dun and said, I don't think that's necessary. I have arranged a university in Europe for you, and the plane tickets are taken care of. You must depart tomorrow. Upon hearing that, he was stunned by the sudden change. Brother, how can you take such liberty? This was father's decision. Do you really dare to disobey him? Dun maintained his determined attitude. I don't think father will bother to object to my intention. Moreover, once I have decided, even the heavens cannot change it. At this point, Dun could no longer hold it in. He shouted in dissatisfaction. On what basis do you have the right to decide my life? One might think those words of resentment would sway him, but not at all. I don't need to explain anything to you. If you go abroad, you will live in comfort, but if you don't, forget about ever stepping foot into the Dun family home again. Faced with a tense situation between the 2 brothers, Katie spoke up reproachfully. How can you be so cruel to your younger brother? He looks truly pitiful. Right now, he is no different from someone who has lost his home. Upon hearing that, he replied, Katie, Don't interfere in my family's private matters. The principal only sent you here to assist me. Don't be curious about unnecessary things, especially my family affairs. Katie then had to shift the conversation to ask about future plans. When do you plan to meet our allies in Huazir? He pondered for a moment and then answered, our allies. In my view, they are nothing more than a few obstacles in the way. Duntun seemed certain about his plan, but Katie wasn't quite as convinced. You are too arrogant. Isn't there a saying in Huazir that modesty helps one progress? I'm afraid I'll never see you know the meaning of modesty in your entire life. Ignoring the sarcasm, he worked on calmly. Once we get to Huazir, you will see many great shows that you'll find very interesting. Then he gave an order. Let's go. We should drop by to greet an old friend first. The matte black car sped up and screeched to a halt in front of the Bark and Hentrine Kai nightclub. Duntun aggressively stepped out of the car and loudly declared, tonight, I have returned. Inside the bar, groups of young men and women were still enthusiastically dancing to the thumping music. They, Tatey, and two subordinates marched arrogantly straight into the main hall. Then, he coldly gave an order, a single word that tore through the noisy space. Smash. David and Mark immediately followed the master's instructions without question. The waiter standing nearby, catching a glimpse of the unusual scene, was taken aback with a hint of fear. In the blink of an eye, he was grabbed and hoisted into the A by him, unable to resist except for a piercing scream. Without saying a word, David directly threw the waiter forcefully away. He slammed straight into the liquor cabinet opposite, the sound of glass shattering loudly echoing throughout the room. The waiter lay motionless amidst a pile of glass shards and wine spilling everywhere after the horrific collision. The patrons who witnessed the scene fled in panic, their terrified screams echoing everywhere. Right at that moment, the nightclub manager, BunRv, squeezed through the chaotic crowd, his eyes narrowing to reveal clear irritation. BunRv swung his fist toward David, letting out a majestic roar, likely to boost his fighting spirit. Witnessing that scene, Katie couldn't help but praise. Oh, quite impressive. He's got real courage. BunRv threw a direct punch at David's stomach, but surprisingly, the opponent stood frozen, not moving in the slightest. David remained motionless, his cold, sharp eyes fixed on BunRv, his face completely expressionless, showing no emotion whatsoever. Immediately after, David calmly raised his hand, preparing to return the greeting punch. Quite unlike his own weak punch, BunRv was immediately sent flying several meters away without stopping, clutching the spot where he was sit. BunRv was in bone-deep pain, weakly coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. While he was still dazed and had not yet recovered his senses, a cold foot suddenly stepped directly on BunRv's face. The culprit was none other than Duntun, who stepped down harder with all his might while warning in a cold voice, pass on my words to Minhang. The underworld of this capital is not his to rule just because he wants to. A moment later, Minhang's figure slowly entered his villa, but everything inside was now in ruins and strangely messy. He quickly rushed over to BunRv, who was lying miserably sprawled on the floor. Witnessing the scene, Minhang couldn't help but ask angrily, who did this? With tears and snot streaming down his face, BunRv took all the blame. Bus, I have let you down. Hearing this, Minhang lowered his voice and declared firmly, go to the hospital quickly. This blood debt must be paid in blood. The gentle oral morning sunlight filtered through the hospital's glass windows, creating a peaceful scene. He sat right next to BunRv's hospital bed, asking in a low voice, tell me, what on earth happened? BunRv didn't dare hide a thing, immediately recounting the whole story. 3 men, 1 woman, and 2 extremely strong white guys. I got beaten to a pulp, several of my ribs are broken. Bus, that man also asked me to pass a message to you. The underworld of this capital is not his to rule just because he wants to. Minhang's face showed clear surprise upon hearing this, and he thought to himself, when did these foreign experts get here, and what is their purpose regarding me? Then he comforted him, don't worry, just focus on recovering. I promise you, I will get back what you lost tenfold. One sigh, Minhang, make a promise, it has never been unfulfilled. In another high-rise building, the story continued. Tindar excitedly held the dress in her hand, repeatedly turning to ask the person next to her, Thai, do you think this dress suits me? Also, there's a party tonight. Do you want to come along? Unable to bear the head-splitting noise, Thai turned to her assistant and said in a frustrated voice, get me a cage and lock this girl up. She's such a pain. Suddenly her phone rang, and the words from the other end didn't seem very pleasant, making her retort angrily, what? You want me to go home for a blind date? I'm Thotuk, what on earth are you thinking? Is there something wrong with your head? Your daughter is still so young, yet you're already in such a rush to marry her off. Hearing this, Pan Thotuk remained extremely calm as he ordered, come back quickly, or else I'll have your mother come there and bring you back herself. Hearing this threat, Tindar was not one to back down. My mother? You mean the tigress of the Han family? Do you think your henpecked nature is a secret? You act like a hero outside all day, so why do you become strangely submissive the moment you get home? He was so angry that he stood up abruptly from his chair. How dare you speak to your father like that? You must return home immediately before noon tomorrow. No delays allowed, or else I'll send people to drag you back. At this point, she turned to her most trusted person for help, her face panicked. What should I do? What should I do? My dad is real furious. Thai, what should I do now? She calmly turned her head and teased, what are you afraid of? What if he turns out to be your ideal husband? Who knows, maybe you two will fall for each other at first sight. Hearing this, Tindar felt extremely displeased. I don't want to. I still love to have fun, and I don't want to be married off this early at all. Thai, you have to help me think of a way. Only then did Thai turn the question back on her. You are only 20 years old, so why is your father in such a rush to marry you off? Her mind was now in a complete tangle. Exactly. From childhood till now, my dad has never let me suffer or lose out on anything. I have no idea what is actually going on this time. Suddenly, Tindar had an idea, her heart filled with hope. It's just a blind date, right? When the time comes, I'll just pretend not to get along with him, and that'll be that, right? The morning sunlight filtered through the clear air, pouring down onto the modern-style villa. Yuntran sat quietly by his book, letting out a heavy sigh of boredom. If only he could get in touch with the old man right now, it would be great, as he had no idea where the old fellow was wandering off to. He recalled the moment he stood at attention to salute that mysterious man, the one who forced him to protect Thai, and wondered if there was any connection to the incident where that man was blown to pieces. He had once sat in his chair and instructed Yuan Tran not to try to contact him, saying he would notify him whenever there was a mission. Returning to reality, Yuan Tran closed the book with a mix of confusion and anxiety. Where are you? Please don't just drop dead in front of me. Suddenly, the doorknob rattled as if someone were deliberately trying to push their way in. Tindar appeared from behind the door, calling out sweetly, "Bae, rather trying." He looked at her helplessly, cutting off her scheme. Why bother with the flattery? Being so secretive like that makes me uncomfortable. If something is on your mind, just say it directly. Tindar gave a small smile on the outside, but internally, a fierce fire was already blazing. She walked up behind Yuan Tran, placed her hands on his shoulders, and coaxed him. Rather Tran, you're tired, aren't you? Let me give you a massage to help you relax. Hearing that, Yuan Tran relented. All right then, but only for half an hour. Witnessing this performance, Thai burst out laughing. Only then did Tindar stop acting and tell the truth. Yuan Tran, I'm serious. I have something I need you to help me with. The early sun shone through the glass window frames, illuminating every dust particle dancing in the cool, lush green space. Upon hearing the request, Yuan Tran was startled and refused bluntly. What? You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? No way, I've been incredibly busy these past few days. Tindar clasped her hands before her chest, her eyes pleading. Yuan Tran, I'm out of options. My dad is forcing me to go on a blind date. I don't want to, and I certainly don't plan to get married. I just need you to play along with me tomorrow, and that's it. He glanced at Thai for help, thinking to himself, my dear wife is known for being quite the fierce lioness. If I get involved in this, it will be like walking into a trap. I'll barely make it out alive. At that moment, the girl could only shake her head in resignation. Seeing him remain silent, Tindar threatened again. If you don't go, I'll spread a rumor that I'm carrying your child. Given my mother's hot tempo, she will definitely deal with you right away. Yuan Tran helplessly nodded. Miss Han, I'll give in to you this time. But remember, if your parents pull out guns, you have to stop them. By the way, should I wear a bulletproof vest? The house with its brown and white tones, standing out under the brilliant sun, was the Han family's pride of residence. Thien Min and Baek Kwon sat formally on the sofa. They initiated the conversation. Mr. Han, today I brought men here to meet your daughter Tindar. Seeing that they are well matched, I have taken the liberty of visiting. Though Tuk sat opposite them with a bright smile, looking pleased with the potential son-in-law. Looking at Tamin, I see he has bright eyes and is very talented. If Tindar marries him, I would be completely at ease. He heard this and expressed his feelings. To be honest, I have loved her secretly for several years now, sir. It's just that I don't know if Tindar feels the same way about me. Yen Than hurried to reassure him. What would she have to say about it? Tindar has been well behaved since she was little, and besides, anyone who sees you would be smitten. It truly is a match made in heaven. Baek Kwon picked up a teacup to save her, his face radiant with joy. If we discuss the marriage plans for the children now, my father would also be overjoyed. She gave a subtle smile and thought to herself, so it was Mr. Tis dear? Then this will surely succeed. Becoming in-laws with a top political clan means life will be very bright from now on. When finished, she turned to gently scold Thoat Tuk. Why hasn't Tindar come home yet? This girl is becoming increasingly inconsiderate. Let me call and urge her. Just then, the quiet space was interrupted by loud barking. He stood up and announced, Dad is back from working his pet. Everyone be careful, this dog is quite aggressive and often bites strangers. Bao Kwok walked in proudly from the door, leading the loudly barking dog. He gently bent down, stroked the dog's head, and whispered, Don't bark anymore, we're family. Old friend, go and get some rest. Even though you're old, you're still quite temperamental. Seeing that scene, Thien Min immediately approached Bao Kwok and spoke with concern. Hello, grandfather, I'm Tamin. He smiled kindly and praised his grandson. Old has a truly excellent grandson. We are old now. The future belongs to your generation. Then he looked back at the dog and said affectionately, this dog is very smart. It seems you have trained him very thoroughly. Just as predicted, Bao Kwok began to tell the story of his fall-eyed friend. He had been with him for 15 years. It was a German Shepherd and a service dog he brought back when he was discharged. At that time, it was 8 years old, and he liked it the moment he saw it. After raising it for over a year, this dog made him feel truly lucky. It was very alert and certainly no ordinary dog. As he spoke, he stroked the dog's back and continued the story. There are many scars on its body, but they are evidence of its glory. Hearing this, Thien Min couldn't help but wonder, Grandfather, what is this dog's name? As if understanding, the dog responded happily. Its name was Line. Soon, a shiny black car stopped in front of a grand house. Inside the house, Yen Than heard the familiar sound of the car, turned toward the door, and guessed that he had returned. As expected, she quickly opened the door, walked in, and called out, Yuan Tran, come out here quickly, stop hiding. My grandfather is also here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise, so scared that he was speechless. With Yen Than holding his arm, Yuan Tran's sinus gradually faded. Tindar then spoke seriously. It seems the blind date is Thien Min, Duen Heen's younger brother, and the person with him is Uncle Buen, the Deputy Minister of National Defense. You must know him. Yuan Tran, act the part well. Don't let me down. Seeing her daughter bringing in a strange man, Yen Than rushed over to ask, Tindar, what's going on? She firmly stated, this is my boyfriend. He then politely introduced himself. Greetings to both of you. Hello everyone. My name is Yuan Tran. I arrived a bit in a hurry today and didn't have time to prepare gifts. I hope you both understand. Lung's small, furry paws twitched slightly. Turning around, it saw something that left it completely stunned. It immediately used its hind legs to spring forward. Bao Kwok was also astonished to see Lung's behavior. It lunged toward Yuan Tran, throwing itself into his arms with great joy. Witnessing the cinematic scene, Tindar's jaw dropped in shock. The man just quietly observed everything that was happening. The excited dog repeatedly licked Yuan-Tran's face, and he happily called its name. Lie. Memories gradually flooded back, the two of them chasing each other on the stairs, with innocent smiles filling his face. There were also times when he seriously torted how to jump through hoops, but tragedy struck unexpectedly. One evening, he held a piece of paper, his face clouded with sorrow. On the paper was a list of personnel who had fallen. One name stood out among the lines. Line. Returning to reality, Yuan-Tran stroked the dog, overjoyed to find the loved one he thought he had lost. I have one more person to love now. Baekhyul looked at this reunion with a surge of emotion. It seemed the little dog had found the true master of its life. Jane's eyes were filled with gentleness as she watched the man and the dog cling to each other inseparably. Tamming suddenly stepped forward to salute nearby, leaving Wang Jing utterly stunned. Immediately after, the father and son of the Su family quickly strode toward the door to leave. He approached him and kindly asked about his past, inquiring which special forces unit he had served in. Wang Jing stood up straight politely, replying in a humble tone that he only focused on training dogs. Then he turned to inform everyone. Senior, elders, Jane, please excuse me, I must leave. As if understanding the meaning behind those words, Lun raised his front paw in an attempt to hold him back. Wang Jing bent down, patting his head to comfort him. You stay here, I'll be back to visit you soon, silently promising himself that once everything was settled, he would take him along. Lung, I hope you are strong enough to wait for that day. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Jane behind, choked with emotion and on the verge of tears. She quickly wiped away her tears and resolutely declared, Dad, I have decided to join the military. Tuatu looked at his daughter with a hint of skepticism, asking if she had thought it through or was just acting out of spite over the marriage. Jane didn't bother to care about his sarcasm. She simply gave a firm yes, with no reason to stop her. He patted his beloved daughter's head and advised, if you are determined, then go. No one is forcing you to shoulder the Han family. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Tuatu quickly mapped out a perfect plan, speaking with implication, then go to the ninja military region, train for a while, and then take the exam for the National Defense University. I won't reveal your identity as the Han family's young mistress, but you absolutely must not disgrace the family. Under the brilliant golden sunlight, the glass panels of the building beautifully reflected the deep blue sky. Curling up on the sofa, Tisha could only think about the young girl. I miss Jane so much. I heard she joined the ninja military region, but I don't know how she's doing. She's been pampered since childhood. Will she be able to endure the hardships? She didn't even bother to say goodbye to me when she left. Wang Jing gazed out into the distance at the city through the glass window. His face wore a serious expression as if contemplating an important issue. You people certainly move fast. Looking at the city skyline outside, Wang Jing suddenly inquired, do you know what kind of person Shang Yuanying Xiao is? Qixi immediately turned her head, her tone full of doubt. Were you referring to the eldest young master of the Kai family? Without waiting for him to speak, she began to analyze clearly. The family is highly prestigious. Tang Yuan Jingling acts quite unrestrained, while Shang Yuanying Xiao is rather steady. Imagining Yung Xiao, Qixi marveled, in the middle of the capital, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, he actually owns a vast plot of land and has even built his own farm. Hearing those words, he tilted his head slightly with a smirk. Indeed, quite an interesting way to live in seclusion. Miss, she quickly warned him, you should still be careful. Don't let his steady appearance fool you. Rumor has it that Jingling, who fears neither heaven nor earth, is actually terrified of his older brother. Wang Jing waved his hand, completely unfazed. Let's go. I heard the second young master, Jinglan, is hosting a lavish party at his villa. Let's go stir things up a bit. Qixi excitedly tossed her throw pillow aside and agreed immediately. Let's go. A luxurious, modern high-rise appeared before their eyes. That was Shang Yuan Jingling's private residence. Inside, he was enjoying himself with a group of beautiful women when loud noises suddenly interrupted the fun. Having his fun interrupted, Jingling flew into a rage and roared, who the hell is tired of living and dares to cause trouble here? He strode quickly toward the front door, his mind full of suspicion as he peered through the peephole. It turned out that the person standing outside was none other than Shang Yuanying. Tin Lang opened the door, looking bewildered. Older brother, why did you come here in person? Yunxia smiled brightly and held up a white bag. It's a wild rabbit I raised. I slaughtered 2 and brought 1 for you. I know you hired a 5-star chef, and today I want to see just how good the skills real are. Hearing this, he felt both touched and slightly reproachful. Brother, why go through all this trouble? If you want to eat something, just tell someone to bring it. There's no need to go to such lengths. Yunxia walked into the house, turned sharply, and asked in a questioning tone, everyone has their own hubas, and this is mine. What about you? What were you doing before I arrived? Caught off guard at his sore spot, Tin Lang scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You're right. That's always been a habit of mine that's hard to break. A spark flickered from the lighter as he prepared to light the cigarette between his lips. Tin Lang slumped onto the sofa with a worried expression. Brother, now that third uncle has fallen ill, can you really not think of any other strategy? Seeing that scoundrel sitting in that position feels so unjust. Yunxiao was equally troubled but tried to remain calm. Third uncle still hasn't woken up, so don't dwell on it for now. He has worked hard over the past few years. If it weren't for him, how would we be getting such lucrative dividends? This is truly a case of misfortunes never coming singly. He frowned deeply, smoke rising with every word. If you would just sit in the chair, you would certainly handle things much more tactfully than third uncle. Yunxiao immediately refused and changed the subject. You know full well I have no interest in that. Go tell the chef to make dinner. I can't go hungry. Tin Lang understood and said no more. All right, I'll call them right now. Yunxiao then nonchalantly added, remember to invite your 2 beauties to eat with us to liven things up. The suggestion left him gaping in surprise. What did you say? The matte black car sped forward and screeched to a halt in front of Tin Lang's villa. Yuan-Tran stood admiring the towering gate, his voice full of awe. Is this the place? A villa this huge just for one person? Shangju and Tin Lang really knows how to enjoy life. Thai crossed her arms, assessing the owner of the house. If I'm not mistaken, My big brother must be buried in work inside. He shielded his eyes from the sun and squinted upward. This luxurious lifestyle is truly enviable. She cast a sidelong, ironic glance at him. What? Were you dying to be like that too? Yuan Tran was slightly embarrassed and changed the subject. Of course I want that, but I certainly wouldn't do it the way he does. Thai Thai stepped next to the yellow convertible, bringing up an old grievance. Last time, you saw his car parked at the door, and then he scratched the car you borrowed from Sister Manfi. This matter shouldn't be let go so easily. Hitting a sore spot, he displayed a sinister look and pulled out a dangerous toy. I've swallowed this resentment for a long time. Do you know how vulgar the things that guy said were? Suddenly, she seemed to discover something. Wait a minute. Thai Thai's expression suddenly changed. It looks like Shang Yuan Xiao has arrived. Yuan Tran looked in that direction with excitement. Well, then today just got even more interesting. He swung the small knife in his hand with satisfaction. Since we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Have you forgotten the cruel things he and his cousin said when your father was in a deep coma? After finishing his sentence, he swung his hand, and the knife whistled through the air. The sharp blade plunged deep into the rear tire of the luxury car. Yuan Tran still wasn't satisfied. He grabbed the knife and slashed several tangled lines onto the car's body. Instead of stopping him, Thai Thai laughed triumphantly and joined in. Tin Lang walked out of the house and, witnessing his precious car being vandalized, flew into a rage. What on earth are you people doing? He showed no restraint in berating the other party. Chengdu and Thai Thai, why don't you know how to train your dog? Thai Thai would never let her best friend be bullied. She clenched her fists and asked loudly and forcefully, who did you just call a dog? Meanwhile, Yuan Tran was still doing his best to destroy it, not caring at all about what was happening around him. Tin Lang immediately turned around, pointed straight at him, and exposed him. It's him. Your dog bites people recklessly. Clearly, its honor is no better. Tuan Kon Lai Dai, I warn you, within 3 days you must compensate me with a brand new Porsche, otherwise, I swear I will make you regret it 1,000 times over. Pressing her arms, her voice blazing with anger, she said, suit yourself. I'm not going to compensate you anyway. Yuan Tran, smash that car to pieces for me. As if given the green light, he immediately pulled out from somewhere a highly reliable-looking hammer. Clearly having been waiting for this command all along, Yuan Tran swung the hammer and struck it hard against the convertible, making a new slitting, thunderous crash. Tin Lang completely lost his composure, gesticulating wildly and screaming, Tuan Kon Lai Dai. Ban Tiu happened to step out at that moment, and he extended a friendly invitation. Thai Dai, come inside the house and torque. Upon seeing him, she was slightly surprised and quickly gestured to stop. Brother Van Tiu. Yuan Tran, stop swashing it. Tin Lang aggressively complained. Second brother, look at what an outrageous thing Thai Dai has done. She came right to my doorstep to smash my car. There's no one taught her manners since third uncle fell ill. And this street punk has absolutely no respect for authority. Ban T remained calm as he gestured toward the house. Alright, everyone come inside and have some water. I brought back some delicacies from the farm. It is already noon, let's sit down and have lunch together. Then, he approached the two of them and reached out his hand, saying, hello, I'm Thuan Quan Van Tiu. I have long heard that the bodyguard beside that eye is extremely formidable. Today, I finally have the opportunity to meet you. Yuan Tran bluntly tossed the hammer aside. He stepped forward to shake hands, speaking very politely. I have also long heard of the eldest young master of the Thuan Quan family, and I have heard of your farm. Frankly speaking, I am very interested. I wonder if I could visit it sometime. Van Tiu smiled politely and replied warmly, of course. If you don't mind that my place is a bit messy, we can head over there after lunch. I brought back some rare chrysanthemum varieties from abroad, and they are about to bloom. On the surface, Yuan Tran politely replied, then I will trouble you. But in his heart, he secretly admired him. Owning an estate worth nearly $1 billion yet not being affected in the slightest, this person either truly does not care about fame and fortune, or is quietly hiding his talents. Whether friend or foe, he would likely be no ordinary person in the future. Right after that, the four of them stepped inside the house together. Just stepping through the door, Yuan Tran made a surprising observation. The scent of women's perfume is very strong, definitely not just from one or two people. Dai was extremely embarrassed, and she even let out a soft, slightly annoyed huff. By this time, everyone had gathered around the dining table. Yuan Tran was still devouring his food, prompting her to offer him a tissue and remind him, eat a bit slower, or you might choke. Taking that opportunity, Tin Lang immediately snapped, what corner did this uncultured trash crawl out of? Thuan Kon Nai Dai, or your dog's allowed to sit at the dining table too. Chewing his food, he refused to back down and shut back. You are right, but I am the best hunting dog. You had better hope I don't set my sights on you, because even if I don't bite you to death, you will be a cripple for the rest of your life. Ban Tiu quickly stood up to stop the war of words. Tin Lang, stop making a fuss. It is rare for Dai to visit. Dai, this rabbit was raised by my own hands. Taste it and see how it is. Yuan Tran suddenly noticed how he used his chopsticks to pick up food and thought to himself, he is left-handed. Dai casually turned to explain further. Brother Van Tiu is indeed left-handed. When we were in school, he always wrote with his left hand, and it has been that way for years. Left-handed people are usually very smart, always topping the school in exams. Back then, Brother Van Tiu was the high scorer in the high school entrance exam of the entire capital. He could not help but gasp in surprise. That is so impressive. But in his heart, he was secretly annoyed. I hate guys with sky-high IQs the most. She continued her story with regret, but it is a pity that Brother Van Tiu later went abroad to study and did not take the university entrance exam. Otherwise, he would have definitely been the high scorer in the capital. Yuan Tran continued enjoying his meal, talking with a full mouth as he reasoned, isn't the countryside scenery abroad much better than in our country? Nothing beats a farm spanning several thousand square kilometers. I visited once before. Cattle farming there is highly developed. Resting his chin on his hand, Tin Lang showed open contempt. Oh my, even a duck knows how to go abroad. And can even travel here and there. Did you do the W paddle to get overseas? Yuan Tran did not get angry at all. On the contrary, he delivered a witty, sarcastic retort. You are right again. That dotty paddling to go abroad, I have actually done that before. He didn't bother to pay attention to those words. How could they possibly be believed? Only then did Van Tiu share his plans, noting that drifting in a foreign land was not a long-term strategy. He felt that the soil of Huahar was better, and one could not find the warmth of their ancestral homeland abroad. Upon hearing this, he found it slightly amusing and teased. The term ancestral homeland is only used for one's native land. Are you playing with guns or something? Van Tiu, unfazed, recounted the past, explaining that he used to be very passionate about the shooting range, but his passion gradually cooled because he became busy taking care of his plants. Yuan Tran accidentally touched the other man's calloused hands, thinking that he seemed like a hardworking person after all. Hearing this, Tin Lang found it an eyesore and slammed the table, questioning, whether my brother works or not. What does that have to do with you? Ignoring his younger brother's disruption, he calmly extended an invitation. The farm is too large for me to manage alone, so I'm looking for some help. Let's go. We should take a look around. The rabbit bone, stripped clean of its meat, was placed back on the table. He gave Van Tiu a thumbs up in praise, saying the rabbit meat was truly excellent and that he would have to come back to catch some later. Van Tiu generously replied, sure, when you leave, I'll have someone bring some to your car for you. The clear blue sky blended with the lush green forest, creating a refreshing sight. The white car carried the group into Van Tiu's vast farm. He pointed around as he worked with an air of expertise. This is the cabbage garden. The annual harvest is over 10,000 kilos. This variety was once sent into space for testing, so it has a potential for genetic mutation and is extremely high yielding. Witnessing the picturesque scenery, Yuan Tran did not hesitate to express, when I get old, I also want to grow vegetables and raise flowers, living a peaceful life like this. After that, the trio continued to move on to another area. This was a place where the dogs were kept. The caged animals scratched at the iron doors and barked loudly. Thai Thai recoiled in fear at the sight of the aggressive animals, remarking, these dogs look real scary. He then turned to ask, do you like dog fighting? Van Tiu didn't hide anything. No, I just keep them. I've never fought them. He observed that although the dogs were aggressive toward strangers, they were affectionate toward Van Tiu, which was quite interesting. Receiving the answer, Yuan Tran silently observed the other men. If he were truly a gentle person, why would he favor keeping fierce dogs? And the fact that the dogs obeyed him the moment they saw him suggested there was definitely a hidden motive. He quickly searched his memory for details of past combat operations. The last battle of the Lonline team involved being ambushed by a left-handed individual whose moves were both dangerous and precise, almost completely wiping out the Special Forces unit. Looking at Van Tiu's left arm as he gestured, he silently calculated, if the De family were the masterminds behind the destruction of Lonline, this left-handed man was a direct factor behind the Special Forces not being able to return. You had better not show your true colors, or else I won't hold back in eliminating you. Just then, Thai Thai's phone rang. The information from the other end of the line caused her to issue an emergency order immediately. What? Notify everyone at once. Everyone must be present for a meeting in 1 hour, and a press conference will be held in 2 hours. Seeing her anxiety, Van Tiu asked, Thai Thai, what on earth happened? She recounted the whole story. The major brand water purifiers from the company were having problems, and more than 20 people had been hospitalized due to poisoning caused by plastic breaking down in the filter cartridges. He found it highly implausible and analyzed it seriously. Why would plastic break down? And how could it cause poisoning? Thai Thai, you should go back and handle this. I suspect someone is sabotaging us. Uncle Bar hasn't woken up yet, so you must get to the bottom of this. This significantly affects Kudun. The two of them quickly got into the car and headed straight for the Kudun headquarters. Thai Thai said calmly, beginning to check all the details. The major water purifier had been on the market for nearly 20 years without a single quality issue, and all parts came from reputable suppliers passed by national inspections. So where exactly did the error lie? Guy Van Thao, her assistant, reported that the 20 families poison had all bought the machines half a year ago, and the self-decomposing plastic filters caused symptoms ranging from fever and abdominal pain to deep comas, with the most serious cases involving 2 3-year-old children. Fearing the tense situation, she asked painedly, what did the hospital say? Receiving the question, he replied cautiously, lab results show that the victims were exposed to heavy metals and are currently receiving intensive care. The adults are more stable, but the 2 children may suffer from permanent cognitive damage. I have already sent the media team to manage the crisis, but the results are not very encouraging. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Thai Thai gave instructions to the board, we must not take this lightly. I firmly believe there is nothing wrong with the quality of our water purifiers. The enemy has struck quickly, but we must keep our faith. No matter how turbulent the waves are, the final victory will surely be ours. Van Thao began implementing the investigation steps. Although the young chairwoman was still unclear about the primary suspect, it seemed her trust in him was not misplaced. She presented her views very frankly, stating that regardless of who she suspected, all speculation must be based on authentic evidence. Then, she slammed both hands onto the table, the sharp sound echoing throughout the meeting room. Thai Thai decisively issued instructions to the team. The risk management department must send me a risk analysis report within 3 hours, listing every possible situation, including the worst case scenario. Glancing to the left while calculating a crisis management plan, she requested the communications department to release news about the victim's situation immediately, strictly forbidding any evasion of responsibility, emphasizing that the matter was under investigation, and calling for everyone to stay calm. Van Thao expressed concern about the spread of information, questioning whether they should hire a team to promote articles on major forums or seek support from reputable websites. As a chairwoman, Thai Thai decided it was not yet necessary because everything was still unclear. Rushing to explain at this moment would only be like adding fuel to the fire, and a wrong move could lead to unpredictable consequences. Then she looked at him with full confidence, asking Lai and Guy to represent her at the press conference while the rest were to stick closely to their assigned duties. Afterward, Thai Thai bowed sincerely before the board, hoping everyone understood the gravity of the situation, stating that the survival of Kudun now rested entirely on their efforts. Once the guests and the press were seated, the announcement loudspeaker signaled the start of the program. I am Puan Kwon Thai Thai, representing Kudun Group. I would like to greet everyone as my father is currently out of the country. The media buzzed with talk about her father's disappearance during such a critical time, questioning whether a young woman's words carried enough weight to be trusted. Ignoring the whispers, she asserted that the major water purifier had been on the market for nearly 20 years and, through numerous improvements, she proudly claimed it had always been a top choice for consumers. Seeing that she was only using empty words without providing physical evidence, Bakvan spoke up to question the company's responsibility regarding the ongoing situation. She responded firmly as the daughter of the leader, stating that GUYBUT International was ready to take responsibility, as initial test results showed the plastic filter cores contained absolutely no toxic chemicals or heavy metals. Dissatisfied with the answer, he stood up abruptly and harshly, claiming she was just trying to shift the blame when the truth was plain to see. Should they believe her words or what they had witnessed? The crowd of reporters began to chatter noisily without end. Thai remained calm as she faced them. Tonight, I will personally lead the technical team to inspect the factory. The police have also intervened, so I believe the truth will soon be brought to light. Bakvan shouted provocatively, if your father were poisoned or your child's brain were affected, could you sit still? Don't use the face of her conscientious enterprise to evade responsibility. Tran stood tucked away in a corner with a pensive attitude. Unfazed by the accusations, she frankly apologized on behalf of GUYBUT to the 24 victims, committing to cover all treatment costs and arrange consultations with leading experts. He glared and shouted, accusing her of using money to silence people, questioning whether money could buy back hell. The opponent's excessive aggression made it impossible for Tran to stand by and do nothing. Amidst the tense atmosphere filling the meeting room, Thai paused for a few seconds to think carefully, saying, I believe I need to reflect on everything more thoroughly. She held up 3 fingers decisively. First, GUYBUT would take full responsibility. Second, they committed to investigating the truth to the end to announce it to the public. Her voice became firmer than ever. Third, if we eventually find the one behind the plot to harm the corporation, I believe everyone will not easily forgive them. After the intense exchange, Thai looked at her watch and said, it's getting late. I need to go to the hospital to visit the victims. I'll end the press conference here. The luxurious silver car sped swiftly through the city streets. She sat back with her arms crossed and inquired about the identity of the journalist with the spiky hair and which news agency he worked for. Thao replied through the rearview mirror, that was Tran Bakvan from the Northern Weekend News Depot, someone who specializes in writing baseless, provocative articles. He's truly a typical aggressive youth. Hearing that, Thai's face darkened with annoyance. She truly disliked the type of person. He continued to compile the information. Tran Bakvan was originally a master of literature who had borrowed a large study support loan but never bothered to repay it after graduation. Upon hearing this, Tran immediately figured him out. This kind of illicit income and outstanding debt definitely stemmed from his decadent lifestyle. Thao gathered some valuable clues. Last year, it was Tran Bakvan who published an article tearing down a dairy company, indirectly helping the competitor's quarterly revenue skyrocket. She was not at all surprised by this unethical journalism. She wondered who would benefit from this current scheme, as the articles might have already been prepared for publication tomorrow. Tran acted like a hero wanting to step up and handle everything. He resolutely told me to just leave this matter to him, as he had more than enough skills to deal with that kind of petty person. Hearing his aggressive declaration, Thai recalled the scene from the other day when he single-handedly overpowered the whole aggressive crowd. She giggled and instructed him, alright, I'll leave it to you, but just make sure no one gets killed. Thao expressed doubt about whether a bookish guy who was only good at fighting like him could actually achieve anything. He calmly reassured her that this was his area of expertise, telling her to focus on dealing with the victim's family at the hospital for now, and leave the rest to him. Thai took a sip of water to calm her troubled mind. Her face was tinged with anxiety, and she looked out the window with a sense of grievance. Being a chairperson was truly not easy, and she only hoped her father would make a speedy recovery. The car slowly came to a halt right in front of the hospital gate. A crowd of reporters had already gathered in full force. It seemed they had been lying in wait here for a very long time. A group of people held up a bright red banner, protesting in front of the reception desk while continuously chanting slogans criticizing GUYBUT International for being inhumane and demanding the restoration of their relatives' health. As soon as they saw the 3 of them enter, the crowd erupted like a disturbed beehive, chanting heavy accusations in unison toward the corporation. Tran did not bother to pay attention to the commotion, only mocking the crowd with a dismissive attitude, and they even responded in perfect unison. Thai approached Fun, maintaining a polite and respectful manner. Excuse me, sir, may I ask if you are also a customer who uses our water purifier? As soon as he approached, he immediately flew into a rage, asserting that it was precisely because they used the product that they had to be here to expose the irresponsible corporation. Seeing that the old man had a guilty conscience, he confidently asserted, that banner was definitely made with your own money. Fun had no idea he had slipped up, innocently replying, of course we had to pay someone to make it ourselves. Suddenly, he pulled the man's arm toward a quiet corner. The old man was bewildered, having no idea what was happening, his mind filled with question marks. Tran discreetly slipped a few 100 yuan bills into Fun's hand. He stared at the money in his hand and went silent. Confident of his victory, Tran whispered, just take it, uncle. I'm a journalist and want to ask about some insider details. As long as you tell the truth, this money is yours. For someone who put money above all else like Fun, he nodded in agreement without the slightest hesitation. Having hooked the fish, Tran began his investigation. Peering a non-local accent, the old man honestly confessed that he was from Hardong and was currently renting a house at No. 14 in the capital. He continued to inquire whether the house belonged to him or was rented, and Fun answered without hesitation that the lease was under his son's name. With the initial step successful, he went straight to the main point. When using the water purifier, do you usually turn on the water valve first or the purifier switch first? Thinking he knew it inside out as if he had actually used it, he immediately replied, of course, you have to turn on the purifier switch first. Tran immediately snatched the money back upon hearing the completely wrong answer, leaving Fun staring in shock at his empty hand. He let out an angry shout and lunged forward to demand the money back. asking what on earth he was trying to pull. Once he had achieved his goal, he pulled out his police badge and said, "I am the Metropolitan Police Officer in charge of this case. If you continue to evade and cover up the crime after receiving that money, I will place you in 15-day administrative detention." Without another word, the old man bolted as fast as his legs could carry him, no longer having the heart to dream about those long-legged, dulled-up girls. Thai was incredibly astonished to see him resolve the problem so swiftly and effectively. Yuan Tran calmly explained it by looking at the yellow stains on the teeth. He knew immediately that the local water supply had not passed through a filtration system. Her face tightened with tension, as if someone were truly targeting the Kudun group to cause destruction. Streaks of golden sunlight bathed the window frame. Thai turned to Dr. Tai Karn to inquire about the current condition of the victims. He sighed heavily and explained clearly, "If we can detoxify them quickly, everything will be fine, and the children's intelligence will not be affected. The trouble is that we still do not have a protocol for rapid detoxification." Hearing that the situation was not very optimistic, she could not help but feel outraged. These wicked people truly lacked humanity to target even children. As soon as a bright idea occurred to him, Yuan Tran volunteered, "How about I try to handle it?" He pushed the door open, worked in, and asked Tai Karn if they had tried the method they discussed. He looked confused, not understanding what he meant, so he had to scratch his head and ask again about the agreement to use the medication. He explained at length that he had once read about a detoxification formula in his master's ancient texts, but because it required 2 extremely rare ingredients, he had never tested it. However, with Kudun's resources, finding them should not be a problem. Standing nearby, Thai saw a glimmer of hope for saving the children and replied eagerly, "Just say the word, and I will mobilize people across the country to hunt down these medicinal materials at all costs." Dr. Tai Karn expressed concern about the safety, as Yuan Tran had never used this formula before. If side effects occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thai seemed to have her judgment clouded. She placed absolute trust in him and declared, "BunRv, I have made my decision. Proceed with it. I will take full responsibility." After a day of running around everywhere, they returned to the hospital with all the medicinal materials. Yuan Tran worked in and saw several large sacks sitting neatly in Juan's laboratory. Such is the power of the Thuan Quan family, gathering rare and hard-to-find herbs so quickly. Ban Thao wiped his sweat and explained, "This trip was truly expensive. We even had to rely on the connections of the master's old friends to obtain some of the rare herbs." He gave a thumbs up and smiled in appreciation. "You live up to your name as the #1 assistant. Your ability to manage things is truly admirable." Thai stepped closer, impatient as if her heart were on fire. "Yuan Tran, hurry and get to work. We can't wait any longer." He quickly nodded. "All right, give me an empty room. I will go prepare the medicine right now." In a large pot, thousands of types of herbs were boiling vigorously. Yuan Tran carelessly blew his strong breath, sending bacteria flying straight into the pot of medicine. Standing nearby, she did not hesitate to shower him with praise. "Yuan Tran, how are you so knowledgeable about so many things? You have talent and even know medicine." He turned to her and replied modestly, "Don't flatter me too much. I can't stand it. It's just that back in the day, my master forced me to memorize those ancient books. I'm just a novice." Thai leaned against the kitchen counter, curious, "How did you become so formidable?" "It must be because you practiced with daggers during those survival training trips, right?" Yuan Tran stirred the medicine and sighed. "Using a knife was the easy part. That old man always made me practice with my bare hands." He recalled his time with his master, always having to meet the quota for gathering herbs to avoid punishment, not only having to train twice as hard but also carrying a stack of medical books on his back. Finding the story too engaging, she teased, "Your master was really cruel. I think if you wrote an autobiography, it would definitely be a sensation." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tran widened his eyes. The title would have to be Diary of a Happy Bodyguard, so the world could see how a bodyguard is tormented by a young lady day and night. Thai, embarrassed by his teasing, pouted, "If you don't like it, then forget it. But you're not an ordinary bodyguard anyway. You're a high-level bodyguard." The gentle fragrance wafted out as he lifted the pot lid. The decoction was ready. She leaned in close and urged him hurriedly, "Hurry and get the medicine to them. If you can save them this time, I will definitely." He teased her with a mischievous look on his face. "What will you do? Are you planning to repay me with your body? For a little girl like you, I'll have to think about that carefully." Thai shyly gave him a light punch. "Stop joking around so much. Go and take the medicine over quickly. The fate of Kudun is entirely in your hands this time." After the children had taken the medicine, Captain Karn stepped forward to examine them thoroughly. "This is truly a miracle, really a miracle." Not wanting to delay any further, she turned to Van Thao and Assistant Nguyen, pulled a press conference immediately to announce the health status of the poison victims. Seeing that the situation was still under control, he replied enthusiastically, "Yes, the reporters are already gathered in the hall." After assigning the tasks, Thai approached Yuan Tran. "The matter here is only partially resolved. I will go meet the supply right away, and as soon as I have a lead, I will definitely bring it to light." Seeing her determination, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. "Why are you so sure the fault lies with the supplier? What if it's from the distributor or during the transportation process?" She dismissed his suggestion. "That's impossible. Why are American water purifiers more expensive than others?" "It's because of the chip inside." He was surprised to hear about that. "That's truly rare." She rebutted his line of thought. "Without the variable code, there is no way to replace the filter. Trialloy is the sole distributor for this item in China, and they protect the products extremely strictly." Yuan Tran listened, looking dazed and completely confused. Thai was excited to have found a new lead. Trialloy's products are manufactured by them, so there is certainly no room for random errors. The problem must lie within that company. Seeing her sharp analysis, he couldn't stop praising her. "Your investigative skills are more professional than an actual detective's. At this rate, you could easily be a criminal investigator." She quickly divided the work among everyone. "Let's split into 2 groups. Yuan Tran and I will go to investigate Trialloy, while Nguyen Van stays in the capital to monitor those inciting the public to riot." Ban Thao, seeing that his young mistress had matured, no longer had any objections. "As you command, Chiuan." She simply nodded in agreement. Thai patted his shoulder. You will be the lead for this trip to Janjir port, and I will act as your secretary. How about that? Bun turned his head helplessly. My dear young mistress, you acting as my secretary? What kind of trouble are you planning to cause now? Seeing him still joking, she reminded him in a serious tone, I'm only using this identity to investigate. If the chairwoman of Kudon were to go there openly, they would flatter me to the skies, and I would never be able to uncover the truth. Bun asked about his own position in confusion. So, if you are the secretary, what identity should I take on? Without waiting, she pulled out a card she had already prepared. Senior Deputy Director of the Kudon International Group. Take a look, I've already made the business cards. Realizing it was too late, he gaped in astonishment. So you had this all planned out. Do all deputy directors at Kudon also double as bodyguards? She clapped her hands in delight at having caught him in her trap. I wanted to drag you into this with me. Later, during the internal meeting, I will announce that you are the person who stands below 1, but above 10,000 at Kudon. Bun smiled roguishly. Standing below 1 means you are above me, right? Thai replied innocently. That's right, I am above you. After saying that, she suddenly realized what she had said and hardly covered her mouth in embarrassment, humming in protest. The two left as the sun reached its peak, and golden sunlight spread across every road. As soon as they got into the car, they quickly switched roles. I have already called and demanded that Triloy receive us at the door. Deputy Director viewing. Are we confident about winning now? He looked at her mischievously and sighed. My dear young lady, just this once. In the future, I wouldn't dare let you act as my secretary again. A while later, the car came to a stop at their destination. Liloy stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Deputy Director viewing. I'm Liloy, the person in charge of Triloy. It is an honor to meet you. Regarding the recent incident, referring to the detailed report, he said, Mr. Lai, I wonder if you have gathered any clues on your end yet. Singled out by his boss, he broke into a cold sweat and stuttered his report, admitting that there had been no significant progress, considering Lo's previous production history. Seeing him beating around the bush, he interrupted, saying there was no need for long-winded explanations. He only wanted to ask one question. Apart from the security and inspection teams, had any other departments touched the filter cores? Liloy, already trembling with fear, tried to stay calm and replied that raw material inputs were strictly controlled and all production stages followed a system, so only those two departments had access. Hearing him ramble again, Bun cut him off and got straight to the point. I need the list of personnel changes for these two departments over the past year, as quickly as possible. Liloy hurriedly jumped up, saying he would get it immediately. Before he could step out the door, Bun added, contact the Chunjirkan police, have all personnel from these two departments undergo lie detector tests, including you. I will personally come up with those 50 questions. Liloy, already having lost his wits, stumbled out, saying, yes, everything will be as the deputy director wishes. The end of the meeting and directed, as for the branch office, you may all return and discuss this among your departments. If I can clear my schedule, I will drop by to inspect. Bin stood to one side, shaking with fear, only able to agree repeatedly. Yes, we at the branch are very much looking forward to your visit. Bun suddenly remembered something and turned around. Right, where is the branch office located? He tried to regain his composure, answering, is in the Kwok Tai building. We plan to move in a few years and have already reported this to the headquarters. He raised an eyebrow and leaned back in his chair. And where do you plan to move to? Bin stood straight and explained, once the True Nam the Dai Plaza is completed, we will relocate there. This will also facilitate our expansion plans. Hearing the familiar name, he fell into deep thought. True Nam's land, Dith. Do not rush the move for now. Kudong International's branch needs its own headquarters, and we will build it next year. Dai Thai, standing nearby, saw him exuding such charisma and couldn't help but smile. Bin didn't dare to make the decision and asked about the budget. He didn't provide an immediate answer, saying, wait until the proposal is sent to the headquarters, and I will personally review it, but remember to prepare a very detailed budget estimate and handle it well. He didn't dare ask more and bowed respectfully. Deputy Director Yuan, I have already reserved the floor at the True Nam Plaza. The costs have risen significantly and will be reported to you soon. Seeing that everything was settled, Yuan waved his hand. Very well, you are all dismissed. Dai stood observing, and once everyone had shuffled out, she couldn't help but praise him. Not bad, Deputy Director Yuan. Yuan laughed and teased. It was thanks to borrowing some authority, but that's enough. You know full well that I've been eyeing that lucrative Chunjirkan branch pie. There's no way I'd hand them True Nam. Hearing him say that, she playfully pinched him. Dai wasn't too concerned, asking, aren't you afraid this will ruin your relationship with the True Nam group? Now is not the right time to show your cards. Seeing that she misunderstood him, Yuan explained, what are you thinking? It's just fair competition. The real estate sector isn't just held by True Nam. Kudong has penetrated the electronics market, and if we want to get into real estate, we have to play the full package. She still wasn't convinced and immediately questioned him. This goes against Kudong's consistent asset strategy. Furthermore, even with ample capital, getting into real estate easily ties up funds. Yuan asserted firmly without hesitation, our employees will certainly not pass up this bargain. She was surprised by his generosity, as if he were a philanthropist. Don't use Kudong's image as an excuse. Why are you really doing this? Yuan explained that it wasn't out of kindness but with a purpose. House prices in those two areas are high, and the social pressure is great. You live in luxury so you don't understand, but I want to shake up the economic order and make things difficult for the high-ranking officials in those two provinces. Dai frowned when she heard him mention Nam Kwok and Tuan Bin Hao. Aren't these the key figures of the defection? She gave him a serious look, advising and warning him at the same time. Yuan, I once said I would help you, but if you intend to cause trouble leading to serious consequences, I will certainly stop you. Seeing she was overly worried, he reassured her, rest assured, I won't drag Kudong into trouble. I just need your help, and in return, we will reap huge profits. After rummaging through the company for a while, Lai Loi hurriedly returned with his assistant, carrying a stack of documents. Deputy Director Yuan, here is the list of personnel for the inspection and security departments over the past year. Yuan Tran pointed to the table. Put it there. Thank you, Mr. Lai. Additionally, let me know exactly how many people have left and what the current total headcount is for these two departments. He put the document folder down, his hand constantly wiping sweat, and replied that there were 26 employees working, only 3 on leave, and that he had already arranged for the head of the security department and 2 lie detectors. Inviting Deputy Director Wang to proceed, he pulled out a sheet of paper covered in text and told everyone they work very efficiently, saying that these were the 50 lie detector questions along with a list of authorized senior managers, and requested them to be completed within 2 hours. Seeing his position waver, they looked 10 years older and hurriedly replied that he would carry it out immediately. Wang Jing flipped through the files, making a continuous rustling sound. After a moment, he stopped, and as if finding a suspicious point, ordered, Secretary Shang Yuan, call Assistant Y and ask him to investigate these 3 people, especially the director of the Product Security Department. Chi Shi winked playfully. Yes, Deputy Director Wank, your secretary will get to work right away. He smiled to reassure her. In a little while, I'll take you to survey the Zhanjiang area to find a suitable plot of land. The foundation of Zhejiang Real Estate Group starts there. The sky was clear with white clouds and brilliant golden sunlight. The car was speeding swiftly along the road. Wang Jing glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a red car tailing him closely. He felt this figure was somewhat familiar. The red car suddenly accelerated to chase his car. With just a glance, he recognized that the other party was the daughter of Zhang Pinghao. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped hard on the gas pedal. The car seemed to be equipped with a rocket, leaving the other far behind in an instant. The 2 cars chased each other like cat and mouse, neither willing to give way. Wang Jing smirked smugly, thinking of victory. It seemed the fish had taken the bait. The other person floored the gas pedal, rushing forward to block his car. A pair of legs in red high heels stepped out of the car. Mimi worked toward him and said, it's been a long time since I've met an opponent in Zhanjiang, and I was actually planning to look for you too. He also opened the car door and stepped out, immediately proposing a match. You want to race, right? The terms are up to you, but I need a wager. She tilted her head to look at this interesting man. That is only fair. After all, our previous races always had wagers. Wang Jing kindly reminded her, my wager is extremely large. Miu Miu didn't care because her family was very wealthy. It doesn't matter, as long as you thoroughly convince me, I will meet your conditions. There are a few things I can't do in Zhanjiang, but if you lose, I have a demand as well. Chi, seeing his impulsive behavior, stepped forward to stop him, saying, Wang Jing, don't be impulsive. Miu Miu did not want to lose out and immediately made a demand. If I beat you, I want the LaFerrari. The young lady of Zhejiang was actually unfamiliar with that supercar, so she was a bit confused. What is that? Seeing her make such a condition, Wang Jing spoke up, a girl like you shouldn't drive such a rugged car. Even though there are only 100 of them in the world, I can still manage to get one. Not letting him say another word, Miu Miu asked, fine, tell me your terms. As if following a pre-arranged script, he replied without any hesitation, my condition is much simpler. I want a plot of land in Zhanjiang. Hearing that, Miu Miu immediately questioned him about the scale of that plot of land, its specific area, and its location. Yuan Tran quickly replied that the land was next to Jian Lake in Zhanjiang, and said, if you agree, I'll chip in, and the bet will be based on 80% of the land's value. What do you think? She responded quite decisively. I can't promise 1,000 acres, but 500 is doable. Dividing it into 8 parts is no problem. Since you aren't familiar with Zhanjiang, I'll let you choose the time and place. Seeing that his opponent was reasonable, he smirked and said, then let's race at G1501 tomorrow morning. Miu Miu looked at his beat-up car and suggested, fine, were you planning to change cars or still use this Maybach? Yuan Tran confidently asserted to her that it would be this exact car, and it might not even lose to her. Seeing how stubborn he was, she worked away, not forgetting to call back, see you tomorrow morning. Thai watched the silhouette of her car fade away, then turned to question him, why did you agree to her? Don't tell me you're racing just for the bet money, or did you have this plan before meeting her? Truly a fool who never learns, Yuan Tran said, giving her head a light tap. Why do you have so many questions? Were you trying to be 100,000 questions? Why? Feeling the sting, she pouted, I know perfectly well you're an expert at reading people's minds. Come on, tell me the truth. He stopped joking and explained seriously, that girl has a straightforward personality. Outside of Zhanjiang, she would find it hard to get anything done. Her background is certainly extraordinary, and besides, her surname is Zhang. Yuan Tran crossed his arms confidently and told his assistant to investigate the name of Zhang Pinghao's daughter. I'll bet 90% it's this Zhang Miu Miu. Seeing his thorough calculations, Thai praised him. You're truly devious. Yuan Tran humbly clasped his hands. You're too kind. As the vice general manager of Kiran International, I naturally have a few tricks up my sleeve. Acting like a CEO, Yuan Tran instructed Secretary Shang Yuan, tomorrow you just stay at the company and check the results. I'll handle this race. Thai felt a bit regretful about being told to stay at home. I honestly want to go with you, but I need to handle these matters here. Remember to stay safe. He gave her a thumbs up to reassure her. Don't worry, a girl like Miu Miu can't do anything to me. She curled her lips teasingly. I'm more afraid you'll devour her alive. With the provincial party secretary's daughter backing you, half of Zhanjiang will belong to Kiran sooner or later anyway. Yuan Tran chuckled and tapped her forehead lightly. Stop talking nonsense. The most talented person is right here in front of me. Who could be better than the heir to the Shangjuan family? The car sped off, making Thai scream in terror. You're the crazy one. After traveling for a long time, both of them arrived at the headquarters. Wen Tao was reporting about 2 suspects. They quit because the other side offered high salaries, but the security director had left on his own accord and stolen product documents, which drove Lai furious. After hearing this, she immediately stated, the culprit is definitely that director. He nodded in agreement and added, this guy's name is Liu Hui, 40 years old. He has been with Jayli for nearly 20 years and was highly trusted by Lai. There were no conflicts in their relationship. went out continued without pause. Since it's a joint stock company, Liu Hui also held a significant amount. Now that he left so suddenly, those shares are considered a total loss. Resting her chin in her hand while reviewing the documents, Thai observed, it looks like in this case, he gained 1 but lost 10. He had investigated him thoroughly and exposed everything. I discovered he has a daughter studying abroad in country Y, and she hasn't graduated yet. She immediately ordered, then send someone to country Y at once. I hope this trip isn't in vain. At the G1501 highway entrance, Miu had been waiting there since goodness knows when. It wasn't until dusk that Vuan Tran finally drove to the meeting point. He stopped the car and rolled down the window, his voice full of teasing. The beauty certainly knows how to keep her word. Seeing that Thai could not keep up, she turned back and wondered why the beauty accompanying him was not moving forward. He replied half jokingly, she's also alone. If I carry an extra person in the car can't run, what then? Miu didn't bother arguing and signaled him to look ahead. In 5 minutes the barrier opens. Let's see who exits the highway first to win. Vuan Tran nodded in agreement quite cheerfully. Both cars got into position, waiting for the barrier to lift so they could dash off like arrows. As the 5-minute countdown ended, the black and blue cars began to rev their engines powerfully. The moment the barrier opened slightly, Miu immediately stepped on the gas and zoomed through. Meanwhile, Vuan Tran's car was still slowly rolling forward. The blue car left behind a thick cloud of smoke for him to inhale to his heart's content. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be amazed. Reaching 100 kilometers per hour in just 2 seconds was truly impressive. Vuan Tran, of course, did not give up easily, pressing the accelerator to pursue her closely. He strained to push through the gears, flooring the gas pedal to narrow the gap. At the curve, he steered extremely sharply and wristily, as if he had no regard for his own life. Vuan Tran skillfully manipulated the gear stick to help the car glide more smoothly. Miu laughed triumphantly as she saw him struggling and falling behind at the curve. The two speed monsters glided past other vehicles, hurtling toward the finish line. In the highway control room, the screen showed the two cars chasing each other intensely. The operator was panicked. Their driving skills were expert yet dangerous, so they had to call the captain to stop the cars immediately before any consequences occurred. Shortly after receiving the report, Tucon walked in, causing the whole group to jump up and greet the captain. His face was flushed bright red as he ordered his subordinates to let the two cars pass the station, warning that anyone who disobeyed would be held responsible. Vuan Tin was bewildered, wondering why the captain did not stop this dangerous street race. He shouted that there was no way to stop it when the daughter of the provincial party secretary was in that car. On the highway now, the black and blue cars continued to roar and accelerate as they chased each other. The image of the opponent's car falling behind was clearly visible in the lead car's rearview mirror. Miu wasn't in a hurry seeing that. She smirked defiantly, thinking to give him a bit more hope before making her next move. She calculated in her head with a triumphant smile, thinking that they were approaching a deserted stretch of road and she would show him how she'd defeat him. With that, she floored the gas and zoomed away, leaving Vuan Tran's car far behind. Witnessing the sudden acceleration, he was surprised and silently praised Miu's skill and her machine, noting that it was truly eye-opening. Not stopping there, the car sped along the deserted road, effortlessly weaving past other vehicles. She felt incredibly talented, as proud as a peacock showing off its tail, thinking, now see my true strength. Life is not always as one dreams. Just as she looked back, she saw Wang Jing narrowing the distance between them. Miu was so panicked her eyes nearly popped out, unable to believe he was still pursuing her so persistently. Choking with rage, she gritted her teeth with determination, telling herself that the braggart would be hard to beat without using her ultimate move. For the Dream X915, she would take the risk. Without a moment's hesitation, she reached out to activate the car's special acceleration system. Miu's car surged forward as if powered by a rocket, far exceeding all normal operating limits. Wang Jing, following behind, gasped in astonishment at her recklessness. He exclaimed, does the EZ system have this too? The allure of that X915 has truly driven her mad. Seeing that she still hadn't slowed down, he began to worry. 2 seconds had passed and she stubbornly refused to stop. Was she really going to go that far? In contrast to Wang Jing's shock, Miu sat smugly in her car. In just a few more seconds, she could kick that arrogant guy out of her sight. Life doesn't let anyone stay smug for long. The car's engine began to emit an ominous thin trail of smoke. Only then did Miu realize in horror that everything seemed to have reached its breaking point. She frantically slammed on the brakes, praying the car would stop immediately. But it was too late. The car lost control, careened off the track, and flew into the air. Wang Jing calmly pulled over to the side of the road and stopped to observe the scene. Watching the accident, Miu had caused herself from his car. He was speechless. The daughter of the provincial party secretary was truly far too foolish. A few seconds later, Wang Jing sighed, opened the car door, and worked deep into the area to search for her. He looked around as he worked. His goal was merely to secure the land next to the port through this race, aiming to disrupt the Jinsu market and cause trouble for her father. He grumbled as he went, muttering that she didn't even know his true objective yet had risked her life for a car. It was insane, and he didn't want to waste his energy saving her at all. Despite his constant complaining, his feet kept moving forward. Fortunately, there hadn't been any explosion yet. The race monitoring team followed every development. The captain suddenly flew into a rage, punching the monitor screen on the wall. His eyes blazed with fury. Were these rich kids truly tired of living? Seeing this, the two employees behind him trembled with fear, anxiously asking the captain what they should do. His face remained contorted even as he calmed down slightly. He barked orders for the whole team to rescue her immediately, to get her out at any cost, while he reported to the traffic police. They all responded in unison, their voices echoing through the headquarters amidst the gusty wind. As time slipped away, Wang Jing continued to search but found no sign of Miu. He called out her name repeatedly, while wondering where she could have landed. He suddenly caught a strange scent. It seemed to be the smell of gasoline. Following that unpleasant odor, he pushed through the bushes and finally located Miu's car. The luxurious blue car was now nothing more than a heap of scrap metal, with wisps of smoke signaling an imminent explosion. As Wang Jing drew closer, his expression suddenly shifted as he noticed something unusual. Before him, Miu lay motionless in the cockpit, looking as though she were on the verge of death. Her condition was critical. He rushed over to shake her, calling out, "Dang Miu! Please don't tell me something terrible has happened. Hearing the familiar call, Miu struggled to lift her heavy eyelids. Ignoring the bright red blood still oozing from her temple, she maintained her sassy attitude and didn't forget to hurl an insult at the other woman. A mature person like Wang Jing didn't bother arguing with Miss Tuan. He gently helped her out of the driver's seat and let out a sigh of relief. You're alive. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Though her body was exhausted, her tongue remained sharp. I'm not dead yet. This car was modified with a hollow frame to significantly reduce external impacts. Having finished speaking, she quickly looked away to avoid his gaze, her cheeks flushing red, yet she still whispered a thank you for saving her in time. He didn't care much for her gratitude, simply replying curtly, there's no need to be polite, ensuring she was safe to return to her family. He turned back to carefully inspect the condition inside the car. Wang Jing leaned down to look, his brow furrowing slightly. Your leg is stuck here. Relax, and I'll get you out of here. Without waiting for Miu to react, he forcefully tore the car door right off. The intense pain hit her so hard she couldn't control it. A choked sob escaped her dry throat. Wang Jing glanced over, his voice slightly raspy. Does it hurt a lot? Tried to hang in there for a moment. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she whimpered. I'm not in pain. Just keep going. He looked at her with confusion, unable to figure out what she meant. However, he didn't dwell on it and focused on finishing the rescue. Miu lay still, watching his every move with a surging heart. The light at the end of the tunnel was enough to bring her to tears. She used to think it looked fake on TV, but now that she was experiencing it, she knew it was real. Like anyone else, she knew what fear was. As soon as she regained consciousness, she wondered if she would die there tonight, even imagining herself bleeding to death. While she was lost in those moments of ultimate despair, Wang Jing suddenly cried out excitedly. It's done. Miu looked up at him, her heart overflowing with indescribable emotions. She never expected a man she had only met a few times to save her life, and so gently at that. At that moment, unaware that Miu was lost in thought, he carefully lifted her leg out of the car. Don't move too much. Your femur seems to be broken. Her emotions overflowed, and she quickly reached out to wipe her falling tears. Don't look at me. In my whole life, this is the first time I've cried in front of a stranger. It's so embarrassing. Wang Jing found this completely normal and decisively took out a pill. It's natural for a girl to cry when she's in pain. There, this is a special painkiller. Wang Jing handed the medicine to Miu, soothing the injured little kitten. Take it. I'll help set your bone and then take you to the hospital. You'll likely be stuck there for about 2 months this time. She was as obedient as a puppy now, submissively swallowing the pill he gave her. After a moment, she was amazed by the miracle effect of the medicine. The pain seemed to have subsided significantly. With the pain lessened, Miu reverted to her old narcissistic ways. Do you really know how to bandage bones, or are you just taking advantage of me? But because the author's favored character was very upright, Wang Jing replied without hesitation. First, I'm not a professional at bandaging, it's just a temporary fix. Second, I'm not the type to take advantage of a woman in distress for something wicked. Immediately after, he used his teeth to tear his sleeve into a long strip of cloth. Then he began to wrap it tightly around her broken femur, thinking to himself, it seems the skills I learned in the army are useful everywhere. After fumbling around for a while, Wang Jing stopped, suddenly realizing that the piece of cloth was not enough. Having no other choice, he closed his eyes and resigned himself, though he was reluctant. Sigh, my newly bored shirt. Miu didn't expect Wang Jing to go this far. In her astonishment, she could only cry out. Her eyes were fixed on the patches of skin revealed beneath the torn fabric. She was shocked by the countless crisscrossing scars, wondering what on earth he had been through to have a body covered in so many marks. Tran appeared indifferent, as if he didn't care at all, treating the scars like heroic battle trophies. These are just a few medals of mine, he said with a playful laugh, adding, Pay, don't go falling for me, miss. It's a pity, but I have absolutely no interest in you. Miu, poured off guard by his insight, blushed as red as a ripe jackfruit and stammered a denial. I'm just a little curious. Deep down, however, she silently gave this guy a bonus point. He was truly different, not like the hollow men she had met before. Those pampered rich boys really made her sick. In just a fleeting moment, he had adjusted and set her fractured femur. Death, all done. She remained dazed, staring at him without blinking. This man possessed so many scars, and the stories hidden behind them were truly endlessly intriguing. BunRv skillfully slid his arms under her back to help her sit up. Hey, Miss Tuan, stop sitting there looking so dazed. He lifted her up easily, saying, let's go. It would be troublesome if your wound got bumped. She hurriedly reminded him, go slowly. I'm still in pain here. As she spoke, she didn't even realize he had subconsciously snuggled closer to him, the distance between them now practically erased. Parfait there. He suddenly stopped and looked at Miu with some hesitation. Wait a moment, Miss Tuan, I need to discuss something with you. Miu looked at BunRv with a feigned innocent expression and replied with embarrassment, what could be the matter that you're so hesitant? Just say it. BunRv remained in the position of carrying her and whispered softly, can we not be so stuck together? Then he teased, it's lucky I have a steady hand, otherwise I would have dropped you on the ground just now. Startled, she immediately pulled her arms in and snapped at him as if she had been insulted. You rogue. Witnessing her amusing reaction, he burst into satisfied laughter. Time flew by like a shadow passing a window, and soon the sunset glow had dyed the entire space gold. Beside the car parked on the roadside, several more vehicles belonging to the search party suddenly appeared. The young man observed the situation and approached to report to Tukan. Captain, there is still no news about the person who went missing this afternoon. The camera clearly shows this car owner stopped to rescue someone. We can act based on this lead. He agreed with that assessment, saying, that is my thought as well. No sooner had he finished speaking than he gave the order. Everyone, spread out and search immediately. If you don't find Miss Tuan, don't bother coming back. Without waiting for anyone to greet him, his calm voice suddenly rang out from behind. There is no need to go to all that trouble. All eyes turned toward him. BunRv worked forward slowly while carrying Miu. I have brought her back. Her leg bone is likely fractured, so she should be taken to the hospital for an examination immediately. Upon seeing her, he rushed over in a panic. My oldest miss, you scared me to death. If something had happened to you, how would we have been able to explain it? However, Mayu did not believe in such excessive concern. She retorted bluntly, if you're so worried about me, why didn't you act sooner instead of standing there gasping? The remark left Tukon speechless. But deep down he silently reproached the Chuan family miss, thinking, does she think it's easy to mobilize an entire team to look for her? Such an aristocratic, spoiled attitude. Suddenly, Yuan Tran reached out and gently stroked the area around the bleeding wound. His voice was unusually tender at that moment, the perfect ideal for many girls. Alright, just lie down and rest obediently. Don't even think about working for at least a month or two. And remember, you are not allowed to drive for the next half year. For once, she was willing to listen to Yuan Tran. Fine, I will listen to you for now, but on the condition that you visit me in the hospital often so I don't get bored. Yuan Tran pulled out a business card and handed it to her, as a way to coax the stubborn little cat. Alright, whenever you're bored, feel free to call me. She quickly took it and held it up to admire it. Her eyes brightened like a child receiving a gift, and she nodded in immediate agreement. It's a deal. Night fell, and the sky donned a dark cloak over a strange hospital. The dim light from the staircase shone onto the office door of the hospital director. Duck Kai held the X-ray film in his hands, unable to stop praising the technique used to set the bone, calling it incredibly skillful and the work of a rare and talented master. Opposite him, Bin Hao remained unimpressed by these praises. With a cold expression, he questioned the hospital director. I need to know my daughter's health condition, not hear your commentary on medical techniques. Duck Cat calmly explained, this bone-setting method is extremely sophisticated and rarely seen. If it weren't for this expert, your daughter would have been bedridden for half a year, but now she will fully recover in just a month. Bin Hao's expression shifted slightly as he became curious about this healing art. So, even you don't know how this is done? The only reply was a regretful shake of the head. I have studied it, but the records were too sparse, so I gave up. I never expected to find someone still skilled in this today. This person must be truly gifted. How wonderful it would be if we could befriend them. With nothing more to discuss, he stood up to leave, adding, if what you say is true, I truly wish to meet this benefactor to express my gratitude. In the patient ward area, the pristine white door was tightly shut to ensure privacy for the person inside. Miu lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on the business card for a long time. With nothing to do, she felt bored and wondered if she should just try calling him. While she was lost in her own thoughts, someone suddenly snatched the card from her hand. Bin Hao had entered the room unnoticed, and as he examined the card, he asked, who is this person? Yuan Tran. Like a stranded fish, Miu tried to struggle despite her caste, protesting, who is Yuan Tran? I don't know him at all. Dead. Give the card back. Losing his patience, her father asked directly, why are you pretending to be innocent? Your expression has already betrayed you. Tell me the truth. What is his background that makes you pine for him so much? Miu turned her face away, resolutely refusing to say a word about him. I really don't know anything. In her heart, she was also somewhat confused, wondering, why is Dad in such a rush? I only learned his name this afternoon. How could I know which family he belongs to? Seeing his daughter's stubbornness, Bin Hao did not press her further. Fine, I will have someone investigate. Don't think you can let that man seduce my daughter. Only someone like Tathin Enheen is worthy of you. Hearing this, Miu sat up in bed, her voice full of shock and reproach. Dad, what are you doing? Everyone knows Tathin Enheen only likes Tuan Min Kai. The whole capital knows about this. Ignoring her objection, he could not accept the thought of his beloved daughter embracing some middle-aged, pot-bellied man. I'm not senile, he said. How can the Yuan Tran compare to the family? Everyone who sits in the deputy general manager's seat at Kudong is already over 40. She hurriedly crushed her father's bizarre assumption. Bruce said he's 40 or 50. Yuan Tran is at most 25 or 26. Isn't it proof of his extraordinary talent to be a deputy general manager at such a young age? Bin Hao was momentarily surprised. If that's true, he is indeed capable. Is this Yuan Tran person the one who saved your life? Miu's bravado suddenly vanished, and she replied bashfully, yes, it was him. Casually picking up an apple from the table, he began to feel favorably toward this Yuan Tran. He saved you, so our Chuan family owes him a debt of gratitude. How do you intend to repay him? Hearing this, Miu quickly suggested, Dad, give him a plot of land near Kaiduan Lake in the Chuan Jirkang area. Bin Hao's eyes grew sharp as he glanced at his daughter, trying to probe her. Was that his request? He secretly thought to himself that the man's ambition was certainly not small. Being deeply in love, she quickly waved her hand to clarify, no, it's not like that. It was my own suggestion to him. That land is just a token of appreciation. She did not dare look her farther in the eye as he continued, because my skills were worse than his, I crashed my vehicle. He could have completely ignored me and finished the race first, yet he stopped to help, so Bin Hao seemed to understand the situation, and as he cut the apple for her, he said, so that's how it is. Very well, I will grant him the plot of land, but he must present a complete plan and design, and he must cover all expenses. Those are my conditions. Miu took the apple and bit into it with satisfaction. That's amazing. I knew you still loved me the most, unlike Mum, who manages me strictly in every way. He turned to get another piece of fruit but didn't forget to warn her. Speaking of which, as soon as your mother heard you were hospitalized, she put the Huan Dao project on hold. She is likely on a plane back right now. Chewing, Miu froze upon hearing the bad news, a look of panic appearing on her face. Oh, I'm done for. This time, Mum will definitely ground me. Before she could say another word, the phone in Bin Hao's pocket suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and turned to say, I have an important commission meeting I must attend right now. We'll have to figure out how to deal with your mother yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't even wait for her to respond before striding out of the room, the door behind him slamming shut with a sharp bang. Once he was gone, she continued to sit blankly, lying for her beloved. She was grounded anyway, so she might as well just let it be. But when would he arrive? And why did she miss him so much? This must be love at first sight, she thought. Dawn gradually broke, and the moonlight hurriedly gave way to the sun. which cast golden rays of light down upon the luxury villa. Yuan lay leisurely on the bed and answered the phone. I understand. Just keep a close watch, but don't stir the hornet's nest. I don't believe Lu Haivai is so heartless that he wouldn't even want to see his own daughter. Suddenly, he remembered someone else. What about that reporter named Tran Bakvan? Ban Thao reported from the other end of the line. I've finished looking into it. The guy was paid by someone else to cause trouble, but before he could pull any tricks, I spent a little money to buy him off completely. That's not all, he continued. The person pulling the strings is still a mystery, and the tactics are very sophisticated. They shouldn't be underestimated. Yuan didn't change his expression at all and calmly replied, all right, continue to keep an eye on them. Just after hanging up, he let out a frustrated sigh. His opponent was a real headache. They kept sneaking around, and although the tricks weren't necessarily earth-shattering, a single slip could cost them everything. It was a formidable enemy, and being Thai Thai's bodyguard was truly exhausting. The sky today was clear and blue. On the deserted road, a car suddenly appeared, speeding along like an arrow. Yuan focused intently on the road while also making sure to check with Thai Thai about how far Thin Phi had traveled. Thai Thai, sitting in the passenger seat, answered. She started from the capital. At this speed, she will probably arrive at the same time as we do. But why are you taking me to Thin Phi's house? He didn't bother to answer her question, saying, you talk too much. Have you forgotten that I'm supposed to be your bodyguard? Yet, deep down, he carried a heavy responsibility. Finally, he was about to meet the wife that Brother Thin had always loved so dearly. Memories flooded back to when he and TC were eating together at the military camp. He had confided so much about his devoted wife, saying that she wrote letters telling him how much she missed him, and he missed her terribly as well. While patrolling the desolate area, TCU suddenly spotted a strange object, standing beside him. He couldn't help but show off his affection, saying, this bracelet is so beautiful. She will definitely love it. Once I get leave, I'll buy it and send it to my wife. But fate loves to toy with people. While on his deathbed, TCU still thought of his wife waiting back home, saying, it seems I won't be able to go back, and I still haven't been able to give this gift to her personally. Back in the present, Yuan controlled the steering wheel with one hand and held the small box placed beside him with the other. Inside was a piece of joy that his brother Narms had entrusted to him all those years ago. The car glided smoothly down the road as the journey continued, each of them lost in their own thoughts as they headed toward Thin Phi's home. The car was speeding along the road leading to Lai En district, Par Nem province. Yuan car continued to race forward under the sunlight. He kept his eyes fixed on the road but didn't forget to announce in an even tone, we'll arrive at Thin Phi's village in about an hour. Thai Thai turned to look at him with a suspicious gaze. How do you know the way so well? As if you belong here. This place is clearly very hard to find. Have you ever been to Thin Phi's hometown before? Yuan flinched like a thief caught in the act and let out a forced cough. Then, he hurriedly covered it up, saying, I just came here for work a few years ago. Though in his heart, he thought, after hearing Brother Thin mention it for years, I could find this road with my eyes closed. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes still filled with doubt. Is that so? Thin Phi set her suitcase down on the ground and let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm back home. The scene before her left her frozen. She had only been gone for 2 years. Why had her house changed so drastically? Images of the old, simple house from back then suddenly flooded into her mind. She could not help but be amazed as she gazed at the massive villa appearing before her eyes. My horse stepped out from the spacious house to welcome her guest. As soon as she saw Thin Phi, she joyfully exclaimed, You're home. Why don't you come inside quickly to get out of the heat? Why are you standing out here? She rushed forward to hug her mother tightly, choking up as she called out, Mom, overwhelmed with emotion. She could not stop herself from bursting into tears. Her mother gently comforted her in a warm tone, saying, Don't cry anymore, my dear. You are finally home. I have missed you so much. Thin Phi held her mother's hands, her eyes pleading for her mother to come live with her in the city so that she could take care of her. Maiho pointed toward the large house and gently declined, saying that it wouldn't be right because the house had just been rebuilt to be very spacious, and her grandparents had already moved in and were living happily, so the whole family didn't want to go anywhere else. She looked her mother straight in the eyes and anxiously asked about the source of the money used to build the house, as the cost must have been significant. Her mother smiled brightly, boasting proudly that the 600,000 was all thanks to the money she had sent home, adding that her daughter was truly capable, and even though she sent 200,000 each month, it was better to save it and send it in one lump sum so she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of going to town to withdraw it. Her expression showed clear confusion, and she could only stammer that she just wanted her mother and grandparents to live more comfortably. However, a suspicion stirred in her heart. Her salary wasn't high enough to send money twice a month, so was there someone else sending money, or was it a mistake? But how could there be a mistake for so many years? Seeing her daughter standing there blankly, Mai Hoa urged her to come inside to avoid the sun. A gentle breeze blew by, causing the hem of her mother's dress to sway slightly. Thin Phi's gaze accidentally landed right on the hem of the dress. She stared at it, thinking to herself that this dress was a design from a famous international fashion brand. She hesitated before asking her mother about the dress she was wearing. Her mother turned around and smiled kindly, saying that the outfit was very comfortable. She hadn't dared to wear it last year when she sent it, so she only took it out to wear today because she was home. Her mother's answer made Thin Phi even more confused, because when this dress was first released, it was worth thousands of gold taels. Mai Hoa took her daughter's hand and pulled her inside, urging her to go in and see her grandparents, who were eagerly waiting. As soon as she stepped into the living room, she bowed to her grandparents respectfully. No sooner had Han An pulled her to sit down than she hurriedly tried to play matchmaker, mentioning that old Mr. Phi at the end of the alley had many times expressed a wish for her to meet his son, Phi Lam, someone she surely still remembered. Thin Phi recalled childhood memories of him and replied politely that she remembered. He was a little boy who always had a runny nose back then. Pan Yan and Mai Hoa looked at each other and smiled meaningfully. Not missing the chance, she rambled on. advertising as if she were introducing a lucrative investment, saying that Phi Lam was now a marketing director in the capital, with a high salary and owning his own private house there. Pan Yan excitedly said that she thought the two of them were a perfect match, just waiting for her agreement to set a date for them to meet, which made Thin Phi widen her eyes in surprise. Thin Phi hardly refused in a flustered but firm tone, saying that her career was on the rise and she hadn't even thought about dating, let alone getting married. Pan Yan shook her head vigorously, showing her disapproval because she believed that she was no longer young. Then, she looked at her with a serious gaze, advising that Phi Lam had grown up and was very excellent, so she should try meeting him once. Who knows, they might develop feelings. Thin Phi hurriedly waved her hand to decline. No, BunRv, I really haven't thought about getting married right now. Manhwa placed her hand on her shoulder and gently persuaded. Thin Phi, your aunt has such intentions. You should just go and meet him. Feeling awkward, she mumbled, Mum, I really am. Unexpectedly, a strange noise rang out right outside the front door. Phi Lam appeared, carrying 2 large gift bags in his hands. He quickly greeted them politely. Hello, BunRv, and aunt, when he suddenly bumped into Thin Phi. His eyes flickered with surprise. Wow, when did Thin Phi return to the countryside? Thin Phi tilted her head to look at him for a few seconds, then laughed mischievously. Long time no see, the little boy who used to have a runny nose all the time. Phi Lam set the bags on the floor, scanned her from head to toe, and laughed loudly. You still remember that? My runny nose problem was cured ages ago. You've changed so much. You've become a great beauty now. Who would have guessed back then that our village would produce someone as outstanding as you? Thin Phi quickly poured tea into a cup to serve her distinguished guest. She placed the cup in front of him and exclaimed, Drink some tea. You are truly talented to have built your own career and bought a house in the capital. Unlike me, I still have to crash at my friends' places. Phi Lam took the cup and suddenly offered, housing in the capital is very expensive. The two of you should just come and live with me for convenience. The house has 2 bedrooms, and I've been renovating it for 3 months. It's move-in ready. If you move in with me, we can look out for each other like siblings. She froze for a moment and then hurriedly declined. That doesn't seem very convenient. Pan Yan immediately interrupted, asking pointedly with a stern expression, what is so inconvenient about it? Seeing her grandmother voice her support, he didn't miss the chance to add, exactly, it's not inconvenient at all. We'll each have our own room, guaranteed not to disturb anyone. Under the relentless assault, Thin Phi could only stammer, this. Deep down, she cried out for help. How should I refuse this? Someone, please save me. Phi Lam seemed to have intuitively realized something was amiss. Without waiting for her to speak, he took the initiative to conclude the matter and find an exit. Well, how about this, Thin Phi? I'll help you move when we head back to the capital. You must be tired from just arriving, so I won't disturb you any longer. Everyone, please continue your conversation. As he turned to leave, he was stopped by a call from behind from Thin Phi's grandfather. Hold on a second. He smiled kindly, his voice both playful and stern in a way that made it impossible to refuse. What's the rush? Do you only want to talk to Thin Phi? Don't you plan on staying to chat with us? Stay and have dinner with the family later. Upon hearing this, Phi Lam turned around and happily agreed. If you have extended an invitation, then I shall respectfully comply. He smiled sheepishly to himself, thinking that Grandpa truly understood his intentions best. After he had taken his seat, Grandpa asked curiously, tell me a bit about your apartment. He stammered in reply, it's nothing special, really. Thin Phi sighed dejectedly, thinking to herself, it's just a 2-bedroom apartment. If Phi Lam knew I was about to become a major shareholder of the Lam High Corporation with assets worth billions, I wonder if he would be so embarrassed he'd want to crawl into a hole. A while later, Maiho's voice drifted out from the kitchen. Alright everyone, time to set the table. Thin Dish and Thin Hao, stop playing and come to the table right now. Fragrant dishes had been fully laid out on the table. Once everyone was settled, Thin Phi politely served food to the elders. And, you've worked hard. Everyone, try the braised pork I made. The other person nodded and praised it. It's delicious. I wish you were my daughter. That would be wonderful. The chorus of urging that always accompanied family visits began again. Thin Phi, tell the truth. At this age you need to think about finding a boyfriend. Working out this so far away is hard for a girl. She sighed helplessly inside. What more can I say? It always comes back to this subject. It's so tiresome to listen to. She had no choice but to take out her phone and silently send a message to urge them. With her heart burning like fire, she inwardly called out to her 2 friends, I don't know where Dai and View and Tran are, but please come and save me. At that exact moment, the doorbell rang repeatedly. Thin Phi jumped up immediately and said to Maiho, Mum, my friends must be here. Let me go out and welcome them. View and Tran was currently standing and waiting right in front of the house gate. He and Dai looked over the grand estate in front of them. Witnessing that scene, he secretly admired how the house had been renovated so spaciously. Thin Phi rushed out from inside to welcome them and said excitedly, Dai, View and Tran, you two have finally arrived. Dai asked wordly, is something urgent happening? Phi Lam was working out from inside the house and happened to witness this intimate reunion. He immediately frowned, feeling both annoyed and curious in his heart as to why a man was appearing here. Thin Phi led her friends inside, putting an arm around Dai's neck affectionately. You two arrived at just the right time. Dai only replied indifferently, is that so? Once inside, she pointed toward Dai and gave a formal introduction. Mum, this is my best friend. Her name is Thuan Quan Dai. The young woman gave a charming smile and bowed politely. Hello, Andy. I often hear Thin Phi talk about you, so I've been really looking forward to visiting everyone. Maiho looked at her with an affectionate and grateful gaze. I've also heard Thin Phi mention you all the time. If it weren't for your help, she would have likely suffered quite a bit. Without hesitation, Thin Phi pulled View and Tran over to introduce him. Mum, this is View and Tran. He's also a good friend of mine. He nodded in greeting. Hello, sister-in-law. I've really wanted to visit you but haven't been able to arrange the time. Both Thin Phi and Dai were stunned, both exclaiming in their heads at the same time, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law. Dai grabbed his arm and questioned him immediately. View and Tran, what are you saying? Why are you calling her sister-in-law? Yun Tran was startled and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. I let it slip again. Because I'm so used to being around old Thin, I can't break the habit. He gave a forced laugh and quickly replied, hello, Andy, you look so young that I instinctively called you that. Please forgive me. She simply crossed her arms and smiled softly. You certainly have a smooth tongue. Right then, Phi Lam approached from behind and proactively extended his hand to offer a greeting. He introduced himself clearly as if reading a job application. My name is Phi Lam, a schoolmate of Thin Phi and a colleague in the capital. I am currently residing at Than Kai Garden. Yun Tran politely shook hands and replied, I'm Yun Tran. I just moved to the capital and don't have a permanent home yet, so I'm staying with someone. As for Than Kai Garden, I've never heard of it. He glanced at him and secretly smiled. This guy is so weird, always having to brag about where he lives while introducing himself. He must want to show off his achievements. Phi Lam maintained a polite exterior but his tone was full of competitiveness. It's natural for someone new not to know the capital well. Drop by sometime. It's tough for country folk working here, so we should support each other. He probed curiously as if conducting an interrogation. What do you do for a living? Yun Tran smiled and replied nonchalantly, I work as a security guard and also a driver. Phi Lam withdrew his hand, his face showing clear triumph. Is that so? A security guard's job is quite easy. I work until late every night. Inside he chuckled, just a security guard, how can he possibly compare to me? That I had been observing the whole time and thought to herself, why does this guy keep trying to make things difficult for Yun Tran? How interesting. Then, she patted his shoulder and scolded him. Oh, stop being so modest. You just spent a fortune buying a Maybach, and now you're pretending to be a security guard. Phi Lam stood frozen like a stone statue, his mind reeling. What? He's not a security guard? Is that Maybach out there real his? Poor exactly he's telling the truth. Just then, Myhor brought food out from the kitchen. Alright, everyone sit down and talk. Try these homegrown peanuts made from a secret family recipe. Yun Tran leisurely shelled a peanut and tasted it. As he chewed, he gave a thumbs up in appreciation. This is delicious. His heart suddenly felt stirred. This is exactly the flavor that the sister-in-law once sent to Brother Thin before. Thai glanced at him, her heart filled with curiosity just how premium were these peanuts that he was so excited about them. She also immediately picked one up and popped it into her mouth to enjoy. The delicious flavor spread across her tongue, making her eyes light up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, this is amazing. Panyan sat down next to them, her eyes kindly watching Thai and Yun Tran. Seeing that both were decent people, she felt deeply reassured that Thin Phi had such good friends. Phi Lam quickly moved closer, seizing the moment to play the part and win her favor. Grandma, there's also me. I will take good care of her in the future, and when I have time, I'll take you and Grandpa to the capital for a trip. His attempt to impress seemed successful, and she turned to Thin Phi, saying, that's wonderful, Thin Phi. Look, Phi Lam is very sincere toward you, and since you've known each other since childhood, I think you two make a perfect match. She sat up straight and looked at her grandmother with a serious gaze. Grandma, please don't pressure me anymore. In fact, I already have a boyfriend. Both Han Yan and Phi Lam were stunned silent on the spot. Their eerie silence made Thin Phi awkward, and she thought to herself, oh no, is it ending this quickly? I haven't even had the chance to see Phi Lam get jealous of Yun Tran yet, so she decided to point directly at Yun Tran and declared loudly, it's him. Hearing his name while enjoying his meal, Yun Tran sighed in frustration. Here we go again. Please don't put me in a difficult spot. I end up acting as a shield no matter where I go. He sat there like a wooden statue, crumbling internally as everyone's eyes fixed on him, Thin Phi included. This was such a nuisance. Thin Phi looked at Thai as if asking for permission to borrow him for the act. Thai sibiled an okay with her hand, coordinating perfectly as if they had discussed it beforehand. Sure, both of them turned to look at Yun Tran, their eyes shimmering with a plea. Please help me just this once. He closed his eyes briefly and let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he reached out and firmly took Thin Phi's hand in his. Yun Tran flashed a gentle smile and spoke clearly as if reciting a script. Grandma and Andy, the truth is that Thin Phi and I have been dating for 6 months. She wanted to wait a bit longer before introducing me to the family, but since I was nearby on business, I stopped by to pay my respects first. Thin Phi gave his hand a gentle squeeze. She furrowed her brows, signaling him to let go immediately. Yun Tran looked at her meaningfully. Don't move, this makes it look more realistic, feeling a bit smug inside. Even if he couldn't win her over, he might as well enjoy holding her hand. Then he turned to Hong An, his voice dropping to a sincere tone. Grandma, I know you love Thin Phi the most and are always worried about her being away. Please rest easy now. She has me to protect her. Thin Phi glared at him, thinking to herself, that's so cringeworthy. This guy is definitely getting back at me. Pan Yan's eyes crinkled with a wide smile, her voice full of joy and hidden meaning. What a good boy. I like you even more now. Knowing Thin Phi is with you truly puts my mind at ease. Sitting nearby, Phi Lam's face turned pale as he witnessed the sudden turn of events. What on earth is going on? A surge of bitterness filled him, hard to swallow. Wasn't Grandma always on his side? Why was this happening? Or had Thin Phi staged this intentionally, hiding her boyfriend just to humiliate him? He glanced at the affectionate couple, cursing silently in frustration. Now that they had gone public, the flirtatious glances were enough to make his blood boil. Without another word, he stood up abruptly in frustration, unwilling to stay a second longer. He said a curt goodbye. Grandma, it's late. I'll be heading home now. Internally, he gritted his teeth in fury. He had never been so humiliated in front of others before, having favored Phi Lam just moments ago. She now did a complete 180 as she waved him goodbye. Phi Lam, I'll introduce you to a good girl if I find one later. Don't be too upset. Phi Lam turned on his heel and left, his heart filled with resentment. Just you wait. Whether you're a mere security guard or the owner of a luxury car, you'll get what's coming to you once we're back in the capital. The hands of the wall clock had just touched the 8 o'clock mark in the evening. My horse stepped out of the kitchen and gently advised, Mother, it's late now. You should go get some rest, and we can deal with everything tomorrow. Pan Yan laughed happily but with a hint of regret. Oh my, time flies so fast. I still wanted to chat with my grandson-in-law a bit more. Yun Tran swallowed hard, managing only a forced smile internally. The title of grandson-in-law sounded so abrupt, especially since he was clearly Thin Phai's former superior. Pan Yan lingered and suddenly threw out a tricky question. Grandson-in-law, tell me the truth. Are Thin Phai and you living in the same house? Thinking of the apartment all three of them were staying in, he instantly replied without realizing it would cause a misunderstanding. That's right, we are still living under the same roof. She covered her mouth, tickling with a knowing look. Thin Phai felt as if boiling water had been poured on her. She started hardly denying. Brahmala, don't believe his nonsense. We're all just staying temporarily at Thai Thai's place. We aren't even sharing a room. After a while, seeing that no one made a move to get up, Mai Hor urged them again. Come on, Thin Phai, Yun Tran, you two go to your rooms to rest. The guest room is in the east wing and Thai Thai is in the west wing on the second floor. I've already had them cleaned up for you. Thin Phai almost screamed, fuming with anger. Mother, why are you doing this too? They aren't staying at our place tonight, she asked back, looking bewildered. Oh, why not? She hurriedly made up an excuse. The company has some unexpected work, and Yun Tran and Thai Thai have to go back to handle it immediately. They were just stopping by for a quick visit. She frowned slightly, thinking to herself, I absolutely cannot stay with this two-faced snake. Yun Tran. Mai Hor tilted her head to look at him, as if to verify the information. Oh, is that really so? Yun Tran? Yun Tran shook his head vehemently, deliberately contradicting Thin Phai. Andy, that's not the case at all. I've already taken care of everything. He gloated inwardly. HMPH, a man of my caliber isn't about to be used and discarded empty-handed. You'll have a hard time trying to get rid of me. Thin Phai still refused to give up, partly pulling Thai Thai into the fray as a shield. Mother, don't listen to Yun Tran's nonsense. They really have work to do. If you don't believe me, just ask Thai Thai. Thin Phai clasped her hands together in prayer, her eyes full of pleading as if to say, save me, Thai Thai. The threatening text from Yun Tran suddenly popped into her head, leaving her caught in a dilemma. After weighing the pros and cons, Thai Thai had to bite the bullet and betray herself. Andy, there's no work at all. Everything at the company has been resolved, and we will stay here tonight. Mai Hor smiled with satisfaction. That's great. It wasn't a waste of time for me to clean the rooms for you. Come on, let me show you to your rooms. When Yun Tran stepped into Thin Phai's room, the clock had already ticked past 9:30. His gaze drifted lightly over the family photo placed right by the head of the bed. Thin Phai propped herself up, watching him lounge on her bed, and snap irritably. How long do you intend to stay here? What will it take for you to switch rooms with Thai Thai? Yun Tran looked up at her, pretending to be naive. Why must I switch rooms with Thai Thai? The very next second, he deliberately provoked her by sprawling out to take out the whole bed. This room is quite convenient. The bed is wide and soft, and there's a beauty right beside me. If I'm to switch rooms sneakily, I have to wait until the adults are fast asleep. It's too much of a hassle. No sooner had he finished his sentence than a pillow flew straight into his face. Thin Phai slumped onto the bed, fuming, and glared at him. Stop with the chatter. When exactly are you going to pay back your debt to me? Yun Tran cheerfully made a gesture of surrender. All right, for the great duty Thin Phai, I will compromise. But if you want me to pose as your boyfriend, you have to offer some perks. Give me a gift and I'll move out right away. She immediately crossed her arms defensively. What perks? Don't you dare push your luck. He suddenly sprang up and leaned in close to her. Thin Phai's face turned as pale as a banana leaf, his mouth stammering in panic. What are you planning to do? Yun Tran laughed slyly and proposed an incredibly bizarre condition. Hey, what are you thinking? Your mind isn't pure at all. I'm just curious about your underwear size. Tell me, and I'll give up the room. Thin Phai remained in a defensive stance, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed, Or. She quickly pulled the pillow close to her chest and embarrassedly asked, Why do you want to know that? He casually leaned back on the bed and mockingly said, Fine, if you don't want to say it. I'm free tonight. Pani, let's go to sleep. She frowned slightly, her voice sounding a bit confused but still wary. If I tell you, will you really give up the room? Yun Tran rested his head on his hands, closed his eyes, and gave a leisurely grunt of affirmation. Thin Phai's cheeks flushed red, and it took him a while to stammer out, Oh. She hugged the pillow tightly and sat up in frustration. No way, I can't say it. Observing her awkward reaction, Yun Tran covered his mouth and laughed gleefully. Pahar. He sat up and raised his eyebrows in compromise. All right, I won't force you anymore. Your face is turning as red as a beet. Thin Phai angrily squeezed the pillow in his hands and shouted, Yun Tran, you jerk. The pillow went flying toward him, but Yun Tran nimbly dodged it. It flew too far, causing the photo frame on the nightstand to fall to the floor. He turned to look at her reproachfully. I was just joking. How could you bring yourself to hit me? Then, he bent down to pick up the object that had just fallen. After examining it for a while, he nodded and remarked, The quality is pretty good. It's still intact. Yun Tran gently stroked the image of the man in the frame, his tone suddenly becoming summa. Your father looked quite handsome in his youth. Thin Phai lowered his gaze, his hands unconsciously clenching. He's gone. He died in an accident during maneuvers. Memories of the past suddenly rushed back, and he frowned, asking himself, an accident? He turned to look at her with a rare moment of sincerity. Thin Phai, when you're free, I want to take you to that place. She hesitated for a moment, her eyes wavering before she nodded slightly. All right. But Yun Tran, I want to talk to you. I still have many questions, and I think only you can answer them. Yun Tran didn't hesitate and nodded instantly. Go ahead, tell me. Thin Phai tried to piece together all the facts in his mind. Yun Tran, I know you aren't just a simple bodyguard. There are many mysteries about you, and somehow you're able to afford expensive designer goods. He gaped like a thief caught red-handed. Pa, you figured it out. Well, my major was design. These items were gifts from friends. I've always been a bit casual about how I dress. Thin Phai suddenly leaned in close, his eyes boring into him as he questioned, the dress my mother wore was sent by you. wasn't it? Yun Tran and Thin Phi stared at each other as if trying to look into each other's souls. After a moment of silence, he nodded slightly in admission, it was indeed me. I didn't expect you to be so observant. She tilted her head, a sharp look flashing in her eyes. It's not that I'm observant. Who would send designer items to someone in the countryside? And the 20,000 each month was also sent by you, right? Why is that? He let his hands fall casually, as if he had nothing left to hide. It seems the cat's out of the bag. Thin Phi gestured with her hands, counting off the ironclad evidence one by one as if displaying war trophies. It's so obvious. Do you take me for a fool? The way you slice duck at Kwonjut is exactly like my father, not to mention you called my mother sister-in-law. Before she could finish, Yun Tran hurriedly interrupted, raising both hands in surrender. All right, I give up. I really did know your father. Thin Phi gently took hold of his sleeve, her eyes filled with indescribable sadness. Then tell me, did my father really die in an accident? Yun Tran squeezed the photo in his palm. He had intended to wait for a more appropriate time to talk to her about it. He stared intently at the man in the photo, his expression darkening as old memories flooded back. Actually, your father and I were comrades in arms. He was the most talented special operative in China and the most outstanding member of the team. He traced the photograph with his hand, his voice drowning in a tide of remorse. A man like him, how could he die because of that group? He sacrificed himself on the battlefield just to protect me. Without him, my life would be over too. Thin Phi wiped away a tear that had spilled over her lashes and immediately questioned, you said you wanted to take me somewhere, is it that place? Yun Tran looked her straight in the eyes, his gaze filled with determination. It is a battlefield. The wall clock ticked silently at 11 o'clock at night. Along the quiet corridor, Thai pressed her ear against the door to listen to what was happening inside. Holding her breath for fear of being heard, she muttered to herself, it's so late and they still haven't changed rooms. Could they really be sleeping in the same bed? I have to see for myself. Suddenly, a soft click sounded as the door swung open. Thai couldn't react in time and tumbled into Yun Tran, letting out a surprised cry. He stood stunned for a moment, looking at her with confusion. Thai, why did you suddenly appear here? Is it because you're too lonely? A second later, she shrieked, covered her face with her hands, and turned to sprint back to her room like a whirlwind. You scoundrel. Thin Phi, hurry up and chase that man away from me. Thin Phi gently closed the door and politely said, the night. Immediately after, Yun Tran's calm voice echoed from outside. The night. He examined his hand again, thinking to himself, although still not quite as good as hand Tindar, the feeling is actually pretty decent. The next dawn arrived, and a new day began in a quiet atmosphere. My Hoer's kind voice rose from the front courtyard. Here are some peanuts and sweet potatoes. Don't be shy. Take some more. Thai hurriedly declined. Auntie, this is enough, thank you. She looked at the two of them as they prepared to board the car, her face full of reluctance to say goodbye. You've only stayed for one day. Must you leave so soon? Thin Phi winced, looking at her apologetically. Mum, I told you they have urgent business. Walking up to the car, Yun Tran turned and waved. Goodbye, Auntie. Thai smiled brightly and waved continuously. Auntie, we will definitely come back to visit you next time. The car began to roll, heading back toward the city. Not long after they had left, Thai's curiosity could no longer be contained. Hey Yun Tran, what happened between you and Thin Phi last night? Tell me, the way she looked at you this morning was very strange. She grabbed Yun Tran's sleeve, pulling and shaking it like a child demanding a gift. Tell me, I'm dying of curiosity. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face tense as he replied, stop making a scene, I'm trying to focus on driving. Suddenly, a stern voice boomed from a loudspeaker. Vehicle in front, stop immediately. This car did not slow down but continued to speed forward. The deep, or male voice came from the speaker again, this time with a firm command. I repeat, slow down and stop. Yun Tran raised an eyebrow and looked ahead, wondering what on earth was going on. Yun Tran and Thai stepped out of the car together. She looked ahead, her expression full of confusion and anxiety. What is this about? Pon Kai stepped down onto the road, his gait imposing and authoritative. His face was as cold as ice, and he was brandishing a firearm in his hand. Witnessing that horrific scene, Thai could not hide her fear and whispered, what kind of deity have we offended this time? Yun Tran still stood as firm as a rock, his appearance so indifferent as if the pressure didn't touch him at all. Who knows, maybe he had just poked the hornet's nest. Pon Kai stepped closer to him, his gaze as cold as a blade locking onto the target. You're Yun Tran, aren't you? He tilted his head slightly, the corners of his mouth curling up mockingly. So what? Suddenly, he used the butt of the gun to smash the car window hard, creating a loud bang, and then shouted, the person I'm looking for is exactly you. Thai immediately cried out when she saw her beloved car being mistreated. That's my car's glass. The sound of the door closing was extremely sharp. She was in a rage. Who do you think you are to act so recklessly? Even as an officer, you cannot arbitrarily destroy my property like that. Pon Kai knitted his brows tightly, glancing at her with disdain. Want to know who I am? I'm Tuan Hun Kai, a major in the Kantu Army Defense Regiment, and also the older brother of Tuan Mimu. Yun Tran slowly put his hands in his pockets, replying nonchalantly, the older brother of the provincial party secretary's daughter. Why are you looking for me? He gnashed his teeth and suddenly grabbed the youth's collar. Don't play innocent. If it weren't for you racing with my sister, she wouldn't have broken her leg. Today, I'll let you taste the same suffering as her. Thai rushed toward them in a panic and fired back indignantly. What do you know? Clearly, it was Tuan Mimu who invited Yun Tran to race. She couldn't handle losing so she played dirty, and Yun Tran actually saved her life. Her eyes shimmered with fear as he recalled the event. If it wasn't for Yun Tran, she wouldn't have returned alive. Pon Kai suddenly pushed her hard, causing her to stumble before she could finish. He growled each word, shut up and stop screaming in my ear, as she cried out in pain. Thai sat on the ground, glare angrily as he shouted, Tuan Hun Kai, do you believe that if you push me today, tomorrow I'll order someone to go straight to your unit and arrest you? He tilted his chin up arrogantly, looking at Yun Tran defiantly. In this calm territory, no one dares to touch a hair on my head. Yuan Tran tightened his grip on the hand clutching his shirt, his eyes darkening. To Yun Kai, you are too reckless. The son of the provincial secretary is indeed impressive, but you can't go around destroying property before sorting out right and wrong. How do you plan to compensate for this glass? Pun Kai didn't bother to argue further and immediately threw a punch, his voice full of arrogance. Compensate? Let's see if you can even keep your life first. Yuan Tran skillfully dodged the blow with ease, a cold smile on his lips. This thug, all he does is talk about hitting people. A split second later, he delivered a blow to the man's stomach after a gentle reminder. It's my turn now. Yuan Tran observed him clutching his stomach and grimacing, feeling astonished in his heart. How can this be? Having just been hit once by him and I already feel sore. Pun Kai charged in again, this time more cautious, thinking to himself, this guy isn't simple. I cannot underestimate him. He strode forward with killing intent. There was only one thought in his head, must fight quickly and win to let him taste my power. The subordinates nearby cheered excitedly, as if they were watching a ring match. The captain is moving. Look closely. The big squad captain hasn't seen real combat in a long time. With his personality, he will surely use all his strength to subdue the opponent. Wait, how is that possible? A moment later, they were all stunned. He dodged the strike. Yuan Tran once again effortlessly avoided his opponent's attack. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder and smirked mockingly. Such a vicious move. If I took that hit, I'd probably be crippled for life. Pun Kai's expression became extremely aggressive. He stared at him and hissed a single word through his teeth. You. Without a second's delay, he turned and planted an elbow painfully into his chest. Right back at you. The powerful strike sent Hun Kai flying far back like a kite with a severed string. His subordinates suddenly turned pale and shouted in a panic. Seeing him motionless, the whole group rushed over, calling out incessantly, Captain, Captain, can you hear us? Your breathing is getting weaker. How could that guy be so ruthless? Without hesitation, they all drew their guns at once. The scene was terrifying. A row of cold gun barrels pointed directly at Yuan Tran, and a soldier, red-faced with anger, roared, how dare you beat our captain to this state? Today, you won't be able to escape from here. Yuan Tran casually put his hands in his pockets, wearing the indifferent expression of a villain, and sneered, or your eyes just for show. Wish I saw me hit him. Clearly, he was the one who attacked first. Rockantine widened his eyes and put on a professional act of playing the victim. So what? You're fine, but our captain. He left the sentence hanging. Without needing more words, Pun Kai's miserable state was obvious, so he immediately turned to the soldiers and ordered, 5 of you, quickly take the captain to the nearest hospital, and the rest stay here with me. With the remaining half of the soldiers, he flaunted his immense confidence and issued a threatening challenge, let me see who can take this gun from my hand. Yuan Tran frowned slightly, as if revealing a shocking secret. Perhaps you don't know, but I real hate soldiers pointing guns at me. The moment he finished speaking, the gun was pressed right against his chest. How ironic it was that he ended up with exactly what he claimed to hate. Rockantine gripped the gun tightly and uttered a cold, heartless question. And what does that have to do with me? He calmly reached out and grabbed the barrel, then kindly adjusted the muzzle to aim directly at his own heart, his eyes challenging. If you're willing to take responsibility, then go ahead and pull the trigger. On top of that, Yuan Tran added some ironic advice about following the law. But in my opinion, after Captain Hun Kai wakes up, you won't help you deal with this. What would be the consequences for a soldier who opens fire on an innocent citizen? Probably 20 or 30 years behind bars, don't you think? Previously acting very confident, Rockantine hesitated significantly the moment he heard mention of legal penalties or the police. He held up his index finger, seizing the moment to intimidate. In my opinion, all soldiers of Ho-Ha are one family. If it weren't an emergency, I really wouldn't want to attack my own kin. I'll give you 5 seconds to get out of the way. 1. Not wanting to get entangled with this crowd for too long, Yuan Tran raised another finger and counted loudly. 2. The sound of counting echoed in his ears, making him quickly weigh the situation in his mind. He has a point. If I real pull the trigger, given the captain's personality, he definitely won't protect me. He might even turn around and blame me instead. Finally, just as the word 3 was uttered, Rockantine managed to lower his gun in time, breathing a sigh of relief. He clearly had the heart but not the power to act, so he consoled himself, I can't risk my life for this. Yuan Tran looked satisfied. He suddenly patted his own chest and emphasized once more, I used to be a soldier. Lieutenant, let me give you a piece of advice you must carve into your heart. Never point a gun at your comrades. Ignoring whether his words reached the man, he quickly turned and walked toward his car, calling out, Thive, let's go. The young girl hesitated, not yet responding. Before he had taken more than a few steps, Paiman suddenly raised his gun, muttering, our captain is in this state. How can we just let him leave so easily? Even if you don't fire, it doesn't matter. As long as we manage to pin a crime on him, everything will be fine, right? Rockantine spun around immediately, then panicked and spread his arms to block him, shouting, Paiman, stop right now. It was said slowly, but events happened extremely fast. The deafening gun sprang out, causing nearby birds to fly off in a panic. Fresh blood dripped steadily, tooling next to the rifle lying discarded on the cold ground. He winced, clutching his bleeding arm, and let out a heartbreaking, agonizing scream. The shot made Hyman's hand tremble so much that he dropped his gun, while Yuan Tran remained coldly in his firing stance, his expression unwavering. Having decisively handled the matter, he immediately opened the car door and got in, not forgetting to throw back a cold warning. Don't provoke me. The pitch-black car quickly left the obstacles behind, continuing the journey that had just been interrupted. Thai had only walked a short distance when her eyes blinked with deep admiration. The way you fired your gun just now was truly cool. I didn't expect your aiming skills to be so precise. Wang Zheng, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead, replied nonchalantly, it's nothing to praise. If he weren't a soldier of our country, that shot would have taken his entire hand. Hearing these words, she suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. If he had made an enemy of Zhang Hunky, what would happen if the man came to the capital to cause trouble in the future? As soon as the words were spoken, a large hand reached out and patted Thai's head in a gentle gesture of reassurance. Wang Zheng, who was always confident in his own strength, said, "Rest assured, with such severe fractured ribs and lung damage, Deng Hanqi won't be able to leave his bed for the next 6 months." The phone placed nearby suddenly rang repeatedly, breaking the atmosphere between the two. Seeing her radiant face as she answered the phone, it must have been the news she had been waiting for. "Yes, I understand. That's wonderful." As soon as she hung up, Thai could not help but exclaim, "Wang Zheng, they found Liu Zui. Y1 is arranging personnel to secretly bring him back from Italy." She hurriedly added more information. He's stubborn and refuses to say a word. Y1 asked repeatedly but gained nothing, so he said we should handle him ourselves. This news alone was enough to satisfy Wang Qing. "Very well, then let's return immediately. We cannot afford to delay for even one more second." Without hesitation, he stepped hard on the accelerator, making the car dart forward like an arrow. Brilliant sunlight poured down upon the skyscrapers. Wen Tao worked out briskly with a bright smile upon seeing the two. "Vice President Wang, you two have finally arrived." He extended his hand toward the man sitting inside and respectfully introduced him. "Vice President Wang, this is a gentleman, Liu Zui." Zui looked directly at Wang Jing with a determined gaze, his voice devoid of fear. "Vice President Wang, no matter who you send, I have already said it, I know nothing." Wang Jing gave a slight wave of his hand, signaling everyone to step away temporarily. This man is truly stubborn. Thai, Wen Tao, you two go outside first." The door slammed shut quickly, leaving only the two of them in the room. He sat in the opposite chair and went straight to the point. "Hello, I'm Wang Zhen, the newly appointed vice chairman of Qdong International. Excuse my intrusion, but why did you leave your old company?" Zui frowned with great annoyance. "For what reason should I disclose that to you?" Wang Zheng showed no sign of wavering, simply taking a calm sip of water. Placing the cup on the table, his sharp gaze bored into the man opposite him. "I don't understand what you gained from Qdong's collapse. The chip was definitely installed by you. Otherwise why would you give up a high-income job to flee to Italy?" He shrugged and replied with an indifferent tone, "I went to Italy to facilitate caring for my daughter who is in university. There was no other purpose." Wang Jing tapped his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop. "I admit you are a man of high IQ, but intelligent people often make foolish mistakes, or more accurately, they always make choices based on emotion." So his pride was wounded and he sprang up, sparks flying in his eyes. "I am always clear-headed in every decision." "Is that so?" he mucked. "Then why, for such petty gain, did you choose to betray the place that trained you?" He took a deep breath to regain control, then smiled faintly to hide his insecurity. "I know you were just setting a trap to lure me in, but I will not fall for it." Wang Zhen leaned forward slightly, his eyes seemingly peering into the man's soul. "Or could it be that the real reason you committed betrayal was actually because of your daughter?" As soon as the sentence was finished, a flash of shock appeared on Zui's face. He remained composed, hands clasped on the table. "I won't hide it from you. I used to be a special agent, so I am very well versed in interrogation techniques and reading psychological cues." Wang Zheng tilted his head and used a sharp tone to strip away the cover. "I asked you 7 questions just now, and for every single question, you had a distinctly different expression." A sigh rang out as if to put a full stop to the conversation. "Actually, there's no need to wait for you to answer. Your face has already said everything. Mr. Liu, you are a decent man, please just be honest with me." Pai Vai lowered his head slightly, waves of hesitation rising in his heart. After a mental struggle, he exhaled sharply and shook his head. "I have nothing to reveal." Wang Zheng pushed the photo toward him without hesitation. "Mr. Liu, is this your daughter who is studying in Italy?" As soon as he saw the figure in the photo, Bai Vai immediately cried out in panic. "Ding Jing." His face turned pale, and his voice trembled with indignation. "You dare follow my daughter? Stay away from her. She is my only treasure." Ignoring his anger, Wang Zheng calmly presented the next piece of evidence. "Those people used your daughter to threaten you into leaving your homeland, didn't they? Take a look at this." The secretly taken photos of Jing tossed in front of him terrified Hai Vai. "Who on earth are those people?" He glanced at him and explained, "They use your daughter as leverage. If you leave, she'll be in danger." He leaned his hands on the table in confusion. "Why would they do that?" Wang Jin picked up a photo and tore it to shreds in front of him. "Don't worry too much. Meeting me is your good fortune. I've already cleared those dangers for you." Pai Vai followed him with an undisguised gaze of skepticism. With only the two of them in the room, he didn't hesitate to ask directly, "As a way to repay me, tell me, why didn't they take action and instead used your daughter to threaten you? What secret are you hiding?" He lowered his face and stared at the table. "I hold the core filter technology, a method to turn consumable filters into permanent ones. That's what they crave." Wang Jin put his hands in his pockets casually. "Non-consumable products. If that happens, the most profitable companies will collapse, and Kirin will be affected as well. It seems you understand the filter market quite well." Pai Vai suddenly fell silent, not saying another word. Wang Zhen snapped his fingers and made a suggestion. "Being vague is no fun at all. Look at this, then decide for yourself whether to continue." The room's door suddenly let out a dry click. He was dazed by the sudden turn of events. "Oh. How could this happen?" Pai Vai couldn't believe his eyes as he saw his daughter appear before him. "Ding Jing, why are you here?" Ding Jing looked at him with tearful eyes and choked out, "Dad." She rushed forward, hugging him tightly amidst her uncontrollable sobbing. Both moved and confused, Pai Vai turned back to Wang Jing. "What on earth do you want from me?" They slowly approached to reassure him. "You've seen it now. I have enough power to protect your daughter, so don't worry about it anymore." He held up his fingers one by one to list his conditions. "It's very simple. First, you work for Kirin in exchange for your daughter's safety. Second, tell me everything you know. I need to find the mastermind." After reflecting for a few seconds, Pai Vai nodded. "All right, I agree." He turned to look at his daughter with eyes full of love. "As long as she is safe, I will agree to do anything." The corners of Wang Jin's mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Working with an intelligent person is quite relaxing. Rest assured, Kirin will not let you be at a disadvantage." After speaking, he turned and worked out, not forgetting to instruct, "Once Lai Wai is finished, everything will be handed over to you." Wen Tao nodded respectfully. "Don't worry, Vice President Wang. Everything will be fine." Jing smiled gratefully. "I must thank you once again." Wang Jing rubbed his nose with a smug and teasing expression. Don't be polite. I'm the vice chairman of Curing. Is your father alright now? This case isn't over yet. Our opponent is very strong. Her face fell, anxiety evident in her eyes. There hasn't been any progress yet. He still relies on machines for life support. I only hope he never encounters this situation again. He placed his hand on her hair, gently comforting her as if soothing a child. Everything will be fine. I will always be by your side. Let's take advantage of the time before your father wakes up to settle everything properly and make Kudong thrive even more. Thai's face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. She whispered as if to herself, Buentran, thank you. It's so good to have you with me. Buentran slightly raised his hand to his ear, pretending not to hear clearly. What? Are you saying that I'm the most handsome man in the world? She slapped his leg hard, her mouth pouting. So annoying. It hasn't even been 3 seconds and you're already not being serious. Then she turned on her heel and walked away, leaving behind only one sentence. I'm going to handle work. He stood watching her back, dazed for a moment, then mumbled, wow, women are truly difficult to understand. The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He swiped the screen to see the caller's name. It turned out to be Tuan Minkai. A few hours later, at a workplace in Tailam, the waiter approached and placed the food on the table with a warm attitude. Here are your dishes. Buentran grimaced as if undergoing punishment, sighing and complaining. Maybe since birth, I haven't belonged to this upper class. Wearing a suit and being forced to eat so formally is really difficult for me. This place isn't as good as Backliuan Mountain, where one can eat comfortably. Minkai stopped for a moment while eating. She looked up at him, her eyes narrowing slightly, and then smiled gently. Everyone has their own path. Maybe later, when you get used to it, you'll even get bored of street food. Look at the people in this restaurant. Who here hasn't eaten at a sidewalk stall before? She continued her meal while Buentran kept grumbling. Then they are real fake, unlike me who always remains straightforward. If it weren't because of Beauty invited me here, I would never have stepped foot into a place like this. Minkai's face looked slightly flustered, then she quickly changed the subject. Anyway, let's not talk about that anymore. I sort you out to report on the Ethereal Diamond project. Buentran was momentarily stunned and could only nod repeatedly. She sat up straight and presented clearly, as if well prepared. In the capital, I have secured 14 prime locations after negotiating the rent. Now we're just waiting for the decoration to start. Additionally, the aggressive advertising in newspapers will need deep discounts to compete with the family's jewelry brand. She spoke without pause, every word exuding sharp vision and insight. Even though the family's jewelry sales were stable, this is business warfare, and even Thin could not afford to be careless. Buentran propped his chin up and looked at her with admiration, thinking, as expected of the chairman of Lampai Group. Her aura is completely different when discussing business. He was completely unaware that behind him, a gaze as hot as fire was fixed on them. Thin watched the two of them as irritation welled up inside him. He thought to himself, I didn't expect to run into Minkai here. Could she be dating Buentran? Talking and laughing like that, how completely improper. Just then, Pai Tin walked in from outside looking radiant and smiling at him. Thin, I'm back. Seeing that he didn't respond and even stood up abruptly, she asked anxiously, what are you looking at? He strode toward Buentran's table in silence. She hurried after him, calling out incessantly, Thin, where are you going? Thin slammed his hand down on the table with a loud bang. He glanced at Buentran, the corner of his lip curling into a sarcastic smile. How fortuitous. Buentran, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. Buentran leaned back in his chair, his eyes showing amusement. It is quite a coincidence indeed. Minkai and I had plans for a meal here. I didn't expect to run into you here. Without waiting for an invitation, Thin pulled up a chair next to Minkai. Since fate brought us together, let the four of us share a table for some fun. He glanced slightly at Pai Tin and pointed coldly. I can sit at the same table as you, but I absolutely will not accept this woman. She looked at him with a face full of dissatisfaction, thinking, do you think I'm dying to sit with you? I haven't even settled the score for that belt incident last time. Nevertheless, she solemnly thanked him. Because of that scandal, her grandfather now valued her greatly. She recalled his compliments. Pai Tin is very sensible. At the critical moment, she bravely stood up for Thin. Well done, I'm very pleased with you. Buentran crossed his arms and looked at her with confusion, sarcastically thinking, I said it so bluntly, yet she can still smile. This woman is real more annoying the more I look at her. At that very moment, Thin raised his wine glass and extended an invitation. Buen smiled warmly and spoke up in Hai Tin's defense, saying, what happened earlier was just a moment of rashness from Hai Tin. Consider this glass of wine my apology on her behalf. Since it's your first time in the capital, let's consider this a case of making friends through conflict. Let's become friends. He immediately held up a hand to stop him and bluntly rejected the gesture. I don't understand. My Diamond Corporation is a direct competitor to yours, and we need to keep our market shares clearly defined, so how could we possibly be friends? Thin kept the glass in front of him and explained patiently, business is business, friendship is friendship, and everything should be kept separate. You remain firm in his stance. I'm sorry, but I cannot force myself to appear friendly. His expression darkened, his lips curling slightly in dissatisfaction. Buen's personality was indeed blunt, which was quite an interesting trait. With that, he stood up, adjusted his coat, and made an excuse to leave. I suddenly remembered I have some personal business to take care of. Please excuse me, I won't disturb you two any longer. He took out an invitation card and placed it on the table as if he had just remembered something important. Right, this, casting a look toward Minky. His voice was sincere and filled with anticipation. My grandfather's birthday celebration is on the 21st of next month. Minky, you must spare some time to come. Having finished speaking, Thin turned to leave, causing Hai Tin to rush after him. Thin, work slower, wait for me. Minky held the card in her hand, her eyes showing clear hesitation. His grandfather's birthday party. Buentran, do you think I should attend? Over there. He bumped into Vinquan but didn't offer an apology. Instead, he shouted loudly, are you trying to burn me to death? You idiot. The surrounding diners began to whisper, what's going on? It looks like the waiter accidentally spilled water on him. but there's no need to act so excessively. That person is truly vicious. Bin Kuang knelt on the ground in fear. I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to do it. Yun Tran stepped forward to stand next to the waiter, holding the teapot. He couldn't contain his indignation and spoke up, forcing others to kneel won't earn you any respect. As a man, you must know how to stand tall when the situation demands character. He then turned to look at the man and called out softly, come here, let me teach you how to behave properly. The very next second, he splashed the hot tea directly onto James's head. As he wiped his face, he roared in anger. Are you tired of living? What the hell are you doing? Yun Tran placed the teapot on the nearby table and replied calmly, naturally, I'm teaching you how to be a decent human being. This is Chinese soul. Don't even think about acting arrogantly here. I will compensate for all the damages today, but you must apologize to the waiter immediately. James lunged at him with a fist and sneered, how ridiculous, one monkey wanting to stand up for another. Let's see if you even have the right to do so. He tilted his body to the side, dodging the men's attack. Washing the punch, he told himself, this guy's strength is not only high, but his speed is also extremely fast. Compared to the likes of Shun Hun Kai, it's like night and day. He seized the opportunity to strike a blow directly at the opponent's chest, thinking to himself, every one of his strikes carries killing intent. If he only practiced normally, he wouldn't reach this level. He must have experienced real bloodshed. The man continued his assault, and he raised his hands to block the blows, still filled with suspicion. Why would such a high-level foreign master come to China? He began a flurry of counterattacks, forcing the man to step back and defend, thinking, there aren't 10 people in the gang who could face me. Yet today I've met a truly formidable character. China is indeed a place that hides many martial arts masters. He narrowed his eyes, focusing intensely on the man. Then, he suddenly delivered an accurate kick to the man's body. James was sent flying backward by the force of the kick, grimacing in pain while clutching his stomach. The man asked, with his speed and fighting style, were you from the Amdar Military Academy? The sound of cold footsteps echoed across the chilly tiled floor. Yun Tran stepped close to Deem's face, his killing intent radiating as cold as starlight at night. Hadn't the Dark Knight Army pledged not to set foot in the East? Could it be that you intend to break the agreement with the Western underworld? There had always been 3 powerful dark organizations in the West, among which the Dark Army held a dominant position. Since no single faction was strong enough to control the East alone, they had established a tacit rule against encroaching upon this land. Deem's face was pale and bloodless, his mind swirling with 1,000 questions. Who exactly was this man? Ordinary people knew nothing of the underworld. How could he guess his identity after just a few moves? Not daring to hesitate for a second longer, he turned and fled for his life, thinking to himself that this person was no ordinary opponent and that slipping away early was the best course of action. Yun Tran hurled hidden weapons in quick succession, the whistling wind roaring threateningly. Where do you think you're running? Deem threw himself hard against the glass window, his body's impact sending shards flying everywhere. By the time he caught up, the man's figure had completely vanished. Immediately, he leaned out of the window, looking down at the street to search for him. Min Kai ran over, panting, standing next to him with a bewildered expression. This is the 7th floor, yet he jumped down and disappeared without a trace. Can that guy fly? Yun Tran shook his head decisively, stating firmly, no, he was hit by my hidden weapons. In half a minute, his whole body will be paralyzed. Since he's gone, someone must have been waiting below to assist him. She looked at him with eyes full of concern. What you're saying is so scary. What should we do now? Do we need to chase him? He remained as calm as if nothing had happened, even joking. Forget it. We wouldn't catch him anyway. Besides, I still have the mission of escorting this great beauty home. After hearing this, Min Kai chided him playfully. You talk too much. At that very moment, a white car sped down the road. Inside the car, Dun Tun shot James a reproachful look. I told you not to act impulsively. China is a place where many hidden experts reside. If you stay this reckless, the principal's plan will go down the drain. James gasped for air after the escape, his face still filled with shock. Tun, I think I'm in big trouble. That guy earlier was highly skilled in martial arts and proficient with hidden weapons. More importantly, he recognized immediately that I belonged to the Dark Army. Dun Tun remained focused on driving, but his eyes narrowed slightly. How is that possible? Could there be members of those 3 organizations in the East as well? Deem, sweating profusely, muttered as if admitting his mistake. I can't say for sure. I was indeed too hasty today. He frowned at Deem with annoyance. The principal sent you to support me. From now on, do not act alone. The East is not like the West. If you cause any more trouble, you'll have to face the consequences yourself. Deem's voice echoed in the sun-drenched air. I understand. Back on the other side, the 2 were still working leisurely. Min Kai tilted her head at Yun Tran and asked, aren't you supposed to be taking me home? He stretched lazily and argued, well, here I am, working you home. They say if you work 100 steps after a meal, it's normal to live to 99. Suddenly, the sarcastic laughter of Kim Dan's henchman rang out. You're still thinking about living to 99. He stopped in his tracks, looked toward the group, and grunted. Yun Tran glanced at the crowd blocking the path and said in a sharp tone, who are you people? What do you want? Kim Dan smirked arrogantly at him. No need to ask too many questions. Just know that today someone wants us to take your life. One of his lackeys quickly asked, Brother Kim, the higher-ups only ordered us to deal with this guy, but what about that girl? He swung the stick in his hand and ordered, deal with that guy first, and we brothers can share that beautiful girl. Min Kai trembled, her hand tightly clutching his sleeve, as she fearfully called out, Yun Tran. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Tran intentionally teased her, putting his arm around her shoulders mischievously. Don't worry, my love. She blushed and shouted, who's your love? The henchman charged aggressively like a pack of hungry wolves. She asked in a panic, what should we do? They're attacking. However, Yun Tran remained anointed, a playful smile curling on his lips. To take down this mob, we must capture the leader first. With those words, he lifted his foot, ready to act. His whole body darted forward like a bolt of lightning, sweeping through the lackeys like a violent whirlwind. In a flash, a strong hand had a tight grip on Kim Than's collar. With a single move, he was effortlessly lifted off the ground. Kim then panicked and screamed, unaware that his subordinates were lying sprawled at his feet. Let me down immediately. Quickly save me, you bastards. Yuan Tran calmly held him suspended like a sack, a slight sneer on his lips. Who do you think can save you? Kim Than was utterly bewildered but still struggled. Why are they in this state? What exactly have you done? He looked up, his cold gaze like a knife piercing straight through him, and said in a stern voice, no need to ask too many questions. Just tell me who ordered you. Kim Than clearly felt his life hanging by a thread, and quickly raised both hands in surrender. I'll torque. Please spare my life. Minky stood observing everything unfold, unable to hide her astonishment at this guy's rapid change of attitude. Yuan Tran pondered for a while, then instructed, just consider that guy an unknown. Remember not to disturb the grass to startle the snake. The KTV building now glowed brightly in the dark night, brilliant lights blending with lively music, transforming the place into the center of all excitement. P.U.M. respectfully spoke up, Uncle Hai, to be honest, I've always respected and admired you the most. This time I also need your help, so I'd like to offer you a drink. T.U.M. while embracing the beauty next to him, boasted, don't be too formal, nephew. If anything happens in the future, just tell me directly. In Binjiang district, who else do I need to fear? Then he promised again, Uncle Hai has been a bit busy lately, so I've let you suffer a little. In a few months, when everything is settled, I'll punch myself with a drink. Hearing that, he waved his hands repeatedly. Uncle Hai takes care of 100,000 things, yet you still investigated and found that guy's whereabouts for me. That's a huge effort. I should definitely offer you another drink. He chuckled gleefully, then patted his shoulder. You certainly understand things, nephew. By now, that Yuan Tran guy must surely be dead. Is there anything else you need my help with? He shyly expressed his feelings. Uncle Hai, I'm actually interested in a girl named Taveen Veen, a second-year medical student, but she doesn't pay any attention to me at all. Without hesitation, Tuan immediately gave an order. Dare to look down on my nephew. This girl truly doesn't know her place. I've noted it. Wait until my men finish their inquiries, then they'll bring her to you. Having achieved his goal, Tuan immediately revealed a cunning expression. Uncle Hai treats me better than my own father. Well, I'll take my leave and wait for news from you. The sky outside gradually darkened. The faint moonlight had no chance to shine before being swallowed by the towering skyscrapers. Then Kwon began to solicit customers. Sir/madam. He smiled, trying to persuade. I have a premium product here. Were you interested in trying it? Yuan Tran noticed a strange object in the other person's hand and was startled for a moment. He decisively snatched the item, then questioned, selling this forbidden item, do you understand what crime you're committing? He frantically reached out, intending to demand it back. Give it back. Quickly give it back to me immediately. Before he could touch it, his hand was held tightly by him. Fu then smiled. You want it back? Alright then, tell me where Fun Tuan is hiding. Then Kwon angrily tried to threaten with his fist. You want a beating, don't you? Quickly hand over the item to me. He didn't even bother to pay attention to this guy, skillfully dodging the blow, then inquired everywhere. No staff member knew where Fun Tuan was. It seems if I don't stir up a little trouble, he won't show his face. Finally, he gave the opponent a painful kick. Good lust. He was sent flying several meters away, successfully attracting the attention of all the surrounding guests. Yuan Tran remained calm as if nothing had happened. Teaching this guy a lesson can also be considered a service to the people. Upon seeing the stranger, the group of bodyguards rushed to stop him. Step aside. Get out of here. Were you trying to pull something here? Do you have a death wish? He stretched and warmed up his limbs. It seemed he would have to use a bit of physical force again today. Without bothering to argue, he charged forward and swiftly dealt with those blocking his path. Tai Dun hurriedly ran over to report. Mr. Funny, it's bad. There is someone here causing a huge scene. Tuan Min frowned at having his interest interrupted. What do you mean it's bad? No matter how many of them come, they're all just useless fools. He hurriedly explained, holding his head in a daze. It's just one person, but his martial arts skills are very high. All our bodyguards have been taken down. He flew into a rage and shouted, you couldn't handle one guy with dozens of men. What am I supporting you for? You use us trash. Do you know why he's here causing trouble? A steady voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere. What other reason could there be? In a flash, Yuan Tran coldly squeezed the other man's carotid artery, making him collapse. His expression hardened as he got straight to the point. You're that brain-dead old man Tuan Min, right? Tuan Min instinctively backed up a few steps in fear. Yes, that's me. I don't know who you are. Without a second's delay, Yuan Tran threw a punch straight into the other's face. I finally caught you. You're the one who wanted to find me, right? Clutching his painful face, he exclaimed in shock. Handle you? What? You're Yuan Tran. You bastard. How dare you beat me like this? My brothers at the police station are almost here. You're done for. Laughing as he stepped closer, he said, Prahar, do you really think you'll survive until then? Speak up. Why do you want to harm me? Tuan suddenly rushed out to stop him. Yuan Tran, Sep. Don't touch my second uncle. Tuan Min asked in surprise. Is that you? Tuan. He admitted frankly. Last time on the train, you embarrassed me, so I asked my second uncle to teach you a lesson. This has nothing to do with him. Hit me if you want. Having spoken, he thought anxiously. I wonder when the police will arrive. I can't hold out much longer. Furious, Yuan Tran delivered a powerful kick. No need to explain. I understand the reason just by looking at you. Causing trouble over a small prod, you're truly an idiot. Seeing his nephew sprawled on the ground, Tuan Min could not hide his panic. Tuan, sitting down wearily, he said, I really don't like either of you. Tell me, how should I handle this? How about this? I'll let you choose between two options. He was so terrified that his face turned pale. The police are clearly on their way. Yet this kid shows no fear at all. He cheerfully listed the choices. 1. I disable your nephew's leg and you cut off a finger yourself. 2. You don't interfere with him and become my subordinate. The shop stays yours, and I want medal. Hearing the news like a thunderclap, he thought, is he joking? One option is humiliating, the other is painful. I'm not stupid enough to let him lead me around like this. Just then, a stern voice rang out. Who dares to cause trouble here? Take them all to the station. Young-min was overjoyed to see a familiar face. Finally, they're here. Poor Bin and his comrades entered the room with stern expressions. Their imposing aura quickly drew everyone's attention. He took a look around and felt annoyed. Such a bother. They called me to this tiny place. Don't they have anything more important to do? Young-min rushed over to seek help. Captain Viewing, you're finally here. He looked puzzled. Mister. Funny, what exactly happened here? Why is Ngantor in such ruins? And you look quite miserable yourself. Young-min began to tattle. Captain Viewing, you must seek justice for Ngantor. It's all that kid's fault that I'm in this state. Poor Bin calculated silently. Protecting Ngantor earns a fortune every year. It would be a waste if this kid ruins this gold mine. He then shouted, one person did all this to Ngantor. You, stand up for me. Yuan calmly asked, do you dare to arrest me if I stand up? Feeling incited, he grew furious and ordered his men to arrest him. Where are you? Quickly, grab this man for me. He turned his head and asked sternly, Viewing Bin, were you sure? Upon locking eyes with the person opposite him, he was petrified and dazed. It was him, the man who had once dined with military district leaders and who could summon an entire unit of guards with a single phone call. Why did he run into him everywhere? He hurriedly made an excuse to sneak away. Hello. What? A murder at the Binjiang Academy area. Alright, I'm on my way. Poor Bin tried to calm himself down. He couldn't provoke him. There was no way to escape. Yuan placed his hand on his shoulder. Captain Viewing, I see you lose your temper easily. I have a way to cure this ailment. If you want to be healed, bring 2 million to the Kudun group tomorrow to find me. Hearing that, he couldn't help being surprised. He had wanted to treat this condition for a long time. The young man had spotted his problem at a glance. Could there really be a cure? After a moment of thought, he left, not forgetting to say, I understand. I will come to find you. Yuan panicked as the person who could save him also left. Captain Viewing, he reminded him, Mr. Feng, do you see? Even Bin didn't dare to touch me. Have you still not thought seriously about how to make your choice? He calmly departed after settling everything, saying, I'm in no hurry. I'll give you time to think. I'll come back next time, and you must give me an answer. He yelled out in despair, why choose me? Is it because the fund is where she makes her money? He gently explained the reason. It has nothing to do with the fund. It's just that you have something I need, but it's not convenient to tell you right now. Yuan slowly stepped out of the room, each footstep echoing, asserting a calm and irresistible aura of authority. He stretched tiredly, rotating his body gently to loosen up his joints after a long night of full activity. Recalling the events from earlier, he couldn't help but exclaim, it's been a long time since I moved this much. How refreshing. The next step is to contact the person. He slowly dialed a familiar number, an indescribable sense of anticipation welling up inside him. On the other end, Parinham spoke up in surprise. Hello? Who is it? Yuan gave a sarcastic laugh. The person from the Black Military Academy has arrived. Are the people you kept around useless? He recognized the familiar voice and couldn't contain his emotions. It's you, Yuan. When did you return? He replied with harsh words. How can a special forces captain like you not know when I returned? Since I'm back this time, you better cooperate obediently. Otherwise, no matter where you hide, I will find you. He affirmed certainly. Rest assured. Since you've informed me, you must trust me. I won't disappoint you. Having said that, he helplessly reminded him, but after all, you should call me brother at least once. You talk with no regard for rank. He didn't even bother to care about his words. Hurry up and handle the Black Military Academy business. Don't let me end up with free time to clean up your mess. Parinham wasn't surprised at being hung up on abruptly. His personality was exactly the same as always. He burst into tears of joy, tears flowing uncontrollably. He's back, he's real back. That's great. A new day began, with morning sunlight filtering through the towering skyscrapers, carrying a gentle warmth that woke the city. In the vice president's office, Thai's voice rang out. Liu Hibi has confessed everything. The person who secretly threatened him is named Liu Wenfu. She carefully reported the information. Liu Wenfu is the owner of a medical equipment company and an overseas Chinese. I have investigated. This company has foreign investment and land in Kanda province. Yuan was a bit surprised. Kanda province again. What a coincidence. Have you investigated this company yet? She quickly replied. The company in Kanda province is also a foreign invested enterprise, but the legal representative is Liu Wenfu. 2 days ago, he had a heart attack and passed away before reaching the hospital. He pondered and analyzed the situation. A crucial link has been severed. There's surely a puppeteer behind this. It seems he was only an abandoned pawn. Finally, he issued the order. This opponent is not simple. Thai, go investigate the capital investment of this company. There might be clues. Thai nodded in immediate agreement. Alright, I'll have assistant and guy implement it right away. Just then, a loud phone ring cut through the conversation between the two. He quickly picked up the phone. Hello? Okay, tell them to come up here immediately. She asked curiously. Who is it? Yuan calmly replied. Just someone coming to offer me money. He hurriedly said goodbye to Thai and prepared to welcome the honored guest. He smiled and began. I thought Captain Yuan would hesitate for a few more days. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. Without beating around the bush, poor Ben went straight to the point. I'll give you 2 million. Can you fully cure my condition? I sought treatment everywhere, but they all say it's psychological. He confidently replied. How could those quacks understand my profound knowledge? Captain Viewing, remember our first meeting? I said it then. If no one bothers me, I won't touch them. For this ailment, I just need to guide you through a few movements, and you'll be fine. He thought for a while and decided to take a gamble. I'll leave it all to you. Here's 2 million. The passcode is 1 through 6. Unable to endure it any longer, he eagerly handed the credit card to the person opposite him. Withdraw it quickly and treat me. The situation is severely affecting my life. Yuan smiled reassuringly. Don't panic like that. He carefully took out the acupuncture set he had been using for several years. He enthusiastically stated his principles. Fit trade. Since I've taken the money, I must treat you wholeheartedly. Let's begin. Poor Bin shouted dubiously. Right here. RRR. After a round of acupuncture, he laboriously dragged himself to the car, thinking that the guy was truly mediocre and that he was lucky to survive the session. Suddenly, he felt his body was no longer aching. What? The pain is gone, and I feel so much lighter. Yun Tran nonchalantly watched his figure disappear into the sunset. Thai couldn't hide her curiosity. Were you really going to let him off that easily? He stayed at the figure downstairs and gave a sly smile. How could I let it go easily? This is just collecting some benefits in advance. Thai sighed helplessly. You really are insidious. Anyone who falls into your hands is cursed for life. Luckily, I'm not your rival, or I wouldn't know what kind of torment I'd face. Yun Tran teased sulkily. What would I do to you? Rest assured, as I said, you're not my type. Doused with cold water, she shouted awkwardly. Yun Tran. He laughed and grabbed her hands to stop her. Wait, I have a call. He quickly answered. Hello? Yes, I understand. She asked curiously. What happened? He happily recounted. Lu Hein said she found a job and wants to take me out to dinner. Hearing this, Thai crossed her arms sternly. Now, Vice President Viewing, were you planning to adopt the chairman's policy of taking random leave? What if I don't permit it? Yun Tran quickly explained. Mistress, don't worry. I'm not skipping work for fun. It's company business. Doesn't our new product still need a spokesperson? He frankly suggested. I think Lu Hein's looks are perfect. Plus, the current generation getting married are all 90s kids, fitting the newlywed image well. What do you think? Her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a whole new world. Good idea. I'll arrange for her to do a test shoot to see how it turns out. He nodded happily in agreement. Of course, that's the way. Yun Tran quickly arrived at Lu Hein's grandmother's restaurant as scheduled. The two of them raised their glasses to celebrate their reunion after a long time apart. He took the initiative to speak. The thing is, I want to discuss something with you. You're treating me to a meal, so I'll give you a chance to make money. Were you interested in being the spokesperson for Qdom? Lu Hein hesitated for a long time before speaking timidly. A spokesperson? That sounds too complicated. I just want to be content with my teaching internship. As for being a star or an artist, I've really never thought about it. He was a bit surprised by her refusal and fell in a deep thought. Finally, he decided to try persuading her one more time. Actually, you just need to help me with one small thing. Try working as a photo model and see how it goes. She was so nervous that she downed her entire glass of water to try and regain her composure. She gathered her courage and set her glass down firmly on the table to face the challenge. Alright, since you've asked, I'll give it a try. Yun Tran couldn't hide his joy at successfully recruiting a talent. That's great. I'll come pick you up tomorrow for the photo shoot. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, breaking the flow of their conversation. Yun Tran immediately turned around and realized the owner of the voice was Phi Lam. He greeted him warmly. I didn't expect to run into you here. Why don't you sit down and join us for a meal? Phi Lam flew into a rage and shouted. Yun Tran, aren't you dating Thin Phi? You're such a scoundrel, dating this beautiful girl behind her back. He chuckled and explained, I'm just helping Thin Phi deal with Lam Karlak, while thinking to himself how funny it was that some people just want to tear others down when they can't get what they want. Ignoring his explanation, the man continued his criticism. Dealing with Lam Karlak, Pa, you're a two-timer. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for being so unfaithful to Thin Phi? He kept insisting on justice for his beloved. It's not easy for a girl to make a living in the capital. How can you do this without feeling a prick of conscience? The surrounding crowd started gossiping. Youth today is truly a mess. He's such scum. It's my first time seeing someone like this. He looks decent, but his character is terrible. Encouraged by the crowd's support, Phi Lam became even more smug, as if carrying the light of justice. Look, everyone is on my side. He didn't hesitate to criticize. Don't you two feel any shame dating in public like this? Suddenly, a stream of water was sprayed directly into the eyes of the arrogant troublemaker. He clutched his face and screamed in pain. My eyes. My eyes. Lu Hein vented her anger with satisfaction. Serves you right. Let's see if you dare call anyone a wicked couple again. Yun Tran kindly reminded him. I suggest you go to the hospital right away, or you'll ruin your eyes for good. Phi Lam hurried away, leaving behind the contemptuous glares of the diners who had witnessed the scene. Lu Hein frowned in annoyance. The meal was going so well until that guy ruined the mood. He's just like a fly. Once he's flown away, just forget it. Don't let it bother you. After saying that, he took the initiative to make it up to her. Let's go. I'll take you back to school. Yun Tran's car sped through the crowded streets, cutting through the bustling crowd. Finally, the car slowed down and came to a stop right in front of the university gate. Lu Hein stepped out of the car and waved goodbye. Thanks for driving me back. Go home and rest so you have energy for tomorrow's photo shoot. He smiled and told her, alright, I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Remember to keep an eye on your phone. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar figure walking out of the school. She asked anxiously, what's wrong with you? Just as he turned around to check on the situation, she ran right into an old acquaintance. She was surprised to realize that it was Chu Fan. Chu Fan frowned resentfully. Running into her as soon as he returned to school was truly bad luck. He cursed inwardly. Damn woman, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been hung upside down and beaten, leaving these ugly scars on my face. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, trying to suppress his burning hatred. This humiliation, this grudge, Chu Fan, will surely engrave it in my heart. Lu Hein didn't even bother to give him another glance, coldly brushing past him. Chu Fan thought to himself in resentment, you harmed me and brought me so much trouble, but there will come a day when I will kill you with my own hands. He declared resolutely. Lu Hein, I swear I will end your life. Seeing his son's poor state, Tai Hor intervened. Chu Fan, don't do anything you'll regret. I'm handling the paperwork. Next month I will send you to Australia. He firmly refused. I'm not going anywhere. What I've lost, I must reclaim with my own hands. He flew into a rage. With our son like this, as his mother, won't you even try to advise him? Deep Hugh snapped back in frustration. My son and I have been bullied to this extent, and you still want to play the coward. Chu Kai Hor, are you even a man anymore? He suppressed his anger and warned, Deep Hugh, let me tell you, don't let Chu Fan ruin my plans. What do women know about important matters to interfere? The car gradually faded into the distance at the end of the road, leaving Yun Tran with tangled thoughts in his mind. As the early morning sunlight began to shine down, everyone at the headquarters was ready to start a highly motivated day of work. Team Yu quickly introduced, Bang Thuan, take a look at this. These are the costumes and script for Kudun's commercial. Bang Thuan looked adamant. An apron, loose hair. Director Thuan, I don't like this makeup style. It doesn't fit the image I've always had. He patiently persuaded her, Bang Thuan, work is not always exactly as we want it. Why don't you try reinventing yourself with the image of a family woman? She replied sharply, try a new image. Does an A-list star of my caliber still need to explore new images? Undeterred, he continued to advise her, Bang Thuan, trust me. If you are willing to try this fresh image, the audience will surely love you even more. She stubbornly ignored his words. Director Thuan, say no more. I absolutely do not like this script. With that, she bluntly stated her demand. Furthermore, the issue lies in the fee. I won't lower my price. Keep it strictly at 70 million. Hearing this, Team Yu couldn't help but be shocked. 70 million. Wasn't it previously agreed to be 60 million? Witnessing the entire conversation just now, Yun Tran couldn't help but sneer. He remarked sarcastically, this top-tier star is real snobbish. She is truly unreasonably arrogant. Thai calmly explained, in China, it's very hard to find a humble celebrity, and since Bang Thuan is an A-list star, she is no exception. He smiled mockingly, I don't care what tier she is. She wants to come to Kudang and act like a diva. In her dreams. 70 million fee. I wouldn't even spend $7. She quickly resolved the issue. I was afraid Lu Hein would refuse, so I kept Bang Thuan as a backup. Since Lu Hein has agreed, I will cancel the contract with her immediately. Yun Tran was pleased with her work style and nodded slightly. He slowly approached and struck up a conversation. Team Yu, Director Thuan. He was ready to share the worries. Is there something troubling you? If you don't mind, please share it with me. Team Yu quickly calmed down. It turned out to be Vice President Yuan. Please, have a seat. Thai tactfully stepped aside to give the two of them some privacy. You go ahead and chat with Director Thuan. The costume staff is helping Lu Hein get changed, so I'll go check on her. Yun Tran said with a smile, nodding in agreement. After speaking, he turned to ask Han about what had just happened and why Bang Thuan had left so suddenly. Team Yu helplessly recounted. Vice President Yuan, Bang Thuan had some opinions about the script and the costumes. I was just using these images to try and convince her. He looked thoughtful. Oh, is that so? Director Thuan, do you think if Bang Thuan were the brand ambassador, the photo and post-production quality would meet our requirements? He carefully reviewed the documents. Although Bang Thuan's style doesn't perfectly match the advertising requirements, she is a top star, so she might still bring about satisfactory post-production results. He slowly took the pile of papers from the director's hand. He expressed his viewpoint candidly. Director Thuan, to be honest, I'm new to the home appliance manufacturing industry. At first, I didn't intend to invest too much in promotion. I just wanted to test the waters. He quickly understood his intention. Do you already have a suitable candidate in mind? If you don't mind, let her come over for a test shoot. Yun Tran couldn't help but exclaim. Director Thuan, you are truly very quick-witted. He slowly turned his gaze toward the person who had just been mentioned. She had arrived. He didn't hesitate to suggest that the other party pay attention to Lu Hein's appearance. Why don't you take a look first? She appeared in a vibrant sportswear outfit that made him very satisfied. Look, are you pleased with this? Team Yu looked like he had found a treasure, his eyes clearly showing his joy. I'm very satisfied. Even though I don't know how the final result will look yet, I'm very pleased for the moment. She has such presence. Lu Hein was so nervous that her hands wouldn't stop shaking. Hello, Director Thuan. I'm Lu Hein, a student at the Hanoi Capital University of Education. This time, Yun Tran asked me to help you film an advertisement. I didn't expect you to film it personally. I've seen you on television before. He happily shook her hand to introduce himself. Noticing her anxiety, he laughed to reassure her. Don't be nervous. Just relax. During the test shoot, just follow my directions and you'll be fine. Yun Tran carefully reminded them. We shouldn't let this drag on. Everyone, let's get started. Director Thuan, please guide MS. Lu Hein, I will excuse myself so I don't disturb you both. He smiled and signaled to Vu to help her state of mind improve. Until the two of them had completely left, Thai leisurely sat down to sip her tea. Remembering the moment just then, she sighed with relief. You know, when I went in to see how she was doing just now, I was scared to death. She did her own makeup and looked like this. He heard her description and could somewhat imagine that adorable look. Par. His gaze turned to the table across from him to assess the situation. This means she is very focused on the test shoot, but she just hasn't found her footing yet. Yun Tran highly praised the person he had recommended. Her attitude is very good, and her self-discipline is high. In my opinion, she can definitely become a famous actress. He proactively probed. What do you think? Team Yu was so excited that he started clapping. I think she is a great fit. After a long period of diligent work, he gratefully offered an invitation. Come here, you've been working for 3 hours. You must be exhausted. He kept praising her. You're too polite. Lu Hein is very energetic, smart, and quick-witted. If she takes the lead role, the result will surely be excellent. Lu Hein felt a bit shy. You're too kind. Yun Tran got straight to the main point. If that's the case, can we decide on the lead role for this advertisement now? Team Yu cautiously asked. Mr. Viewing, even though Lu Hein is excellent, your company had already invited Bang Thuan before. Will it be okay if we cancel the contract like this? Thai answered without any hesitation. There's no problem at all. I see that Lu Hein is not inferior to Bang Thuan in any way. She calmly placed the tablet on the table. Bang Thuan's side is asking for too high price. Finally, she made a decision. Choose Lu Hein. He felt concerned when thinking about the forces behind them, such as Bang Thuan's faction. Yun Tran asserted firmly. You handle the promotion for Lu Hein, and let me deal with Bang Thuan. The morning sunlight spread gently, warning the space and dyeing the vast sky golden. Tiamu gently guided. Lu Hein, move a bit to the right. Yes, exactly like that. She quickly followed the instructions without any hesitation, showing a very professional work style. Mr. Pylon nodded slightly in approval. Very good, say in that pose. Suddenly, rapid footsteps rang out with a clacking sound, the harsh noise reflecting the annoyance of the person arriving. Lil angrily threw the stack of documents onto the table and questioned, Director Chuan, what is going on here? She snapped irritably. The leading actress Bang Thuan hasn't even arrived yet. Why have you all started filming already? Tiamu calmly pointed toward Lu Hein. What do you mean not here? Isn't she the female lead? Upon hearing this, she flew into a rage. What? How dare you replace the actress on your own? Doing so is a breach of contract. Who gave you the guts to do that? Yuan Tran spoke up nonchalantly in response. It's me, he joyfully emphasized, as if intentionally provoking the other party. I was the one who requested the change. Lily yelled furiously. Who are you? On what grounds are you calling for a change? What right do you have? He slowly blocked her swinging hand. On what grounds? Based on your arrogance. This small coup-done advertisement doesn't dare to trouble a top-tier celebrity. She was so shocked that she could only squeeze out the word you. Before becoming speechless, Yuan Tran calmly sat down, not forgetting to mock her, of, not believing yet. Or do you want to stay and be a senior mentor to our new actors? Seeing her assistant being overwhelmed, Bang Thuan immediately stepped forward to retaliate. I don't care who you are. How can you just change my ad like that? Do you know who I am? He directly listed her personal information. Of course, you are Tai Bang Thuan from Tangshan Meteor. I'm also close to the chairman's niece, Tun Hai Tin, and I even know your real name is Tai Han Quen. Having her secrets exposed, she screamed in rage. You all are conspiring against me, aren't you? I will hold a press conference to let the public know about your despicable tactics. He coldly countered. The truth? What truth would that be? Then, he pointed straight at her face and publicly revealed the fact that she had undergone jaw reduction surgery. He didn't stop there and unhesitatingly exposed all her hidden secrets, or maybe the story about your breast augmentation too. Seeing that decisive attitude, Lu Hein couldn't help but chuckle. Bang Thuan's whole body seemed to freeze, thousands of question marks filling her head. How does he know? I kept my plastic surgeries a deep secret. Feeling humiliated, she gave a cold snort and turned to work away. Even so, she still had the energy to harshly scold Lolo. How does he know about this? What kind of job are you doing? The frightened assistant could only bow her head and say, I'm sorry, Miss Tai. Yuan Tran clapped his hands in delight after clearing away the nuisance. With that finished, it was time to get back to filming. Bang Thuan marched straight toward the headquarters of Tun's Media with a look of fury. She was so angry that she threw the expensive handbag she usually cherished so much. Frustrated at experiencing such cold treatment for the first time, she couldn't swallow this insult. What right did the man have to replace her people? She told herself he was an A-list star, yet he not only brought in someone new but also spoke with zero respect, causing her anger to spiral out of control. Lola stood nearby, fanning the flames. Exactly, you can't let this go. They have no idea that you are the profit guarantee for coup-done. They are truly blind. Bang Thuan bit her nails in agitation, her mind racing to find a way to strike back. She quickly urged, Sister Thuan, don't we still have Chairman Time? Even if he knows Tun Hai Tin, what can he really do to you? You are the company's golden goose. The chairman will definitely back you up. She thought about it seriously and realized, right, I still have Tan Min Zen to rely on. Finally, Bang Thuan made up her mind to play this to the end. That men's time was up, at the Tun's Meteor headquarters, a place that gathered numerous famous faces dominating the entertainment industry. The doting voice echoed from inside the chairman's office. All right, stop crying now. Min Zan tried to soothe the beauty. Rest assured, let me handle this. Just wait and see the show that's coming up. He immediately ordered his assistant, in my name, send an invitation to Yuan Tran of Kudung International and arrange to meet him tonight at the Thien Kun Clubhouse. He quickly received the order. Yes, Chairman, I will arrange it right away. Suddenly remembering something important, he called out, wait, besides Yuan Tran, remember to invite Tuan Mentone and Su Chiunam. And don't forget Mr. Fang and my niece, Tun Hai Tin. Let her broaden her horizons tonight. Having said that, he confidently asserted, it will be hard for that Yuan Tran to refuse to submit tonight. On the other side, Yuan Tran unexpectedly received an invitation sent via fax. He curiously picked up the paper to examine it closely. He was surprised by the content. Tun Minzan wants to invite me to dinner. It seems I touched his people, so he has to step out himself. Dai Thai asked with concern, do you need me to go with you tonight? At the very least, they should show me some respect. He playfully rubbed her head. No need. If you are there, it won't be convenient. Only when you are not there will Tun Minzan dare to reveal his true face. She shyly swatted his hand away. Stop rubbing my head. Finally, she decided on another plan. Fine, you go ahead. I will finish up the work at the company and then come to Thien Kun later to have some fun. Helpless, Yuan Tran nodded. Alright, I will try to settle things quickly before you arrive. Night gradually fell, the moon shyly hiding behind fluffy clouds, looking dreamlike. As night descended, the Thien Kun clubhouse seemed to regain its true essence, hiding an indescribable air of mystery. From within the private room, suggestive sounds emerged. Tuan, don't move, just a little bit more. Bang Tuan gasped continuously. Just as Chairman Tun was getting carried away, a flurry of knocks on the door from outside interrupted the fun. Minzan hurriedly urged the person beside him, fix your clothes. Let me go see who just arrived. He opened the door skeptically. Who is it? Suddenly, he thought of someone. Could it be Yuan Trang? He replied with a bright smile. Is I, Yuan Trang, but you should call me Chairman Yuan now. He slowly invited him into the room. Very well, Chairman Yuan. I heard you replaced all the staff at our company with new people. Now, can you explain the reason behind this? Yuan Trang sat down calmly and probed. It seems you aren't very happy, Mr. Tai. Or perhaps I dropped by too early and interrupted something good between you two. Bang Thuan, stunned by the truth, jumped up. Yuan Trang, stop trying to dodge the subject. Minzan calmly raised his hand to signal her to stop. He acted annoyed. Mr. Viewing, What are you intending to do? Dee began to speak sarcastically. I have no ill intentions. I just want to advise you to practice some restraint, lest your kidneys fail completely after you turn 50. He jumped and shook and clutched his stomach. Mr. Viewing, we are both people of status. Isn't it a bit much to talk in riddles and curse me like that? He directly listed the symptoms the man was experiencing. Mr. Tanya, right now you feel exhausted, suffer from sharp pain in your lower abdomen, have low resistance, and whenever you catch a common cold, it takes a whole month to fully recover, doesn't it? Minzan was shocked and thought to himself, how does he know so much? Instead of denying it, he asked, it seems Mr. Viewing is also well versed in medicine. May I ask where you practiced as a doctor? Bang Tuan pouted in disgust, judging by his attitude, who knows how many people he has already ruined. Yuan Trang bluntly exposed her. Actually, there is something I haven't mentioned yet. Bang Thuan, did you undergo surgery last month? Bang Thuan was so shocked that she gripped the glass in her hand tightly. Am I seeing a ghost? How could he have guessed that I had surgery last month? The expression on Minzan's face wasn't much better. Thuan did go under the knife for me last month, but he didn't ask anything. How could he know? He tried to reassure himself. Regardless of how he knows, this must be kept strictly confidential. If not, it will affect me. Yuan Trang really is a hazard. Yuan Trang laughed teasingly, looking at how poor your complexion is. Mr. Teng, you must be harboring some dark schemes, right? Poured off guard, he challenged him. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Even if I were up to something, I suppose I couldn't pull the wool over your eyes. He waved his hand with faint shyness. Mr. Teng, you are far too humble. Minzan was stunned and speechless. He could not have expected the other party to be this confident. Just then, the sound of the doorknob turning from the outside echoed in the room. Tuan asked cheerfully, Uncle Minzan, I just returned from Kunda province. I came immediately after receiving your call. If there is anything you need help with, just say the word. I will give it my all. He quickly regained his composure. Hello, Tuan. He then gently steered the conversation. It's nothing major, just that we haven't met in a long time and I wanted to gather. By the way, let me introduce you to a new friend. Bang Tuan took the initiative to greet him. Hello, Mr. So, Tuan sat down cautiously, not forgetting to look at her with admiration. This is a famous star. Bang Tuan. Seeing is believing. You are even more beautiful in person than on television. Suddenly, he realized there was another person in the room. He was unexpectedly impressed. Mr. Viewing, I didn't expect to meet you here. So, Uncle Tong was the one who wanted to connect us. Yuan Trang also went with the flow. That's right. Fortunately, thanks to Chairman Tong's arrangement, we have a chance to reunite. Minzan was stunned, thinking to himself, do the two of them know each other? While observing, Tuan Nam thought to himself, wondering how Uncle Minzan could possibly know young Master Yuan from Philadelphia. He calculated carefully that if he wanted to force a confrontation between Yuan Tran and Tong Minzan, his only option was to steer the conversation toward Bang Thuan. Thinking back, an international financial group is not easily compared to major domestic families, yet why would someone from such a prominent family go to the trouble of coming all the way to China? Finally, he told himself to let it be. Even if the man was a member of the Yuan family in Philadelphia, this was still China, and when facing such a stubborn person, everything had to be resolved thoroughly. While lost in thought, a familiar voice rang out, Brother Tong, I'm here, and Minzan broke into a triumphant smile, glad that his reinforcements had arrived. Minton struck up a conversation with a smile. Oh, so young Master So is here as well, along with the superstar Bang Thuan. Yuan Tran smiled and waved a greeting. As soon as he saw him, the man was terrified. Horrific memories flooded back, causing him to exclaim, Why are you appearing here? He replied nonchalantly, Why shouldn't I have the right to be here? Panicked, the man bowed his head in agreement. Of course, you can certainly be here. An indescribable sense of unease rose within him. As long as the man didn't punch him again, he would consider it a blessing, and it wouldn't even matter if the man sat on his head. He approached and put his arm around the man's shoulder intimately. What's wrong? Were you that scared to see me? Aren't you with your sister? Minton replied tremulously. My sister is busy working overtime. He secretly regretted his decision. It turned out this party was aimed at Yuan Tran, and had he known, he would not have come. Both Minzan and Bang Thuan asked simultaneously, Do you two know each other as well? Yuan Tran nonchalantly declared, Not only do we know each other, but we are also very close, while Minton hurried to clarify, he's close to my sister. Feeling that he had teased him enough, he decided to let the man off, saying, Actually, I met Min Kai while I was abroad, so we are like long-time close friends. He waved his hand generously. Everyone, please feel free to sit down. Witnessing the scene, Minzan broke into a cold sweat. So Chi-Nem appeared strangely obedient, and seeing Minton's cowering demeanor, it was clear that Yuan Tran was indeed a tough nut to crack. He pondered thoughtfully. Yuan Tran was indeed extraordinary, and it would be better not to invite trouble, but, he summoned his courage and pushed the wine glass toward the other man. Yuan Tran looked on in confusion, not understanding what trick he was trying to play. Minzan spoke sternly, Master Viewing, regarding a replacement of Bang Thuan with an unknown student, I need a satisfactory explanation. Yuan Tran replied coldly, Chairman Tong, do you mean you want me to kneel and apologize to MS? Bang Thuan right here. Startled, Minzan waved his hands dismissively. No, I just want you to hold a press conference to clarify everything, lest her reputation be seriously damaged. He continued to probe for the other's intent. So, what you mean is that you want me to publicly bow and apologize to her in front of everyone. He nodded with satisfaction. You truly are a reasonable person. Feeling the atmosphere grow tense, Minton made an excuse to withdraw. My stomach hurts. I'm going to the restroom for a bit. Please continue without me. Tuan Nam immediately saw through him, thinking, he certainly knows how to pick his moments, running away just when things are reaching a boiling point. He took the initiative to speak up for Yuan Tran. Uncle Minzan, changing lead actors is a common occurrence in the industry. Perhaps Yuan Tran has his own reasons, and it's best we discuss this among ourselves. Min Zan cautiously took the glass of water from the person across from him. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him. If he were to back down now without seeking justice for Bang Tuan, what star would ever dare to join his company in the future? He tried to find a way to reconcile, as this matter wasn't really a big deal. Yuan Tran, I think both sides collaborating on this business would bring more benefits. After speaking, he leaned down to pour the wine. With Diamond Honlin cooperating with the stars from Tang Media Group, it was indeed a mutually beneficial deal. Yuan Tran quickly reached out to stop that action. He sneered and stated his point of view. If every star at Tang Media is like Miss Bang Tuan here, then I really can't handle it. Bang Tuan stood up in a rage and shouted, Yuan Tran, what are you trying to pull? Do you believe I'll have someone take care of you right now? He calmly provoked her. It's up to you. Go ahead and try. If you dare touch a single hair of mine tonight, don't expect to see the sunrise tomorrow. He threw a gold card straight onto the table in front of everyone's eyes. Min Zan trembled and stammered. This is Thien Kung. He shouted in panic. This is a platinum card for the board members of Thien Kung International Club. His head began to spin. Rumors said this club was founded by the chairman himself and that its board members were all powerful figures, and he hadn't expected Yuan Tran to be one of them. Bang Tuan crossed her arms arrogantly. Who knows if this card is real or fake? Do you think just by bringing out this toy that I'll be too afraid to touch you? Yuan Tran calmly stood up and stretched. Fake. Then let me make it clear to you. Before coming here, I used this card to verify my identity and requested that hidden cameras be installed in this room. Do you believe me? Both she and Min Zan turned pale as if they had a guilty conscience. Cameras. Triunem sighed in frustration. The two of them were up against Yuan Tran alone, yet they were suffering such a crushing defeat. Min Zan inquired warily. Tell me, what conditions do you need to give that tape to us? Yuan Tran bluntly stated his terms. Have all the stars from your company act as representatives for Diamond. Of course, I will discount the endorsement fees for your side. What do you think? He asked Beck skeptically. If I agree, can you guarantee that the tape won't be leaked? Bang Tuan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, hardly able to believe her ears. Chairman Tan, he affirmed firmly. Of course, I give you my word of honor. He made a request. Can you give me one day to consider this more carefully? He happily nodded in agreement. Of course, that's fine. Bang Tuan hurried after Min Zan. Chairman Tan, wait for me. Triunan looked skeptical. Mr. Viewing, are there real cameras installed in this room? Yuan Tran leisurely sat down. Do you think there are? He smiled and sipped his wine. I think not. Bar. Mr. Viewing, to be honest, old Min Zan's abilities are nothing special, but he's extremely cunning. You better be careful. Just as expected, Min Zan was now frantically calling for help. Mr. Feng, I'm sorry to trouble you, but there's been a glitch tonight. I want someone to disappear from this world forever. What do you think? A hesitant voice from the other end of the line replied. Bustun, this involves a criminal matter and the rumors are quite intense right now. I'm afraid this might be a bit difficult for me. Min Zan tried to persuade him. Mr. Feng, we are close friends. Can't you help a brother out? He let out a helpless sigh. Alright then, let's do it this way. Finally, he decided to suggest a henchman. I'll introduce you to a subordinate I know named Lai Quan. They'll do anything for money, and he'll definitely suit your style. Min Zan was overjoyed at having the burden lifted. Thank you, Mr. Feng. I'll treat you to drinks another time. In the heart of the bustling urban center, the Heavenly Palace Club proudly reaches skyward, standing tall as a magnificent symbol of mystical beauty. As soon as Shunam got in the car, he eagerly turned his head to bid farewell. Viewing, let's clink glasses next time. Viewing Tran skillfully replied. Alright, drive carefully. He intently watched the car disappear into the hazy night mist, silently telling himself, no matter how skillfully he tries to hide it, I can still detect the cautiousness Chunam shows me. He chuckled with admiration, truly a master of seizing opportunities and acting, and knowing which side to pick to gain an advantage. Impressive. The cheerful server smiled warmly and bid farewell. President Viewing, here is your car key. He politely replied, thank you. Viewing Tran's luxurious car sped down the avenue, like a sharp arrow piercing the night, leaving behind only glimmering headlights and the resounding roar of a powerful engine. Suddenly, he noticed some unusual movement from the back of the car. Oh, a flood of questions welled up in his mind. When did these nuisances start tailing me? He cautiously observed the movements of the mysterious car through the rearview mirror. It seems to be getting closer. Suddenly, the black car accelerated fiercely, overtaking them with a loud engine rev. Nguyen Koi leisurely lowered his car window, flashing a challenging and arrogant smile. He casually scattered the prepared sharp objects onto the road, his face revealing evident delight as he awaited a good show. A multitude of sharp nails were spread across the road, lying in wait like silent sights hidden in the tranquil night. As expected, a thunderous explosion erupted, shaking the surrounding space. Just seconds later, the cars following them violently swerved as their tires suddenly exploded, throwing the already tense atmosphere into further chaos. The crowd began to rage and shout, Hey, what the hell is going on? How are you driving? There are nails on the road. I wonder who the bastard who caused this is. Everyone quickly got out of their cars to check the situation. Damn it, the tires have blown out. In the midst of that chaos, Nguyen Koi stepped out of the car, calmly and decisively cocked his weapon, ready to act. He immediately ordered Tyne Lam. Hey, the car behind us is Yuan Tran's. Hurry up, while we have this chaos, you and I will attack from the left and right flanks and finish him off. He quickly replied, understood. Suddenly, Yuan Tran poked his head out of the car window. The idea is quite good, but I don't think it's a very good plan. The man was so startled his face turned pale, stuttering, Yuan Tran. Pine Lam also lost his composure, exclaiming in surprise, when did you get here? He immediately pulled out a small, sharp needle and held it threateningly. Now, speak clearly. Without a second's hesitation, he directly interrogated, who sent you here? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Min San was happily raising his glass, celebrating his success. He was extremely grateful. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. The Yuan Tran is truly too overbearing. Suddenly, A sense of unease crept in. It's been so long. Why haven't I received any news yet? Could something have happened? Lyquan calmly reassured him. What could possibly happen? He boasted confidently. To be honest with you, both men I sent are notorious former criminals. Bank robbers, kidnappers. Now, dealing with one person, there's no need to discuss further. He felt a little more at ease hearing that. Oh, so that's how it is. That's impressive. Truly amazing. Before he could finish his drink, he choked and spat it all out as the door to the room was suddenly kicked open violently. Yun Tran leisurely stepped into the room, the clacking of his leather shoes rhythmically tapping on the floor, bringing with him an overwhelmingly oppressive presence. He raised an eyebrow in question, surprised that Tan Min was so lacking in a sense of humor. They were just a few playful words, yet he was already planning to take my life. Min Zan trembled and hurriedly denied it. No, not at all. It was definitely a terrible misunderstanding. Lyquan, who was sitting nearby, suddenly jumped up due to the overwhelming pressure from the man who had just appeared. He felt as if the Grim Reaper were calling his name. The person Tan Min Zan mentioned was Yun Tran. It was him. It was over. He had to find a way to escape. Before he could even move to run, Yun Tran delivered a powerful kick directly into his spine. He calmly articulated each word, a misunderstanding. There are countless people who want me dead, but I never expected to find two fools like you among them. He spoke coldly. Tell me, how do you two intend to resolve this trouble? The two men sat dazed, not daring to move, listening intently as he said, forget about calling the police. Based on my influence at the precinct, hiring assassins definitely won't do you any good. Yun Tran casually wiped the sharp weapon in his hand clean and spoke, I am a man who repays every grudge. If you want me to disappear, I won't let you live in peace either. He lazily glanced at the other party and offered an escape route. If you two can name a price worthy of your lives, I will reconsider. Min Zan immediately seized the opportunity. Chairman viewing, would this be acceptable? I agree to all the old terms, and I will even provide all promotional services for free. He sneered. Parhar, do you think a few pennies of profit from representing Kudun can buy your pathetic life? Then, he bluntly declared, even if you offered up the entire Tan Corporation, it would barely reach half of my requirements. He asked cautiously, the Tan Corporation is only half. But that is the most valuable thing I possess. Yun Tran stated firmly, not at all. You have one other thing you can do. If you succeed, I will grant you a path to survive. Trembling, he probed, what? What is it? He gave a direct order, overthrow Tan Min Vai and take the prestigious heir seat of the Tan family. Min Zan sighed helplessly, you want me to usurp my older brother, become the head of the family, and then surrender the entire Tan family to you, don't you? He gave a cheerful thumbs up. It seems you are quite perceptive, but I'm in no rush to take over the family. For now, just act as my spokesperson. He pondered for a long time. What kind of spokesperson? It was essentially being a puppet. But if Yun Tran could help him seize power, then everything was negotiable. Calculating constantly in his mind, he realized that in the eyes of the world, he would still be the head of the family. Finally, he accepted, if you help me overthrow my older brother, I am willing to place the entire Tan family at your service. He stood with his arms crossed and calmly issued his instructions. Very well, then show me your sincerity right now. He swallowed hard, his hands clenched tightly in tension as he prepared to carry out the request. Lyquan witnessed the man stand up, his eyes wide in disbelief. Sincerity? Was this what he called sincerity? Suddenly, Min Zan knelt down, leaving him so shocked that his jaw dropped as he gasped. Yun Tran sternly reminded him, do you feel humiliated? Since you wanted to harm me, I will make your life a living hell. From now on, I will help you get whatever you want, but you must manage the Tan family well for me. Is that clear? He gritted his teeth and swallowed his resentment as he replied, understood. Satisfied, he pulled the man who was kneeling on the ground to his feet. He sneered as he gave his first assignment, force Tun Hai Tin to marry Dathin and Een. That is the first thing you need to do. He continued to encourage him. Though now, use all your devious schemes to seize what rightfully belongs to you. I will always be watching your every move. He worked listlessly, looking like someone who had just lost his soul. Yun Tran smirked wickedly, turned, and issued an ultimatum. Tell me, how do you want to die? Lyquan trembled violently, his face drained of all color, and he subconsciously knelt on the floor. He clung tightly to the boy's legs, sobbing, please, I don't want to die. Mr. Viewing, please spare my life. He coldly grabbed the other man by the collar and yanked him up forcefully. Why are you crying? You're being such a nuisance. A coward like you should just die and be done with it, he said, as the man stammered and begged for mercy. Suddenly, the phone began to ring loudly, shattering the tension-filled atmosphere. Yun Tran already had a suspect in mind. It was surely the work of Chu Fun, and he hoped that man wouldn't be blinded by hatred. Ignoring Lyquan, who was still clinging to him, he calmly answered the phone to reassure the person on the other end. Leave this to me. Tell everyone to report it to the police and wait for news at home. The man looked up with curious eyes and asked softly, what happened? Is there anything I can help with? He hung up and muttered to himself, thanks for the reminder. It's true that you still have some value to exploit. Yun Tran gave a dangerous smile and ordered, now, take your men and go beat up the city secretary, Chu Kai Hoa. For me the harder, the better. Hearing this, Lyquan nodded frantically. Very well, I will go do it immediately. In truth, he was trembling inside, but as long as he could keep his life, whether he beat Chu Kai Hoa or anyone else no longer mattered. He casually added a remark filled with hidden meaning. Go on, don't say anything more. When the child is foolish, the father must pay. Since his son has debts, the father must also bear a portion. Hearing this, the man replied with rising intensity, yes, I'm going to find people to deal with him right away. After speaking, Lyquan ran off quickly as if afraid someone else would steal the opportunity. Once he was gone, Yun Tran made a phone call to arrange things. Parinham, a friend of mine has been kidnapped. Use the coordinates I just sent to find her location. Parinham joked on the other end. What kind of friend is this close? Another beauty, I presume. He frowned uncomfortably and replied, cut the jokes and focus on the task. I heard she is being taken toward the southern outskirts. They're taking a detour to avoid traffic and have just left the Binjang area. A look of relief slowly appeared on Yuan Tran's face. That's great news then. He let out a sigh of relief and quickly issued further instructions. Prepare 2 helicopters for me, one to pick me up, and the other to close in on the target. Amidst the desolate and remote hills, the car was speeding along the mountain pass. Lu Haiyan was still tied up and unconscious in the back seat, completely unaware that she was being used as a pawn. The driver said, "Why did we go to the trouble of kidnapping her? We should have just taken her straight to the research institute in the southern outskirts." The other men shivered upon hearing this, thinking, what a truly perverted person. At another modern building, darkness was engulfing every corner of the city. Chu Kai-hor and his henchmen were feasting, smugly believing that this plan had succeeded perfectly thanks to the brilliant direction of their superiors. Before he could finish, the door was suddenly kicked open with extreme force, shattering the joyous atmosphere. Like one squinted, carefully comparing the face of the man sitting there with a photo on his phone. Then he shouted, "Who is Chu Kai-hor? Step out here." He quickly pointed straight at the target and barked at his men behind him. "It's him. Take him down in 3 minutes." Chu Kai-hor still asked blankly, "Who are you people?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous punch landed squarely in his stomach. Lai Gan waved his hand and slapped Kai Hua, explaining that someone wanted him to discipline the man for his lax parenting and also wanted a share of his profits. Kai Hua fell onto the tiles, his face pale and bloodless, stammering questions about some kind of benefit while choking. Immediately after, this henchman rushed in, punching and kicking him. Kai Hua could only helplessly beg for mercy, promising to properly discipline his son. In response to his plea, Lai Gang sneered, saying he didn't need to raise his son well. In fact, he felt he owed the man something. The brutal man swung a chair directly at Kai Hua, prowling that if it weren't for the man, he wouldn't have had a chance to escape that devil this time. Lai Gang calculated the timing with extreme precision. According to his plan, that person was about to capture the man's precious son. Wang Jing leaned out of the helicopter door and urged, "How much further are we from the target?" The pilot immediately replied, "About 2 kilometers. Wang Jing returned with an air of authority and ordered, "Tell the team on the other side to prepare to land immediately. The helicopter up high should find a flank to attack from. If you see anyone trying to run, shoot them on the spot." In the kidnapping vehicle carrying Luke Xuan, Uncle Feng was still gleefully boasting that this establishment specialized in sending women to Africa. Laughing heartily as he spoke, the man squinted at the back seat and said he had listened carefully. This woman deserved to die, but he wanted her to experience a living death first. He even made a bold guess, saying that judging by her appearance, she seemed to both love and hate the woman. Just then, Luke Xuan groaned and woke up. She sat up groggily and instinctively cried out in pain, "Where is this? And why am I here?" "Oh, you've heard so much." Uncle Feng then threatened, "You're awake now, aren't you? There's no need to be afraid. I'll take you to a wonderful place to enjoy life." At the grounds of the suburban establishment in the southern area, Van Nam politely bowed to the distinguished guest, inviting Mr. Chu to stroll leisurely and promising to be contacted if there were any more good goods next time. However, he was coldly refused by Uncle Feng, who said there would be no next time as he didn't want to see this kind of woman again. DI led 1EC7 PH led 1EC7 stood nearby, subtly reminding her son to leave soon as the place was unsafe. He snapped back, telling his mother not to follow him because he could take care of himself. She smiled kindly, saying she was just worried about her son. But as soon as she finished speaking, the bullet whizzed past overhead. The shot lodged directly into Uncle Feng's thigh, causing him to scream in agony. Maternal instinct surged, and she rushed in a panic to her precious son. Mother and son called out to each other repeatedly. Neither of them realized they were within the enemy's sights. Wang Jing stood high above, smiling sinisterly, muttering to himself as he calculated the trajectory of the shot. Almond, observing the situation through binoculars, exclaimed in astonishment, "My God, he hit it. The target is 1,000 meters away. How can you shoot so accurately?" He shrugged and sat down, feigning indifference, saying he relied on instinct because he wasn't used to the new gun yet. Otherwise, he would have blown his head off. "Now, inform the other team to move in." The helicopter carrying Wang Jin slowly landed in the trafficker's compound. As soon as the helicopter came to a stop, he jumped out without hesitation and announced, "We've arrived." Upon landing, he immediately directed the assault, telling 2 people to stay in the helicopter to keep watch and not let anyone escape. He also instructed Almond to find a hidden position outside to observe and provide sniper support when needed. Almond quickly acknowledged the order and replied, "Understood." A moment later, Wang Jin signaled his teammates, "The rest of you, follow me in." His heart burned with fierce fighting spirit. "Luke Xuan, I'm coming to save you." Gunfire echoed mixed with hurried footsteps throughout the building. They moved while reminding each other to be cautious because the enemies had heavy weaponry. The soldier rushed over to report, "Mr. Viewing, there is still no sign of anyone on the 2nd floor." After hearing this, Yuan Tran shifted his target and climbed to the 3rd floor. The man paused, deep in thought, his expression gradually turning cold and stern. "This place is tiny, packed with people and toys. Luckily, we have the Harenham faction support, otherwise this would be exhausting." A threatening explosion rang out. "Everyone stay where you are." The young man was holding Lu Haiyan hostage. Perhaps the May Association came looking for her. He took advantage of the opportunity to make a demand, "Get me a car so I can leave safely, or I will kill this girl right now." Terrified, she burst into tears and feebly called out to him for help. Yuan Tran slowly raised his hands in a gesture of truce. "Don't be so reckless. The car or anything else you want, I will arrange it all for you. Absolutely do not do anything foolish." But deep down, he had a scheme already prepared. *HMPH, you worked right into the trap yourself. No need for me to go searching. The young man backed down the stairs step by step, never ceasing his shouting, "Don't you try any tricks, or this girl's life is over." He torqued so much that he didn't even realize he was within the fatal range of his opponent's aim. Suddenly, a bullet whistled through the air and struck the man straight in the head. The skillful marksmanship earned Yuan Tran's admiration, truly the work of Har Enham. This assassin is well trained and the shot was incredibly precise. The man, no longer breathing, tripped and tumbled down. He accidentally dragged Lu Haiyan down with him. He added a reassuring remark, "Don't be afraid, everything is over. I will get you out of here." Full of confidence, Yun-Tran carried the girl out and delegated the cleanup to his subordinates. There are likely a few more girls upstairs. You guys handle it properly. He didn't forget to reiterate the mission. You must clean this up thoroughly. Do not leave any traces in this remote mountain wilderness. They all shouted in unison. Understood. The breaking news was immediately transmitted elsewhere. A man heard the news and slammed his fist onto the table in fury. What the hell is this? Is the Southern Territory being wiped out by Harinham's subordinates? He muttered in a fit of rage. Very well, I didn't want to mess with you, but if you want to start a fight, I will see it through to the end. Time passed quickly until the early dawn at the luxurious Thien Bin Sun Villa complex. As soon as Yun-Tran stepped into the house, Thai questioned him. Pierre is our great hero. How is the beauty you just rescued? He smiled and replied, she's fine, just a bit shaken from the lunch stress, but she's sound asleep now. Why are you two still up? The young woman snapped irritably. Sleeping at a time like this? Didn't you say Lu Hein was kidnapped by Chu Fan? I was planning to capture him and get it all over with. Trin Fai spoke up more calmly. That wouldn't be appropriate. Human lives are at stake. It's better to report it to the police. Plus his father is the secretary of the City Party Committee. Yun-Tran moved closer to soothe her. I didn't expect you to be even tougher than me. Rest assured, for a long time to come, he won't dare to show his face again. His gaze suddenly became unusually profound, his words filled with implication. I'm afraid he won't have a chance to return for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Thai's expression relaxed significantly. That's good. Let Lu Hein rest a bit tomorrow morning. We'll start filming in the afternoon. We have a nationwide product promotion next month. We must finish filming on schedule. Yun-Tran gently touched her hair. All right, you figure out the logistics. You've had a long day. I'm going to bed now. You two should get some rest too. A while later, he was standing in the bathroom, the sound of the shower running incessantly. Just at that moment, the phone suddenly lit up, signaling a new incoming message. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and checked his phone. Who would be texting him at such an odd hour? A faint smile flickered across Wang Jing's face. Finally, the AK-915 had arrived. In another setting, right at Kim Line 301 Hospital, Mayu was reclining on the hospital bed with a vacant look. Do you guys think I should reach out first? Pari 2 looked over wearily. Stop daydreaming. If that Wang Jing really cared about you, he would have come to the company long ago. He hasn't even called to check in for half a month. You need to wake up. Yet she stubbornly made excuses for her crush. Anyway, he's a high-ranking vice president at Juran. He's probably so busy he just completely forgot. He ignored her excuse, only looking helpless. HMPH, your dad probably already has a wife. I really can't understand the female psyche. Just wait for Boy to return and pour your heart out to her. As soon as he finished speaking, Boy appeared. She was running and cheering breathlessly. Mayu, she excitedly announced immediately. The Act 915, it's here. Hearing that, Mayu's eyes lit up. She sat up abruptly without thinking. Does he really come? It's Wang Jing, isn't it? Unfortunately, she was met only with Boy's bewildered look. Pa, I don't know who Wang Jing is. I only saw the AK-915. Wang Jing suddenly walked straight into the room, carrying a basket of flowers. It's me. Don't move around too much since your leg hasn't fully healed yet. Where do you think you're going? She took the chance to act soft and weak. I just wanted to do some light exercise. Did you come here to prepare for the line development in Janjacking? Seeing Mayu acting coy, Kari too could only judge her silently. Typical girl behavior. He maintained a friendly attitude and approached her to check in. I stopped by to see how your recovery is going, and brought a small gift for you while I was at it. As he spoke, Wang Jing held out a shiny car key, dangling it from his finger. The bystander like Boy couldn't help but feel admiration. It was exactly as Mayu had said, both handsome and wealthy. Only Kari too pursed his lips in boredom. Wang Jing gently tossed the key toward her. Take it. It's yours. Looks like your recovery is progressing quite well. He didn't forget to offer some heartfelt advice, but you must be careful. Until your leg is fully healed, you need to exercise restraint. Absolutely no more racing. Mayu nodded joyfully, happiness evident on her face. Yes, don't worry, I won't race anymore. You came to the province for work but didn't say a word to me. How many days do you plan to stay? He smiled and replied with a hand gesture. About 3 days. There's still a lot of work to settle at Jurong. While they were chatting animatedly, Wang Jing suddenly noticed someone standing behind him. Bin Hao narrowed his eyes at him, his cold voice making listeners jump. Wang Jing. So, you're Wang Jing. Wang Jing replied blankly. I'm Wang Jing. I'm afraid I don't know who you are. Doubts began to arise in his heart. Tuen Bin Hao, a general with the power of life and death. He hadn't expected to bump into him here. To his surprise, the man switched to a welcoming attitude, laughing heartily. Bahar, you look impressive indeed. No wonder my daughter misses you so much. Mr. Wang, thank you truly for saving her this time. Feeling exposed, Mayu quickly spoke up to stop him. Dead, Wang Jing bowed humbly. Uncle Tuing, you're being too kind. If I hadn't invited Mayu to race, the accident wouldn't have happened. I share a significant part of the responsibility. Wang Jing's politeness made Bin Hao even more pleased. Bahar, you're good. Have a few drinks with me tonight as thanks for saving my daughter. He replied with a smile. In that case, I'll gladly accept your invitation, uncle. At Tanhor restaurant, Yun-Tran and Miu's family gathered around the banquet table. The uncle solemnly raised his glass and said, Young man viewing, since you call me uncle, you must drink a full glass with me tonight. He politely raised his glass in response and replied, Cheers, uncle, though internally he was feeling uneasy. Judging by this attitude, he probably didn't know yet that he had beaten up his precious son, thinking this dinner was a Haman banquet, but it seemed he had worried too much. Miu, sitting close by, gently reminded him, Yun-Tran, don't drink like that, eat something to line your stomach first. Even Lahore, meeting him for the first time, took a liking to him. Young man viewing is indeed a kind, humble, and cautious person. Looking at your demeanor, it's clear you come from a well-educated family. I wonder what your father and mother do for a living. Yun-Tran raised his eyebrows in confusion and replied, My parents, Miu Miu didn't have time to stop her mother for asking too intrusive a question, but she still didn't mind much if it's not convenient. Then never mind. Yuan gently smoothed things over, a fleeting sadness appearing on his face. It's alright, Mom. I was abandoned as a child and have never met my parents. Although I was raised by my master later on, my childhood was still a life of eating at others' tables to grow up. Hearing this, Lahore's voice softened significantly, and she said apologetically, I'm sorry, because I didn't know your situation. I accidentally brought up a painful memory of yours. Yet, he generously let it go. It's nothing, Mom. Since I've never known my parents' faces from birth, how could I still feel sad about it? Yuan Tran's special circumstances made Miu Miu feel deeply for him. She wondered how this man, having lived through those days of relying on others' charity, could have overcome it all. Bin Hao, who already liked him, now respected him even more. He laughed heartily and said, a sword becomes sharp through grinding, and plum blossoms become fragrant through the cold wind. Young man viewing, for you to be the vice chairman of Kudun at such a young age, you must have been through many hardships. Come, let me toast you a glass. Both of them, without prior agreement, raised the glasses and drank them completely dry, taking advantage of the high spirits. Lahore inquired, young man viewing, I heard from Miu Miu that you are staying here for 2 days because you want to visit Zhangjiagang. Is that right? Taking this opportunity, he opened up, yes, Mom. I want to conduct a brief survey on the real estate market situation in Zhangjiagang. Seizing the momentum, he questioned further, why would a large conglomerate like Kudun choose the real estate market in a county-level city? Wouldn't fighting the first battle in the capital be a wiser move? Yuan Tran shook his head and explained thoroughly, in the past 2 years, policy changes have made real estate investment highly risky. I chose Zhangjiagang because I carefully considered its advantages as well as the specific local environment here. Lahore nodded in appreciation. Yes, that makes a lot of sense. After all, the current real estate industry, under the government's increasingly strict macro control, is no longer as easy to make money in as before. He calmly shared his strategy. Actually, it's still fine, Mom. If we face difficulties, we will cooperate with the government to implement it. My ultimate goal is to acquire some well-priced land parcels to build low-cost residential complexes, doing a little good for the community. This decision made Bin Hao suspicious. With housing prices skyrocketing, why would he want to sell at a low price? Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, do you know that because of this decision, Kudun will not only make no profit but also suffer losses? Why do that? Yuan Tran frankly expressed his ideals. I live on the food of the world and wear the clothes of life, receiving many favors, so naturally I want to do some useful things for society. His face hardened and his voice became firm. I want to see people smiling, instead of having to live in anxiety because of the burden of buying a home. That determination made Lahore laugh. Although it's a bit idealized, it indeed shows great ambition. Meanwhile, Bin Hao leisurely poured another glass of wine. Then he turned to propose, young man viewing, I've been waiting to hear these words. Regarding Miu Miu losing a piece of land to you, I will help you settle it. Although I'm old, I still want to make a big play with you young people to see how it goes. Yuan Tran immediately stood up respectfully. Then I will trouble you, uncle. He secretly calculated in his mind. Bin Hao, the provincial party secretary of Dunsu, and Tan Nam Kwok, the secretary of Jiangning province, were the two strongest pillars of the defection. He raised his glass and drank it dry, his mind already mapping out a plan using the real estate sector to bring down Dunsu province. Once one of the two pillars was broken, the old man of the family could just wait. He would make his power crumble bit by bit. In front of the lobby of Tan Ho Yanhan's building, Yuan Tran was pushing Miu Miu's wheelchair, standing and waiting beside a luxury car. Bin Hao, sitting inside, called out with expectant eyes, do you really not want to go home with your parents? She waved her hand in refusal. I've already told you, it's rare for me to get out for some fresh air. I want to stroll around a bit more. You and Mom go home first. Having Yuan Tran with me is the safest. Unable to sway his daughter, the father turned to ask for a favor, telling Yuan Tran to please take care of Miu Miu. Yuan Tran immediately reassured him. Yes, don't worry, sir. The wheels of Miu Miu's wheelchair kept making an unpleasant rustling sound against the road surface. Seizing the opportunity, she asked, Yuan Tran, are you only staying in Kim Line for 3 days? He replied while pushing the wheelchair. No, I have to leave tomorrow morning. This trip was mainly to give you the wheelchair. I still have matters in the capital that need my attention. Upon hearing this, Miu Miu's expression darkened, and her tone clearly conveyed regret. Why are you in such a rush? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, drawing all of Yuan Tran's attention. Right before their eyes, dozens of people in military uniforms were pointing guns at them in a threatening manner. Instead of panicking, he appeared unusually calm and said, quite a crowd, isn't it? What are you all trying to do? Yuan Dich spoke in a stern voice. Yuan Tran, we are acting on orders from our superiors to arrest you. Yuan Tran remained unflinching. You've made a mistake. I am a law-abiding citizen. Looking at this equipment and stance, you must be Tuan Hun Kai's men. I thought he would behave himself after I taught him a lesson, but to my surprise, he's still bitter and looking for revenge. Miu Miu immediately stepped up to protect him. Arrest him. What crime did he commit that required mobilizing an entire armed unit? Let's see who dares to touch him today. To their surprise, the men still brazenly threatened. Miss, if you want to obstruct officers in the line of duty, don't blame us for not showing mercy. Then, someone suddenly swung their arm. Yuan Tran slapped Yuan Dich hard across the face and warned, I hate it most when people point guns at my head, and I am also extremely allergic to your kind using guns to threaten my friends. The man flew into a rage and shouted without hesitation, don't be arrogant. Let me tell you, because you once opened fire on armed police, we are authorized to use force during your arrest. Do you understand? Yuan Tran stepped forward aggressively, clutching the gun barrel, and challenged, I understand. You have the right to point your gun at me, but if you open fire while resisting an arrest, are you sure you'll actually hit us? Yuan Dich signaled to his team, there are 15 of us here, at a distance of less than 2 meters. Any one of us could open fire and shred you to pieces at any moment. Yuan Tran replied nonchalantly, I don't think so. Instead, I feel that your bodies are aching, devoid of all strength. You can't even hold your submachine guns, and you just want to collapse and fall into a deep sleep. That incredibly confident attitude made him start to tremble. He asked in a weak voice. How do you know that? The soldiers around them also began to lose strength in their limbs. Seeing his chance, Yuan Tran lunged forward to seize Duan Ditch's gun and laughed. What are you waiting for? Everyone, lie down and take a nap. As if hypnotized, the man collapsed onto the ground. The others also fell in unison like reeds being cut. Miu Miu was astonished by the scene before her. Your methods are truly magical. He turned to his friend and teased, don't you want to ask me something? She giggled and replied, I do, but I think it's better if you confess it yourself. Knowing he couldn't hide it, Yuan Tran spoke the truth. Tuan Hun Kai is your brother, right? The last time I left Kim Lang, he led a squad of armed police to block my path. He must have heard about your racing accident and came looking for revenge. Yet, Miu Miu still calmly asked, so, were you hurt? The Tuan Hun Kai. I told him not to meddle in other people's business, but he still acted on his own. Confusion flashed across his face. I'm fine, but I accidentally injured your brother. He's probably in the hospital undergoing treatment right now. She reassured him nonchalantly without any worry. Oh, then it's fine. He's as tough as an ox and has high endurance. As long as you're safe, it's fine. It was this instance that left Yuan Tran stunned. It was the first time he'd heard someone describe their own brother like that. The other party could only laugh it off as an excuse. The two of them turned and headed back toward the villa of Tuan Bin Hao. He was engrossed in a phone call, his brow furrowed as if replying, Dan knows. Seeing this, the whore gently approached him and asked caringly, what's wrong? Did the one our daughter always devotes her heart to call about something important? Bin Hao recounted the story in a low voice, his face clearly showing worry. Miu Miu just said that Tuan Hun Kai has been injured by someone. Upon hearing this, the whore anxiously pressed him with questions. What? Was it Yuan who did it? Is Hun Kai severely injured? Bin Hao's face grew tense as he replied solemnly, it's quite minor. Just now, Hun Kai even deployed a squad of armed police with guns to the hospital to block Yuan Tran and Miu Miu. Apparently, the soldiers didn't know who Miu Miu was, so they accidentally pointed a gun at her head. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue for her eyes flashing with utmost rage. What? They dare to point a gun at Miu Miu's head? If she has to suffer any grievance, I will absolutely never forgive them. He quickly and gently took his wife's hand. Then he gently persuaded her to soothe her worries. Miu Miu didn't suffer at all. On the contrary, Hun Kai has been too stubborn and obstinate since childhood. That personality would bring him suffering sooner or later. It's a good thing Yuan Tran dampened his arrogance a bit. It's better for him to be slightly injured now than to lose his life later. Despite this, the whore still couldn't put her mind at ease. About to get up to check on the situation. I still have to go and see how Hun Kai is doing. Bin Hao immediately stood up to block her. You are not going anywhere. She appeared helpless, only able to sigh wearily. Sigh. He suddenly picked up the phone on the table. In a calm tone, he ordered the person on the other end of the line, set up a meeting with the political commissar and the chief of the Nanjing Provincial Armed Police. Just tell them I want to invite them to dinner. Elsewhere, the car was speeding down the road. Suddenly, the phone screen lit up, showing an incoming call from someone named Tuan Min Kai. Yuan Tran answered the call, quite surprised to receive an invitation to attend the virtual Spirit Diamond press conference on the upcoming 1st. Without any hesitation, he agreed. Sure, I'll be there. Don't worry. With that, he immediately hung up. While driving, Yuan Tran's eyes suddenly closed as he unconsciously drifted into deep thoughts. Immediately after, he stepped hard on the gas, the car speeding away as fast as women hunting for online sales. But little did he know, every route he took was being closely monitored by Dun Tun through surveillance screens. He clapped his hands repeatedly, a smile spreading on his face as he muttered to himself, impressive, truly very impressive. Dun Tun glanced in another direction, wearing an enigmatic smile as he spoke, regarding the matter of Tuan Hun Kai and Yuan Tran. Does anyone have any thoughts? The other guy remarked with a cold face, this Yuan Tran is indeed very cunning. He cannot be underestimated. To me, he is an extremely dangerous target. As if just waiting for that to utter venomous words, he said, then just eliminate him. No one can obstruct the path of revival for our Quan family. Katie, leaning against the corner of the wall, spoke up, as long as you successfully complete the mission entrusted by the principal, the military academy will certainly support you in achieving this ideal. Her firm vow made Dun Tun feel a bit skeptical. Only then did David speak up to announce, according to Mars's description, that Chinese expert looks very similar to this young man. If it is indeed him, our military academy's plan in China has probably been exposed, he asserted decisively. Then we must eliminate this man immediately. Letting him survive will definitely be an immeasurable disaster. Katie smiled coquettishly, her words carrying a vague and suggestive tone. This Yuan Tran is quite interesting. I'm starting to find him intriguing. Dun Tun calmly reminded her, Katie, you better be a bit careful. Chinese men will bring you many unimaginable surprises. Someone suddenly triggered memories in her mind, mentioning that among you Chinese men, she didn't respect anyone. Although up until now she had never seen his face, only having shaken hands socially a few times. All three asked in unison who it was. Katie slowly spoke up, the nickname is. Her face stiffened, and she gritted out each word. It's Wang Jing and Asher. The name immediately caught the attention of David and Mark as soon as it was spoken. Even Dun Tun had to stop what he was doing to listen. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying in a serious tone, that guy is indeed a formidable character. But Katie didn't care at all and turned to work away, saying, I'm off to find out who this Wang Jing is. Bye everyone. At the Jerry Seafood City in the capital, Wang Jing stood in front of the skyscraper and assessed it silently. The place Lai Minghao mentioned over the phone must be here. He wondered if there would be any surprises waiting for him. Minghao, already waiting at the entrance, waved him over. Come in. The surprise gift for you is already prepared. Having just reunited with an old friend, he joked, we'll see about the surprise later. Your business seems to be doing quite well, doesn't it? He led Wang Jing inside and pressed the elevator button. Minghao then calmly explained, thanks to the support of government officials, banquets are prioritized at my place. Daily revenue can reach over 1 1 million. He took this opportunity to ask more. At this scale, how many hotels do you own in total? He revealed his impressive assets. There are 5 areas in the capital, and I own 2 or 3 in each. Also, the hotels in Nanjing and Jiangning provinces are nearly finished. We'll have a solid base in those 2 fertile regions soon. Wang Jing was full of admiration after hearing this. How did I not realize it before? You really have a business mind. Yet Minghao modestly denied it. I'm not sure about that. The general manager I've hired is the one with an MBA from a top-tier university ranked by US News. He nodded slightly in understanding and muttered to himself, very good, really quite impressive. Suddenly Wang Jing thought of something and hurriedly asked, by the way, where is the surprise gift you spoke of? Minghao just now remembered the important matter and smacked his forehead guiltily. I was so focused on talking about the hotels that I almost forgot entirely. Then he clapped his hands as a signal to someone. He glanced back and ordered, come inside. As soon as his voice trailed off, the door slowly opened. Zaiju entered the room with a cold look on his face. When Wang Jing saw him, he exclaimed joyfully, it's Lin Zaiju. Wang Jing couldn't hide his curiosity and asked immediately, what have you done to him over the past month to change him so much? Minghao pulled out a chair and replied, I threw him onto a deserted island that was once a secret base for chemical weapons research. Upon hearing that, he was deeply shocked. You left him alone on Tenaka Island. He smiled and corrected, yeah, and I didn't give him any weapons at all. This performance will definitely leave you stunned. Hearing this, Wang Zhen's eyes lit up. Tell me more. Minhao looked at Taekwade and slowly recounted the detailed journey. Dintron Island, sprawling exactly 47 square kilometers, where Lam Taekwade had stayed for 24 days, completely eliminating 459 demons and almost flattening half of the enemy base. He finally spoke, his gaze fixed on Yuantran, thanking him for utilizing this method to help him upgrade his tower. He patted the shoulder of the person opposite him minimally, his sweet voice reassuring, make yourself at home. From now on, we're family, aren't we? The story didn't stop there. Minhao retrieved another small, secret wooden box, eagerly showing off an unexpected trophy. He opened the lid of the box, inside which was a spherical test tube emitting a strange blue glow. Yuan Tran took the mysterious item and observed it, confirming, this item was indeed found in that base. Minhao changed to a serious tone and explained, only this test tube was carefully guarded by the military commander. It must be a precious treasure from Dintron Island that Lam Taekwade brought back. When we have time, we'll transfer it to the chemical analysis department for inspection. He looked at Taekwade and teased, Bei, do you even know how to use a gun? He immediately stepped forward to defend his teammate, and the atmosphere became cheerful again. I've already told him. He truly has great talent. Yuan Tran raised his wine glass high with excitement. Welcome to officially joining our side. Both of them, without hesitation, drained the wine glasses into hands. Midnight at the Jurine building. Yuan Tran absent-mindedly looked at the clock, lying, it's so late now. That I must have already finished work and gone home. Right. Suddenly, Minhao appeared out of nowhere, her face drenched in tears, calling out Qiufun's name. She dashed towards her ex-lover. Minhao sobbed loudly, calling out the name, Qiufun. However, she only received a weary shake of the head. Ninhao, we are truly over. From now on, don't look for me anymore. If things continue, it will only cause more heartache for both of us. Yuan Tran eavesdropped for a long time before realizing that the girl's name was Ninhar. She buried her face and burst into sobs. Why did things turn out this way? We've been together for so many years. Could it be that we've only been in the capital for less than a year, and you've already changed so much? Qiufun coldly advised, forget me, Ninhar. Go home. Go back to your hometown and live. Ninhar still refused to give up, crying out, demanding an explanation. What's real wrong with you? He clenched his hands tightly and resolutely. Long-suppressed emotions poured out through every word. Ninhar, do you truly understand reality? The two of us in this capital city can never dream of good times. Buying a 40M2 apartment already costs 1,000,000 yuan, and the deposit alone requires 300,000. He yelled as if he wanted the whole world to hear. The 300,000 yuan. If I save 1,000 yuan a month, it would take exactly 300 months, a full 25 arduous years. Then he changed his tone again, sounding helpless and bitter. Ninhar, you are too naive. The love you cherish for me is nothing but a burden, an unbearable pressure. Ninhar could only utter reproachfully, Qiufun, you've really changed. You're not the person you used to be anymore. Qiufun did not face her, only lowered his head to avoid her gaze. Ninhar, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame this cruel society. With that, he got into the car and drove away, leaving her standing alone and desolate in the deserted street. Ninhar felt even more sorrowful, her sobs rising in mournful bursts. At the Spirit Diamond Fashion Gala, the long-legged models in splendid outfits made the press work the cameras tirelessly amidst sounds of admiration. Oh my, today's event gathered all A-list stars, and the jewelry and diamonds they wore were incredibly sparkling and luxurious. Minkai confidently stood on the red carpet and spoke loudly with gratitude, thanking the guests for taking the time to attend the fashion gala of the Spirit Diamond House. At that very moment, at Tathina Nin's house, the sound of paper tearing suddenly rang out. I want to see how much you can stir things up in the heart of this capital. Following that was a terrifyingly sinister smell. It had been a long time since encountering such an opponent. This was an opportunity to prove she was not easily bullied. In the wings of the prestigious fashion event, Minkai was sleeping soundly in an armchair. Suddenly, someone gently approached and stroked her head. Yuan Tran softly comforted her, even though he knew she could not hear him. You've been tired all day, so have a deep sleep. Then, he delicately took a warm jacket and placed it over Minkai. Then he silently turned around and walked toward the door. Shortly afterward, at Napthai restaurant, Yuan Tran sat opposite her, raising his glass to toast her brilliant achievement. Cheers. The two immediately clinked glasses intimately. Minkai mischievously prodded, is there anything else? Don't flatter me any further. Even though that goal was once far away, today we finally reached it. I'm extremely grateful to you. Taking advantage of the moment, she coquettishly demanded, mentioning gratitude to me. So, what are you going to use to thank me? Yuan Tran suddenly lowered his voice full of remorse. I know, just because of my personal selfishness. I almost ruined your entire life. However, Min Kai replied with tolerance, actually, even if you hadn't said a word to me, sooner or later I would have known anyway. I don't blame you at all. She even smiled radiantly with great appreciation. Therefore, Yuan Tran, I'm the one who needs to thank you. Thanks to your help, I found my true self again. Yuan Tran felt somewhat relieved after hearing that. I understand your hardships. I also tasted what you are going through now in the past. Regardless, the person who should be saying thank you is me. Min Kai took the opportunity to express her feelings. Yuan Tran, although our first encounter was not very pleasant, I still feel extremely lucky to have met you. At the train station in Hoi City, Yan'an Province, crowds of people poured into the place, creating an extremely lively and bustling atmosphere. Then Fai stepped out from the bustling crowd and asked, you are Thai's bodyguard. Is it really okay to be away from the capital these days? Yuan Tran waved his hand, telling her not to worry. You don't need to worry about that side. It is not easy for Tuan Min Kai to approve 10 full days of leave for her. I am already eager to get to that battlefield. Although joking like that, in his heart he thought, as long as Lam Taekwait is stationed here, Thai will definitely be safe. Then Fai's gaze wavered slightly and then lowered as if hiding difficult feelings. Yes, simply because that is the land my father once traveled through. Suddenly, Kendu and his henchmen approached her from out of nowhere with sinister intentions. The shameless guy's dirty hand reached out, aiming straight for Thin Fai's chest. Fortunately, he quickly noticed, immediately grabbed the guy's wrist, and jerked it hard, making Kendu stumble and yell in pain. Infuriated at having his plan ruined, he hissed with angry growls, what do you think you're doing? Are you tired of living or what? You brat, you don't know your own limits yet you dare to pick a fight with Wang Cheng. Take your filthy hand off me right now. Jing Yu's wrist was squeezed tightly by Wang Cheng, sending a sharp, agonizing pain straight to his brain. He collapsed helplessly onto the ground, still screaming miserably like a slaughtered pig. Right then, his aggressive accomplices immediately rushed in to back him up, shouting, let him go now. Passers-by witnessing this could only shake their heads in dismay, thinking, they're fighting again, let's run before we get caught in the crossfire. In the blink of an eye, a firm hand suddenly grabbed one of the henchmen. Wu Ling's grip was incredibly powerful, causing the other man to stumble and fall to the ground. In just a split second, he subdued and pinned him to the ground to restrain him. One of the henchmen, completely fearless, spoke up to challenge them. Who do you think you are, sticking your noses into other people's business? Without bothering to argue, the aggressive gang rushed in with weapons, determined to fight to the death with the strangers. Wu Ling decisively delivered a powerful knee strike to the man's stomach, making the loudmouth guy spit out a mouthful of blood. Quick as lightning, he took down another man with an extremely skillful throw. Wang Cheng stood to the side, looking at this eyesore scene with contempt, thinking, these guys really can't even take a single blow. Once everything was settled, Wu Ling walked over to greet him. After receiving your message, I've been waiting here. Wang Cheng smiled and remarked, you bet here fast. Hurry up and clear these guys out of the way so they don't bother the tourists. Since you are here, he requested, let's go, take us to see what you have achieved over the past 3 months. Wu Ling pointed toward a rugged-looking vehicle, his voice full of undisguised pride. Sure, my car is over there. It definitely won't disappoint you. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed him a glass vial with unknown contents. Wang Cheng uttered mysterious words that left everyone bewildered. Just soak the clothes in this water, and I guarantee they won't get damaged for half a year. Hearing this, Wu Ling carefully held the treasure in his hands and then respectfully said, please get in the car, everyone. The 2 off-road vehicles also began to roll after a long wait. While the whole group was eagerly setting off, Katie had been secretly watching everything without anyone noticing. No one knew what she was scheming, but her face clearly showed a look of challenging arrogance. A few hours passed, and the car continued to roll smoothly along the deserted road without a soul in sight. Cheng Fei sat in the car, constantly marveling at the scenery outside. It is absolutely beautiful here. Hearing this, Wu Ling looked outside, gently dampening her newly blossomed joy. It is indeed beautiful, but behind this appearance lie countless deadly traps. Cheng Fei frowned in confusion, and feeling uneasy, she immediately questioned, why do you say that? He looked out the window and explained briefly, this place is the Golden Triangle. It has picturesque scenery, but it is also the den of dirty deals, making it extremely dangerous. Upon realizing where they were heading, her face did not hide her panic. Is this real the Golden Triangle? Wang Cheng was not at all surprised by her reaction. He just smiled to reassure her, don't be afraid, I'm here. With that, he pointed into the distance. Over there is the poppy field. Entering the training camp, they saw small groups diligently trained to prepare for the upcoming dangers. Standing on the observation deck, Wu Ling turned to ask in a proud tone, what do you think? Wang Cheng, leaning slightly lazily against the railing, casually curled his lip and commented, is this the training plan you meticulously developed? It sounds a bit dull. He nodded repeatedly without hesitation, confirming, but in my opinion, this training intensity is already excessive. After all, these people aren't elite special forces carefully selected, are they? Wang Cheng, still leisurely leaning against the railing, gently shook his head in disagreement. You and I were once new recruits ourselves, and only gradually became seasoned. This is a harsh Golden Triangle. Only those strong enough can hope to return alive. Looking at these new recruits, I'm afraid we'll need to double the training intensity for it to be effective. By the way, he said, pointing down at the group of people enthusiastically training below, tell me a bit about your 5th squadron. As soon as he mentioned it, Wu Ling couldn't hide his proud expression. I wouldn't dare boast, but in terms of combat power, my 5th squadron is very strong. Moreover, they are extremely united. Hearing those words, Wang Cheng momentarily looked very puzzled. Why do you say it like that? He pointed directly down at the people below and continued, except for the one currently with me, most of the other more than 200 people came from villages in Myanmar. Later, the villages were brutally massacred by Sarkhan's army. I need to explain a bit. Sarkhan is the most notorious drug lord in the Golden Triangle. He commands over 200 elite subordinates and is known as the Emperor of Opium. At this moment, Wu Ling spoke in a very firm voice. These people harbor deep hatred in their hearts, and for revenge, they are willing to do anything. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but be curious about Wu Lang's upcoming plans. So, what do you intend to do later? Wu Lang thoughtfully analyzed the general psychology of these people. The suppressed anger in the hearts definitely needs an outlet. Otherwise, everything will just descend into chaos. Having finished speaking, Wu Lang started working down the stairs, then casually outlined the pre-planned strategy. We'll train for a few more days, then we'll go and occupy some small tribes. We need to gain some real-world experience first. Only then did Wang Jing truly see each person in the courtyard clearly. Incidentally, he also voiced a question he had. So, which faction of Sarkhan carried out the village massacre? Wu Lang immediately replied, that was the army led by a Time man named Linar. He once overcame difficult circumstances on his own to establish his influence, and then submitted to Sarkhan. Under Linar's command, there are about 1,000 subordinates, and their weaponry is quite modern. Seeing his comrades in difficulty, Wang Jing immediately expressed his desire to help. An army of about 1,000 people is not small. If I were to call my comrades from Lunlin, how many people do you think it would take to wipe them all out? Although offered enthusiastic support, Wu Lang didn't want to cause him more trouble. Just give me 10 men. I'm confident I can eliminate them all. Receiving a very satisfactory answer, he nodded in approval. Quite good. But in Lunlin, to deal with them, actually, only one person is needed. At that very moment, Qing Fei, who was following behind, also had to widen her eyes in disbelief. Is my father real that strong? Wang Jing didn't care in the slightest about her feelings. He just looked up at the sky and mused, if the battlefield is considered an art form, then your father is certainly an outstanding artist renowned throughout the world. It was now Wu Lang's turn to be extremely shocked by the identity of the person in front of him. This girl is a descendant of Lunlin. He suddenly remembered something important and spoke up, right, lend me a car. I need to go somewhere. I'll be back in about a day or two. Wu Lang readily obeyed. All right, I'll have someone prepare it immediately. Wang Jing turned to look at Cheng Fei beside him and instructed, we'll depart tomorrow. You should rest up well today. She immediately replied, okay. Time quietly flowed by. Until the morning of the second day, she quietly stood by the curtain, taking in all the activities of the people behind the transparent glass door. Wang Jing greatly admired Wu Lang's thoughtfulness. You're truly considerate, even carefully preparing mosquito-repellent incense. Receiving his price, Wu Lang became even more smug. Of course. Because you brought your daughter along. If you had come alone, I wouldn't even have bothered to prepare a sleeping bag for you, let alone a woman's sleeping bag. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wang Jing couldn't help but blurt out a question to the person beside him. We're almost there. Were you feeling nervous? Qing Fei, sitting next to him, honestly expressed, I'm indeed a bit nervous. At this point, following the route, the car was slowly traversing a bumpy, difficult dirt road, forcing him to exclaim, I've truly never seen roads like this before. Wang Jing seemed to realize that the upcoming journey would be extremely arduous, but he didn't forget to tease the young girl. This is just the beginning. Master Shen's beloved daughter surely won't be frightened by these things, will she? In this moment, Wang Jing seemed immersed in old memories. Before, when he and I went out, he always drove while I sat in the passenger seat. He was extremely focused on his work, and he wouldn't react no matter what I said. He once told me that responsibility towards comrades absolutely cannot be taken lightly. Later, he was completely at ease letting me drive, while he sat in the passenger seat, enthusiastically talking about you the whole way. He told me everything about you. Pahar. Every time I recall it, I feel like I'm watching you grow up, every step of the way. Hearing these words, Cheng Fei's eyes filled with affectionate love. So my father talked about me so often. Fearing she was tired, Wang Jing reminded her, come on, do I need to say more? Get some sleep. This place is still a long way from the battlefield. After a long and arduous 10-hour journey, the car finally came to a stop. At that moment, Thin Phi suddenly realized, we just arrived at noon. Is it the small mountain? Yuan Tran stepped out of the car and calmly replied to her question. Yes, that's the mountain right in front of us. This is our assemble point. The 10-kilometer radius around it is where Lunlan's final battle took place. Come, I'll lead you up. On the way, he gently advised Thin Phi. From this moment on, you must stick close to me. The area ahead is fraught with hidden dangers, so you must be extremely vigilant. Reaching a tree, Yuan Tran, full of excitement, like a child, pointed at it and boasted about his achievement. Look at this tree. I once sat here and, with a single shot, took down 3 enemies, piercing straight through their heads. However, those emotions quickly faded, replaced by profound sadness. Although every soldier in my team was an excellent fighter, ultimately, they were still flesh and blood human beings. In an engagement against the enemy's strong firepower, the number of team members was depleted by half. Suddenly, Yuan Tran pointed in another direction. Thin Phi, look over there. At that time, Anthin and I had just arrived here when the enemy ambushed us at that very spot. Mentioning her loved one, she couldn't suppress the surging emotions. My father, he sacrificed his life right here. At this moment, he was no less heartbroken than Thin Phi by her father's passing. That day I was exhausted. By the time I realized the danger, it was too late. Originally, I was supposed to be the one hit, but unexpectedly, Anthin pulled me back just in time, and he took the full burst of bullets. Taking the opportunity while they were both at the spot where Thin Phi's father had fallen, Yuan Tran suggested, let's go, I'll take you to Anthin's grave. The pain of losing his comrade was etched deep in his heart. After I took down the enemy and carried Anthin's body away for a few days, the circumstances at that time did not allow me to bring him back, so I found a place to bury him. I'm sorry. Yuan Tran looked up at the sky, trying to hold back the tears that were about to fall. That place is still very far. We'll go there by vehicle. At this moment, Thin Phi was completely unable to control her emotions. She rushed to hug Yuan Tran tightly and burst into tears, sobbing like a child. As an experienced person, he somewhat understood her feelings, so he gently extended his hand to comfort her. Just cry. A moment later, Yuan Tran stopped in front of a large ancient tree. On it was a previously marked symbol. This is indeed the spot. I even carved the letter S here as a further mark. Thin Phi's emotional defense is completely shattered. She covered her mouth with her hand, trying to hold back the tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. At this moment, he spoke solemnly. I'm thin. I brought Thin Phi to visit you. The Thin Phi you talked about every day is now a young woman. Are you happy? After speaking, Yuan Tran placed his backpack on the ground and took out 2 bottles of wine he had prepared. I still remember you liked to drink, though your alcohol tolerance wasn't much. Every time you secretly drank 2 glasses, the captain would find out. After that, he chugged the entire bottle of wine in one go, as if pouring out all the feelings in his heart. Next, Yuan Tran used another bottle of wine and poured it onto the ground as an offering to his departed friend. But it's okay now. I've brought you 2 bottles of specialty Namjiang wine, enough for you to celebrate a meal. After completing the ritual, he turned and placed a hand on Thin Phi's shoulder, gently reminding her, who was deep in sorrow, don't just cry. Say something to your father. Hearing those words, she tried to suppress her emotions, regulated her breathing, and then spoke. Father, you were a good comrade, a skilled soldier, but you weren't a good father. But I don't blame you. Comrade Thin, you were a man of ideals. Standing beside her, witnessing it all, he was also partially affected by her emotions. At that very moment, in the distance, a gun barrel was aimed directly at Yuan Tran's head. Tati, who had been observing their every move, couldn't help but exclaim, a man with such a story, it's truly difficult to strike. Having said that, she continued looking through the scope, but unexpectedly, she was detected by Yuan Tran. Seeing this, Katie was extremely surprised by his keenness. Could it be that he has already detected me? She immediately turned around, packed everything up, and wanted to quickly leave the scene. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted deep into the forest. After the reunion, both of them got into the vehicle to move to the next location. In the car, Yuan Tran couldn't concentrate on driving. His mind kept thinking about what had just happened. If she wanted to assassinate me, why did she hesitate to strike and instead keep following me? Bu Lang immediately reported upon seeing Yuan Tran arrive. I have new information. They are 50 km from the base. They have just finished looting the opium fields and are on their way back with the goods. You were very pleased upon hearing the news. Excellent. Gather your men. Tonight, we will ambush them. He nodded in agreement. I'll go rally the troops and prepare our gear. Hearing their exchange, Thin Phi hesitated, wanting to ask about her own mission. What about me? I want to join this battle. Because Yuan Tran suspected the mission was dangerous, he sternly refused. You should stay here. There's a secret bunker under the bed. Go down there and hide for safety. In just a moment, the troop was fully assembled. Everyone stood at attention, waiting orders to depart. With his extensive experience, he meticulously prepared the equipment. Bu Lang looked at the amount of weaponry on him in alarm. It's just a small ambush. Why bring so much stuff? You shook your head, disagreeing with his attitude. We cannot be careless. I repeat, we don't need to wait for nightfall. We'll just lie and wait on the road they'll be traveling. Just then, the convoy of vehicles began to appear, maneuvering through the treacherous mountain passes. Yuan Tran lay flat on the high cliff, patiently waiting for the prey to work into the trap. Upon seeing the target within his sights, he immediately signaled the attack. After receiving the signal, Bu Lang turned to remind his teammates, once you hear gunfire and see the vehicles explode, everyone must throw away all the weapons they are carrying. Seeing that the time was right, Yuan Tran pulled the trigger, opening fire on the enemy. The lead vehicles, unfortunately, were hit and exploded in flames instantly. The sudden shock quickly made Than Vu realize the situation. He shouted frantically into the radio, ambush. The enemy force is small, quickly form a defensive formation. Vehicles behind, turn back immediately. Bu Lang, without hesitation, shouted loudly, charge. Immediately following Vu Lang's shout, a barrage of grenades rained down from the higher ground. Vehicle after vehicle was blown apart in continuous explosions caused by the grenades dropped from above. Yuan Tran seized the opportunity and leaped straight down from the cliff, reaching the battlefield before anyone else. From a hidden corner, someone was squinting, aiming directly at his head as if hunting prey. Katie observed his every move through her specialized scope. Professional movement indeed. Such a difficult sniper rifle to control, yet it's obvious from a blind seasoned amateur. This is getting more interesting. At the same time, the battle quickly concluded as the criminals surrendered en masse to Vu Lang's elite unit. Sensing the dire situation, Than Vu, without a word, quickly opened the car door to escape. Before he could even set foot on the ground, he was shot and fell, quickly meeting his demise without a chance to retaliate. Than Vu's body collapsed, a chilling warning to the cowards kneeling on the ground. Vu Lang let out a long sigh and roared with hatred, revenge for my family. Kill them all. And so, the bloody retaliation concluded under the crimson-dyed sunset. After finishing everything, Yuan Tran instructed him on the next steps. Have people clean up the battlefield. Seize all their assets. Leave nothing of value behind. Without waiting for Vu Lang to reply, you turned and left as if you had an urgent matter. Please go back. Remember to protect Thin Phi well. I have to go deal with some issues. He nodded. Yes, travel carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Tran darted into the deep forest, like a phantom disappearing into the old woods. Finding a large tree, you quickly scrambled up it, holding your breath. I need to see who has been tailing me all this time. As night gradually fell, the entire forest was enveloped in a profound silence. Suddenly, someone raised their scope, their gaze sweeping through the dense foliage, searching for a target in the darkness. A soft sound emanated from a silenced gun, permeating the mysterious and silent atmosphere of the deep forest. On the other side, the mysterious opponent immediately retaliated with a merciless volley of throwing knives. Wang Chen lowered his scope, silently admiring, truly worthy of a master, extraordinary skill. With absolute precision, he fired 3 consecutive shots, intercepting the volley of throwing knives midair. A strong urge to get to the bottom of things prompted Wang Jin to leave his position, determined to hunt down the mysterious individual. Not making him wait long, Katie suddenly appeared right in front of him, stepping out from her hiding spot. Curiosity about the opponent's identity arose within him. Who are you? You've been following me for days, haven't you? She seemed unconcerned. My identity isn't important. All I want to know is who you are. As she spoke, Katie removed her gloves to act more freely. A master who can fight off an entire assassin military academy with bare hands. She must not be an ordinary person from abroad. Wang Zheng seemed to understand his opponent's intention. He placed the gun he was holding on the floor. You can think what you want. Those gloves are real special. I've seen old Mass use them before. She was utterly astonished when she heard him mention that familiar name. Mass? Did you just say principal? You fought with the principal? The person you're referring to, Mass, is a founder of the assassin military family, the self-proclaimed principal. His English name is Mass, which means god of war in ancient Greek. Wang Zheng frankly admitted a truth. Well, I admit I couldn't defeat him. Even though he's old, his striking speed is incredibly fast and agile. Katie shook her head in disbelief at what he had just shared. But from what I know, among those who have fought the principal, only 2 have survived. One is Antonio Zinatali, the father of the national ideal, and the other is Eric Lai from the Atlantic Alliance. Contrary to her serious expression, he smiled meaningfully. I only said I couldn't defeat him. I can still run. You know, seizing the spittoon, Katie proposed to Mash. If I've met someone with such extraordinary skill as you today, I absolutely must have a proper bout with you. Having said that, Katie immediately took a run up and leaped high into the air. Immediately after, Katie charged quickly towards Wang Zheng, who was standing there. He struggled to dodge the sudden attack she launched. The prize was clearly visible on Wang Zheng's face. Is this girl real that strong? Katie launched another tricky blow, but luckily, he managed to dodge in time. He immediately used both hands to forcefully push Katie's shoulders, minimizing the force of her attack. She was pushed back but didn't forget to issue a challenge. How was that? Not bad, Pa. Wang Zheng nodded dismissively. Indeed, not bad. Do you want me to let you feel it again? This provocation seemed to have its effect. She quickly regained her momentum and charged. Then go ahead and try. Wang Zheng watched Katie moving nimbly in front of him, secretly admiring. Truly a true disciple of old Mass. Her speed is astonishing. She didn't bother with formalities, immediately unleashing a flurry of punches at him. Realizing that if the situation continued, he would soon be completely exhausted, Wang Zheng decisively unleashed a move that greatly surprised Katie. Quickly regaining her composure, she immediately used her heel to break sharply. Katie immediately leaped back to avoid Yuan Tran's attack. Yuan Tran gently massaged his arm and replied humbly, I just got lucky and anticipated your punch correctly. Not wanting to argue, she warned, I'm part of the dark cult. I advise you not to interfere with our work in horror H-1EA1. Hearing this, his expression turned serious. In that case, I must decline. I only hope your side causes no harm to horror H-1EA1, or I will be forced to intervene. She not only disregarded his words but also provocatively tossed her hair. If that day ever comes, it will be when we fight to the death. Honestly, I don't wish for a scenario where I live and you die. Finding her attitude irritating, Yuan Tran pointed directly at her and reminded her, I think you should know your limits, especially when you are on horror H-1EA1 soil. She raised her hands in a gesture of helplessness. What about horror H-1EA1? This was personally decided by the principal, sir, you alone cannot stop it. Noticing her casual revelation of internal affairs, Yuan Tran asked, aren't you afraid I'll report this to the nation and the Grand Western Alliance? She laughed at his naivety. If I dared to tell you, of course, I'm not afraid of you revealing it. Yuan Tran ignored her and bent down to pick up the discarded gun. I understand you haven't used your full strength yet. I hope we'll have a chance for satisfying Mash next time. Hearing this, Katie playfully blew a kiss and said goodbye. Perhaps you should try next time. Immediately, she darted into the dense bushes to escape. Standing there, he couldn't help but ponder, the dark cult. It seems this is another significant trouble. The next morning, at the assembly point, as soon as Yuan Tran walked in, Bu Lang asked, is there still someone in this golden triangle jumble capable of putting you in such a state? He placed the gun on the table's edge and casually replied, there are many experts here. We'll find out later. How is Th-1ECB and H-Phi? He replied that she was fine and waiting for him in her room. Yuan Tran, while diligently packing his belongings, said, wait for me to change, then call Th-1ECB and H-Phi. We'll depart tomorrow. Bu Lang looked bewildered, not understanding the haste. He smiled slightly and explained, there's a lot to handle in the capital. After I leave, please manage the resources well and don't let them go to waste. Even so, in his heart, he was thinking about To Lao's birthday banquet. Hearing this, he didn't ask further and agreed. Yes, I'll arrange transportation for you tomorrow morning. Seeing movement in the living room, Th-1ECB and H-Phi came out to check and was very worried seeing him still in his uniform. Why are you in this condition? Did you encounter danger? Not wanting her to worry, Yuan Tran walked over, patted her head, and reassured her, it's fine. I wasn't harmed in this battle. Who in this world could injure me? In the capital of horror H-1EA1. At this moment, he praised the other person without reservation. He truly lives up to his reputation as provincial party secretary Tuan Bin Hao. He has perfectly resolved the issue of the 1,000 square meter land in Tuan Jersey led 1EA3NH, and it's located right by the North 2nd Ring Road. Thai agreed and added, moreover, they are only asking for 80% of the original price. If C-Led 1EF1 done can attract 2 universities, he is willing to give the land away for free as a token of appreciation. He was quite surprised by this information. Tracking universities. Is he perhaps concerned about retaining talent in Tuan Jersey led 1EA3NH? Thai directly confirmed, that's exactly right. Understanding Yuan Tran's continued concern, she further analyzed, as you can see, Tuan Jersey led 1EA3NH is consistently among the top 3 counties nationwide with a huge demand for talent, yet it lacks technical universities. He nodded thoughtfully. This method is excellent. Doesn't C-Led 1EF1 done have extensive connections with many universities? Send someone to discuss it immediately. Thai praised Yuan Tran's ability to assess people. Li-Led 1EC5 Yu Hein's advertisement also significantly boosted C-Led 1EF1 Dun's revenue in the home appliance sector. Your judgment is truly astute. He stretched tidily but maintained a confident tone. What more needs to be said? Please handle these matters, Thai. I have other commitments. We'll discuss more when I return, at the 10 NGUY-led 1EC7T Luxury Hotel. It should be noted that To Ph-led 1E5C Hor is a founding hero of the Hor H-led 1EA1 Republic and a key elder statesman. His 85th birthday banquet was grandly held here. Right now, the banquet hall is packed with influential figures and prominent elites. Yun Tran and Min Kai leisurely walked into the banquet hall. One of them softly murmured, "Let's go in quickly. Come on." As for Thien En-heen, he was smiling brightly at the reception desk, warmly welcoming each distinguished guest. Seeing Min Kai and Yun Tran, he eagerly exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome. Today is my grandfather's birthday party. The guests are numerous, and the atmosphere is truly lively." Min Kai gave a polite social smile and inquired about Thien En-heen. "I've had the intention to visit Mr. To for a long time, but I've been busy with many things lately, and kept postponing it until now." He also warmly replied, "Grandfather often mentions you. Please, come inside." Immediately after, Thien En-heen's eyes fell on the man accompanying her, and he couldn't help but be stunned. He exclaimed, "Why is it you?" At that moment, he involuntarily recalled an image of Yun Tran affectionately holding a dragon. So it really is him. He naturally extended his hand first, expressing goodwill. Yun Tran calmly said, "Why shouldn't it be me? This is our first official meeting. My name is Yun Tran." Thien En-heen quickly regained his composure, shook hands to show acceptance, and said, "I'm to Thien Min. Please, both of you, come inside." Inside the grand hall, the Fukhor had already tidied his attire and was seated in the presiding chair, ready to officiate the banquet. Just then, a group of people approached him, bowing respectfully and greeting, "We respectfully greet you, Commander. We've come to celebrate your birthday." Seeing the proper etiquette, Fukhor didn't make it difficult for them. He smiled and said, "You all, it's been a while since you visited me. Now that you're here, you must definitely have a few drinks with me." Suddenly, Nguyen let out a joyful cry, as if she had spotted a familiar face. Ignoring all etiquette, she rushed over to Yun Tran and excitedly introduced him. "Grandfather, this is my friend, Yun Tran, the one I've often told you about. He's the one who helped me deal with that scoundrel on the train." He bowed his head slightly and spoke in a solemn tone. "Greetings, Mr. Ch. I sincerely wish you blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea and longevity as enduring as the Southern Mountain." Fukhor was very pleased with these kind wishes. He said with satisfaction, that, indeed, a lovable youngster. However, in an unseen corner, his expression suddenly turned grim with hatred. His homeland was destroyed, countless brothers had sacrificed their lives, and his being forced to wander in a foreign land were all caused by this damnable old man. The distance between him and the old man was now barely 3 meters. He could completely end him with a single shot. Noticing Yun Tran's sudden shift in mood, Min Kai gently reached out and took his hand, softly reassuring him. He also recognized her action but still couldn't suppress the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Yun Tran told himself, "If I act, Thing Phi, Tuen Min Kai, Tuen Kon Thai Thai, they will surely be implicated. Moreover, there's a matter of rebuilding our homeland. I cannot let hatred cloud my judgment." In the very next moment, Min Kai shyly asked Fukhor, "Mr. It's Min Kai. Do you remember me?" Hearing this, he smiled and praised her. "Min Kai, of course I remember you. Thien En-heen often mentions you. In the blink of an eye, you've become such a beautiful and radiant young lady." Yun Quang, standing beside him, felt a bit curious about Yun Tran's demeanor. He asked, "Yun Tran, looking at your style, did you used to be a soldier?" He didn't deny it, saying, "Yes, I enlisted 4 years ago and then was discharged." The man praised him incessantly. "Excellent. Military ranks don't distinguish between high and low. Anyone who has served in the military is a good person." Suddenly, Pan Bao Kwok emerged from the crowd with a leisurely smile. He said, "That's right, this young man, I also like him very much." Seeing his comrade appear, Fukhor immediately stood up to support Bao Kwok. "Brother Han, why are you so late?" Bao Kwok smiled and said sincerely, "I had to be here to celebrate my comrade's birthday. But this time, there's also an unexpected joy." His expression immediately showed surprise and great curiosity. Fukhor asked, "Pa, what unexpected joy?" Without making Fukhor wait long, Bao Kwok turned and pointed towards Yun Tran, then said, "It's this young man. I've been looking for him for some time. I value him greatly. Although he's young, he's much more composed and mature than some young people nowadays." At this moment, Uncle Huan thoughtfully approached, intending to help him work more easily. He said, "Uncle Han, let's not stand here talking. There's not much time left. Let's go inside and attend the banquet." Then, both Fukhor and Bao Kwok walked inside together. Coincidentally, he offered, "Brother Han, let's old folks sit at the same table. The young ones can sit separately. We can reminisce about old times. It's been a long time. We must have a few drinks today." He saw that he no longer had the vigor of his youth and politely declined, "This old body of mine can't handle it. How about I find someone to drink for me?" Fukhor pretended to be surprised. Brother Han, what trick are you trying to play?" Bao Kwok explained calmly and slowly, "Mr. Look at you. We are old friends. How could I play tricks?" Suddenly, someone at the table interrupted, "Brother Han, everyone at our table is an old comrade. Is it appropriate for you to invite a junior to join us?" Bao Kwok did not think so. He replied, "It's fine. Consider it adding youthful energy. Besides, I also want to see who Brother Han has taken a liking to." Upon hearing these words, Fukhor smiled and agreed. "Very well, let's just do as Mr. Han suggests." After speaking, Bao Kwok gently gestured with his hand to the person standing in front of him. Thien En-heen immediately stood up to greet the person approaching. "Uncle Han, why did you stop by here? Would you like to have a few drinks to warm up?" Thoptuk cast his gaze toward the banquet table where Fukhor was sitting and said, "The old man sent me to ask Yun Tran to come and sit with him," causing Yun Tran to stare in surprise, asking, "You want me to go over there?" He silently wondered to himself if he was qualified to sit at such an elite banquet table. Yun Tran could not hide his curiosity as he observed the expressions of Tudor and the others, thinking, "Is this what the real inner circle of power looks like?" The atmosphere became lively, and whispers spread throughout the room. "Who is that? He looks so unfamiliar. To be seated with the Thien En-heen, he must be someone significant." Perhaps he is the son of some tycoon. But regardless, that table is not just for anyone. What exactly is his background? Though Tuk brushed it off. Stop wondering. Just follow me over there quickly. With that, Yuan Tran calmed himself down and stepped toward Fukoer. Seeing someone approaching, Bao Kwok maintained a stern expression. Yuan Tran, come sit next to me here. As soon as he spoke, everyone at the table turned their full attention to the young man, and during the series of scrutinizing looks from head to toe, Yuan Tran felt a sense of annoyance, thinking, these old men are so rude. Why are they staring at me as if they want to swallow me whole? Once the other had settled into his seat, he introduced him. Mr. Tu, I haven't orchestrated anything. Yuan Tran is not a junior I am sponsoring. Just consider us old friends. This remark took him completely by surprise, and countless questions raced through his mind. What is this old man playing? We have only met once and haven't even spoken for more than a few sentences. During Bao Kwok's introduction, the person beside him immediately replied, old friends. If Mr. Pen can consider someone a friend, they must be the same caliber. Thukoa, who had been observing the whole time, spoke up. Mr. Bun, I mean no offense, but someone you value this highly must possess exceptional talent. Why don't you introduce him to everyone? Waiting exactly for this, he proudly boasted to everyone. Yuan Tran is an excellent soldier. It is only a pity that he is not in my unit. If he were in the capital, you would at least be a captain by now. I don't want to see such talent wasted. Contrary to the others, Tu Hai spoke with sarcasm. Mr. Bun, he's barely over 20. No matter how talented he is, how can someone that age be qualified to be a captain? I even heard that your dog is cared for by him. Do you value him because he is good at raising dogs? This remark caused Bao Kwok's attitude to turn cold, and he spoke each word slowly but with authority. Mr. Tu, do not be too harsh on others, or you may regret it later. Seeing the tension, Fukoer hurriedly intervened. Mr. Bun, Mr. Tu, today is my birthday celebration. Please, out of respect for me, let it go. Before the words had even faded, the sound of heavy footsteps rang out from outside. A group of fully armed men stormed in decisively, and the leader shouted without hesitation, who is Yuan Tran? Hearing his name, he stepped forward without a moment's delay. Having identified the target, the group prepared to act. Arrest him for me. This arrogance was more than Tho Tuk could bear, and he slammed his hand down on the table in anger. I'm Commander Han Tho Tuk of the capital military region. Who gave you the right to act so lawlessly as if you owned the world? The identity of the man before them did not intimidate the group, as one replied bluntly. The commander of the capital military region cannot manage the affairs of the Jan and military police. These two matters are connected. Even if you are Han Tho Tuk, don't even think about stopping me from making an arrest. Fun Hak stepped forward quietly from behind. If he doesn't have the authority, what about me? Fun Hak looked at the person before him with a cold gaze, his voice calm yet filled with pressure. Colonel, you belong to the Jan and military police, don't you? This question startled Min Hon, who instinctively stammered in response, reporting to the superior. That is direct, he nodded, each word spoken slowly but carrying a resolute message. Colonel, if I intend to protect the person you are about to arrest, do you think that would be acceptable? He fell into an awkward situation, not knowing how to manage it in the moment, and immediately pleaded. Chief, the arrest of Yuan Tran was ordered directly by the commander himself. How would I dare to defy his wishes? This unsatisfactory answer caused the man to knit his brows for a moment before coldly issuing instructions. Hey, Buing Tuing, call Q Karkvo immediately and tell him he must be in the capital to meet me within 3 hours, otherwise I will strip him of his commander rank immediately. Min Hon went pale as a sheet upon hearing this, only able to gulp, silently wondering exactly what kind of figure this old man was. Buing Tuing did not delay for a second, partly carrying out the request, then handing the already connected phone to the man. As Q Karkvo wanted to speak with him personally, he frantically took the phone to get an update on the situation. Commander, I was in the middle of arresting a suspect when I encountered some obstacles at the scene, but an angry voice immediately boomed from the other end. What obstacles? Withdraw your troops at once. As soon as the call ended, he hurriedly ordered his subordinates to clear the formation and disperse. Min Hon turned and walked away silently, feeling resentful at being scolded for no reason. After all, the arrest warrant was signed by the commander himself, and he was just doing his duty. Yet now that something had gone wrong, he was being used as a scapegoat. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Yuan Tran turned to look at Fun Hak and asked, why haven't you passed away yet, sir? The seemingly naive question did not anger the old man but instead made him become gentle. If I were dead, then who would tell you to come back? Thukoer, standing nearby, couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the person opposite him. Mr. Yuan Fun Hak, what wind has brought you to visit this place? He replied politely. Mr. Tu, long time no see. In any case, you must give me the courtesy of having a few drinks with me today. Delighted to have such a distinguished guest at his home, responded. Of course. Had I known you were coming out of seclusion sooner, even if I weren't hosting a birthday banquet, I would have certainly invited you for a meal. The service staff witnessing the scene began to whisper. Yuan Fun Hak. Why does that name sound strange yet familiar? I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. The person next to them was just as curious. Could it be the very same Yuan Fun Hak, the father of the People's Republic of China's Special Forces? Fun Hak no longer maintained a polite attitude, patting Fukoer on the shoulder with one hand and saying, Mr. Tu, it's one thing not to have met for many years, but now that we have run into each other, how shall we settle the old debts? This remark caused Tukari, sitting next to him, to stand up angrily. Yuan Fun Hak, what kind of trouble are you trying to cause here? Not only did you bring soldiers to disrupt the birthday banquet, but you are also talking nonsense. Have you been in hiding so long that you've lost your way? Yuan Tran had never liked the old man. Hearing these words from Tukari, his anger flamed like oil on fire. I am warning you, do not use that tone when speaking to my elder. This sudden action of grabbing the old man by the collar made the surrounding bodyguards immediately alert, as they all pointed their guns toward him. He looked at those small fries with a contemptuous gaze. My speed is even faster than your gun barrels. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. The old man was terrified, struggling to break free, and shouted, "You, what are you trying to do? Let go at once." Yun Tran still refused to give in. Apologize to my elder right now." Just as he finished speaking, they lifted two kari into the air. "I hate people who rely on their age to act haughty. I call you elder too out of respect for your age, but have you only grown old without growing wiser over the years? Has your brain been eaten by a duck?" Seeing the situation spinning out of control, Fuck stepped in to intervene. "Young man, you shouldn't be so agitated." He still had no intention of stopping. "What? Were you planning to apologize on behalf of this old man?" Thien Min rushed out from somewhere, pointing directly at Yun Tran. "Challenge. If you're so good, put Elder 2 down and fight me. Let's see how that goes." Only then did Fan Hak speak up to mediate. "Come now, young friend, put him down. After all, he and I have been acquaintances for 10 years. Doing that is not very polite, you know." Only then did he agree to let go, incidentally tossing two kari to the ground. "Consider yourself lucky today. If there is a next time, I will teach you some manners. But even if you don't apologize, I still have to collect some interest." As soon as the words left his lips, the old man's body was sent flying backward, landing with perfect precision right on top of Thien Min. Yun Tran stood there with a heroic demeanor, his eyes looking down at the two pathetic figures on the ground. "As of now, you are not my match. You are too weak." The scene made the bodyguard standing behind raise his vigilance even higher. "Do not move, or I will fire." Fuck also could no longer maintain his polite exterior. "Yun Fan Hak, you have ruined my birthday banquet today. If you leave this young man behind, I might consider letting you leave." Fan Hak remained calm and did not rush to respond. "Mr. Do you remember when we laid the foundations for China's special forces? We established an emergency project." He immediately replied, "I remember. Of course I remember." Fan Hak's voice rang out calmly. "Surely you also remember clearly that when an emergency situation arises, China's elite special forces have the right to take full command of the headquarters." He still hadn't caught on, but there are no elite special forces here. Although he appeared calm on the outside, storms were already brewing in Fuck's heart. That unit did indeed exist back then, but they vanished into thin air a long time ago. What is this old man planning? Fan Hak then ordered someone to bring over the military uniform, determined to play his hand openly. He told Lieutenant Colonel Yun Tran to quickly put on his uniform. Thien Bin looked at the uniform being brought out and was so shocked his jaw dropped. Wasn't this the legendary Lon Line military uniform from the tales? Fuck appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly he was already seething with jealousy. He had once intended to use this highest rank of horror to uproot his enemy completely, yet the fist that slipped through the net had reappeared right before his eyes. It seemed Yun Tran was truly no ordinary person. Yun Tran approached the uniform with a surge of nostalgia. Although the Lon Line unit had long been wiped out, he hadn't expected the old man to still be keeping his uniform. He reached out his hand instinctively, intending to touch the uniform in front of him. However, he suddenly remembered something and quickly withdrew his hand. Yun Tran turned sharply toward him with a resolute expression. He activated the emergency protocol for the Hohar Special Spearhead Unit, officially taking command of all military personnel present. Bao Kwok, who had remained silent until now, spoke up in support. "Old Tooth, don't try to evade the issue. I see that the current situation perfectly matches the conditions for activating the emergency protocol." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Fuck chose to lay down his weapons and surrender. Fan Hak did not want to drag things out any further. He turned and walked away, ordering, "Let's leave this place." He immediately took Min Kai's hand and followed in his footsteps. Under the scorching sun, the group quietly made their way toward the cars parked outside. As soon as he got into the car, Yun Tuan could not hide his excitement. He had long heard from his superior that he was the youngest major in Hohar. Being able to meet him in person today was a stroke of luck. The superior had told him to keep this uniform and wait for word in half a year. Upon hearing this, Yun Tran asked in surprise, "Half a year later, report?" Fan Hak smiled, his eyes full of hidden meaning and concern. "My boy, you have done very well over the past few years. I will give you half a year outside to train thoroughly, and when the time comes, I will personally entrust you with an army." He clenched his fists as if releasing all the long-held resentment. "Old man, I know you've had it even harder than me over the years. We have lost too much, so we must reclaim everything. Oh, that's right, I want to ask for your help in saving someone." He already knew everything and understood the heart of the person before him. "You mean Tuan Kwanjir Chin is waking up, right?" He was surprised once again. "Could it be that you have already treated him?" He quickly opened his laptop. Tuan Kwanjir Chin had been infected with a strange kind of poison. Fan Hak's gaze was fixed on the screen as he spoke at length. "This poison is a combination of many neurotoxins. I had to experiment many times to neutralize it, but I'm not sure if it will leave any long-term effects." At the hospital, rays of sunlight streamed through the closely spaced window frames. Thai Thai rubbed her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her voice choked with emotion. "Dad, you finally woken up." Dear Chin looked at his daughter with pity and reached out to pat her head. "Thai Thai, you've suffered a lot these past days." Not wanting her father to worry, she quickly replied, "I don't feel like I've suffered at all. As long as you recover, nothing else matters." Suddenly, from the doorway, the voice of Tae Quake came, preventing someone from entering. "You are not allowed to go inside." Hearing the commotion, she hardly opened the door and walked out, beaming with joy when she saw Van Tiu. "Big brother, you're here. Come in quickly, brother Lam. This is my big brother, Tuan Quan Van Tiu, so he's not an outsider." He also quickly added, "That's right, as soon as I heard Uncle Bar woke up, I rushed over here immediately." Seeing a visitor, Jirchin smiled and greeted him. "Van Tiu, you're here? Have a seat, nephew." He sat gently on the edge of the hospital bed and opened the food container, his voice full of care. "Uncle Bar, it's good that you've woken up. I had someone prepare chicken soup from the farm for you to nourish your body." He took the steaming bowl of soup and exclaimed, "It smells so good. It's been a long time since I've had a proper meal, so my stomach is starting to complain." Not forgetting the main objective, Van Tiu turned to ask his younger sister, "Thai Thai, have you found any results from the incident?" She could only shake her head helplessly. "Not yet. The perpetrator is too cunning and didn't leave a single trace." Hearing this, he could only offer encouragement. Don't worry, everything will be brought to light soon. Taking this opportunity, Dear Chin placed his trust in him. Ban Tiu, I need to recuperate in the coming time. Would you like to go to Kudon to assist Thai Thai? He was slightly embarrassed and made an excuse to refuse. Uncle Bar, you know my interests. Working on the farm every day is tiring enough. I have no mind for doing business in the corporate world. Just then, the door handle suddenly turned. Upon seeing Yun Tran work in, Thai Thai was overjoyed and exclaimed that he had returned. Taking the opportunity, she introduced him to Jir Chin. Dad, this is Yun Tran, the bodyguard you hired for me, but I believe you two have never met before. He was in no hurry to show off, quietly returning to stand outside the door he had just left. Since he had completed his mission, he was told to go rest, to which he obediently replied, yes, boss. Jir Chin observed the newcomer for a moment, then praised him, saying he was quite impressive. He did not hide his thoughts but spoke frankly. Tell me, where have we met before? Your eyes look incredibly familiar to me. Hearing this, he was not at all surprised. Wanting to speak in private, he said, Thai Thai, please step outside first. Yun Tran and I have some business to discuss. Being understanding, she left immediately, leaving the private space to the two men. When only the two of them were left in the room, he no longer stood on ceremony and said, have a seat. Deng Fuan Tar Viewing. Hearing Jir Chin utter that name, Yun Tran was stunned. How do you know my alias? Deng Fuan Tar Viewing. His reaction was within Jir Chin's expectations. He told him not to look at him like that. The name Deng Fuan Tar Viewing is no secret. I'm a businessman, so I have more or less connections to both the underworld and legitimate circles. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Don't beat around the bush anymore. Tell me, where on earth did you meet me before? After hearing that, he looked at him gently and said, Master indeed did not misjudge you. I can be considered your half senior brother. We have closely monitored all the missions you performed, so your intuition is correct. Yun Tran asked back in surprise, what? You are my senior brother? His heart was full of doubt because he only knew that Thuan Quan Jir Chin was the old man's disciple, but the old man had never mentioned having another senior brother. Seeing his confusion, Jir Chin explained, Master is indeed my teacher, but I am only considered a half disciple because he never officially recognized me. In a calm voice, he said, the Kudon Group scale today is all thanks to Master's dedication. Before you became Don Fuan Tar Viewing and carried out missions in Europe and America, we provided a lot of support to assist you. Try to think back. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. The reaction puzzled Jir Chin. What are you laughing at? Yun Tran could not hide his joy. Why wouldn't I laugh? I was originally just a lone traveler in the capital, but now that I have such a strong backing, I can live comfortably wherever I go in the future. He did not hesitate to ask further. Have all my actions over the years been under your control? Without hiding anything, he told him everything. After you arrived in the capital, your every move was watched by us. It must be said that you did much better than expected, even far exceeding all the data we had. Putting his water glass down on the table, he said, right now, undercurrents are surging fiercely in the capital. There are so many people out there wanting a piece of this pie, and that is also why I was poisoned this time. He pondered, even the old man had to put in so much effort to save you. The current situation really brings us no benefit at all. After considering it for a moment, he made a bold guess. Do you think anyone knows that you and I are actually on the same side? I've always felt that things are a bit unusual. Jir Chin quickly reassured him. Probably not. Master and I communicated very secretly, and no one knows that I intervened in the military. Besides, this hospital room is absolutely safe, so you don't need to worry too much. Not wanting to say more, Yun Tran asked excitedly, so, what is my next mission? Without standing on ceremony, he replied, help me take a trip to Ningxia. On the street, the closely packed buildings were dense with advertising images of Lu Hain. At the Tiuk Shuanam restaurant, she had probably been waiting for a long time. Seeing Yun Tran arrive, she grumbled petulantly, you are 15 minutes late. What has President Yuan been so incredibly busy with lately? Looking at the menu in his hand, he replied casually, of course I'm busy. After all, I'm a senior vice president. I turned down a ton of invitations just to have dinner with you. The prices of the dishes, which went up to hundreds of yuan, made him exclaim, Tusk, these dishes are really expensive. Sitting opposite him, she said helplessly, oh, cut it out. You're just a bodyguard, so please stop pretending to be a president. Besides, you gave me the opportunity to earn 2 million yuan in endorsement fees, so treating you to a meal is the least I can do. Remembering something, Lu Hain probed, oh right, Chu Quan Quan asked me to act in a movie. What do you think? I want to hear your opinion. The name sounded familiar, but to be sure, he still asked, is Chu Quan Quan the famous director? Receiving a none from her, he calmly replied that he had no objection, and that she should make all the decisions herself. Just then, Lumpe suddenly approached her with a polite look on his face, asking if she was Miss Li Xuan. Without any hesitation, Li Xuan replied immediately, yes, may I ask what you want with me? He hurriedly said, I'm Lai Lumpe, the secretary of the general manager of Yanguan Meteor. My boss is dining with a partner in this restaurant. He didn't expect to meet you here, so he would like to invite you over to chat and get acquainted. Yanguan is one of the 3 largest media conglomerates in Huaxia, and our boss, Qin Leiyu, is also an illustrious figure. Despite being invited by such an influential figure, she was not very interested, replying, thank you for your kindness, but I'm afraid we are about to leave. He persisted, trying to use the company's reputation to sway her. Miss Li Xuan, Yanguan is a top player in the entertainment industry. This is an extremely good opportunity for your future career. I advise you to reconsider carefully. Only then did Wang Jing speak up sarcastically. Oh, so it's the largest company in Huaxia's entertainment industry. Then I wonder how it compares to the Sun's Media Group. Lumpe evaded the question, focusing only on pressuring her to change her mind. Every company has its own strengths. For a newcomer like Miss Li Xuan, signing with Yanguan is the wisest choice. Our professional team will mold you into a brilliantly shining star. Despite the attractive offer, Li Xuan stood her ground and flatly refused. Sorry, I won't go there. At the same time, Jasiro was sitting in a room far away, quietly observing the situation. He fixed his lustful eyes on Liu Xuan, muttering with desire, "This chick is so hot. One way or another, I'll make her have a drink with me today." Beside him, Liu tried his best to flatter him. Yes, Mr. Jisiro. I've already sent someone to arrange it, so please don't worry or be in a rush. While smiling and torquing outwardly, he cursed in his mind, if it weren't because the company needs to expand into Japan, how could someone like you ever have the chance to touch this beauty? Seeing that gentle words were not working, Lunpei turned to threats. If you stubbornly refuse, President Qin won't be so polite anymore. At this moment, Wang Jing suddenly interrupted. Wait a minute. After a moment of consideration, he said coldly, let's follow him and see. Let me make a phone call first. As soon as the call went through, he immediately ordered, hello, is this Sun Mingxuan? I'm at Zairo Chuanen. Roll over here to meet me within 15 minutes. With that, Wang Jing calmly stepped forward. Secretary Lai, let's go. The name just mentioned made Lunpei feel uneasy. Sun Mingxuan, the general manager of Sun's Meteor. He hurriedly said, wait a moment, let me go report this to President Qin first. Hearing the secretary's report, Liu scoffed, don't listen to his bluff. Go back and tell him that Mr. Takata, the owner of a Japanese media company, is also here. Unexpectedly, the statement made Wang Jing excited. A Japanese person. Great, let's go deal with him. Leaving Liu Xuan standing behind him in complete bewilderment, the two of them quickly walked in. Seeing them arrive, Liu stood up and greeted them warmly. Wang Jing suddenly rushed forward, grabbed his hand tightly, and squeezed hard. I've admired President Qin's reputation for a long time. I'm Wang Jing. I hope President Qin will look after me in the future. Rubbing his aching hand, he cursed in his mind, this brat really doesn't know his own strength. Liu had no time to worry about small details, so he turned to introduce her. Hello, Miss Liu Xuan. Let me introduce you. This is Sakata Jisiro, an influential figure in the Japanese entertainment industry. Wang Jing didn't bother with formalities and got straight to the point. I don't care whether he's a perch or a loach. I wonder why Mr. Takata and President Qin invited me and my girlfriend over here. The word girlfriend made Liu Xuan blush with embarrassment. Hearing this, the other two men were also quite startled. Girlfriend? Even so, this made Jisiro even more excited. How interesting. Have your girlfriend drink with me. 10,000 yuan per glass. How about that? Pushing his luck, he raised the offer. 20,000 yuan a glass. This price is even higher than what a world-class A-list star gets. At this point, Wang Jing could no longer hold back. He grabbed the wine bottle on the table and smashed it down. You bastard. I'll give you 20,000 yuan to bark like a dog. Do you dare to accept? Quietly watching the scene play out on a screen, Yizan murmured to herself, if Wang Jing hadn't appeared, this capital city would be like a pool of stagnant water, utterly boring. Just then, someone suddenly spoke from behind. Young master, you don't need to get involved, because he is already under control. A crowd of bodyguards rushed in and surrounded Wang Jing, attempting to overwhelm him with numbers. Loi Vu warningly stood behind him, telling Mr. Takata not to be angry, that this guy Oken really didn't know his place and wasn't worth getting his hands dirty for. His mouth was sweet, but inside, he was cursing. You little brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you ruin my big plans, I swear I won't let you off. The door behind Lu Hein suddenly pushed open slightly, and a voice rang out. Aizu, who was just talking about someone not knowing the place. Min-san walked into the room calmly, eyes sweeping around to observe the situation. What is going on here? Seeing a distinguished guest arrive, he immediately changed to a fawning attitude and hurried over to welcome him. What wind blew Boss Tan all the way here? Min-san pretended to be oblivious. It turns out CEO Tan is here too. Is there something happy going on today? He looked straight at the other person. You are 3 minutes late. Hearing this, he felt a bit uneasy and lowered his voice to explain. Mr. Viewing, I rushed over the moment I finished my call, even running several red lights. Please don't mind it. Chiro continued to pick up food calmly, only glancing indifferently. I didn't expect Boss Tan to be here to join in as well. Not bothering to let him continue, he cut him off. This bastard forced Lu Hein to drink with him, with each glass priced at 20,000 yuan. You tell me, how can I not be angry? Min-san heard this and pondered, his mind beginning to weigh the pros and cons. The borrowing wine to commit murder ploy was truly despicable, and calling him here was clearly an attempt to probe and exploit him if he didn't perform well today. His future business dealings might not go smoothly. Thinking this, he hurriedly bowed his head in the face of Jasiro's anger. Mr. Takata, I apologize for my rudeness. Finishing his words, without the slightest hesitation, he used his hand to push Jasiro's face directly into the bowl of soup on the table. The burning sensation on his face caused the old man immense pain, screaming and rolling several times on the floor. The bodyguards beside him, seeing the master insulted, immediately lunged forward. Damn it, you guys are dead. Min-san was backed into a corner, panicking and calling for help. Mr. Viewing, please save me. Without waiting for the other side to say a second word, Yuan Tran agilely yanked the two bodyguards backward, before they could even regain their senses. A single blow sent them both flying several meters away. Standing behind, after escaping danger, he could only sigh, inwardly terrified. His strength is truly terrifying. After the display of force, Yuan Tran turned to the remaining group and ordered, if you two don't want to end up as miserably as them, then hurry up and cripple the Jisiro Sakata. The two bodyguards froze for a few seconds upon hearing the order, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. A moment later, one of them, unaware of his own limitations, still decided to lunge and attack him. With agile movements, he only needed to tilt his body slightly to easily dodge the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a lethal blow right to the vertebrae, causing him to cry out in pain. Having taken down one man, Yuan Tran looked toward Junichi, waiting. And you, what is your choice? Perhaps intimidated by the previous display, he honestly admitted, I am not your match. He waited only for that to give the order. Then, cripple that old man for me. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to turn around and deliver a kick that sent him collapsing to the ground. The scene surprised him quite a bit, and he silently praised, "That kick looks pretty powerful. It seems he's no ordinary person either." Tran was extremely satisfied. "Very good. What is your name?" He immediately replied, "Mitsu Junichi." He looked at the person lying miserably on the ground, his tongue probing. "I'm still curious. Why would a master of Japanese Kwarando work as a bodyguard for a person like him?" Having his innermost thoughts read, he was momentarily startled, and this look did not escape him. "You don't need to be that surprised. I have sparred with Yamaki Sensuke a few times before. Even though he didn't use his full strength, I could still tell. To be more precise, Yamaki Sensuke is a representative of the Kwarando school, and in terms of seniority, he is Mitsu Junichi's master's uncle." The name just mentioned made him freeze, with shock welling up in his heart. He never expected that this guy could face Yamaki Sensuke without failing. Tran didn't dwell on that and went straight to the point. "You can tell me about your past slowly later. For now, I only want to ask you two things. 1. Have you ever bowled any Huix here people?" Watching Junichi shake his head violently, he continued with satisfaction. "Number 2, will you choose to submit to me, or will you choose to die right here?" Hearing this, he made a grimace. "I'll follow you. Is there any other way out?" Seeing this, he was delighted. "Very good." Just then, Zaya walked in from the door, followed by 2 burly bodyguards. "I didn't expect Uncle Hai and young Master Wang to be here. You two almost wrecked my place." She looked at Jishiro, who was curled up on the floor, and snapped, "Why haven't you taken the guest to the hospital for emergency care yet?" Seeing Zaya appear, Wang Zhen changed his tone immediately. "So it's Miss Tung. I suppose I don't need to pay for today's meal, right?" She replied politely, "It's not worth much. Next time we will treat you better. Just call me Zaya." Hearing this, he left satisfied. "No problem, I have some things to attend to, so I'll be off." Once they were outside, Liu Xiu deigned to ask, "Tung Zaya showed you so much respect. I find it strange, and it doesn't make sense either." "Pleased," he replied, "don't worry. When soldiers come, the general blocks them. When war arises, we build an earth dam. Besides, she is a beauty of unparalleled beauty." This remark made her jealous. "That cheap, lecherous look of yours don't ruin the big picture." Perhaps because she was too distracted, one of Liu Xiu's feet suddenly tripped over something, making her stumble. By inertia, she fell into Wang Zhen's arms. While catching her, he observed the movements of the person behind them. The explosive power of this guy Junichi is incredible. It seems his strength is even more formidable than I imagine. He didn't dwell on it long, immediately leaning down to check her injury and asking solicitously, "Does your foot hurt?" Liu Xiu moved her ankle slightly. "A bit sore, but I think I can still work." Wang Zhen didn't say much, and in a flash, he scooped her up, muttering to himself, "How did Tan Zai build this parking lot? It's so uneven. I must make her pay for this." At the same time, in the distance, Zaya was gazing into the haze. "Uncle Hai, you truly have foresight to have known early on to build a relationship with this person." Mingxing put on a miserable expression to justify himself. "It's just a misunderstanding. Initially, I intended to teach him a lesson, but the result was heavy losses." Though he said this, he had already calculated in his heart that Wang Jing had promised to help him overthrow Tan Mingwei and take the position of head of the Tan family. Standing next to him, she couldn't help but Uncle Hai, by pandering to Wang Jin so overtly, "You are openly opposing the family." Opposite them, 2 men quietly looked at the dilapidated building. One spoke, "Young master, how should we handle this place?" Tian Nine didn't even bother to turn around, indifferently ordering, "Flatten it all. I don't want to see this structure standing by tomorrow morning." With that, the cranes began their aggressive demolition work. Just as Wang Jing was driving past, seeing that scene stirred questions in his heart. This building is Fen Changming's largest asset. Is he just going to tear it down just like that? Tian Nine, now sitting in the car, quickly picked up the phone. "Dai, what's the situation?" The person in front immediately reported, "Young master, the search team has entered and is searching the 3rd floor, but they haven't found anything unusual. Everyone is being held for identification, but we still haven't determined the whereabouts of the building's owner." Then Changming, hearing this, he lost patience and tightened his grip on the cup in his hand. "How dare he kidnap Nguyen? Even if I have to dig 3 feet deep, I must drag him out." Nguyen looked at the person beside her with gratitude. Thank you." Tan Nine also took this opportunity to show his affection. Nguyen, anyone who dares to touch you, I will definitely make them regret having ever existed in this world." At the same time, on the roof of that building, Changming was so angry that he delivered a thunderous slap, cursing as he did so. "You bastard. Uncle Hai has done everything to support you, yet this is how you repay him." Ming took the slap full force, flushed his face, and argued back, "I didn't know Nguyen was to Tan Nine's sister. Besides, didn't you support the idea of me kidnapping her in the first place?" While the two were arguing, a group of people stormed in, heavily equipped with weapons. He was terrified by the sight and knelt on the ground begging, "Didn't I already let Nguyen go? Don't push me to the edge anymore." The group didn't waste words and began to close in, stun guns ready to fire. Driven into a corner, he gave up. "If you want to shoot, then shoot." At that very moment, 2 shadows suddenly lunged from behind. "How could we just easily hand them over to you?" In the blink of an eye, the 2 men neatly hoisted T-men and Chun-men onto their shoulders, not forgetting to turn back and mockingly bid farewell to the tall and burly guards. With those words, they both vanished from the guard's sight in an instant. Having let the prey slip through my fingers, I could only stare in dismay. The mission had failed, and it was time to return and face the consequences. Not long after, he stood before his master to report, "Young master, the mission is a complete disaster." 2 people snatched them right from under the guards' noses. However, the master did not fly into a rage. He remained extremely calm, calculating his next move as if this had confirmed his theory. "Let's withdraw for now and wait for news from Tar Binin." The mention of that name left him endlessly curious. Tar Binin. Old Man Tar? "Young master, did you already dispatch Old Man Tar?" He did not bother to reply, simply saying, "Let's go, and as for that Ingantor clubhouse, level it to the ground for me." At the same time, in a small alley, 2 figures darted past at high speed. each carrying an unconscious person on their shoulders. Observing behind him and seeing that he was being followed, Junichi immediately spoke up, "Someone is tailing us." Yun Tran had also noticed this. "I know, and that guy is an expert." He constantly assessed the situation in his mind. The man was pursuing them relentlessly while maintaining a steady, unwavering speed. He immediately proposed a plan. "In the alley ahead, there will be a black car. Toss them inside, and then we will split up and run in 2 different directions." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was fortunate he had asked Blind Minhao for backup before they struck. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to escape while carrying 2 men and trying to shake off such an expert. In a split second, both of them hurriedly threw their captives into the car. As soon as the car door slammed shut, the 2 men quickly split up and ran in opposite directions as Blind. After running only a few steps, Benin, like a starving leopard spotting its prey, lunged and closed in right behind him. To catch Yun Tran, he used his momentum to leap forward, hoping to close the gap. His arms were spread wide like an eagle's, while inwardly he cursed, "Go to hell." But, seeing the situation becoming dire, Yun Tran decided to unleash his trump card. "You cored up so quickly. Your leg strength is truly impressive." But those needles could not trouble an expert. With just a wave of his hand, he neutralized them all. This left him incredibly astonished, as not a single one of the silver needles he launched had struck the target. Benin also inwardly praised the young man before him. The silver needles had skillfully blocked all of his escape routes. This kid was truly extraordinary, no longer bothering to run. He stood his ground and challenged him. "The god of war Bin Chuan, Tar Benin. I didn't expect you to come and receive me personally. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving." The old man naturally refused to be outdone. "You speak far too arrogantly. It seems you still don't realize the gap between you and me. Taking your life would be as easy as chopping wood." Enraged, Yun Tran lunged to attack. "Old man Tar, then why don't you try it and see?" Even though his opponent struck suddenly, the old man still managed to raise his left hand to block the move. The next punch aimed straight at Benin's face, but he merely tilted his head slightly to dodge it as smoothly as a wave. What followed was a lightning-fast counterattack that left Yun Tran unable to react in time. This old man was truly formidable. The old man stepped forward slowly, his voice full of arrogance and malice. "If you cannot defeat me, you must follow me back, but because of your insolent torque just now, I will have to cripple one of your arms." Yun Tran roared like thunder. "You are too conceited. No matter how strong you are nothing but a guard dog for my young master." Unfortunately, you revealed a weakness, and took the opportunity to land a treacherous blow. "Your speed is decent, but you still lack a bit of sharpness." The fierce battle between the two reached its climax as the old man gained momentum, attempting to push back his opponent. Though he didn't want to admit it, Benin had to respect the young man's talent. Among the youth of today, he can be considered exceptional. He inwardly lamented that his last move had used 80% of his strength, yet the boy had only taken a few steps back. If he didn't eliminate him today, he would leave behind unpredictable trouble. Clutching his chest, Yun Tran coldly replied, "Don't be so quick to celebrate. Who dies at whose hands remains to be seen." This arrogant remark truly fueled the old man's rage. "You're at death's door, yet your mouth is still so stubborn, isn't it?" Before he could touch Yun Tran, a strange object suddenly lunged at Benin. Fortunately, Junichi arrived in time to save them. "You old man, now it's 2 against 1. Let's see how much longer you can brag." He lunged forward as quick as lightning to launch a surprise attack from the left flank. Wang Jing also skillfully threw shurikens from the opposite direction. The pair coordinated perfectly. Junichi swung his sword repeatedly at the enemy, but the old man dodged skillfully without exerting any effort at all. Seeing that the old trick didn't work, he changed direction to a horizontal slash. Of course, Benin still easily leapt away with extreme professionalism. This infuriated him. What the hell? How could this old man have such incredible jumping power? "Don't get ahead of yourself." The old man suddenly delivered a kick to Junichi's chest, making him freeze. It was dangerous. Taking the hit directly would surely result in serious injuries. Despite using his sword to block, he still bore the full impact of the kick's aftershock. The sword flew out of his hand, and Junichi was sent flying kilometers away. His shoulder blade was finished. Wang Jing took the opportunity to sneak attack from behind to see if the old man had an escape route this time. Yet, he was the one who ended up taking the painful hit. Tusk, the real hurt to the core. Only now did Benin slowly pull out the trump card hidden under his clothes. "You're quite something," he sneered sinisterly. "If it weren't for this, my back would have snapped in half from your kick." He cursed in frustration. "You despicable old man, how dare you play dirty?" So the two of them dived back into a grueling 2-on-1 battle. Benin prioritized targeting Junichi first because he knew this guy hadn't tasted pain yet. Next was Wang Jing. As he fought his way through, he thought to himself, how can this old man not be tired after all this fighting? While they were locked in a fierce confrontation, the dry gunshot suddenly rang out. By the time he could compose himself, his arm was covered in bright red blood. It was a sniper. From afar, Minhao smirked triumphantly after the accurate shot. It was the same old refrain. No matter how high one's martial arts skills, they are far inferior to lead bullets. Knowing it would be hard to turn the situation around since he had lost an arm, Benin quickly transmitted a message. He really couldn't understand him. After being beaten so badly, why did he still insist on not discarding that 20-kilogram burden? He avoided the question. "I just wanted to pretend to be pathetic so he'd lower his guard. That makes it easier to strike." Then he tilted a bottle of homemade medicine into his mouth. Despite saying that, he remained skeptical and kept staring at Wang Jing, forcing him to confess. "Fine, I admit I carried this nuisance for so long that I simply forgot to take it off." He turned and saw Junichi fast asleep and exclaimed, "This harvest is pretty good. Not only did we catch Benin, but we also snagged this guy." He pointed to the plastic bag containing the old man's body part and ordered, "That's right, send this to the Laptam Manor. I want to intimidate those people." Minhao gleefully admired his achievements. "Sure thing." Sunset at the Tozer family manor, a magnificent estate with red tiled roofs surrounded by lush green trees. While Benin was busy in surgery, Fakor sat on a chair, his heart racing with anxiety. "Thien and Heen, explain everything to me." He bowed his head respectfully to present everything. "Today, Veen was kidnapped." Hearing this, he flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. "What? Veen was kidnapped?" Aren't there always 4 undercover bodyguards protecting her? Why didn't they step in and stop the perpetrator immediately? Thien and Heen calmly explained that the opponent struck too quickly for the security team to react, and Hope Grand for the wouldn't worry too much. Now Veen was fine. This team had tracked down the mastermind, but he managed to escape thanks to being rescued by his accomplices, which was why Eldatar gave chase, not expecting that the opponent had already set a trap. Fuckhor had no choice but to leave him to handle it on his own, saying, "Go and take care of it completely. Don't let outsiders look down on our family as easy targets." He obediently complied like a puppy. Please rest assured, Pran for the Thien and Heen has engraved it in his heart. Suddenly, the old man remembered something he needed to advise. There is one more thing I must remind you. Under no emergency circumstances should you ever use the safety of your family as a gambling chip. After finishing the discussion, he quietly left in a dissatisfied mood. He was indeed worthy of being the patriarch. The next morning, at Changjun Shishi's private residence, feeling both worried and affectionately reproachful, she said, "You are about to set off for Ningxia, so why do you still have the spare time to go pick a fight with people?" Wang Jing chuckled and comforted her. "It's no problem. These few scratches are nothing to worry about. What about you? Aren't you coming to Ningxia with me?" Tisha leaned back in her chair with a sigh, bending her worries. "I have to stay behind to take care of my father, and the company still has so much backlogged work. It's been a long time since I've seen Han Xing'ai, and I real miss her." She stood up, pointed at 2 huge suitcases, and instructed, "There are 2 bags of things here I prepared for Zyro Yi, including clothes, shoes, and some local specialties that she's crazy about." Looking at the heavy luggage, Wang Jing quickly waved his hand in refusal. "My dear eldest young lady, do you really think I can carry 2 huge bags like this? Besides, Han Xing'ai is in the military and wears her uniform all year round, so how could she wear these things?" Hearing this, she also found it reasonable. "All right then, I won't send the clothes anymore, just some snacks. Is that fine?" He sighed in relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted. "My dear lady, please hurry up and unpack the clothes." A moment later, at the family villa, the bright golden sunlight was casting long shadows across the roof. Inside the living room, Wanky hesitantly delivered the bad news to his master. "Chief, there is a strange package. The security guards have opened it to inspect, and..." Fuckhor frowned in annoyance and showed his impatience. "Stop hesitating. Bring it here for me to see." He hesitated for a moment before daring to open the box. Inside the wrapping was a human arm. He frowned, remaining silent for a long time as if deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Take this for Thien and Heen to see." He bowed respectfully and quickly executed the order. Arriving at Thien and Heen's residence, he expressed deep concern. "Have you asked the doctor? Can it be reattached for Eldatar?" Wanky honestly reported. "I asked, and the doctor said it's impossible because the joint was too severely crushed, and Eldatar also does not want steel pins in his body." He felt truly helpless. "Go do your work. I will visit Eldatar in a bit." As soon as he left, Thien and Heen immediately called his subordinates to urge them on 3 key tasks. First, mobilize all forces to track down the whereabouts of Fin Chaiming. Second, closely monitor Wang Jing without letting any of his actions slip by, as it was time for the moles planted earlier to prove their worth. Third, use the patriarch's name to pressure retired Minister Chen to discuss the military designation. Paying at the phone, the sinister and cunning look appeared on his face. "Dragon scale has long been wiped out. How could I let them be resurrected?" Out in the hallway, Wanky secretly sent a text message to a mysterious figure. The words "the arrows on the bowstring" appeared on the screen. It seemed he was transmitting a secret signal. On the other end, Yunnan had received the message. He casually pulled out his phone, an action proving that this was just part of a pre-arranged plan. Then, he let out a pleased, triumphant smile. "It's time." At the bus station waiting room, the atmosphere was completely normal. Wearing sunglasses, Wang Jing worked leisurely with his bodyguards but was actually complaining in his heart. "I told her to pack lightly, but she still stuffed 2 suitcases full anyway. How crazy." While waiting, he happened to spot a rather familiar figure. Sun Zai. Dad worked over, sat on the opposite row of seats, and struck up a warm conversation. "What a coincidence, young Master Wank. What brings you here?" Wang Chen politely replied. "It is indeed a coincidence. I wonder where Miss Sung is headed, dressed like this." Seeing how formally he addressed her, she suggested changing the way they address each other to be closer. "I'm going to Yinshuan, young Master Wank. Don't call me Miss Sung anymore. Just call me Zai, and I'll call you Wang Jing." "All right," he cheerfully nodded in agreement, saying it was fine as long as she didn't mind. "It's quite a coincidence, as I'm also going to Yinshuan. May I ask what brings you to this place?" Tleta1ED1EA1 spoke about her upcoming trip, treating it as an outing. "I want to immerse myself in the nature and culture of the southwest region. Since my grandfather and father have some old comrades here, I'm taking the opportunity to visit them." Hearing this, he suddenly recalled, if my memory serves me right, Lai Di-1EC7P Bin, who was hailed as the king of the southwest, was also a subordinate of Mr. Tleta1ED1NG, wasn't he? She enthusiastically reminisced. "That's right, my grandfather and Mr. Lai once fought in the same trenches. Their bond was incredibly strong. I plan to visit him on this trip." Yuan Tran then spoke up. "May I have the honor of accompanying you there?" She smiled in agreement. "Of course, that would be great." And so, the journey to Ningxia would now have an additional companion. After over 10 hours, they enthused suddenly approached and asked permission to sit down. "Hello, beautiful lady. Is a seat next to you taken?" He deliberately tried to politely decline. "Oh, I'm really sorry. The seat is already taken." He didn't bother to care and sat down next to Tleta1ED1EA1 anyway. "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Lai Fan Thu, a native of Yinshuan. We're almost there. How about I treat you two to a meal?" Immediately, T showed surprise. "Lai Fan Thu. That name sounds so familiar." Yuan Tran crossed his arms with a wary expression. "We're not acquainted at all. Why should we share a meal with you?" Fan Thu calmly put his hands in his pockets. "My grandfather is Lai Di-1EC7P Bin. I'm sure his reputation is impressive enough to make an impression. At this moment, TLED1EDD1EA1 confirmed the identity of the person in front of her. So you're the young master of the Life family. I often follow news about you. It's true that seeing is believing. And 8, you were talented at a young age. He fell in a deep thought. Life and Thu appearing at this very moment and encountering TLED1ED1NG TLED1EDD1EA1. This definitely wasn't just a random coincidence. He chuckled playfully. So Miss TLED1ED1NG knows about me after all. I thought I could pretend to be a stranger and start getting acquainted from scratch. TLED1EDD1EA1 was extremely startled. You knew about me before. He continued to joke, but with a hint of sincerity. You wouldn't know, but our two families once had an engagement since childhood. However, my father vehemently opposed it, and now that I meet you, I feel incredibly regretful. Yun Tran found it amusing, so he tilted his head and asked, so young Master Lai knows all about Miss TLED1ED1NG. What about me? Do you know who I am? They and Thu turned to him warmly. Why wouldn't I? Yun Tran is currently the vice president of TLED1ED Udong International. My grandfather met you at Mr. To's birthday banquet and praised you endlessly. I've wanted to befriend you for a long time. He politely shook the other man's hand. If you already knew so much about me, then why did you pretend not to know me just now? He laughed and admitted, as I said, I just wanted to create a chance encounter. A shocked, cold gaze swept over, making me realize this guy speaks very bluntly and never spares anyone's feelings. After those words, the atmosphere became awkward. Yun Tran simply sat there quietly, leisurely scrolling through his phone. In reality, he was secretly looking up all information related to Thay and Thu. A moment later, he proactively spoke up, probing, did you deliberately stage this chance encounter? He scratched his head in embarrassment and changed the subject. My grandfather praised you as resourceful and strategic and warned me to be careful when meeting you. It seems he wasn't wrong. How about young Master Yun coming to visit my home? My grandfather would surely be very happy. He politely declined. I appreciate Mr. Lai's kindness, but I need to visit someone at the Ningxia military region first, then I will come to pay my respects to your grandfather later. Fearing the hesitant answer, he quickly became alert. This trip had been monitored, and Elder Lai sending Thay and Thu to meet him definitely had other motives. He astutely recognized the person Yun Tran was referring to. If I'm not mistaken, you must mean General Hein's granddaughter, Pan Tin TLED1EA1, right? He secretly admired the other's sharpness. And 8, nothing in the southwest region could escape the Lai family's notice. At the Ningxia military region headquarters, in the new recruit dormitory area, Thay and LED1E9NG spoke about an old story. Thay CH LED1EC9NH, that girl looks really good. If you want her, we'll help you right away. Of course, with his privileged status, he didn't need any clumsy help in Yinchuan. What was so hard about winning over a girl? Knowing his inferior position, Thay and LED1E9NG seized the opportunity to flatter. We'll be assigned to different units, but you, CH LED1EC9NH, will surely remain at headquarters. When you succeed later, please remember to support us. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, we're all brothers. When my career advances, I definitely won't forget your kindness. The whole group around them understood and quickly chimed in. In that case, we'll rely on you, CH LED1EC9NH, for guidance from now on. He stood up, placed his hands on the table, and discussed his plan. That beautiful girl is exactly my type. Brothers, we'll take a break today. I'm going out to have some fun. You guys help me keep an eye on her, and leave everything else to me. Thinon obediently replied. Don't worry, sir. With just one word from you, no matter how hard it is, we will bring that girl to you. At the female soldiers' dormitory, Duan Tu was folding her blankets while pleading. Tindar, our rookie welcoming party is over. There's another party tonight. Tindar flatly refused. What party? I'm not interested. You guys go ahead. I'm staying in the dorm. Ignoring her, Duan Tu continued to pester her. All of us girls are going. What's so fun about staying in the dorm alone? Even after being told that, Tindar remained unresponsive, so she switched to a manipulative, soft-bettling tone. If you don't go, how can we go? Just think of it as coming to join the fun, okay? In her mind, however, she had her own agenda. Besides, I already promised Trinthai that I would bring you. If I can't bring you, how can I get into his good graces? Because Duan Tu was so insistent, Tindar reluctantly agreed. Alright, fine. Once she took the bait, Duan Tu was extremely excited. Tindar, you agreed? That's great. A slight smirk curled her lips as she thought about a successful future, even though she didn't know how well the plan would actually work. If I catch Trinthai's eye, won't my career skyrocket in the future? After indulging in her delusions of grandeur, she turned to the squad and reminded them, from today, we have 3 days off. Let's change our clothes and go out. We'll go eat and sing tonight, okay girls? Everyone cheered in excitement. Yes. Yes. A while later, they all went out. Duan Tu secretly glanced at Tindar, scrutinizing her every detail, thinking, besides being a little pretty, how could she possibly compare to me? The group of girls arrived where Trinthai was. They took the initiative to greet her. Tindar, we're holding a party tonight. I heard you sing very well. You must sing a few songs for us. She politely declined the offer. I'm shy. It's better if you guys sing. Naturally, he continued to persuade her. Then tonight, Tindar, have a few drinks with us. Once we are assigned to our respective units later, it will be very hard for us to see each other again. Angry, she crossed her arms and frowned at him with suspicion. Why do I feel like you're trying to trick me? Then, she immediately became alert. Do you think I really don't see what you're trying to do? Just as the two were in the middle of their conversation, a luxurious red car suddenly stopped right in front of the gate. Yun Tran and Dean Thur stepped out calmly and stood quietly to observe the situation. He lost his patience and was about to step forward to teach those kids a lesson. Thinking, how insolent, the young man hurriedly grabbed the other's shoulder to stop him. For now, don't get involved in this. Although unwilling, Dean Thur had to comply. This guy real has cunning tactics. He definitely wants to lure the snake out of its hole first, and then use the Lai family's name to wipe out those bullying Tindar at the root. He suddenly remembered his grandfather's instructions. Thien Thur, don't act on impulse. Everything should follow Vu and Tran's lead to avoid ruining things. The Trun Din fuel matter is extremely important. We cannot alarm the enemy. Trin Thai, feeling humiliated, tried hard to persuade and cajole her without noticing their arrival. Tindar, I am sincerely inviting you. I hope you can give me some face. She refused to back down and replied, a person's dignity is built by themselves, not by asking others to give them face. Seeing him, she realized her savior had arrived. As soon as Vu and Tran finished speaking, Tindar quickly ran to his side. Seeing the two so close, Thien Thur stopped his judgment. Doesn't the rumor say Vu and Tran and Tuan Min Kai have a special relationship? Why is he so intimate with the eldest lady of the Han family now? Tindar pretended to be innocent and acted coy. Are you the only one who came? Vu and Tran, understanding the situation, played along. Yes, Tuan Quan Thai Thai is to take care of her father, and Thin Phi went on a business trip, so I'm the only one who came this time. As soon as he finished, Vu and Tran immediately changed his attitude 180 degrees, switching to a cold, overbearing CEO persona, glancing at the arrogant young men. Little Tin, tell me, is someone here bullying you, with someone backing her? Tindar frankly revealed all the crimes of these scumbags. Yes, someone has evil intentions toward me. Please deal with them for me. His sharp gaze and faint smile exuded an authoritative and overwhelming aura. All right then, I'll take care of this nuisance for you. Trin Thai stepped forward arrogantly and demanded, were you Tindar's boyfriend? Before Vu and Tran could answer, she quickly draped her arm over his shoulder and admitted, he's my boyfriend, and furthermore, we are engaged. Thien Thur was extremely shocked, looking as if he was thinking, where am I, and who am I? What are these two doing? Is the eldest lady of the Han family always this blunt? The people around them also dropped their jaws in surprise. Engaged already, with a flair for the dramatic, Tindar decided to commit fully to the role. Of course. Funny, don't you agree? He could only stand there, mesmerized by the other girl, not understanding why her words sounded so sickeningly sentimental. In this stifling atmosphere, Duan Tiledwani quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying, yes sir, most welcome. There's a party at our place tonight. Tindi Ledwani A1, bring your girlfriend Alun to join the fun. Vu and Tran readily agreed without hesitation. That sounds fine to me. After all, everyone is an acquaintance of Tindi Ledwani A1's, so it's good to socialize. I'll also take this opportunity to introduce my friend who's accompanying me. The girl's face immediately lit up like a blooming flower, saying that such a trivial matter was nothing. Then it's settled. See you all tonight. Although he wasn't pleased, Trin Thai maintained his gentlemanly facade, thinking, one more mouth to feed won't make a difference. These people can't do anything significant in my territory anyway. Angrily, he turned and dialed a number. Hello, Mr. Chuth. Please book a large room at an NVI-led 1EC5N that can accommodate 3 tables. Let me know when it's done. I'm treating some friends tonight. You should come too. A while later, at the grand lobby of an NVI-led 1EC5N in a national hotel, the sun was high in the sky. Nearing lunchtime, they slowly stepped out of the car, putting on a falsely dignified expression to apologize. I'm so sorry. It's clearly Trin Yum Master hosting, yet you, the host, had to wait so long. Vu and Tran followed, also apologizing. We're a little late. Trin Yum Master won't mind, will he? Despite his annoyance, Trin Thai managed a strained smile. It's alright. Now that everyone's here, let's go inside. Seeing Tindila 1E1 cling to him like a shadow made him incredibly envious. Just you wait, you lovebirds. Let's see if you can still laugh and have fun later. Resigned to swallowing his pride and luring his prey into his trap, he eagerly invited, come on, we must drink to our heart's content tonight. Consider it a housewarming party for you. He discreetly flicked his eyes at Uncle C led 1B0 led 1EDDNG with a meaningful glance. This time, you guys are doomed. Once everyone was seated, the room became lively. On the 3 large round tables, an abundance of delicious and exotic dishes were beautifully arranged. He unceremoniously poured cold water on the man's face. I'm not drinking this. And looking closely, you're not old enough to toast with me. Enraged, the man jumped up, ready to argue verbally. You brat. If you don't want the offered wine, you must be craving a penalty drink, right? Immediately, he lunged forward, grabbed Vu and Tran by the collar, and yanked him close. That rude action made him extremely uncomfortable, and his expression darkened. Of all people, he dared to provoke him. With a decisive move, he twisted Trin Thai's finger, forcing him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. The surrounding people rushed to intervene. Although Thayan Thu knew he was decisive, he didn't expect him to act so violently, bending someone's hand right after meeting them. It seems Vu and Tran is quite a formidable character. Duan Tiled 1ED, as pale as a ghost, quickly sat down and asked wordly, Trin young master, are you alright? Humiliated, he stood up and barked like a mad dog. You just wait until you're imprisoned and see who can save you. Today, I will definitely get that girl Hein Tindi Leda 1EA1. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the doorway. Peering about a drunkard causing trouble, Led 1EC5 Long entered with a squad of imposing police officers. The girl, unshamed, pointed directly at Vu and Tran to accuse him. He's the one who caused the trouble. He retorted immediately. I was merely acting in self-defense. The police officer was already bribed. Dismissing all his arguments, the officer said, stop arguing. You're all coming with us to the station. Trin Thai maintained his arrogant demeanor and said sarcastically, I told you, if you don't drink the offered wine, you'll prefer the penalty drink. You're definitely finished this time. Seeing the situation escalating, Than Thu quickly intervened to save his new acquaintance. Officer, I've been sitting here witnessing everything. His friend was just defending himself. If you want to arrest someone, you should cuff that guy too for fairness. Led 1EC5 Lun nodded slightly, signaling Trin Thai as if to say everything was still under his control. He yelled incessantly, disregarding right or run. Were you daring to obstruct an officer of the law here? Cuff them all and bring them to the headquarters. Trin Thai smugly praised his loyal henchman. Deputy Captain Viewing, you did a good job. Later, I'll mention it to my father, and next year he'll remove the deputy from your title. Upon hearing this, the police officer's eyes lit up with dreams of a bright future. If the son of the city commissioner said a word to Secretary Trin, his career would soar. This dream of promotion made Led 1 EC5 Lun quickly cuff Yuan Tran. Please rest assured, young master. I will complete my mission perfectly. Nevertheless, they and Thu remained surprisingly calm. Let me tell you, once you put handcuffs on me, it won't be easy to take them off later. Trin Thai still sat proudly on the plush sofa, completely ignoring the words of the person opposite him. He felt inward contempt, wondering where this country bumpkin had come from to dare show off in front of an expert and speak so boldly right here in Nganzian. Thien Thur only needed to pick up the phone to immediately settle this cocky and insolent brat. As soon as the other end picked up, he couldn't help but hurriedly report the emergency. I've been handcuffed by the police. I'm at the Ninveen Hotel. Trin Thai remained arrogant with a challenging gaze, for he had no idea of the storm about to hit. He even boasted, let me see what kind of waves you can make. In this land of Nganzian, I am the one with the power. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected event occurred. Lalon's phone suddenly rang, exactly as Thien Thur had just threatened. He bowed submissively and asked the person on the other end carefully, Director Angim, sir, what are your instructions? Upon hearing his voice, the director was fuming and scolded him. Were you at the Ninveen Hotel? Still naive and unaware the tides had turned, he replied honestly, yes, I'm handling a conflict between two parties here. Hearing this, Director Angim cursed him furiously. You had it. You've caused a huge mess. Then he hung up abruptly, leaving Lalon with a stunned and miserable face, standing all alone. He thought to himself that if he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have bothered struggling and fighting. Before long, Ben Kiyu arrived aggressively, storming straight into the room with a face as tense as a drumhead. Yet Chu Kong was still foolish enough not to realize it, recklessly poking the hornet's nest. Oh, old Angim, what brings you here today? He didn't bother with those around him and rushed straight to Thien Thur, asking submissively, young Master Lai, my subordinate was too reckless today. When I return, I will definitely punish him severely. Now, hurry up and unlock his handcuffs. Realizing he was being ignored, Trin Thai naturally refused to back down. He pouted, Director Angim is quite formidable, isn't he? But even a director shouldn't talk so recklessly and look down on others. Look here, my hand is injured because they hit me. I was attacked, so am I not allowed to report it to the police and have them arrested? At that moment, he finally noticed Trin Thai's presence, but an ordinary person like him was of no concern. He said indifferently, so young Master Trin is here as well. But this is a matter for the police department. It is not your place to interfere. He protested sharply, and having run out of excuses, he started blathering about his background. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know my father is Trin N.H. Long? Naturally, Bin Kiyu knew the Trin family well. He replied, if Secretary Trin were here, he would never allow you to be so insolent. Now, unlock young Master Lai's handcuffs for me. After watching the drama unfold, Thien Thur spoke up leisurely, then that won't do. Tell Trin N.H. Long to come here personally and apologize, or else don't even think about removing these handcuffs from my wrists. That was the final straw, and Trin Thai was pushed to the limit of his fury. He could no longer restrain himself, grabbing a wine bottle from the table and preparing to smash it against his opponent as he roared, who the hell do you think you are to tell my father to personally come and remove the handcuffs? My father is the city committee secretary, do you hear me? Amidst the mounting tension, Ben Kiyu quickly grabbed his wrist, stopping the unruly act with a powerful shout. Sep, without saying a word, Yuan Tran suddenly smashed a wine bottle over Trin Thai's head, leaving the arrogant man dazed. Before he could even regain his senses, he collapsed to his knees. After that heady blow, he collapsed onto the floor and lost consciousness. Nonetheless, the other man didn't care at all, only sighing in relief. Finally, it's quiet. Chu Quan rushed over in a panic to support him, urgently checking his breathing and repeatedly calling out, young Master Trin, how are you? Overcome with rage, he turned to curse him harshly. You dare hit the son of the city committee secretary. You're a dead man. True to his word, he quickly took out his phone to call for help, his voice trembling with panic. Hello, Secretary Trin. Trin Thai is being beaten at the Ninveen Hotel. Please come here right away. As soon as he hung up, Yuan Tran immediately rushed over and delivered a thunderous kick along with a few kind words. Are you done with the call? If you are, then shut up and stay quiet for me too. Thien Thur then calmly recounted the whole story. Young Master Viewing is my honored guest, traveling from the capital to Din Har to visit his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, that brat dared to target his girlfriend. Trin Nhu Lung himself must provide us with a clear explanation for this matter. Only 15 minutes later, Trin Thai's bald and pot-bellied father arrived in a great hurry. Seeing his beloved son lying motionless on the floor, his anger turned into a towering rage as he roared, Who did this? Hurry up and take him to the hospital immediately. Naturally, Yuan Tran was not about to let these people off so easily. He said coldly, now that you've worked through these doors, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, don't even think about leaving this place. With a flushed face full of indignation, he demanded harshly, Who are you? Were you the one responsible for all this? Then he pointed his finger directly, ordering Ben Q in a superior tone, Old Engim, it's a good thing you're here. Arrest him for me immediately. He immediately countered the arrogant and superior remarks. Arrest who? Secretary Trin, do you have any idea who this gentleman is? And the introduction to his formidable background was finally revealed. This gentleman is the grandson of General Lai Deep Bin Young Master Lai Thien Thur. Soon after, the director of the Provincial Public Security Department, Tor Kai, also arrived. He pushed the door open and asked Trin Nhu Lung insistently, Secretary Trin, what is going on? Give me a clear explanation of this. Seeing someone powerful standing on his side, he began to feel bewildered, wondering what on earth that scoundrel had done. Thien Thur glanced at Nhi Lung and shook his head in frustration. He had long heard of the warlord's son in Nganzian, but today he had truly opened his eyes, adding that if he did not satisfy young Master Vuan today, he swore he would never remove these handcuffs. Now that he had someone to protect him, Vuan Tran was naturally afraid of no one, so he decided he would no longer stand on ceremony. He looked the man straight in the eye with a determined tone and said, Trin, that provoked my friend right inside the military barracks. If I hadn't been here today, this scheme would have succeeded. Furthermore, regarding such a grave matter, I want to hear the opinion of the secretary here. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, the man had to lower his head and say, I apologize to you on behalf of Trin Thai. It is because I did not discipline my son strictly that he offended young Master Viewing and young Master Lai. Without mincing words, Viewing Tran slapped him hard across the face and said, Secretary Chin, do you think the young master and I are fools? He continued his scathing rebuke, not giving the other party a chance to speak, asking, do you know what crimes your son has committed over all these years, and are you aware of how many people he has ruined? The more he mentioned Trin Thai's sordid private life, the angrier he became, saying, I absolutely loathe children of officials who only know how to bully others. It feels as if those officials treat their own children like treasures, while everyone else's children are mere weeds. The science and education official looked at the young man before him, struck by his boldness in showing such disrespect to the municipal committee secretary. Ben Kiu, standing to the side, also found his actions truly astonishing. With an imposing aura, Yuan Tran placed his hand on the shoulder of Nhai Lun's beloved son and firmly ordered, listen carefully, send Trin Thai to India, and without my permission, don't even dream of him returning for the rest of his life. He leaned down coldly to threaten him, his gaze sharp as a dagger piercing through the man's pained expression. If by the day after tomorrow I have not received Trin Thai's flight ticket to India, you know what the consequences will be. Nhai Lun remained defiant, asking, do you dare? To which he smirked, guess whether I dare. If you try any more tricks, don't blame me for exposing all your dirty laundry to the light of day. Once things calmed down, Tindar ran over and chirped with praise. That was so exciting. Yuan Tran, why don't you just stay in Ninhar? Every time I meet you, I feel incredibly thrilled. Though he knew she liked to joke, he indulged her happily. My dear, I'm just worried someone here might bully you. From now on, Lythine Thur will also secretly look after you. She was quite surprised to hear this and began to feel a fondness for him, thinking, this young Master Lai really knows how to treat people. I must visit his home one day to pay my respects. Putting aside the troublesome events that had just occurred, Yuan Tran took the initiative to suggest an outing to lift the mood, saying he would stay for the next 2 days to spend time with her before he got transferred to the brigade and had no more time for leisure. Mentioning fun, Tindar was as happy as a child. All right, let's go shopping and eat. The next morning, as Yuan Tran sat in the room discussing with his partners, he asked, how is it? Do you want to cooperate with me? Bai Hor cautiously spoke first. What right do you have to demand cooperation from us? You summoned us here using the name of our former superior. Just for this. The three men sitting there, Fo Vai Hor, Uncle Vin Mai, and Tham Lien Man, were all high-ranking figures of Trun Din and Yin Kai and subordinates of Han Bao Kwok. Seeing the other side remain silent, he asked skeptically, Fo Vai Hor, you are a smart mind. As a vice president of Trun Din and Yin Kai, surely you know what I want. The man bluntly admitted, I do not know. Noid, Yuan Tran threw 3 confidential documents onto the table, noting that the atmosphere for the negotiation today was not very favorable, and said, look at these. You might change your minds in a moment. All 3 picked up the folders and read them, looking stunned, until Vin Mai exclaimed, you are blatantly slandering us. With that, he threw what he was holding onto the floor, revealing pictures of the man having a good time with 2 young women. Yuan Tran calmly smirked, why are you so agitated? Doesn't that just expose the fear in your heart? Seeing that he had been courted, Bahor immediately compromised. What do you want? Do you want us to cooperate with you? Seeing that his goal had been achieved, he got straight to the point. First, Tham Lien Man, I want you to transfer all the sales revenue for this year from all the southeastern provinces into one account. Having managed Trun Din's finances for so many years, I know you have the ability to do this. He continued with his next demand. Second, Fo Vai Hoer, as a vice president of Trun Din Nguyen Kai, you are my confidant, so I need you to draft a share transfer agreement for me and coordinate with Tham Lien Man to execute the bank transfer. Hearing this, he shook his head helplessly. I cannot do that. I am the general manager. Those things are all in his hands. Furthermore, the company's seal is also managed by him, and I have no opportunity to access it. Yuan Tran pretended to wave his hand dismissively and added, no problem, I will personally deal with the issue with the general manager. Afterward, he gave them his final condition. Third, Uncle Dung Mai, you are responsible for transferring to me all the shares that you have secretly bought up or swallowed over the past few years. I will buy them back at a price 10% higher than the market rate. I want to confront that old mine directly. Just 1 day later, news spread quickly on the big screen. Yesterday morning, the chairman of Trun Din Nhan Kai, Lapar, suddenly suffered a stroke, and Vice President Fo Vai Hor temporarily assumed command. That same afternoon, the company's mining areas suddenly exploded, fortunately with no casualties, and the course is under investigation. Currently, the company's shares have plummeted, with their value falling to 80%. Thien Thur, who was at the company, heard the breaking news and immediately called, saying, I can confirm for certain that all of this was caused by Yuan Tran. Currently, only a fraction of my shares in Trun Din remain in my hands, but I cannot destroy Trun Din. The people in the southeastern region still need it. On the other end of the line, Ng Huan stared intently at the TV, her voice trembling. If the young master isn't the one destroying Trun Din, then he will surely mobilize many formidable forces to confront me. Don't assume you can deceive everyone. Others might not see through that disguise, but I certainly can. Hearing these provocative words, he frowned and glared at the screen, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, you don't need to provoke me. I won't destroy Trun Din, but one way or another, I will reclaim it in the most perfect manner. Ng Huan heard the young master's resolute statement and sneered mockingly, if I don't pressure you a little, how can this play continue? On this side, Thien Thur brought the share transfer agreement for discussion. Wang Trun, on behalf of the Lai family, I thank you very much. He opened the documents, exclaiming in admiration, I never expected you to concede 50% of Trun Din's shares to us, while only retaining 40% for yourself. Wang Tran saw the other party's satisfied expression and smiled in return, you're too kind. If it weren't for your support in the Northwest, I certainly wouldn't have achieved such smooth progress. It turns out he had planned meticulously. The fish took the bait exactly as intended. Anyway, this money belongs to the Shangyuan family. By using their resources, I've gained the goodwill of the Lai family. There's no need to be excessively greedy. Thien Thur bowed, expressing gratitude for such a noble and benevolent act. Regardless, I will always engrave your kindness in my heart. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang, breaking the atmosphere. He answered the call and listened blankly to the sound coming from the other end of the line. And strangely, it was his phone, but Wang Tran was the one who needed to speak. It was truly puzzling. He took the device in his hand and questioned, "Who is this?" The other person immediately replied, "I know you are Wang Tran, but you don't need to know who I am. Let's play a game." He casually dismissed it. "I'm not interested." The man didn't give up and resorted to a dirty trick, threatening, "You will be interested, because I've planted a bomb at Trun Din's gas storage facility." The man chuckled mockingly. "It's exactly 12 o'clock now. You only have 3 hours left. If you refuse, Trun Din's gas storage facility will turn into a giant mushroom cloud. It will surely be beautiful." Wang Tran exclaimed in shock, "This lunatic." After hanging up, he urgently informed Thien Thur, "Someone planted a bomb at Trun Din's gas storage facility, and there are only 3 hours left. Immediately evacuate all staff in surrounding residential areas." Hearing the urgent news, Thien Thur quickly acted. "All right, I'll deploy people right away." It turned out Ng Huan was behind it. A subordinate standing nearby questioned, "Sir, why not just blow up Trun Din immediately instead of giving Wang Tran 3 hours?" He lightly swirled the red wine glass in his hand, his eyes insidious as he said, "Fool, do you also think I do unnecessary things? If Trun Din is leveled immediately, it will cause a catastrophe. At that point, Tuaxir will surely mobilize all its forces to hunt me down. I don't want national weapons pointed at my head." The subordinate still hesitated, but seeing this, he interrupted, "I will make Trun Din Company explode, but I don't want to cause too many casualties. I only need Wang Tran's life. If you're not confident of victory, don't even think about me sending you." The focus now shifted to the hot spot, Trun Din's gas storage facility, where evacuated residents and rescue helicopters had gathered in large numbers. Wang Tran, wearing protective gear, observed the situation, carefully analyzing. 3 hours. Will it be enough to relocate all 10,000 residents in this area? He went back inside to prepare his equipment. Thien Thur, sitting nearby, reported the news he received. "The Black Tiger Special Forces have detected 3 suspicious individuals. You must be extremely careful. I will tell them to coordinate their actions with you." He adjusted his harness, thoughtfully replying, "Pum." Then he rappelled outside and coordinated via walkie-talkie. Scan complete. No abnormal electromagnetic reactions detected. Perhaps the bomb isn't remotely activated. Below, the Black Tiger Special Operations Team, while on guard duty, was suddenly attacked from a distance. Seeing his men taken down, Thien Thur cursed angrily, "These beasts. Immediately sweep all buildings within a 2000 m radius. Don't miss a single room. I'll make sure those guys come, but don't leave alive." Fai Ho, hiding and observing, was utterly shocked but managed to remain silent to avoid exposure. "Lai Liuing, what are you doing? Our superior only ordered us to kill Wang Tran. If you take out the Huaxir special forces as well, we won't have peace." Lai Liuing, flustered, immediately refuted, "Damn it, I didn't fire the shot. There must be other forces here. Someone wants to set us up." Fai Ho observed Wang Tran's position through the sniperscope. Then he broadcast a signal via walkie-talkie. "The one who just descended from the plane is Wang Tran, standing on top of the central storage tank. Your position is very advantageous. Finish him, then we withdraw immediately." Lai Liuan grasped the situation and replied, "Agreed." He then aimed his scope at the reported position. Wang Tran had been waiting for him there for a long time. He was stunned, unable to react, only managing to utter, "Damn it." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bullet flew straight towards a vital spot. He was hit, blood spurted out, and he collapsed. Fai Ho heard the sound and screamed, "What happened?" Answer me quickly. He didn't even give the man time to recover. The moment the words "Oh no" left his mouth, the bullet pierced straight through his forehead, ending his life. On the other side of the battlefront, Wang Jiang reported over the radio after taking out 2 snipers. "I've dealt with 2 of them. Paranham, have you located the bomb yet?" The voice on the other end replied hurriedly, "Wait a second, the gas tank area is too large. I need more time." Paranham warned him when he saw him moving. "Tiger has sent 3 terrorists to their deaths, but the rest are still hiding. Be careful." He quietly tucked himself in and moved forward. Time was running out, so he had to lure them out of hiding. After moving a short distance, he caught the direction of a group of enemies. Target spotted. Wang Jiang didn't hesitate. With lightning-fast reflexes, he fired 3 submachine gun shots, taking out the group of terrorists. Having neatly cleared this side, he immediately changed direction and snaked deep into the building. The assassin on the other side heard the news and roared in anger. "Fei Hu is dead. This Wang Jiang is a tough one to deal with. Focus. Shoot anyone who dares to get near the bomb. Don't show any mercy." In the radar room, the observer reported in a panic upon seeing an anomaly right in front, at a 45-degree angle to the left, about 15 meters away, and strange heat signature has appeared. Before he could finish his sentence, the bullet pierced his head. Tianshu, watching from the helicopter, saw the bloody scene and realized the situation was dire. He hurriedly ordered everyone to retreat and left the field for Wang Jiang to handle. In a hidden corner, after taking out the observer, Eric felt smug, unaware of a figure looming behind him. Is this real all the Huaxir special forces have to offer? By the time he realized the danger, he only had time to turn and shout, "Who's there?" Junisha lunged forward like a bolt of lightning, swung his katana, and struck him down on the spot, taking the enemy's life. On the other side, the remaining sniper, feeling that it was too quiet, asked impatiently, "Eric, how many have you taken down? Why aren't you reporting?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice echoed toward him, "You enjoy killing so much, how long do you plan on hiding?" He jumped in surprise and whipped his head around toward where the sound had come from. Before he could even see who it was, his throat was crushed by a pair of iron-strong hands. He could only wheeze, "Who are you?" He tightened his grip even further and growled, "Who I am doesn't matter, because today you are going to die here." Returning to the assassin, after a while of searching, he finally found Wang Jiang's hiding spot. He smirked and pointed his sniper rifle. Finally caught you. Go to hell and keep being swept there. As he was moving, he also noticed some movement, probably because the man's gun wasn't fitted with a silencer. He reacted as quick as a flash, stopping in his tracks and sidestepping. There it is. He immediately leaned at a 45-degree angle and fired back. The bullet flew straight toward the man's hiding spot as if it had eyes, causing him to exclaim in horror. What terrifying reflexes are these? Seeing him forced to retreat, Wang Jing calmly commanded over the radio, 3 o'clock position, middle of the 5th floor. I want to take this one alive. The assassin, having been scared for just a moment, was so terrified that he dropped his expensive submachine gun to flee. He hid behind a door, panting like an ox, his heart still full of dread. What kind of opponent is this? So terrifyingly aggressive. Just as he turned around, he was startled. Janisha had been standing there for a while, holding a grenade, leaving the man paralyzed. How did they find me so quickly? Not letting him gather his thoughts, both of them lunged forward, unleashing a devastating punch that sent him sprawling. Unconscious, back to Wang Jing, he was clinging to the safety ladder outside the building, looking at the pre-installed bomb. I see the bomb. Starting to somming now, seeing the countdown clock showing only a few fleeting seconds, he couldn't help but curse. Damn it all. Not wanting to waste any time, he quickly pried open the casing to examine it. It was just a simple series circuit, so removing one point should have been easy, but to his surprise, the network inside the device was incredibly complex. Yuan Tran stared intently at the tangled mess of multicolored wires, unsure how to handle them or which one to cut to successfully disable it. Yuan Tran frantically called for help via his radio. With only 5 minutes left, there was no time to dismantle the circuit, so he asked if there was a way to disarm the bomb quickly. The expert on the other end responded briskly, telling him to touch those 3 wires to see if there were any remaining connections. After working busily for a moment, he found what the person had mentioned. I found the copper connecting wire. Wait a second, and of course, life isn't a fairy tale. He pulled out an even denser clump of wires, cursing as he realized there were several other leads tightly connected to the set of 3. Looking at the mess before him, Yuan Tran felt dizzy and broke into a cold sweat. With so many wires, how could he possibly finish in time? He couldn't understand who would set such a sinister bomb. Through the binoculars, the tent scene looked just like a spider clinging to a wall. Ben Qiu, watching everything from the security room, was burning with anxiety. With only 1 minute left, he wondered if Yuan Tran would manage in time. Dean Thur, standing nearby, also kept his eyes glued to the binoculars, reassuring him, we must have faith in him. Just as the atmosphere was stretched as tight as a bowstring, the phone in Yuan Tran's pocket suddenly rang loudly. In that hairbreadth moment, he dazedly pulled out his phone to answer it, expecting a trivial spam call. He was surprised to find it was a savior guiding his hand. Cut the red Y first, then the copper Y behind it, and finally, handled the yellow wire. The countdown clock on the screen showed exactly 15 seconds remaining. The situation was extremely critical. Yuan Tran did not hesitate for a moment, setting to work on dismantling it exactly as the mysterious caller instructed. Just as the clock ticked past 6 seconds, he successfully neutralized the bomb. He wiped the sweat from his brow and let out a sigh of relief. It seemed luck was still on his side this time. Ben Qiu saw that everything had been resolved and his face relaxed into a smile. He did it. We are safe. In the capital, where Di Hun was waiting leisurely, Quan Hai received the news and reporting to the young master. The bomb did not explode, and Yuan Tran is safe and sound. Upon hearing this, he raised his glass and drained the rest of his wine. Then he let out a meaningful smirk. He is worthy of being the rival I respect. If he died so easily, it wouldn't be very interesting. Even so, he was still puzzled as to why the bomb hadn't exploded, but Quan Hai could only bow his head helplessly. I do not know, young master. And Di Hun waved his hand to dismiss him, muttering in a romantic novel protagonist tone. Yuan Tran is truly a compelling rival. Returning to the gas tank area, Yuan Tran finished his work and turned to shake Dean Thur's hand, saying, thanks to your help, it is an honor to know you. He smiled warmly and patted the other man on the shoulder. I am also honored to make your acquaintance. He replied with great appreciation, my grandfather has already spoken. The entire Lai family owes you a great debt of gratitude. Yuan Tran quickly waved his hand, wanting him not to be so formal. Your grandfather is too modest. But deep down, he was very satisfied. Having won the favor of the Lai family, dealing with the defection later would be much easier. Dean Thur shook his head, explaining, usually, my grandfather's personality is a bit peculiar, but he is a person who clearly distinguishes between kindness and grudge. He even considers you the king of Huahar. Having said that, he pointed to the car nearby and handed him the keys. Yuan Tran, I give you this car. I wish you a smooth journey. Suddenly, Tudor appeared, startling him. So, may I ask for a ride on this smooth journey? Yuan Tran faced her and replied indifferently, what is it? You want to return to the capital with me? Hearing this, her attitude flared up even more, and she retorted with a smirk, that's right, everything in Ninhar is finished. It's time to go back. The two opened the doors and got into the car, and Dean Thur took the opportunity to say goodbye. I wish you both a safe trip. The white car sped away, darting as quickly as lightning across the smooth asphalt road. Although Tudor was getting a ride, she was not behaving. She tilted her head and looked at him meaningfully. Yuan Tran, now that all the Trundin shares have fallen into your hands so easily, you must be feeling quite pleased with yourself, right? Yuan Tran was not surprised, having anticipated this question. He replied indifferently, I know full well that even if I denied it, it would be futile, but those Trundin shares have nothing to do with me. She pushed her luck, gripping the car door tightly before snapping, slow the car down, please. This terrifying speed is making me want to fall apart. He ignored her and steered sharply, hitting the gas and speeding away. Even more dramatic scenes are waiting for us ahead. The car wobbled and veered off the road, plunging straight into the deep abyss. It had nearly turned into a delicious barbecue. After the terrifying impact, Yuan Tran turned to interrogate her. Confess, what role did you play in this sequence of events? Tudor still feigned ignorance. I have no idea what you are talking about. Unable to keep his composure, he leaned in close to her. The warehouse containing the Trundin gas tanks. The moment I disarmed that bomb, someone called to save my life. That was you, wasn't it? She remained unfazed and tilted her chin up in response. So what if it was me? Are you planning to thank your savior with that kind of attitude? Yuan Tran tilted his head to look straight at Tudor, his voice calm. These are two separate categories. You've been setting traps for me since the train in the capital, so I cannot help but be cautious. Sensing the skepticism in his words, Tudor frankly admitted, I saved you nonetheless. This is a conspiracy targeting you. I only know so much, so no matter how much you press me, you won't get the answers you're looking for. The name suddenly flashed in Yuan Tran's mind, causing him to knit his brows, his voice revealing clear surprise. Tun Min Vi. I didn't expect things to be linked to him. You saved me, and you're revealing so much. Aren't you afraid of your father's punishment? Embarrassment was evident in her eyes as Tudor finally managed to say, I'm not afraid of his reprimands, but you must promise me one thing. No matter how bitter the confrontation between you and my father becomes, you must not harm him. Yuan Tran understood her intentions immediately and nodded slightly. You're using this information to trade for your father's life. What a filled order. I agree. Suddenly, two container trucks roared forward, blocking all escape routes for the car, leaving the man and woman inside in total shock. He assessed the situation in a flash and turned to tell Tudor, it seems these two are targeting us specifically. Sit still. She nodded in fear but could not help but wonder, why aren't we getting out of the car? Her naive question forced Yuan Tran to shout, don't get out of the car. There is a snapper on the mountainside waiting. Faced with a life or death situation, he decisively drew his gun and fired repeatedly to create a path for escape. The front of the car took the full brunt of the gunfire and was shredded in many places, but strangely, not a single sound of shouting came from the enemy's side. Realizing the ironic situation, Yuan Tran gritted his teeth in frustration and turned the car. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight a sniper in this confined space? The car had barely rolled a few inches when the tire was heroically sacrificed to a bullet fired straight into it. One shot wasn't enough. The sniper coldly fired again, without caring whether his position would be exposed. The bullet tore through the air and struck the wheel, blocking every last escape route for Yuan Tran. Then Vu Tuanhan smiled smugly, peeking out from his hiding spot. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting prey. I must slowly torment him to death. The container truck, which had been silent until now, suddenly accelerated and slammed hard into Yuan Tran's car, causing it to fall straight into the abyss. The driver stepped out, held his phone, and reported the mission. The job is done. The person on the other end replied coldly, well done. A sudden gunshot pierced through his chest, allowing him only enough time to let out a cry of pain before collapsing into a pool of blood. After eliminating his accomplice, then Vu's face wore a look of utter contempt. Doing it this way, no one, not even the gods, will ever know. At the bottom of the abyss, Yuan Tran kicked the car door open, dragging Tudor, who was clinging tightly to him, to safety. Holding the beauty with one arm, he gripped a rope tightly with the other and soared upward. The rope launched forcefully, hooking precisely onto a tree branch on the cliff face. Yuan Tran held her tightly to his chest, calculating while he climbed. This is truly dangerous, but he couldn't help but complain. Who is behind this assassination attempt? Can they really make a move right after the Trundin affair has just settled down? Night fell, and Tudor stood on the precarious cliff edge with Yuan Tran, her face flushed with shyness. Are we going to have to stay in this position all night long? His eyes brightened, and he said, half joking, half serious, that he wouldn't mind if she wanted to keep hugging him like this, but the cold weather was draining their energy. So T-1ED-1A1, hearing this, immediately asked how they should manage. Seeing that the situation was not very favorable, Yuan Tran observed the surroundings, then comforted her, let's slowly move further down and find a sheltered spot to take refuge for the night. The freezing air made Yuan Tran even more solicitous towards the beauty. He gently explained that it was pitch dark but they couldn't light a lamp because the sniper was still lurking above. In the luxurious and magnificent room, the wall clock silently pointed to exactly 2 o'clock and 3 minutes in the morning. Thane and Hain gazed intently at the night scene outside the window, then calmly spoke about the situation. TH-1EA7 Vu, on the other end of the line, quickly reported the results, satisfying him that guy is dead. His car plunged into the abyss and exploded. No one will ever know about this. Joy clearly showed on his face. Thane and Hain smiled smugly and said, you've worked hard. When you come to the capital, let's meet up, okay? TH-1EA7 Vu didn't refuse, saying that after so many years apart, meeting up for an occasion was the right thing to do. After the matter was settled, he turned and ordered his subordinate to strictly monitor all roads, railways, and even air routes. As soon as Yuan Tran appeared, they were to report it immediately. The subordinate obeyed and carefully memorized all instructions. At the same time, TL-1ED-1EA1 and Yuan Tran were warming each other amidst the rocks and earth at the foot of the mountain. She gently asked her benefactor if he was cold. Hearing this, he replied, other truthfully were trying to appear strong in front of the beauty, that he wasn't cold. Stepping out of his embrace, TL-1ED-1EA1 stared intently as if wanting to peer into his very soul. Why did you choose this treacherous mountain path? Isn't it even more dangerous here than on the main road? Facing her suspicious gaze, Yuan Tran calmly replied with a dignified and confident demeanor. Firstly, I want to have a serious conversation with you. Secondly, I feel that this matter is unlikely to end so simply. TL-1ED-1EA1's mind raced to keep up with this difficult conversation. So you intentionally let the car fall into the abyss to stage a fake death. He leaned back against the rock and continued, that's right, because sometimes death is 10,000 times safer than survival. After saying that, Yuan Tran stood up and quietly went to gather dry leaves and weeds, arranging them into 2 makeshift beds. He told her that to safely bring her back to the capital, he had to be a little more careful. Although it was her first time sleeping outdoors, TL-1ED-1EA1 still put on a brave front, pretending to be seasoned. Just 7 or 8 days. If you can endure it, then of course I can too. He didn't deny her steely spirit, merely teasing her calmly that if the time dragged on, she would struggle to endure it. Luckily it's winter. In summer, the jungle is humid and full of biting insects, which would be awful. Just 2 days of illness would be a huge danger. Before he finished speaking, Yuan Tran was already sprawling on their improvised bed of grass, concluding the conversation. He told her to close her eyes and rest for a bit, as they both needed to conserve their strength now. The radiant sunlight shining down on the farce seemed to signal the beginning of another day of escape. Noticing that his companion had woken up due to the morning light, Yuan Tran spoke up to greet her. You're finally awake. T-1ED-1EA1 didn't rush to sit up, but remained lying there as she responded to his morning greeting. He solicitously offered her the prepared dry rations and water, telling her to eat something before they set off together. She bit into the rock-hard biscuit with effort and commented, these dry rations are too tough, but the flavor isn't bad, not missing an opportunity to charm the beauty. He immediately boasted, of course. I made this myself. As expected, she reacted exactly as he hoped. You can make this too. Hearing this, he gained even more momentum and rattled on, of course. I even added many rare herbs to replenish Kai and blood in it. The meal quickly finished. Yuan Tran stood up, put on his outer coat, and urged, we must set off right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully spun the short knife in the palm of his hand. Then he carefully tucked it into his belt and gallantly offered, this slope is too slippery. Let me carry you down. He steadily placed each firm step on the perilous cliff face, despite having to bear the added weight on his shoulders. After 5 arduous hours of travel, Yuan Tran gently woke his sleeping companion. Wake up, we've arrived. T-1ED-1EA1 cast her eyes around the unfamiliar landscape with a questioning look. In response to her question, he switched to tour guide mode, using the easiest words to understand. We've traveled 40 kilometers. We finally reached the warm side of the mountain. With a spirit of prioritizing women, he offered his companion the clean water. You drink this bottle. Drinking water from the vines is enough for me. The further they went, the more bewildered she felt by the familiar sights. Are we lost? Why does everything look the same? Seeing her anxiety, Yuan Tran immediately reassured her. Don't worry, we're not lost. I'm a living map. Just work straight for another 10 kilometers, and you'll see the river, under the Malleet's halo. His words were like a divine decree. If anything was wrong, the author would automatically correct it to ensure it flowed smoothly. Our luck isn't bad at all. Tonight's grilled dinner is fantastic. I'll take care of the cooking, and you just rest. Being a pragmatic person, he didn't waste words and immediately got to work. Seeing him bustling back and forth, she couldn't sit still, so she proactively ran over and offered to help. Everything was perfectly arranged, and they enjoyed a delicious dinner that couldn't be faulted. During the price, Yuan Tran was not only not modest but also boldly promised, if you like it, I'll grill for you every day from now on. Hearing this, she secretly wished, if only this moment could last forever. Speaking her mind, she expressed her feelings with eyes full of longing. She turned to subtly remind him to sleep early and conserve energy, as they still had a few more days stuck in the forest. Looking at his familiar back, she felt even more attached, wondering if only she could live like this forever. After 5 arduous days of trekking through forests and crossing streams, they found an exit leading towards the city. She couldn't hide her radiant joy at finally escaping that place. Yuan Tran pointed towards the distant high-rise buildings and said, let's go, let's find a place to rest first. They stopped in front of a hotel with a striking bright red sign. She shyly stood to one side while he talked to the receptionist. I'd like to book a room with a large bed. Thank you, he said. She happily rushed inside, exclaiming, I have to take a shower right away, or I'll be all moldy. Seizing the opportunity, he didn't hesitate to tease her in an indescribable tone. I want to shower too. Or maybe we can shower together to make it convenient. Life wasn't like a dream. She flatly refused with a firm reason. Go buy new clothes right away. Who would wear those dirty clothes? Pushed out the door by her, he could only reluctantly accept. All right, I'm going now, he said. Yuan Tran went shopping for a while and returned with several colorful bags in his hands. I bought clothes, he said. Change into them after your shower. After she had washed away the grime, he slowly worked out of the bathroom. What had to happen, happened. She shyly nestled into Yuan Tran's strong body. As the saying goes, straw near fire will eventually ignite. The two made passionate love all night long. After they had a satisfying breakfast, he suggested, let's get up and go find something to eat. At Hai Lam Group, Min Kai was not as relaxed. The goods in the warehouse have been completely stolen. Have the police been informed? A worried voice rang out from the other end of the line. They have been informed and are currently investigating, came the reply. She regained her composure and quickly directed, take it easy, I'll be there right away. Facing the upheaval, she suddenly thwarted the person she was always waiting for. Yuan Tran, when will you come back? At the central train station, Yuan Tran's appearance stood out prominently amidst the bustling crowd. Seeing him gradually approaching the exit, one of the two strangers whispered, he's here. Should we inform the boss? The one next to him immediately stopped him, saying, wait a minute, don't alert the enemy. Unexpectedly, they were startled by his sudden appearance. You two have been waiting for me for a long time, haven't you? He said, go tell your master that I'm not dead yet and I've returned. They didn't hesitate, brandishing their weapons and rushing straight towards Yuan Tran, yelling, go die. For these small fries, he just needed to lightly dodge to avoid their attack. Truly foolish, he scoffed. Next, he counterattacked by slamming the two men's heads together. One of them was dazed after just one blow. He looked at them with contempt and a stern warning. Go tell your master that I'll collect all the debts in the northwest. Suddenly, a malicious voice rang out. Don't move. Yuan Tran glanced in the direction of the sound and saw two police officers pointing guns threateningly. We suspect you are involved in a murder case, they said. We invite you to cooperate and come to the station to clarify the matter. Van Bin saw that he couldn't be persuaded, so he ordered his companions, quickly call for backup from headquarters. It seems you've pieced all the clues together, secretly mocking me as the mastermind. I suddenly find this welcome gift incredibly generous, with one surprise after another, from being tailed to clashing with the police. All that's missing is being welcomed like an emperor. Although he was clutching his weapon tightly, the murderous horror from the opposite side sent a chill down his spine. Don't even dream of escaping if you don't want me to open fire right now. Yuan Tran maintained his calm demeanor as always. Am I really someone who can be easily intimidated by a few of your gunshots? PH led 1B0 led 1E3NG didn't want to argue any further. He charged forward aggressively with the ice-cold handcuffs. Give me your hands right now. Backup from the central train station precinct is already on its way. Don't expect to escape from my grasp. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Tran disarmed him and neutralized the lightning-fast attack. Dreaming that I would cooperate with your kind is truly a pipe dream. Immediately after that, they crashed heavily into each other because of his powerful kick. Surrounded on all sides by the crowd, he quick-wittedly fired a shot into the air to create a path to escape. Inside the luxurious VIP room at Narlan restaurant, Min Kai was having a meal with her partner at a table laden with delicacies. Faced with such enchanting beauty, how could Tan Quan not be moved? I have admired Miss Min Kai for a long time but never had the chance to meet her. Today, even though I had a meeting scheduled with the Dun group, upon hearing that you invited me, I immediately rescheduled. The excessively sweet flattery made her feign a little surprise. I didn't expect CEO Tran to favor me so much. Come now, please try the restaurant's famous specialty fish dish. Although he was blinded by her beauty, his rationality still kept him sober. This time, CEO Tuan surely didn't just invite me here to enjoy the simple fish dish, did she? Since he had proactively brought it up, she no longer hesitated. Today, Min Kai actually invited CEO Tran here because he has a problem she wants your help with. Tan Quan considered this an honor and thumped his chest to affirm. Miss Min Kai, just say it. As long as it's within my capabilities, I will definitely help you wholeheartedly and without hesitation. Min Kai got straight to the point. The thing is, I'd like to ask the Lang Tan news site to help publish an article. I've already prepared the detailed draft right here. Without even glancing at the content, he hastily tried to refuse. Miss Min Kai, this request of yours is certainly no laughing matter. Such sensitive issues are far beyond my reach. So, a truly strong person knows his self-worth. She pouted and interrupted her opponent. CEO Tran, helping me is helping the entire Lam Hai group. It's just a small article. I hope it will be a catalyst to strengthen the friendship between us. Men are indeed easily swayed. Tan Quang, muddle-headed, nodded in agreement. Actually, what I care about most right now are the feelings between me and the young lady. He was overjoyed when Min Kai flirtatiously replied, CEO Tran, of course, I very much hope our relationship can progress further. Flirted with by the beautiful woman, he willingly agreed. Alright, let me see what news the article you want to publish is about. The content that caught Tan Quang's eye was shocking news, even more so than a major explosion. 2 shipping companies were simultaneously robbed and vandalized, causing public suspicion that rivals were secretly playing dirty tricks on each other. Tan Quang fell into deep thought. If I'm really foolish enough to offend others for a woman, it would be no different than digging my own grave. He changed his attitude to clearly show his refusal. Miss Min Kai, it's not that I don't want to help you, but if this news gets published, it won't bring any benefit to our Lang Tan side. Min Kai launched a decisive blow that made it hard for him to refuse. But CEO Tran, do you truly not want to cultivate the friendship between us? Knowing he couldn't refuse outright, he cleared his throat, trying to evade. Miss Min Kai, it's not that I want to refuse, but this matter is beyond my scope of authority. Surprisingly, a strange sound rang out from outside the door, interrupting the conversation. When a familiar face entered, surprise mingled with joy completely enveloped Min Kai's mind. Why are you here? To his opponent's astonishment, Yuan Tran calmly replied as if everything had been arranged. I'll appear when I'm needed. Finding reliable support, Min Kai felt much more relieved. So, I'll have to rely on you to take care of the rest here. Observing the situation since he entered the room, Tan Quang still couldn't help but be stunned and bewildered. Who is this person? He immediately assumed the role of a shrewd businessman, spouting industry jargon to introduce himself, then handed General Manager Tran the business card of Wang Tran from Judun Group to discuss the Lin Tone District case. He stared intently at the card in his hand, a myriad of questions popping into his head, wondering why a senior vice president of Judun would step forward to help that small district, or if he and Tuan Min Kai had a shady connection. Before General Manager Tran could collect himself and guess the answer, Wang Tran calmly dropped a bombshell, with an unconcerned expression as if choosing dinner, asking if General Manager Tran was interested in Judun completely acquiring Lang Tang. This explosion far exceeded any scenario, stunching Tan Quang to the point where he had to jump up and ask again if this was true or just a prolonged joke. I don't have time to joke around as I have many things to do, and with my position, I certainly never joke. After a moment of dizziness, the old man tried to come to terms with the harsh reality, asserting that he did not want to take risks because if they tried, Lang Tan would be completely destroyed. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to cooperate, Wang Tran decided to lay his cards on the table, threatening that if General Manager Tran did not publish this news, tomorrow the Lang Tan acquisition contract would appear on his desk. As a powerful CEO, he only needed to wave his hand to control the entire game, while also reminding General Manager Tran that he only held 30% of the shares, so when Judun bought out the others' portions, he would lose his decision-making power. Tan Quan completely collapsed and was stunned by this confidential information, stammering to ask how he could know everything so clearly. Wang Tran paid no mind to his opponent's panic. He merely fixed his eyes on his phone screen. The screen was currently displaying the name of the most crucial figure in today's negotiations. To add more persuasive power to his words, he resolutely handed the phone to General Manager Tran to show him a call from Thuan Quan Thai Thai and told him he could ask her directly. Thai Thai on the other end of the line got straight to the point without beating around the bush, asking General Manager Tran if he was discussing the acquisition of Lang Tan with General Manager Wang of Judun. The question was like a spark igniting Tan Quan's heart, making him flustered, and he hastily responded to CEO Thuan Quan, not expecting her to really show up. Sweat poured down him like rain because of the clear threatening implication in her every word, asserting that General Manager Wang's intention was also hers and hoping he would know when to retreat. That brief phone call gave rise to wild thoughts in him, making him wonder if this young man was perhaps a kept man supported by Thuan Quan Thai Thai. Paying no mind to Tan Quan's absurd thoughts, he merely glanced at his watch and reminded the old man that it was now 7:40 in the evening, demanding that the company publish the news immediately. He still struggled in a quagmire with no escape, complaining that General Manager Wang and Miss Min Kai were cornering him by doing this. Wang Tran coldly interrupted him, then declared that the acquisition deal would proceed quickly. Initially, he had intended to show him respect, but now he saw that as superfluous. Realizing he was completely at a disadvantage, he couldn't help but panic, trembling as he asked what he truly intended to do. He didn't bother to reply, instead quickly making a call to Harinam. As soon as the other party picked up, he ordered him to take over line 10 and publish the news within 24 hours, making the reluctant assistant lament that he was about to become his personal errand boy. At the same time, the tense atmosphere at the De family's house suddenly softened thanks to Non's sweet inquiry to her brother. Thin and Heen, who was standing thoughtfully by the glass window, immediately softened his voice to reassure his sister that everything was fine and told her not to worry too much. It seemed she also understood a part of the thorny problem her brother was facing, so she asked if it was because of the Linton district affair, which made him turn and look at her with affection, then softly hum an affirmation. She expressed absolute trust and empathy for him, asserting confidently that she knew it wasn't his doing. Those sincere words made Thin and Heen curious, so he asked why she believed him so much, especially since he was Linton district's biggest competitor. As siblings for many years, Non knew her brother's working style perfectly well. He would never reveal such a major weakness, but would usually wait silently to deliver a fatal blow. He completely agreed and underestimated the mastermind behind this scheme, asserting that such a low-level trick could not possibly be his tactic. Suddenly, a strange hypothesis appeared in her mind, making her wonder if Linton district was staging a trick themselves to deceive everyone. Faced with this opinion, Thin and Heen provides a sharp analysis to dissect the situation. If it were truly orchestrated by the Heinlein faction, it would be too neat, but Chu and Minkai would certainly never do such a thing. Perhaps Non has been possessed by the soul of a famous detective, which is why she offers such aggressive yet convincing analyses. Could there be an underground faction pulling the strings, deliberately pushing Tozer to its death to incite us to confront Heinlein head-on? Although he appears quite relaxed on the outside, his voice hides an overwhelming murderous intent. Well, if I catch that person, they can be sure there is no way out. Troubles keep piling up, making her feel even more uneasy. When you think about it, all the trouble is pointing directly at us, Toza, and the mastermind just is to sit back and watch the show. Perhaps I should find Chu and Minkai and have a clear talk. An upright person is nothing to fear. He maintains his firm stance if he didn't do it. There is no reason to explain himself to anyone. Non is busy cleaning up the mess and still can't stop wondering if you are this stubborn, you might fall right into his trap. Isn't that person's intention to make us lose our composure? Unlike his younger sister's anxiety, Thin and Heen is extremely confident in the family's strength. Bringing down Tozer is not as easy as Tai. By the way, Yuan Tran just returned from Ninhar. If you are free, you should invite him for a meal. Secret love is a feeling of a heart pounding every time you hear that person's name, and she is no exception to that rule. However, the joy doesn't last long. Asir calls the deep-seated hatred between the two families. The smile on her lips vanishes. I'm afraid that if I go meet him, Grandfather will be displeased. It is not hard to see his younger sister's thoughts, so he sighs softly and offers sweet encouragement. As long as you like it, go ahead. I guarantee Grandfather won't forbid you, and I will handle all the troubles regarding Heinlein and Tinton neatly. Even though she is thrilled inside, Non still lacks calm on the outside. Yes, then when I'm free, I will invite Yuan Tran for a meal, and at the same time, I will make it clear to him that these scandals have absolutely nothing to do with our family. While advising his sister, he is secretly wary of his opponent in his heart. He fears that Yuan Tran won't pay any attention to her explanation. Even if Tozer is innocent in this matter, he will surely be the one to initiate the conflict anyway. After careful calculation, Thin and Heen chooses to attack directly. Yuan Tran is still alive and has officially appeared. Meanwhile, at Narlan restaurant, Yuan Tran is still unaware that he is being targeted. He is still casually chatting on the phone. Sure, let's have a drink another time. Seeing a good opportunity, Par Enham immediately confirms the schedule. Tomorrow I am free. We must have a few jugs of 10-year-old vintage wine to make it worthwhile. I'm craving alcohol because my wife keeps me on a tight leash. He immediately pours cold water on the plan with an impeccable excuse. What a pity. Tomorrow I have a date with a beautiful girl. Having said that, he coldly hangs up the phone to be quick and done with it. In the middle of a room filled with powerful computers and notorious IT experts, after being brushed off by the other party, he looks quite tired. This brat really never lets anyone rest easy. A subordinate quickly runs over to report, interrupting his train of thought. Boss, do you want to proceed? As soon as I press the button, the entire Line 10 network will be in our hands. Seeing that the situation looks promising, he gives the order immediately. Take control of everything, then set a deadline for the next 2 days. Back at Narlan, Tan Quan cannot hide his amazement after overhearing the call, planning to seize control of Line 10. The CEO Yuan joking. I have hired the best team of engineers on the planet for security. How could it be so easily taken down? Seeing that skeptical look, Yuan Tran smiles secretly and gives a warning. CEO Tran, just wait and see. In just 5 minutes, your phone will be ringing off the hook. Sure enough, things happen just as predicted. The phone in his pocket starts vibrating incessantly. As soon as he picks up the phone to look, he sees the name displayed on the main screen as the important person they were just talking about. The tone on the other end is extremely panicked while delivering the bad news. CEO Tran, it's a disaster. Hackers have just crashed the system, so we cannot update any more information. His face suddenly turns pale. He tries to find a solution. Can't the administration intervene? The staff reports back that the administrative portal has been blocked, all servers in the technical department have been infected with viruses, and everyone is currently doing their best to save the situation. The incident happens so suddenly like a heady blow that Tan Kwang starts trembling with fear. What do you really want from me? Yuan Tran throws a cold and profound look at his opponent. I have already given you a way out, CEO Tran. The correction article is about to be released with a much sterner tone, and the headline will be posted prominently on the front page in the largest font so that everyone can see it. Having said that, he immediately takes Minky by the hand and leaves right away. Someone is sitting listlessly in front of the computer screen with a thoughtful look. It turns out the content on the computer is causing him a headache. The Line 10 page has just posted hot news that 2 large business locations of Heinlein Tinton have been raided at the same time, sparking suspicions of a conspiracy by industry rivals. Witnessing the opponent's cunning move makes Thin and Heen sigh in frustration. Then he speaks with admiration. As expected, his way of working is both swift and truly ruthless. Yuan approached with skepticism. Hey, can't you guys just sit down and negotiate peace? Why do you always have to play these confrontation games? Speaking of her white moonlight, she didn't hesitate to lavish praise, recalling when Wang Tran first arrived in the capital. His character was straightforward, generous, righteous, yet with a touch of nonchalance. I must admit Wang Tran is one of those rare men who leaves a good impression on me. Seeing his younger sister engrossed in discussing their rival, Lin Yin couldn't hide his helplessness mixed with sarcasm. If Wang Tran were to hear these flattering words, who knows how narcissistic he'd become. After hearing this, Nguyen not only didn't stop but cheerfully continued her assessment. Yes, he truly is incredibly captivating. Athene Thighs Villa on Thien Bin Mountain. The trio, including Wang Tran, were excitedly clinking glasses and celebrating. She expressed her feelings like an eminent leader after a power struggle. This party is, firstly, to celebrate the defeat of Durar, and secondly, to welcome your return. The overwhelming joy prompted him to also confide a few words. I had secretly acquired Line Tan, but little did I know, I hadn't even warmed the chairman's seat yet when Line Tan was already taken over by our international Kudun group. Unlike them, Thin Phi was concerned about something else. I heard you were once surrounded by police at the train station. How did you manage to escape? The unhesitatingly shared his extremely dull distraction trick. Seeing how crowded the place was, I fired a shot into the air to cause a commotion, then seized the opportunity to slip away. This stratagem made Thin Thai pat his shoulder in admiration. That truly was a masterful move. Let's put the matter of Durar aside for now. Did anything interesting happen on your recent trip to Ningxia? Wang Tran waved his hand, answering bluntly without any reservation. Interesting things, you ask? Does meeting a pretty girl count as interesting? Since he was that honest, she didn't hesitate to press further. What exactly happened between you and Tun Tudar? Seeing his every move had been grasped by the other party, he exclaimed, were you following me? How could anything escape Thin Thai's keen eyes? Look at you. Both of you went missing for so long. How can people not speculate that you're together? Faced with these teasing remarks, he didn't know how to react. Are you implying that all missing women are my fault? With a character as straightforward as a horse is dead, she honestly replied what she was thinking. Who knows? What is it that a lecherous person like you wouldn't dare to do? Little did she know, she would be left speechless, for Wang Tran possessed a thick skin thicker than reinforced concrete. He even nodded in agreement. Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? Setting the topic of beautiful women aside for a moment, she raised her glass and proposed, let's keep drinking. No going home until we're drunk. The excitement kept the group engrossed in the liquor until dawn, when white clouds began to drift leisurely across the vast sky. All three were still deep in the stupor, lying scattered across the floor. He was the first to wake up, roused by the dazzling sunbeams. Upon discovering his hand was misplaced on Thin Phi, he couldn't help but panic. What in the world is happening? Wang Tran decided that fleeing was the best option. As he fumbled his way to the door, he let out a sigh of relief. Phew, good thing they haven't woken up yet. Little did he know that the victim of the incident was comforting herself with an unprecedentedly lenient mindset. Just consider it being harassed by him once and getting it over with. In the classroom hallway of Capital Medical University, Wang Tran was sitting on a bench, waiting for someone. As soon as she saw the familiar face, Nguyen couldn't help but tease. You're quite punctual, aren't you? He wasn't one to miss an opportunity to flirt, so he immediately uttered sweet words. When dating a beautiful girl like you, how could I dare to be late? Seemingly unconcerned by his teasing remarks, she got straight to the point. Let's go. I'll give you a tour. The two worked side by side on the stairs. For reasons unknown, she suddenly slipped, letting out a cry of alarm. Wang Tran, quick as a flash, wrapped his arm around her waist, while not forgetting to exclaim, you're so clumsy. Rescued by her hero, Nguyen's heart fluttered endlessly, but she didn't forget to ask what she had wondered for so long. Actually, you're not as lecherous as you appear. All that nonchalance is just a facade. Why do you always have to put on such an act? Having crafted this image himself, there is no way he would ever admit that he has any problems at all. Wang Jing skillfully steered the conversation in another direction. Nan, what did you come to see me about? She did not respond to his curiosity, but instead offered advice from the bottom of her heart. Wang Jing, wouldn't it be better if you could let go of some burdens or find a way to reconcile? He scratched his head, feigning ignorance. My nerves are slow, so I don't understand what you're talking about. Nan didn't believe him and was determined to clarify. Wang Jing, you know full well what I'm hinting at. Finally, she could no longer hold back the hot tears rolling down her cheeks. At this point, he still kept up his bantering habit. Miss, your words are easily misunderstood. Anyone who doesn't know better would think you're angry from embarrassment after a failed confession. Wang Jing could only sigh wearily at her persistence. You are determined to convince me and make me abandon all my hatred, aren't you? The sudden appearance of Don Lowen's group cut through the tearful atmosphere. Nun, is that guy bullying you? The person just addressed didn't bother to reply, but turned to whisper soothingly. This is Don Lowen, our class monitor. He speaks a bit too bluntly, so please don't take it to heart. He went with the flow, waving it off. These kids, I can't be bothered to hold a grudge against them. The brat, not understanding the situation at all, put on an arrogant front. Say that again. See if I don't give you a beating. Nun tried to defuse the situation. Don Lowen, there's really nothing going on. My friend and I have some things to discuss. Yan Lu felt her attitude was hypocritical. Hey Nun, Lowen is standing up for you. Don't be ungrateful. Unexpectedly, he slapped her across the face, leaving everyone in shock. Yan Lu clutched her reddened cheek, her voice trembling and stammering. Lowen, last night we were still. Surprisingly, he shouted loudly, you ungrateful woman, get out of my sight right now. Humiliated and ashamed, she quickly turned and ran away in tears. Wang Jing took the opportunity to advertise his services. If you want to take revenge on him, remember to look for me. By now, Nun had completely lost all sympathy for Lowen and didn't want to see his face again. Don Lowen, you go now. What's happening here has nothing to do with you. Yet Lowen challenged her with a chin tilt. Why does it have nothing to do with me? Nun, your business is my business. He then turned to ask Wang Jing, who the hell are you? And why do you dare to bully Nun? He shrugged, appearing indifferent. I'm not bullying Nun. Clearly, she's the one bullying me. Lowen aggressively grabbed his collar, playing the hero. Today, I am determined to get justice for Nun. Wang Jing calmly replied, then go ahead and try. Luan intended to knee him in the stomach. Are you trying to teach me how to do things? However, Wang Jing's hand blocked the move, saying nonchalantly, one must be reasonable. With that, he squeezed the opponent's knee tightly, forcing him to scream in pain. Let go. Let go right now. He wore a contemptuous smile and raised an eyebrow. Fine, you brought this upon yourself. Wang Jing used his strength to throw Luan's sturdy frame aside. The lackey stood frozen as they watched him fall flat on his face. Wang Jing coldly warned, whoever dares to help him up will get beaten too. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. At the Capital Medical University cafeteria, Nun and Wang Jing sat down to eat, and she revealed the background of the arrogant man they had just met. The person you just taught a lesson is Don Luan, the son of Don Shenbang, a notorious real estate mogul in Namjiang province. She also reminded Wang Jing that if he wanted to develop in Jiangnam, this man could be useful, even if his father's reputation was not very good. While chewing his food, he tilted his ear to listen. Oh, tell me about it. Yuan recounted the information she had in detail. It seemed Don Bang had acquired all the prime land in Namjiang province, intentionally driving real estate prices sky high. He recalled Luke Van's arrogance and thought to himself that with such a son, his father, Don Bang, probably wasn't a kind man either. She agreed, although she still felt there was something not bad about him. It was true that he treated his late wife very well. She had passed away several years ago, yet Don Bang had remained faithful to her until now. However, based on what Wang Jing had witnessed of human nature, he felt no sympathy for the father and son. For who knows, he might not lack female company by his side, and bringing down Hang Then real estate would be an interesting challenge. If anyone else heard this, they would think he was delusional, but Yuan believed in him completely. She was confident that only he was capable of achieving this goal. Suddenly, Yan Lu approached them. She repeated Wang Jin's earlier words about having a solution and asked him what his plan was. He asked her, Don Luke Van is such a wealthy father, surely you know about this. Yan Lu nodded hastily. I know. Then, Wang Jing smirked cunningly, as if devil wings and a tail had sprouted behind him. With tempting words, he said, if you want to take revenge on him, why not become his stepmother instead? His unexpected suggestion left Yan Lu stunned, while Yuan couldn't help but burst out laughing. On the other side, Wang Qi was reporting Yuan's activities to Thin Hen. He stated that the young lady was having lunch with Wang Jing at the canteen of the Har Capital Medical University. Thin Hen understood his sister's character very well. If Yuan had set her mind on something, she would definitely see it through. Wang Qi tentatively probed for the next move. So, sir, what should we do now? At this rate, the young lady will eventually get hurt. He thought it over. I'll discuss it with my father and get Yuan sent abroad to study quickly. Then he changed the subject. Oh, I almost forgot. How has Tar been lately? Wang Qi reported honestly. Elder Tar is still practicing alone in his house every day. Sir, the doctors say his recovery is even better than expected. Thin Hen repeatedly instructed Wang Qi to monitor Tar Bin and carefully and keep an eye on him so he wouldn't do anything rash. He seriously replied, yes, please rest assured. Then, he stood up, preparing to leave. Prepare the car for me. I need to go to the capital airport. In the hallway, Yuan asked Wang Jing, do you really not need to think about what I said anymore? He folded his arms and replied calmly, if I'm not mistaken, your brother is probably preparing to send you abroad to study. In a firm, unshakable tone, he added, there are some things that cannot be avoided. Giving up halfway would be letting yourself down. Hearing that, despite the lingering attachment in her heart, Yuan could only accept it. I understand. I'm very happy to have met you. I just don't know if I'll ever see you again. Wang Jing smiled broadly and opened his arms to comfort her. Then let's have a hug for our friendship. The two of them embraced tightly, in an atmosphere filled with regret and the reluctance to say goodbye. At Tanho Road, Manhwa was working in his office. Wang Jing stepped in and interrogated him coldly. General Manager, do you know me? His sudden appearance startled him. Wang Jing. Then, he hurriedly reached out to press the alarm button next to his desk. However, Manhwa's action was thwarted in time by Wang Jing. He forced him into his chair and said in a low voice to Manhwa, I think you don't just know me. You know me very well. In fact, Wang Jing lowered himself to meet his eyes, wanting to clarify things. Tell me about that bum in Ningxia. What's that all about? Manhwa's face was drenched in sweat, yet he still tried to act as if he had nothing to do with it. I don't know. I really don't know. Falseness in his words made Wang Jing feel it was ridiculous. He held out his hand scornfully. You don't know, Pa. Without needing a running start, Yuan coldly flung the razor-sharp needles at Manhwa's neck. Seeing the three lethal, glistening needles in his hand, Manhwa trembled with fear. Yuan growled, this is my exclusive poison, not even an elixir can save you. If you cooperate sensibly, I might spare some mercy and give you the antidote. Knowing the power of the deadly poison, Manhwa's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered out everything. All right, I'll tell you everything. Please don't hurt me. Standing on the brink of life and death, Manhwa held nothing back. He confessed that someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, hoping to overthrow him to advance their own career. After hearing this, Yuan found it ridiculous. Old and foolish, how could someone like you fall for the sweet talk of that crowd? Manhwa didn't dare to argue, only hanging his head and whispering, he has leverage over me. Whether I want to or not, I'm forced to obey. Yuan pressed for the identity of the mastermind, and Manhwa sincerely reported everything he knew. He had men take me to a secret location, but I was blindfolded the whole way, so I couldn't locate it. Besides, that man always wore a mask covering his face. Having gained no useful leads, a furious Yuan grabbed him by the neck and demanded, don't you dare try to deceive me. Terrified as the three needles pressed into his eyes, Manhwa hurriedly swore to keep the secret. Never. I swear I won't say a word about your visit. I don't want to bring any more disaster upon myself. Yuan was not easily trusting. He promptly embedded a few more needles into Manhwa's neck. Just take a nap. I'm also very curious to see who else that masked man intends to go after. Having finished everything, Yuan calmly walked out of the office. As soon as the door closed, his keen intuition warned him that danger was lurking. With lightning speed, Yuan leaned to the side, neatly dodging a fatal strike. At the same time, he launched three needles forward to counter the attacker. Opposite him, the fierce man retrieved his dagger, excitedly exclaiming with delight. Without hesitation, he swung his weapon and lunged at Yuan Tran. The gleaming steel blade grazed his scarf. The cut left a long, bleeding gash. Even so, Yuan Tran remained calm, even smirking with praise. You're quite agile. Then Vu wore a ferocious expression. I let you escape in Ningxia. It seems you are much more formidable than I imagined this time. Yuan Tran replied definitively. You were the one who tried to assassinate me on the road, weren't you? Then Vu twirled the knife in his hand and said sarcastically, if I had aimed straight for the driver's seat back then, would you have even made it back to the capital alive? Expecting Yuan Tran to panic, he was surprised to see the man unmoved, only shaking his head coldly with a scoff. He arrogantly replied, do you know that at that time, there was a drone hovering right above me, tracking everything? Then Vu was stunned by the news. A drone. Yuan Tran's explanation rang out sternly. It was a device marking the coordinates for a sniper. If you had made your move, you would have been the one losing your life. He sneered. So, I should thank you for not being dead yet. He suddenly exposed the man's true identity. Naturally, as a prestigious Than Vu of the Kim Dao and Gan Tight squad, you should thank me properly. Leaving Than Vu shocked. How could you possibly know that? Taking advantage of his confusion, Yuan Tran swung his hand and threw a red back at his opponent. Then Vu slashed the back with his knife, and the fine powder inside immediately filled the air. A thick, blinding fog obscured the vision of both men. He sneezed repeatedly, choking and coughing, not missing his chance. He drew his gun and fired decisively, then gave a cold laugh. I lied. There was no drone. I was just playing with you. The bullet lodged straight into Than Vu's shoulder, making everything happen so fast that he did not even have time to react. Yuan Tran nonchalantly opened the window and looked back to say goodbye. I'm slipping away first. With those words, he leaped outside. Than Vu watched Yuan Tran's figure, only able to clutch his shoulder, grit his teeth, and curse under his breath. Damn it. From another direction, hurried footsteps echoed urgently. An aggressive crowd rushed straight into Minvai's office. Tan Vin shouted loudly, hurry up, Minvai has fainted. Save him now. He narrowed his eyes in anger that someone dared to come to the Tan family home to cause trouble, then coldly ordered, investigate this thoroughly for me within 24 hours. Seeing the line of police cars surrounding the building, Yuan Tran sighed to himself, this is going to be big trouble. Suddenly, a red car screeched to a halt near the gate. The window rolled down, and Tudor, sitting inside, asked in surprise, how is it you? Quick as a flash, Yuan Tran opened the door, jumped into the car, and spoke. Sitting in the car, he explained, I just caused a ruckus at your house, so I need you to take me to lie low. Unexpectedly, Tudor softly replied, sure, I'll drive you. The red car began to rev its engine and sped along the street. The red car sped rapidly down the road. Tudor's calmness made Yuan Tran find it strange. Aren't you even a bit curious? It turned out she had already guessed. You came to find my father to ask about that bomb, didn't you? He admired the girl's sharpness. It really is hard to hide anything from you. He recounted Minvai's confession that someone had helped her father seize that position, and then the two sides shook hands to cooperate. Tudor understood Minvai's nature, so she guessed he was being manipulated. My father is not such a blindly ambitious person. Is there some hidden truth? Yuan Tran also agreed. I don't know the specific reason, so I had to use silver needles to put him to sleep for a few months to protect your father's life. Hearing that Minvai was in a coma, Tudor anxiously gripped his hand. Will my father be in any danger? The girl's soft hand made Yuan Tran break into a cold sweat. He quickly turned away and reassured her, don't worry, it's just a temporary coma. It won't affect his body at all. I also know doing this is unfair to you, but I know my father will be fine. Tudor finally breathed a sigh of relief. I don't want to see my father sink too deep into fame and fortune. If you clash with the Tan family in the future, I hope you will leave him a way out. Her absolute trust made Yuan Tran curious. I just want to know why you believed I would win from the very beginning. When she felt him gently squeeze her hand, Tudor's face suddenly turned bright red. She looked at him with a gentle smile. I put my trust in my own intuition. Sometimes, a woman's intuition is quite terrifying. Yuan Tran advised Tudor to go back and check on the situation. I made such a mess at the Tan family home, so you should go back early to check on things. However, she moved closer to him. No, I don't want to go back tonight. Tudor leaned her head against Yuan Tran's chest, her cheeks blushing shyly as she said, this is the first time we've met since returning to the capital. I can't bear to leave you right now. As night fell and the moon emerged from behind the clouds, he finally nodded. All right, I will stay with you. On the deserted street, Than Vu clutched his shoulder and ran for his life, never expecting that just after returning to the capital, he would fall into such a tragic situation. Suddenly, a crowd of people appeared and surrounded him tightly. He still maintained a defiant calmness. Go ahead and shoot. Let's see. All of them immediately threw all their ammunition onto the ground. Chen Wu swiftly swung his rattan whip in a clean stroke, dealing with the entire group. Chen Wu nimbly leaped over the high fence to evade the incoming hail of bullets. Suddenly, a black car rushed toward him and braked sharply, blocking his path. Xiaoqi rolled down the car window and urged, the young master told me to pick you up and take you to the manor. Get in the car quickly. As dawn broke, the skyscraper's reflection shone brilliantly on the road, while the red car sat quietly in the corner of the street. Inside, Zai was still curled up and sleeping soundly in Wang Zhen's arms. He smiled and stroked her back, saying, this morning, I have to head back now. Still lingering on the warmth of the previous night, Zai's cheeks flushed as she coquettishly held him, saying, please don't go. Wang Zhen gently coaxed her, we will have many more opportunities to meet. For now, I have some business and must go meet someone. Zai was a reasonable person and did not delay him further, saying, all right then, that person must be very important. In the southern suburbs, the pale afternoon sun shone through the windows of the Wen family residence. Wang Zhen worked up to the gate and knocked repeatedly on the door. A suspicious female voice called out from within, who is it? State your name immediately. Wang Zheng, from Juran International. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ningxia hurried to open the door and greeted him with a smile. How did you manage to find your way here? Wang Zhen smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. Seeing the cluttered belongings scattered around, he immediately understood. Are you preparing to move out? Ningxia frankly admitted her plans and told Wang Zheng about her hometown. Yes, I'm packing to move back to my hometown in Beiju District, North Nanjing. Learning of her destination, he came up with an attractive offer. I'm planning to build a school there. Why don't you oversee the construction? Once it's finished, you'll be the school's first teacher. Teacher Ningzir. Her eyes lit up as if she had found a treasure. Really? I would truly love to do this. Wang Jin suggested they exchange contact information for future communication. Give me your phone number. We can discuss the school's construction in more detail later. Once he finished persuading Ningzir, it was time to say goodbye. I won't disturb you any further. Take your time with the packing. He stepped onto the street and hailed a taxi. Driver, please take me to Jurong International as quickly as possible. Zairuxing, full of confidence in his driving skills, replied, sure thing, no problem. The only thing faster than me is an airplane. The taxi roared and sped away, leaving a cloud of dust and smoke in its wake. Wang Jin stopped by Shang Yun Tai Tai's office. She handed him a folder to check, saying, oh, you're here. Take a look at these files. Wang Jing opened the documents to review the latest financial reports. Sales in Ling District were skyrocketing. The combined totals of the three major diamond brands Tongling, Ega, and Suheng didn't even equal a third of Ling District's. Tai Tai assessed the situation. Ling District has the upper hand this time. Funding is undergoing restructuring, and the capital has likely suffered heavy losses. I really want to wipe them out completely. An idea flashed in Wang Jin's mind. I have a great trick. But seeing her suspicious look, he added, it's probably another one of those cunning and shameless methods, isn't it? He took out his phone and immediately called Wu Ling. As soon as the person on the other end picked up, Wang Jing asked, Wu Ling, how many people do you have right now? The voice replied, over 900. Is there another mission? He gave a dangerous smirk and assigned the task, select 50 of your best elites. They must land in South Africa within 15 days. I need you to level a diamond mine. Wu Ling asked cautiously, are you sure we can retreat safely afterward? What level of destruction is required? Wang Jing replied decisively, I'll handle the departure arrangements. Just blow up that entire diamond mine so it can't be restored for at least 5 years. At the same time, he warned Wu Ling's group not to be overconfident. Prepare your weapons thoroughly because that mine is equipped with personal firearms. Don't underestimate the enemy. He seriously accepted the order. Alright, I understand. Dai Thao listened to the entire story between the two of them, wondering how he had obtained the information that the family owned an exclusive diamond mine in South Africa. Yuan Tran frankly admitted that it was beyond his knowledge, saying, a friend revealed it to me. I was also surprised myself that the family invested capital into a diamond mine in South Africa. Dai Thai was delighted to see their opponent about to face misfortune, saying, you're so devious. Just by destroying that diamond mine, the family's three key brands will be ruined. Yuan Tran's face was full of pride, but he pretended to be humble, replying, compared to your father, I'm still very young and green. Speaking of family, he turned to ask, by the way, does your father have any new instructions lately? Dai Thai honestly talked about her father's recent situation with a weary look. Nothing at all. Every day he just hangs around the nursing room, so leisurely that he's bored, leaving me here to suffer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from the outside. Ban Thao brought a man and a woman inside, saying, eldest miss, these are the two guests who want to see you. Night Eye spoke first to introduce themselves. We are officers from the District 11 Police Department. We would like to invite Mr. Yuan Tran to come with us to assist with an investigation. Yuan Tran stood facing the two of them, firmly refusing, without a valid document. Why should I go with you? Where is the warrant? At this moment, Yan coldly raised a piece of paper and declared, this is an internal arrest warrant. We suspect you are involved with international reactionary organizations. Yuan Tran burst out laughing at this ridiculous excuse. What kind of crazy reason is this? Night Eye maintained a tough stance and threatened, don't even think about resisting. We have the right to shoot you on the spot. Their arrogance made it impossible for Thai Thai to tolerate any longer. She stepped forward to block Yuan Tran, saying, you are speaking too wildly. This is an international zone, not a place where you can just arrest whoever you want. Yan replied coldly, don't forget this country's Huixir. However, Thai Thai's tone remained resolute. He is my man. If I do not allow it, even if your chief comes here in person, don't dream of taking him from the Fu and Quan family's territory. Amidst the tension between the two sides, Yuan Tran calmly asked for their identities. What are your codenames? Although surprised, Wu Yan still briefly stated, I'm Wu Yan, and he is Night Eye. Now, are you willing to come with us? In the end, he unexpectedly agreed to the absurd request. Alright, I will go with you, which left Thai Thai extremely shocked. Yuan Tran, you can't go. Yuan Tran winked to reassure her, then patted her head gently to comfort her. It's fine. Just stay home and wait for my news. As you said, since I'm already your man, how could I possibly abandon you? Although they usually bickered constantly, now Thai Thai's face could not hide her anxiety. You must come back, okay? Standing to the side, Night Eye looked at this mushy scene with annoyance. He quickly urged, were you done talking? If you're done, let's go immediately. Before leaving, Yuan Tran leaned close to Thai Thai's ear and whispered, don't worry, I will definitely throw them into utter chaos. Just wait and watch the good show. At the Hon Tri Hotel in the capital, on the top floor, Thien and Heen worked back and forth and said to Than Vu, it seems you took a painful hit this time, didn't you? Is Yuan Tran a formidable opponent worthy of you? He accepted his defeat at the other's hands this time. Yes, I was careless. Thien and Heen glanced at Than Vu, his words clearly revealing his hatred for Yuan Tran. I want to eliminate him, so I want to ask for your help. Than Vu, having fought Yuan Tran before, knew his strength well and was quite hesitant. This is no small matter. I almost lost my life as an experienced businessman. Thien and Heen guessed Than Vu's thoughts, but I know you are very interested in him. He replied disdainfully, is that all it takes to ask for my help? Thien and Heen began to use emotional appeal to sway the other. I have always considered us friends since then. Clearly, Than Vu's stance wavered slightly. Yeah, suddenly, Thien and Heen's older sister Than Lai and his two younger brothers, Thien and Hai and Thien Kai, Beard. She spoke hastily. Thien and Heen, I have some business with you. Thien and Heen found it strange when all three of them arrived together. Of, what important matter brings you and my brothers to see me in particular? Then Lai held out the notice to question him. Why did you cut everyone's year-end commission by up to 80%? Thien Enhai stood nearby and chimed in. Why did you cancel the 2 million starting capital allowance for clan descendants under 30? His irritation was clear. It's not like our clan is short of that kind of money. Thien Enhai responded to the rapid questions logically. The clan's working capital is very tight, so we need to consolidate our funds. I clearly stated this in the notice. This is only a temporary solution. Thien Enhai was so angry his face turned purple when his spending budget was cut. He questioned Thien Enhai, that is the person in charge of the family business, why he let the situation decline like this. He maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I make all strategic decisions, so I bear the consequences myself. There is no point in explaining to people who only know how to enjoy themselves like you, so I won't bother. Then Lai raised her voice in reproach. Thien Enhai, you must take responsibility for your own incompetence. If you dreamed of taking power but achieved nothing, it is best to yield your position to someone else. As the one running the corporation for many years, Thien Enhai easily saw through their schemes. If your goal is to force me out of this position, I'm afraid you have chosen the wrong target to pressure. Thien Enhai continued to criticize. Thien Enhai, why has the company suffered such heavy losses since the day you took over? Both incompetent and power-hungry, sooner or later you will lead the family to ruin. Thien Enhai lost patience with a group of parasites who liked to show off. He shouted, what have any of you actually accomplished over the years? I only needed 1 year to turn 2 million into 50 million. Anyone capable of doing better can come up here and take the seat. Thien Kai looked at his brother with contempt. Even though the family fortune once grew rapidly, haven't you been driven into a corner by your rivals in the past 3 months? Thien Enhai was fed up and did not want to argue with these unscrupulous relatives. I truly regret wasting time with you all. Did lost on your own, or do you want me to throw you out? Relying on her status as the older sister, Then Lai acted superior. Hey Thien Enhai, you're quite bold. Who do you think you are today, speak so insolently? Suddenly, a flash of light flickered around her. Immediately after, that stream of light flew toward Then Vu, who had been sitting and observing the entire argument until now. Then Lai was horrified to see her long hair cut short right down to her shoulders. Frustrated, she used her elder status to threaten him. This isn't over. I'll tell Brandfurther about what you did. Just you wait. Watching the backs of the three leaving resentfully, Thien Enhai couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse. What a bunch of morons. Thien Enhai was quite satisfied with Envu's lesson to his annoying sister. He teased that, you really don't know how to show tenderness to women. No wonder you're still alone. Envu coldly stood up and replied, there is no shortage of women around me. As for your business, I will assist you. At the headquarters of Kudung International, Matt Demp had completely lost patience and snapped at Yuan Tran. Well, do you want me to put the cuffs on you or will you do it yourself? In response to that request, he gave him a punch directly in the center of his face, followed by a powerful knee strike. Finally, Yuan Tran added a strong elbow strike to the opponent's back. Everything happened so fast that Matt Demp couldn't react. He looked miserably at the young man opposite him with terrified eyes and uttered, Duh. Fu Yan pulled out a gun to warn him, but he snatched it as quick as lightning. He even used his palm to tightly block the muzzle of her gun. She stayed in shock as Yuan Tran disassembled the magazine right in front of her face. How can this be? In just a few short seconds, the gun was completely disassembled by him, leaving both of them frozen in amazement. Duh. How on earth did you do that? Yuan Tran smirked disdainfully. What's run? Skate out of your wits. It was respectful enough of me to agree to go with you, yet you dared to look down on me. You brought it on yourselves. Bu Yan stubbornly persisted with force. She gritted her teeth and used her radio to report to her superiors, Bu Yan requesting urgent backup. They had no intention of escalating things and only hated the arrogant attitude of these two. There's no need. I just don't want to be handcuffed. I'll go with you. Bu Yan led Yuan Tran downstairs, where a large team of security personnel was on standby. She pointed to a black car and ordered, get in the car, now. Although he had already boarded the vehicle and was about to visit the police headquarters, Yuan Tran remained very relaxed. I advise you to quickly send 2 people to carry the men lying upstairs down, lest he affect the reputation of Police Station 11. Bu Yan ordered her subordinates to bring down the men who had been beaten to a pulp the night before. You guys, go carry him. Throughout the journey, Bu Tran did not stop looking at Vu Yan, who was sitting next to him supervising. After observing her attentively for a while, he quietly remarked, her figure is truly attractive. He even offered advice to Vu Yan, girls should limit wearing bras. Otherwise, you will soon feel uncomfortable and even become deformed. Bu Yan could not stand this teasing. She shouted, pulled out her gun, and placed it right against Vu Tran's forehead as a warning. If you dare to speak recklessly again, I will blow your brains out. 2 cars, one black and one white, glided through the gate and entered Police Station 11. As soon as he stepped out of the car, the first thing Vu Tran blurted out was, so this is your den. It's nothing special, his tone not showing any signs of anxiety at all. Vu Tran's composure throughout the journey made Vu Yan feel somewhat perplexed about him. I'm really curious to know what kind of job he had before. He moved closer to Vu Yan and flirted. Well, have you started to be interested in me yet? But Vu Yan was a cold-blooded agent. She only had the mission on her mind, so she turned away resolutely and ordered her subordinates, take him away and search him, to which Fu Than responded seriously. Seeing that the joke was no longer amusing, Vu Tran lost interest and explained why he agreed to follow them. If I wanted to escape, no one could stop me. I just want to know who was behind the plot to frame me. However, Bu Yan only replied with a scornful look. Yeah, she did not want to waste any more time talking to Vu Tran, so after searching him, she had him taken to room 204. He still acted as if he were unconcerned about his current situation and continued to tease her. Once I get out, I will definitely introduce you to a good match. Through the camera screen, the scene of Vu Tran being led away by 2 agents appeared clearly. Jun Thien turned to Jun Thuk Liuan, who was standing nearby, and said, second brother, how is it? Have you cooled off yet? Seeing that he had been arrested, the anger in his heart finally subsided somewhat. Jun Thien, it's lucky I had you to help me vent my anger. If possible, I would even want him dead to get him out of my sight. Duan Thien smiled meaningfully and replied, that goes without saying. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done it anyway. In room 204, Fu Tran stood tall, his cold eyes warning, I advise you all not to search me, lest you be used as human shields. Fu Than ignored him and raised his voice to command, search him. This is a special directive from our superiors, and we absolutely cannot afford any mistakes. Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out. The soldier standing nearby collapsed, screaming in pain. Seeing his colleague suddenly collapse made him suspicious of the guest standing in front of him. Did you do this? Fu Tran smirked, his tone both nonchalant and sarcastic. I haven't even lifted a finger yet. Check the camera to verify it. Dissatisfied with those words, Fu Than pulled out his electric baton and lunged forward. I don't care if you did it or not. Having just lunged forward a short distance, he suddenly froze, standing still as if someone had pressed his pressure points. Fu Than collapsed, his hand holding the electric baton accidentally touching his colleague, causing the other man to jump as if electrocuted. Fu Tran looked straight into the camera, smirked disdainfully, and teased, your men are too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he did not hesitate to use the gun in his hand to destroy the camera. A flurry of bullets flew out, turning the cameras into piles of scrap metal one by one. As soon as the surveillance screen went completely black, Dao D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thin shouted loudly over the phone, ordering rescue, and to eliminate anyone who dared to resist. As the soldier stomped into the room, Yuan Tran remained unhurriedly blocking the doorway, inviting them, please, come right in and try. He slammed the table powerfully and growled, I've been anonymous for many years. Did you all think I was dead? After speaking, H-1EA1 Enham aggressively pushed the door open and worked out, signaling his subordinates to follow closely. Prepare the car immediately. I need to meet the minister. Sitting in the car, Lai Ti led 1EC3U asked H-1EA1 Enham uneasily, Big brother, if we mobilize our forces and rush in like this, I'm afraid the minister will kick us all out onto the streets. He immediately retorted, how could he kick us out? If I just sit around in my office reading the news dipper, Dao D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thane will soon be sitting on my head. The atmosphere in the car became tense. H-1EA1 Enham quickly changed his tone to lighten the mood. Little Lai, it's been a long time since you saw Yuan Tran, hasn't it? Hearing the familiar name, the young man paused, then replied reflexively, it's been almost 6 years. Remembering something, he glanced at Lai Ti led 1EC3U, full of scrutiny, and his voice became hesitant. Yuan Tran probably doesn't know about your true identity, does he? Lai Ti led 1EC3U nodded nonchalantly. That's right, he's never asked, and he's never cared about it either. H-1EA1 Enham looked at the person next to him and couldn't help but sneer. The minister was your grandfather's old bodyguard. As long as you speak up, there's nothing that can't be resolved. However, a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on Lai Ti led 1EC3U's face, and his tone was somewhat resentful. Are we to make others only know about the eldest young master Lai Than Thu from the northwest for their entire lives, and not know about this Lai Ti led 1EC3U? After driving a bit further, H-1EA1 Enham glanced at his watch, and his expression tensed. Yuan Tran, I hope you don't cause any trouble during these 2 hours. It's been a very long time since we brothers met. Suddenly remembering something, Lai Ti led 1EC3U turned and asked, Big brother, if we do this, will the relationship between us and Yuan Tran be exposed? On the other side, Yuan Tran calmly faced the Bureau's security guards, who looked bewildered as if they didn't understand what was happening. Fu Y led 1EBF and stood in the middle of the ranks, pointed her gun at him, and coldly warned, don't even dream of resisting. With so many of us, you couldn't escape even if you grew wings. Drop your weapon and surrender now. Without waiting for further instruction, Yuan Tran let his gun fall freely, his face showing no hint of fear. All right, I surrender. Fu Y led 1EBF and remained vigilant, immediately giving a decisive order. Take the gun over to me. Yuan Tran said nothing, simply used his foot to push the gun towards his opponents. With a powerful kick, the gun shot forward like an arrow, hitting the nearest soldier directly in the face. He clenched his hand, breaking a small blast tube, and said with a mocking tone, I knew you couldn't bring yourself to kill me. The plume of purple smoke quickly spread from the liquid inside the test tube. He darted towards the security guards, who were still bewildered and didn't understand the situation. Wasting no time, Yuan Tran swiftly launched himself forward. Nimble circled behind her and masterfully subdued Fu Y led 1EBFN. She was utterly panicked but outwardly tried to appear calm. What do you want? He raised an eyebrow and spoke in a deep, dusty voice full of hidden meaning. It's simple. Take me to Dao D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thane. This is my personal vendetta. Faced with a dire situation, Fu Y led 1EBFN grudgingly agreed. I'll take you. He quickly scanned the surrounding encirclement, then softly said, thank you. Standing in front of the elevator door, Yuan Tran gently advised her, I didn't expect these subordinates to be so devoted to you, but listen to me. You should leave here soon. In Dao D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thane's office, TH led 1E5CL led 1B0 led 1E3NG rushed in, shouting in a panic. D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thane. He's forward his way right to the door. What do we do now? You must think of a solution. He calmly worked to the door, his face unusually serene to reassure him. Second uncle, I know how to handle this. As soon as he appeared, Dao D-Stroke led 1B0 led 1EDDNG Thane directly yelled at Yuan Tran. You're causing a commotion here. Do you think you'll live to get out? Holding the hostage, he remained unfazed and retorted sharply, what evidence do you have to arrest me? The other man coldly replied, recently, underground military academies have been very active in Huaxia, and all evidence indicates you are connected to them. You must take responsibility. He laughed at his opponent's deceitful attitude. Arresting people without basis is already your Department 11 forte, but do you know what the consequence will be if you use handcuffs on a Huaxia special operations agent? Yuan Thien was not to be outdone and retorted sharply, saying that a soldier like him, who had nearly disgraced the military's honor, along with his treasonous lackeys, had the audacity to call themselves Huazir Special Ops agents. It was truly laughable. Yuan Tran's face darkened as he aimed the black muzzle of his gun at him and growled, "Today, not even the gods themselves can save your life." Duan Thien cautiously drew his weapon, his mouth still dripping with sarcasm. "You're nothing more than a deserter. What right do you have to act superior with me? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Just as he finished speaking, a figure in orange fatigue smashed through the window and lunged inside. Lai Tiu displayed his professional poise with a few skillful somersaults. Immediately after landing successfully, he pressed his gun barrel directly against Yuan Thien's head. As soon as Lai Tiu stood up, he cheerfully turned to greet Yuan Tran. "Brother Tran, you can't do this. You never invite your little brother along for such exciting missions to eliminate enemies." Seeing reinforcements arrive just in time, Yuan Tran exclaimed joyfully, "Little Lai, what are you doing here?" He didn't answer immediately but glanced mockingly at Yuan Thien. "Pay the deserter director, you've been quite arrogant lately, haven't you? You even dared to mess with my big brother." Despite being in a tight spot, Yuan Thien still tried to assert himself. "Have you forgotten whose territory this is? Surrounded by so many guns, do you think you'll make it out of here alive?" Before the two sides could settle the matter, a steady voice and the rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed. "Bureau 11 has certainly been quite formidable lately." Parinham strode majestically into the room, followed by an entire squad armed to the teeth. Upon seeing him, Yuan Thien showed a flash of terror and screamed, "Parinham, this isn't your command center. Who gave you permission to lead troops into my office?" Hearing this, Parinham calmly replied, "You're asking me my intentions. You're the one who detained my brother in the first place." Immediately after, Parinham turned and signaled Lai Tiu, "Little Lai, put the gun away." Receiving the order, he pouted and lowered his weapon. He directed his gaze toward Yuan Thien and continued, "Whether or not I have the authority to deploy comrades for special missions, are you still not clear on that?" Yuan Thien stood there, staring intently at Harinham with eyes full of confusion and suspicion. He nonchalantly announced that he would temporarily take over as the standing deputy minister, as both the minister and deputy minister had taken long-term sick leave, meaning he would head the Ministry of State Security during this period. Hearing this, Yuan Thien irritably retorted, "You're colluding with a deserter and brazenly leading troops into Bureau 11. Do you think you can hold on to that seat for long?" Before the words were fully out, Yuan Tran lunged forward like a flash of lightning, delivering a devastating kick to his stomach that caught him completely off guard. Yuan Thien took the painful kick head-on, his body flying back and slamming hard against the wall. He calmly picked up the gun from the floor. Immediately, Yuan Tran pointed the barrel straight at him as a stern warning. However, he suddenly smiled, threw the gun aside, and said sincerely, "My friend, I'm sorry for getting you involved in this mess." Parinham also laughed, punched him lightly on the shoulder, and teased, "I thought you'd never want to see me again for the rest of your life." Poured off guard by the punch, Yuan Tran could only let out a cry of ouch. Suddenly remembering Yuan Thien, he pointed at him and asked, "How do you plan to deal with this guy?" Clinging to his stomach in pain, Yuan Thien struggled to stand and questioned, "Why don't you just finish me off? If you don't do it today, sooner or later, I will come back for revenge." Yuan Tran looked his enemy straight in the eye and replied solemnly, "Just because I don't send you off today doesn't mean I won't do it in the future." Knowing he was cornered and couldn't escape, he hastily pressed a button on the remote control. Everything that happened just now has been fully recorded and sent directly to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Seeing that shameless scene, Parinham could not help but mock Yuan Thien for being a cunning person. Lai Tiu suddenly appeared and, without any reservation, reminded him that Ho Huan Nam at the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection was once a subordinate of his grandfather, so anyone wanting to punish someone else would need to go through that person. This arrogant remark caused Yuan Thien to confusedly ask who he was. He confidently and imposingly introduced himself as Lai Tiu, the son of Lai Deep Bin from the northwest. "Brother Tran, how should we deal with this old man?" He grabbed the man by his collar, gritted his teeth, and said that using power to harm others was a very clever scheme. The old man then brazenly asked if he had any evidence. Yuan Tran just coldly brushed his hand away and threw him to the side. He arrogantly gave one last warning, "No need to rush, just wait and see. Something interesting will happen soon." Having said that, Yuan Tran turned to tell Harinham, "Let's go. It's been a long time. I will treat you all to a few drinks." Lai Tiu's eyes lit up like headlights. "That's great. Is there a spot for me?" Parinham pinched his arm and teasingly told him to guess for himself. Yuan Tran patted his shoulder enthusiastically. "Let's go. Wherever you want to eat today, just name it. It's on me." Before the group left, Lai Tiu promptly pointed at Yuan Thien and his subordinate and asked, "What about these two? Do we need to deal with them as well?" He gave a dismissive answer that was enough to make the other two feel restless afterward. "Just leave them be." Once finished, Yuan Tran's group headed to a nearby restaurant. Everyone excitedly clinked glasses, wishing each other a good time and saying they wouldn't go home until they were drunk. Holding his beer, Parinham asked Yuan Tran if it was him who interfered in the affairs of the Tan family. He buried his head in a chicken leg, feigning ignorance. "Which Tan family? I don't know anything about that." A look of amusement flashed in his eyes, as if he had just discovered a new side of him. "How much longer do you intend to keep acting with me?" With his act exposed, Yuan Tran sighed and confessed, "I didn't want to interfere, but T Then Vu showed up. He is truly a formidable opponent." After hearing this, he gloomily guessed, "His target is you, isn't it?" Lai Tiu clapped to draw attention and boldly declared that if he met T Then Vu next time, he would definitely have a duel with him. Seeing how enthusiastic he was, Parinham warned him to be careful, saying, "If something goes wrong, what will I tell Mr. Lai?" Phone in Yuan Tran's pocket suddenly vibrated violently. The screen lit up, displaying a familiar name, Lu Haiyan. Her sweet yet slightly sharp voice came through, asking, "I have a performance tonight. Were you free to come and watch?" He smiled and slowly replied, "I can't go tonight. I have some things to take care of." Her disappointment was evident in her voice. "Really can't come? I already saved a few tickets for you. If you can't, I guess I'll have to invite you another time." Yuan Tran cleverly reassured her, "Even though I'm busy, nothing is more important than your performance." Upon hearing this, Lu Haiyan's tone became much happier. "You're real annoying. That's good. I'll wait for you backstage at the University of Education." Sensing her joy, he smiled contentedly and replied, "All right, see you then." 2 pairs of curious eyes were glued to his face, making Vyun Tran shyly ask, "What do you two mean by looking at me like that?" Lai Tiu laughed deviously and teased, "Brother Tran, you and sister-in-law are so affectionate. When will you let us meet her?" Parinham also chimed in, urging him to introduce the beauty to his brothers. "Is it Tuan Min Kai, Tuan Quan Thai Thai, or Thin Phi?" Yuan Tran shook his head vigorously, saying, "It's none of them." Unable to stand this game of cat and mouse, Parinham impatiently urged, "Speak up, who is it?" Eventually, he took a sip of beer and calmly dropped the bombshell. "It's Lu Hein, the female lead in that commercial from before." Lai Tiu, as if he had been stepped on his tail, jumped up with wide eyes in surprise. "Oh my god, is it really her? She's my goddess. Brother Tran, you must take me with you no matter what." Yuan Tran patted his friend's shoulder like a seasoned senior, smiling and promising that once this was over, he would take him to see a concert. The group had just approached the backstage area of the pedagogical university when a security guard blocked them, insisting that it was a working area and off-limits to unauthorized personnel. Lai Tiu stepped forward angrily and shouted, "Who are you calling unauthorized? Try repeating that for me to hear." Fan Vi had looked at the group with contempt and strictly barred their entry, telling the commoners not to loiter there because the place was not for them. Unable to hold back any longer, Lai Tiu rolled up his sleeves, ready for a real fight, saying, "Today I have to teach you a lesson so you know what manners are." Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Vyun Tran stepped in to mediate, gently explaining that they were friends of Lu Hein and had come to support her. The guard maintained his disdainful attitude and sneered, saying that anyone could claim to be Lu Hein's friend, and as for him, he was even her boyfriend. Seeing the injustice, Lai Tiu told Vyun Tran not to waste time arguing and that they should just rush in and give him a beating to mend the matter. Seeing his friend acting rashly like a child, Parinham placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him to let Vyun Tran handle it and stop looking for trouble. At that moment, Lu Hein rushed out of the room and grabbed Vyun Tran's hand, leaving the guard stunned. She asked him if he had arrived and if all these people were his friends. He introduced them one by one as Parinham and Lai Tiu, his best friends, and playfully reminded her to sign an autograph for that crazy fan over there. She smiled kindly and proactively greeted them. "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm Lu Hein." Lai Tiu hurriedly took her hand, both happy and shy. "Hello, I'm Lai Tiu. My heart has fluttered ever since I saw you on TV." Parinham did not show any mercy and gave him a painful strike, saying, "Cut out the ridiculous behavior." Lai Tiu got the message, shrunk back, and retreated behind him, saying, "Yes, boss, I understand." Lu Hein gave the front row ticket to Vyun Tran with anticipation, saying, "Make sure you guys cheer enthusiastically for me later." He took the ticket and waved to reassure her, "Just focus on performing well. Let's go out for a late-night meal after the show." Lu Hein held the microphone in her hand and began to pour her soul into every lyric and melody. She stood confidently on the grand stage to the enthusiastic cheers of thousands of spectators below, and among them, Vyun Tran was intently following her every gesture. Suddenly, Lai Tiu nudged him and teased that he had just added another beauty to his harem. Vyun Tran felt annoyed and snapped at him to get lost. After the performance, Thin Kai unexpectedly announced backstage that he wanted to introduce Lu Hein to a friend from Namjiang, but she immediately refused because she already had prior plans. He still deliberately clung to her arm, forcing her to come along. Pan Kai saw that it wasn't right and spoke up to advise Thin Kai not to make things difficult for the girl. He frowned, asked who she had an appointment with, and challenged the person to show their face. Just then, Vyun Tran stepped forward and raised his hand to confirm, "No need to call anyone. I'm the one with the appointment with Lu Hein." Thin Kai said sourly that he didn't care who it was, but she belonged to him tonight, and he even threatened Vyun Tran when he reminded him that even Thin Thin didn't dare to act so arrogantly toward him, and he was just a cousin. He pointed at himself and boasted that anything he wanted, no one could ever take from him. Vyun Tran just smiled sarcastically and asked why he didn't just go steal to Thin Thin's position while he was at it. Thin Kai was so angry that his face turned red, threatening to have his men beat him into disability. Vyun Tran remained calm and challenged him to see if he could actually do it. Instinctively, he glanced toward Han Kai with suspicion in his mind. He approached him and shook his hand. "What a surprise to meet you again in the capital. I wonder if your old wound has fully healed yet." He calmly looked away and gave a cold huff, leaving Vyun Tran staring blankly, completely confused. After walking a short distance, Thin Kai looked back and threatened her, "Listen carefully, Lu Hein. You dared to embarrass me today, so just wait and see. As long as you are still struggling in the entertainment industry, I will make your life a living hell." Visibly annoyed, he grabbed the nearest chair and hurled it straight at him. Thin Kai tumbled to the ground, letting out a pained grunt. Vyun Tran brushed off his hands with satisfaction and declared that this move was called the chair hits dog technique. At a restaurant, the space was packed with diners enjoying their meals. Among the crowd, a man holding a liquor bottle was mumbling to the woman next to him, "Back off, I already told you I don't need your help." Du Ho aggressively strode over to Lu Hein's table and slammed his liquor bottle down, forcing her to jump and scream in fright. Vyun Tran stood up immediately and delivered a punch straight to the man's face. The man stumbled, trying to regain his balance, and shouted, "Who has the guts to hit me?" Du Ho leaned close to her face and accused her, "It was you who hit me, wasn't it?" As soon as he finished, he reached out to grope Lu Hein, but she squeezed her eyes shut and swiped his hand away to avoid him. That was exactly what he was waiting for. He pointed a finger directly at her and shouted, "Come here and witness this. This beauty is assaulting people." Cam Mitch also joined in to stir up trouble, speaking loudly to attract attention. "Wow, isn't this the big star Lu Hein? Why are you hitting people?" People were drawn by the noise and stood around out of curiosity. One person nearby spoke up, "It really is Lu Hein." And others chimed in, "She's barely famous and already arrogant enough to hit people. No one in the entertainment industry is decent." Du Ho aggressively grabbed Lu Hein's arm to make things difficult. "If you don't compensate me for the damages today, don't even think about leaving." Vyun Tran could no longer stand by. He grabbed the man's wrist and warned him, "If you don't let go right now, your wrist bone will be crushed to pieces." He then turned to the crowd and said, "And you lot, disperse now. It's not worth getting caught up in trouble just to watch a show. When no one was left around, he began to interrogate them. Speak up. Who ordered you to come here? Buhor stubbornly tried to argue his case. She hit me first. No one sent me. Hearing the response, Yuan-Tran delivered a lightning-fast kick toward him. He didn't intend to let this slide easily, so he gave orders to his subordinates. Lai Tiu, who had been observing the situation from outside, ran in to report. These people were hiding in the car watching us. Yuan-Tran ordered in a stern voice. Little Lai, take them away for interrogation, and report back to me if you find anything. Lai Tiu hardly wondered who was behind the attempt to harm her, but he looked over and comforted her. You are famous now, so naturally bad people will be jealous. Don't be sad anymore. Let me take you back to the hotel to rest. At the Hon Trier Hotel, the sun was gradually setting on the horizon. Lu Hein, dressed in a lovely dress, gently said, Yuan-Tran, thank you for saving me so many times. Yuan-Tran, acting like a true gentleman, modestly replied, it was nothing worth mentioning. Suddenly, she stood on her tiptoes. Without letting him finish his sentence, she planted a sweet kiss on his lips, leaving him so stunned that he stood rooted to the spot. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated with a text message notification. Yuan-Tran focused on the screen and said, it seems Harinham has found a lead. I need to go and check it out. Lu Hein shyly replied, you go ahead, but by the way, that was my first kiss, but don't worry, I won't make you take responsibility for it. He had just stepped outside when he picked up the phone to ask about the situation and see if the culprit behind it had been found. The other party replied that they hadn't found any information yet, but there was another matter to report. Shang Yuan Shishi had arrived at the office with a few people to wait for him. He smiled brightly and instructed, just tell her to go home. Parinham teased mockingly, or should I tell her to drop by the Royal Hotel to find you? Lai Ziro also chimed in, that's right, one more person won't matter, just embrace them to your heart's content. Upon hearing the playful tone, Wang Jin changed his attitude, shut up right now, I'm coming back immediately. Tell her to try and wait a little longer. At the Liber Mountain Villa, sunset was slowly descending. As soon as Shishi saw him, she guessed that the group sent to capture him must have met with misfortune. Wang Jing honestly recounted, those fools were given a thorough beating by me. She curiously asked if he had identified the mastermind yet. Wang Jin replied decisively, it's Tu Thuk Luan. Hearing the mention of his name, she couldn't hide her rage. That old bastard still hasn't gone to his grave yet. His gaze turned cold and resolute. Sooner or later, his life will have to end. Thien Fai stood nearby giggling. Wang Jing put his arms around the two beauties' shoulders and urged, you two go to sleep soon. Staying up too late will damage your skin. Chishi gripped Thien Fai's hand tightly and urged, let's go. His phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be Harinham calling. As soon as he answered, he heard the man's voice reporting the situation. He said that they had found out it was Su Chanqi. Feeling indifferent, he replied, I don't know him at all. Maybe I'll head back to the hotel to rest first. The man still tried to persist. Pan Kai advised him not to be shy, as that is what knowing how to enjoy life pleasures is all about. Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Jing appeared and made a sarcastic comment. You people come to my territory to enjoy wine and scenery without a word. The least I should do is host you properly. Chanqi stood up and wondered why he was there and why this place was owned by him. Wang Jing spoke bluntly. Su Chanqi, you guys framed and defamed Lu Ian, so it's only natural that I'm here to collect the debt. He frowned, curious to know his intentions, and asked, what tricks are you trying to play? Without another word, he reached out and firmly grasped the neck of a wine bottle. With a decisive movement, he thrust the wine bottle forward and growled, guess for yourself. Pan Kai hurriedly stepped out to block for Chanqi and pleaded, please give me some face. But Wang Jing sternly replied, move aside. Someone like Su Chanqi doesn't deserve my respect. Before the argument went on for long, Du Ming, the general manager of the club, arrived with several bodyguards and shouted, what's going on here? Who dares to cause a disturbance here? Afterward, he bowed respectfully and introduced himself, young Master Chanqi, I'm Du Ming, the manager of this club. It is truly our fault that you have been disturbed. Hearing that, Chanqi pointed his finger at him and ordered, you arrived just in time. Give him a beating and throw him out for me. He approached and stood opposite Wang Jing, saying solemnly, sir, this is a Tiangong International Club. If you are intentionally looking for trouble, I'm afraid you come to the wrong place. He coldly replied, is that so? I'm handling matters on my own territory and I need your instructions. Du Ming glared angrily and gritted his teeth threateningly. Just you try. He suddenly pulled out a card and held it forward. Upon seeing it, his face turned pale and he broke out in a sweat, stammering incoherently, This is a platinum card. You're the chairman. Wang Jing coldly asked back, I said this is my territory. Now do you have any other opinions? Seeing Du Ming quietly lower his head and turn to leave, Chanqi hurriedly reached out and called after him. Hey! Fast as a flash, Yuan-Tran smashed a wine bottle directly into Thien Kai's head and followed up with a vicious elbow strike to his body. In just a brief moment, Thien Kai collapsed onto the sofa without even a chance to resist. He was naturally a man of clear boundaries, so after taking down Thien Kai, he turned to Han Kai and said, though, out of respect for your father and sister, I won't cause you any more trouble. Han Kai understood and quickly retreated, saying, all right then. Lai Ti rushed into the room and whispered, Brother Tran, is everything ready to begin? Yuan-Tran pointed at Thien Kai and ordered, strip him naked. Take off every single piece of clothing, leave nothing behind. The next morning, in Tuan Quan Thai Thai's office, the phone in his hand suddenly began to ring. It turned out that Than Vu Line was proactively reaching out. He picked up and asked immediately, how is it? Did everything go smoothly? The voice on the other end responded excitedly, success beyond expectations. I blew up the mines. It will be difficult for Duan Han to recover within the next 20 years. Additionally, the Tu family's processing factory has also been destroyed. Hearing this good news, he felt incredibly refreshed and praised, well done. Just as he put the phone down, Yuan-Tran bribed to Thai Thai. The Tu family's diamond mine in South Africa has been leveled. Overjoyed, she immediately planned, excellent. Then I'll have Hein Lin Tin launch an all-out attack and take this opportunity to bring down 3 of the family's brands. He leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, there's definitely a good show to watch this time. Having lost the Ninkai mine and now missing out on the diamond market, the family can just wait for their downfall. At home, the Ninkai was still lying in bed fuming. Damn it, I will definitely get revenge on that Doug Vuan Tran, and that ungrateful Chuan Hun Kai as well. One way or another, I must reclaim my honor. Suddenly his phone rang. It was to Thien En Hien calling. Thien Kai answered irritably. What is it? Thien En Hien snapped back. Get to my office immediately. If you're not here within half an hour, don't expect to receive even a single cent in commissions next year. He jumped up in frustration. The Thien En Hien, don't think you're so high and mighty. I'm telling you, I'm not going to listen to you. Without waiting for him to say another word, the other party abruptly disconnected. Thien Kai flew into a rage, punching the bed and screaming, the Thien En Hien, you dare hang up on me? At the Thien En Hien's office, Thien Kai stormed in and shouted, the Thien En Hien, what on earth did you call me here for? Thien En Hien coldly tossed a stack of newspapers in front of him and said, see for yourself. He flipped it open and saw his own image on the front page with the headline, The Scandalous Private Life of a Wealthy Young Master, accompanied by a series of sensitive photos suspected to be leaked from a hacker attack on his computer. He quickly tore the newspaper to shreds and flatly denied it. I never did this. Those photos are clearly the product of editing software, he stated sternly. I've already had them verified. There are no signs of editing. Do you have any other excuses? Thien Kai lost control, pounding the table and suspicious. To Thien En Hien, I didn't do it. Were you still holding a grudge and intentionally using fake photos to frame me? Seeing that insolent attitude, Thien En Hien splashed a glass of water directly into his face. To Thien Kai, you better calm down and think clearly about who you've offended lately. Only then did he fall silent, putting his hand to his head to reflect for a long while before suddenly remembering something. Thien Kai asserted, that's it. It's Vuan Tran. That guy is definitely playing a trick on me. Hearing that, he couldn't help but be shocked and frowned. Vuan Tran? Why are you involved with that guy? At the same time, in Lu Hein's room, Vuan Tran was leisurely tapping his fingers on the table aimlessly. The clicking sound of her door lock suddenly echoed. Dai En Hien opened the door and walked in, and seeing him sitting inside, she asked in confusion, brother? He turned his head, not knowing what to say. Only when she drew near did he leisurely remark that she must be the movie star Lai Yuran. She replied quite quickly that she was indeed Lai Yuran, and asked who he was and why he was there. Wang Jing smiled brightly and introduced himself as Wang Jing, the close friend of Liu Xuan. He wondered why a millionaire star like her would be in such a humble house. Yuran openly explained that this was the first property she had managed to buy in the capital, so she treasured it too much to sell, still renting it out to students and occasionally visiting to look after it. He tactfully stood up to take his leave, saying if she was busy with work, he would ask to head out first, as Liu Xuan was not there anyway. She quickly grabbed his arm and winked, telling him that since he had gone to the trouble of coming there, he should stay a while longer. Wang Jing replied in surprise that being invited by a female star like Lai Yuran was truly his good fortune. He bluntly pulled his arm away and refused, saying he had no interest in her whatsoever, so it would be best not to waste each other's time. At the Lipton Manor, Mr. Tanam Kwok was venting his anger with kicks to his son's back, scolding that a scoundrel like Thien Kai had humiliated the entire family. Trembling on his knees, he tried to justify himself, claiming he knew nothing about what had happened. When he woke up, he was already in bed, and it must have been Wang Jing who knocked him out and took photos to frame him. His father slapped him across the face and criticized him for blaming others even at this point, but Thien Kai stubbornly insisted he was completely innocent. Fuck Hor En Yin calmly spoke up, saying that since the matter had already occurred, it would be better to focus on finding a proper solution. Amid the extremely tense atmosphere, the phone in Thien En Hien's pocket suddenly rang. He sat restlessly, feeling awkward. Seeing him in a bind, the older man nodded, allowing him to answer the call. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to pick up immediately. The panicked voice from the other end shouted that the situation was critical. The diamond mine had exploded, and all the tunnels had collapsed and were very deep underground. Thien En Hien was horrified to hear the bad news, and the phone in his hand slipped and fell to the ground. At Kudong International, Mayu Mei appeared with great flair and a very radiant look. As soon as they met, Wang Jing tapped her on the head and scolded her for not letting him know before coming to the capital. She rubbed her head and explained that her father had come to the capital for a meeting, so she tagged along to surprise him. He happily replied that he would treat her to a feast and take her to explore the whole capital. Mayu Mei lowered her head shyly, saying she was only staying for a few days so she probably couldn't eat the whole capital. He wondered why, since she rarely visited, she wouldn't stay longer. At the mention of this, her eyes brightened. The day after tomorrow, she had to go to the Americas to see the Ayuni Salt Flats. Wang Jing enthusiastically said that place was as beautiful as paradise, but asked if anyone was going with her. She opened her eyes wide and quickly asked if he was free to go with her. He hesitated, scratched his head, and stammered, unsure of how to answer. Seeing this, Mayu Mei patted his shoulder and teased him, saying she was only joking and that she was going with another girlfriend, so he shouldn't worry. She innocently shared her future plans, saying she would travel the world, then return home to work and settle down with a family. At that very moment, the phone in Wang Jing's pocket suddenly rang. He pulled out the phone to check and noticed the call was from Har Enham. Guessing it was urgent, he quickly answered and heard a hurried voice on the other end saying that Lam Tay had the investigation results regarding the small bottle, and he should come immediately because he had already sent a car to pick him up. Wang Jing glanced at Mayu Mei and hesitated to decline, but Har Enham dropped the bombshell that it was a highly dangerous new type of biological weapon. Upon hearing this, Wang Jing immediately changed his attitude, urgently replying that he would be there right away. Mayu Mei quietly listened to the entire conversation and gently expressed her understanding, telling him that if he had urgent business, he should go and take care of it. He looked at her and offered to make amends, saying, tomorrow, if you're free, I'll invite you to dinner. They both said goodbye in unison, then turned and went their separate ways. As soon as Mayu Mei sat in the driver's seat, Pun Kai seized the opportunity to rebuke Wang Jing. I told you, he doesn't care about you at all. She glared at him irritably and stated firmly, Bang Hun Kai, I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Seeing her annoyance, he changed the subject. So, where are you planning to go? She pressed the accelerator, sending the car speeding along the road, and replied, to the airport. I want to change my ticket. At Laptam Manhwa, the Su family's grandfather and grandson were discussing a critical matter. Fujiu sat down and spoke. Dean Enhin, what do you think about today's matter? He was both tense and blaming himself for the diamond mine incident, saying, I didn't expect them to track it all the way there. This is my fault. He gently soothed his beloved grandchild. You can't be blamed. Until now, South Africa has never experienced such an incident. Today's matter was truly beyond our control. Then he calmly asked about his future plans. How do you intend to manage? Dean Enhin showed his determination to turn the tables with a resolute tone. I'm preparing to get the capital. If 3 major brands can hold out during this period, we still have a chance to counterattack. Fujiu was displeased and retorted, where will you get so much capital? Are you planning to burn through all the Su family's core assets? Yet he firmly asserted, grandfather, don't worry, I won't touch the core assets. I will manage the finances. Moreover, we still have domestic inventory, enough to hold firm through this period. He brushed it aside and interrogated him. There's another matter. Tell me the truth. How many times have you sent people to assassinate Wang Jing? Dean Enhin didn't hide his murderous intent and admitted frankly, 3 times, but all failed. I can't hide anything from you. Indeed, they were the same ilk, so Fujiu didn't hesitate to praise his grandson's ruthlessness. Because of this, I have discussed it with your second uncle. It's best if you don't get involved in this matter anymore. Arriving at the National Security Laboratory at top speed, Wang Jing curiously looked at the test tube sample in his hand and wondered what formidable power it possessed compared to previous biochemical weapons. Fu Than explained in detail, this is an anesthetic combined with various microorganisms. Its spread rate is extremely fast. If this pathogen enters Huahar, this place will turn into a dead zone. Parinham crossed his arms across his chest, expressing deep concern. This research result surely hasn't been transferred back to our country, but we don't know if the exploded base on Tenarker Island still has any backup pathogen genes. This question made Wang Jin fall into deep thought. He also delivered more bad news. The foreign powers surely know that Huahar sees this pathogen. Hearing this, Wang Jin suggested, how about I make a trip to Tenarker Island? But he stopped him and explained, no need. When Lam Te returned, we had already contacted the relevant parties. They are dispatching people to closely monitor the surrounding waters. He immediately inquired about the situation. Were there any findings? Parinham honestly presented. We have detected and sunk 2 small submarines and 1 transport plane into the sea. Wang Jin suggested, I think that island doesn't need to be kept anymore. Can we just destroy it? But he had his own plan, so he refused. No need, just leave it be. Cutting off the lifeline is enough. They will have to leave the island on their own. And tying a difficult knot made him feel much more uplifted. That's not a bad idea. Coincidentally, I'll come to your place for dinner tonight. I've wanted to meet the legendary sister-in-law for a long time. After finishing their work, the 2 returned together to the apartment complex where Harinham lived. Arriving in front of the apartment, he inserted the key into the lock and gently turned it, creating a dry click. As soon as he pushed the door open and stepped in, he was stunned to see a security guard slumped on the floor. He immediately rushed into the room, running and loudly calling his wife's name, Duanmin. But there was no reply. Wang Jin patted his shoulder to reassure him. Calm down. Sister-in-law is fine. They're killing 4 guards, but kidnapping her sister-in-law proves that she still has exploitable value. Don't worry, they will surely contact us. Although he understood, Parinham was still completely devastated and speechless. He stared fixedly at the couple's wedding photo, then tried to suppress his grief to find a way to handle the situation. Parinham quickly contacted Lai Tu. Little Lai, quickly investigate all roads in and out of the capital, including airports, railways, and highways. Your sister-in-law is in trouble. We absolutely must find her. He replied immediately without hesitation, Big brother, rest assured, I will do it. Worry for his loved one made the fire of anger erupt in Harinham's heart. These beasts. If I catch them, I will certainly make them wish they were dead. With old grudges and new debts piling up, Wang Jin vowed to himself that he must end the lives of these pests. They won't get away with their crimes. Back at the Laptam villa, the 2 members of the family were discussing matters in a private room. Dean Enhin reported the current situation. Grandfather, the capital is in chaos. All roads leading into the city are blocked, and all vehicles entering and leaving are under strict control. Fukhor was not at all surprised by this turn of events, as it was expected. Seeing his grandfather's calm demeanor, he felt somewhat suspicious. Grandfather, was this your doing? However, the old man only shook his head and calmly explained, I merely stirred up some damaging rumors. This time, we are using one person's reputation to destroy another. Having failed 3 assassination attempts, Dean Enhin became even more curious. How exactly did they do it? A cruel look appeared on Fukhor's face. He would ensure that Wang Jin's group died in country Y. In Harinham's office, Wang Jin waited patiently for news, pacing back and forth, clearly showing immense anxiety. Just then, Lai Ti kicked the door open and announced loudly, Boss, there is news. Surveillance footage at Chujiang Airport shows that 2 days ago, sister-in-law boarded a flight to country Y. Parinham pieced together the recent events and frowned in thought. I was home for 3 days, and 2 days ago Huan then appeared at the airport. All of this has been calculated by someone. Why are they targeting me? Wang Jing ventured to guess. Perhaps they are targeting that biological combat drug. It seems the people of country Y have no other contingency plans left. Doubt stirred in his heart. Not many people knew about this. So was there a mole? He suggested. That possibility cannot be ruled out. He ordered the people on the other end to prepare for support. We are leaving for country Y immediately. A knock on the door interrupted the conversation. Boss, you have a package. Parinham said. Come in. A subordinate handed him a sealed envelope and reported. Boss, your name is on this, but I'm not sure how it was delivered here. Fearing he might miss any important information, he quickly opened it. Inside was a ransom note along with threats from the kidnappers. This letter fueled the fire of anger in Harinham's heart. You animals, I will make you wish you were dead. Wang Jing calmly analyzed the situation. It seems the other side has been planning this for a long time. They consistently emphasize you all instead of you, which shows that we are also their targets. The situation made him quickly draw his gun and decide to act. I cannot hesitate any longer. Prepare immediately. We are leaving right now. Meanwhile, Then Vu skillfully twirled a dagger in his hand while confiding in the person beside him. To be honest, I do not agree with your grandfather's methods. The people of country while eliminating their own countrymen is, in the end, hard to justify. Din Enheen acted as if he had no choice, but my grandfather is different. You will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He patted the other man's shoulder and whispered, your wounds have fully healed. Then Vu, don't you want to find that guy and take revenge? This is the best opportunity right now. These words hit home, so he resolutely replied, I will definitely take revenge. At Hontan International Airport, Parinham led 3 others into the boarding area for their flight to Japan. Suddenly, a young man approached them and, without saying a word, handed his phone to Harinham. Not letting the man escape, Wang Jing quickly tackled him to the ground and loudly demanded, where are they? Take us there now. The man panicked and tried to prove his innocence. I don't know. A woman gave this to me. Refusing to let go, he continued to interrogate him. Where is that woman? He replied honestly, she's already gone. Seeing that he couldn't get any more useful information, Barinham stopped him. Let's go. Don't draw any more attention. Lai Tiu urged, we should get in the car quickly. There could be people watching us from somewhere nearby. In a hotel room, Puanman lay still on the bed, guarded by 2 bodyguards. Ken sat on the edge of the bed and woke her. My name is Karasaki Ken. Your husband, Parinham, has arrived in Japan. I will make sure he arrives but never leaves. This blatant warning made her struggle to escape her restraints. What are you trying to do to him? No, you can't. This attitude provoked the man's ego. He slapped Puanman across the face. HMPH, you stubborn woman. You better think about how to take care of your child. Don't let yourself have a premature birth. He laughed cruelly and added maliciously, I love enjoying this expression of despair. Afraid, she continued to curse him, you pervert. Pai Ken leisurely took out his phone to make the announcement. She was about to hear his voice now. On the other side, both Yuan Tran and Har Inham narrowed their eyes, watching the phone in Tay En's hand with tension. Suddenly a man's voice rang out. Mr. Par Inham, I'm sure you've brought the item I need, right? He answered unhurriedly with a harsh tone. Where is my wife? If she is even slightly harmed, I will crush this thing immediately. Yuan then hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Par Inham, I'm perfectly fine. Don't ever look for me here. Absolutely do not come. Ida walked in casually from the door, looked at Huanman, and remarked mockingly, well, the women from Huazir are indeed quite charming. He stepped closer, touched her face, and uttered words full of hidden meaning. Any woman who falls into my hands never ends up well. He shamelessly parted her coat, intending to molest her. However, Pai Ken, fearing trouble, intervened. Inamoto, stop doing that. And because he was stopped, he looked annoyed. You cowards, you're actually afraid of some Huazir brides. He ignored the sarcasm, firmly maintaining his caution. They are not as simple as you think. I want a single strike to win. Wufu, having just appeared at the door, heard this and asked coldly, what method do you intend to use to succeed in one shot? The 2 who were just glaring at each other now bowed respectfully in unison. Mr. Masashima, the old man spoke gently. Pai Ken, just speak your honest thoughts. Pai Ken clearly presented his plan. In the next 2 days, let's find a way to drain their strength and spirit. Once the opponent is exhausted, we will strike. This time the Huazir side took the initiative to spread the news, so I'm sure they will send people. Mufu did not rush to judge but asked, so how do you plan to execute this? He responded firmly, I think the top priority is to retrieve the biological vial safely, and whether or not we kill that Harinham guy isn't that important. This answer pleased the old man. Very good, but it seems you still have a bit of mercy. Pai Ken hesitated and asked back, Mr. Masashima, so what is your meaning? Mufu revealed his ambition to cut the weeds by the roots. After getting the medicine, kill them all. The Huazir side won't dare to cause trouble. He did not agree immediately but probed, let me investigate the situation of those 3 Huazir people first. Ida, on the other hand, was arrogant. HMPH, the shell-shocked cowards of the Eager sect. Just let my crazy blade sect wipe them all out and be done with it. At this moment, at the Hakone Hot Springs, it was exactly 8 o'clock in the morning. The trio was relaxing in the warm water, and Lai Tiu joked happily, Brother Tran, the Japanese really know how to enjoy themselves. Look at those pretty girls. Fist tisk. Yuan Tran sternly reminded him, don't get so distracted by girls that you forget the main task. Dead. He was startled and raised his hand to swear. Heaven is my witness. The matter regarding our sister-in-law is the #1 priority. The 3 of them were completely unaware of Ida's silent presence as he lurked from behind. He stared for a while and then smirked deviously as if he were planning to take their lives. At the very same moment, the sniper had locked his target onto Harinham. Pakline hid behind a bush near the wall, waiting only for a suitable opportunity to finish off his prey. The clock struck the golden hour, and his index finger began to press lightly on the trigger. That action caused the bullet to fly out of the barrel, creating a glowing streak of fire. But surprisingly, the bullet veered off course, embedding itself into a nearby glass panel, making everyone around jump in fright. People who were soaking nearby were also panicked and scattered in chaos. Although shocked, Paklong did not suspect anything. He told himself, it didn't hit. It must just be a coincidence. Thinking this, he decided to shift his aim toward Yuan Tran. However, before he could perform the next action, he was kicked by Tay Quit, sending him flying and tumbling backward. Before he could even regain his composure, he was choked by his opponent until he coughed up fresh blood. Defeating the opponent in just 2 moves left him quite dissatisfied. Wang Jing had made him feel he needed to be careful, but he had thought the man would be much more formidable. Had he known the opponent was this weak, he wouldn't have wasted the effort. Below, Ida charged forward with his sword, exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. He drew his sword and swung it forcefully toward Wang Jing, shouting, I'll show you the power of the Mad Blade. No one expected that the sword, which had shed the blood of many, would be sliced clean in half by something. His eyes widened as he stayed at the remaining half of the sword in his hand, his mouth stammering incoherently. It turned out that Wu Yan was hiding on the roof, using her sharpshooting skills to face several shots at either. Sensing the danger, he quickly dodged and vanished in the blink of an eye. Trembling with fear, Lai Xiao cried out, "Brother Zheng, why do the people you brought in like playing with fire so much?" I asked back in confusion, "Why do you say they're playing with fire?" As if finding an outlet for his anger, he let out a tirade. "Your subordinates clearly could have dealt with the gunman sooner, yet they let the bastard fear at us." I tried to explain to calm him down, though I didn't know what Lin Teju was planning either. Hearing that, Lai Xiao cried even louder, sobbing as he complained, and that Wu Yan too. She waited until the Japanese man was about to slash us with a blade before she finally fired. It's so frustrating, waiting for him to calm down. Wang Jian pointed toward the hot spring and spoke meaningfully. It would be a pity if such a poetic landscape were to be ruined, wouldn't it? Just after he finished crying, Lai Xiao came up with a bold idea. Since we've come all this way, we have to do something sensational before we leave. Zirian also excitedly agreed. That's a great idea. Only 10 minutes later, the men of action team mobilized a group of people to quickly move in and prepare for a massive explosion. Wang Jing happily waved his hand, urging everyone to carry out the mission. Around the bathing area, streams of dark brown liquid flowed in patches across the ground. Seeing that everything was ready, he decisively waved his hand to signal the start of the operation. Upon the command, the bullet left the barrel and tore through the air as fast as lightning. It aimed straight for the gas pipe, creating a deafening explosion. Flames erupted violently, incinerating every structure within the resort. Meanwhile, Wang Jin's group had managed to retreat to a safe area in time. After enjoying the spectacular show, he turned around and reminded them, "Let's go. There are still more important matters to attend to." They returned to the place where Mufu and Haiken were staying. The old man leisurely sipped hot tea and asked, "Power Sarki-kun, it was your idea to have Inamoto Ida harass Sirien, wasn't it?" Unable to admit it directly, he spoke evasively. Inamoto-kun is devoted to his country. That was his own idea, but he simply met his match. The old man coldly reminded him, "Power Sarki-kun, this concerns the bigger picture. I hope you use your head and don't let a personal vendetta ruin our grand plans." After speaking, Mufu stood up, issued a warning, and left. "This is the final warning. Think it through clearly." Haiken slumped down in shock, muttering to himself, "I can't wait any longer." On the other side, the phone in Zirian's hand vibrated, causing him to focus on the screen. As soon as he picked up, a batting male voice rang out. "The Chinese really know how to have fun. You've certainly caused quite a stir." "No longer worried," he replied bluntly. "You flatter me. When can we make the exchange?" Knowing that time was of the essence, Haiken announced coldly, "At 3 o'clock this afternoon, at the Yokohama Mikyu factory." The incoming call made the atmosphere in the car unusually stifling and tense. True to the promise, the car carrying Wang Tran's group slowly rolled into the Yokohama Mikyu workshop. Lai Tu gripped the steering wheel with a pensive expression and asked, "Is this really the place?" Par Inham replied uncertainly, "Probably, just drive straight in." They parked the car in the lot, quickly opened the doors, and stepped out. As soon as he set foot on the ground, a deafening gun sprang out, shattering the car windows and making him jump in fright. Realizing this was a trick by the kidnappers, he angrily gritted his teeth and cursed, "You scoundrels, let's see how I deal with you." From the upper floor, Pai Ken and a line of gunmen stood abreast and sarcastically yelled. As the ancients said, distinguished guests from afar should be warmly welcomed. Were you satisfied with this greeting? Parinham ignored the babbling and got straight to the point. "Where is my wife?" The man pointed behind them and said, "She's over there and safe, so don't worry." The three looked back and were aghast to see her hanging from the towering ladder of a rescue vehicle, a critically perilous situation. Even a strong woman like Huan couldn't suppress her fear. Her eyes blurred as if desperately pleading for help, though his heart was burning with anxiety. Parinham still managed to compose himself and shouted, "Huan, I've come to get you. Don't be afraid, trust me." She forced a smile and nodded repeatedly in response. He turned and negotiated with the thugs. "Release her, and I'll give you the sample." But Hai Ken wouldn't back down, insisting, "I need to see the item with my own eyes first." Parinham pulled out the evidence and, in a low voice, demanded, "The sample is here. Now release my wife first." To his surprise, the man got bolder and refused, "No, I need to thoroughly inspect it first. If I haven't confirmed it's what I need, I can't release her to you." He fully understood Hai Ken's sinister intentions and flatly refused, "I don't accept that." At this point, the man pretended to concede and suggested, "It seems difficult for both sides to agree. How about we both take a step back?" A moment later, this old fucks revealed his sinister face, pointing at Wang Tran and saying, "I'll return your wife, but while I'm inspecting the goods, you must be a hostage. When everything's done, you can leave." Seeing how outrageous he was, he immediately refused. Hearing this, Pai Ken feigned helplessness, saying, "If that's the case, there's nothing left to discuss." When the situation reached a stalemate, he patted his friend's shoulder and reassured him, "It's all right, they can't do anything to me. Just relax." Parinham still hesitated, intending to argue, but Wang Tran firmly interrupted, "Don't be so emotional. You guys go back first. When I return, we'll have a few drinks and get drunk." The man began to lose patience and pressed, "Well, have you made up your mind?" Wang Tran calmly stated his demand. "I agree. Release Yuan then immediately." Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Pai Ken loudly ordered his subordinates to release the woman. The lifting platform carrying Yuan then slowly lowered to the ground. At the same time, two bodyguards, clutching firearms, approached and escorted him away. Wang Tran did not resist but silently followed, ignoring the gun barrels pointed directly at him. At the same time, in a certain villa, abundant sunshine painted an everyday scene of peace and tranquility. Thai sat inside, leisurely nibbling on a bag of potato chips while immersed in her own thoughts. As soon as Th led one ECB Phi dried off after her bath, she asked kindly, "What are you pondering?" She sighed with worry, her heart still troubled about Yuan Tran, as there had been no news from him for days, and she didn't know where he had gone. That one ECBNH Phi gently patted her shoulder to soothe her, asking, don't his subordinates, who are tracking him, know anything other? She shook her head in resignation and complained, those useless people are completely good for nothing. Back in the mist, Pai Ken calmly told Yuan Tran, just relax and wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Without waiting for his reply, he quickly turned and walked straight ahead. Yuan Tran smirked as he watched the old fucks, thinking to himself, the real show is officially beginning. In an instant, he closed in behind the two bodyguards, striking a fatal blow to their vital points, leaving them no time to react. Yuan Tran knocked down the two obstructors, then swiftly threw a few grenades forward. The deafening collision was followed by a violent explosion that blew the henchmen to smithereens. The remaining ones frantically formed a battle line, intending to use their numbers to overpower him, but Yuan Tran calmly waited for the decisive battle. Go ahead and charge. Suddenly, a figure charged out from behind the fence with a gleaming sword. More surprisingly, the bodyguard recognized the opponent, exclaiming, Mitsu Junichi, why are you back here? He didn't bother to answer immediately but replied sarcastically, what's wrong? Don't you all welcome my return? Seeing the internal confrontation, he smiled with amusement. It seems these guys are tearing each other apart. Excellent. At the same time, at the factory gate, That one EA1 drove the specialized vehicle, charging forward. He joyfully greeted, oh, old friend, long time no see. A moment later, the factory's sturdy steel gate exploded, fleeing violently in two directions. That one EC3U appeared out of nowhere, charging straight like an arrow into the enemy's lair. He stumped hard on the accelerator, making the car glide powerfully like a true warhorse. It sped swiftly through the newly opened passage. From the ox cart behind, a voice roared, quickly aim and shoot out its tires for me. But That one EA10 had the trouble covered. He carried a cannon on his shoulder and sneered, let's all go to the netherworld together. Pai Ken got hold of the bioweapon and joyfully plotted their escape, exclaiming, this is great. We have the atom. Just let them slaughter each other. The secretary standing nearby hesitantly intervened, doing so might go against Mr. Matsushima's wishes. If you've heard that and irritably cut him off, Matsushima will understand us. Just use the back door to retreat to headquarters. Outside, Yuan Tran stood amidst the rubble and calmly spoke, why are you here? Junichi lowered his sword and replied concisely, I came to collect a debt. Just as they paused to chat for a couple of sentences, a sharp, cold blade unexpectedly flew towards him. Yuan Tran quickly somersaulted to dodge, and the dagger plunged into the ground, sending soil and rocks scattering everywhere. Having narrowly escaped the jaws of death, he remained calm enough to look up and retort, tell me, were you here to join the fun? Chen Wu dove down from a high floor, shattering the glass, and before he even touched the ground, he quickly shouted, I'm here to take your life. Upon landing safely, he stared at both of them and asked skeptically, who is this guy? Caught in such an ironic three-way standoff, witnessed by a curious crowd, Wang Zhen was truly speechless. Junichi wouldn't be outdone and loudly interrupted, your real opponent is standing right here. Just as he had wished, a group of thugs swarmed in, immediately satisfying his bloodlust. Wang Zheng, knowing how to adapt to the situation, saw that things were going south and dragged his partner away, saying, you two can settle your own grudges. Naturally, they were changing locations to fight, not running away. He glanced at the surrounding circle and challenged him, Pei, let's see who can send more of them to the afterlife, shall we? Chen Wu nodded immediately without hesitation. Gladly. Wang Zheng was busy plotting a purge, unaware that he had become a target himself. A bullet whistled past his face, leaving a streak of fresh blood on his left cheek. Wang Zheng immediately ducked against the wall. Worry. It turned out there was a sniper in ambush. Chen Wu, seeing this, couldn't help but mock him. 1 second you're challenging me to a competition, the next you're acting like a turtle hiding in its shell. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, Chen Wu turned to his opponent for input. What are you going to do next? Wang Zheng smirked enigmatically and replied, there's bound to be a good show to watch. He pulled out a walkie-talkie and called for help. Listen here, beautiful, give me a hand. Don't hesitate when it's time to show what you can do. Rian's clear voice came through the device. There's a sniper at 10 o'clock, and another 150 meters east of the hotel. Tearing her stutter, he impatiently reminded her, Pei, were you pointing them to our location? Before he could finish, she responded with a thunderous volley of gunfire. With her hand still gripping the smoking gun, Rian stated flatly without changing her posture, it's all taken care of. Chen Wu was struck dumb by the speed of the situation and snapped, what? It's really over just like that? Seeing his bewildered look, like a country bumpkin in the city, Wang Jing felt even more compelled to show off. What else would it be? From a hidden corner not far away, Manhwa joined the fun with an explosive cannon shell. The terrifying explosion sent the whole group flying into the air, incinerating them in a sea of bright red flames. Hearing the sound of reinforcements, Wang Jing and his companion hardly seized the opportunity to slip away. As they ran into the middle of the road, a shiny black sedan blocked their path, and the person inside urged, get in the car, quickly. Seeing Shen Wu cling to him like a piece of chewing gum, he immediately changed his expression. Hearing the car door close behind him, Manhwa quietly tightened his grip on the steering wheel. He stepped firmly on the gas, and the car sped away, leaving the chaotic scene behind. After driving a fair distance, Wang Jing started to question him. Why are you following me? Chen Wu didn't answer but exclaimed with confusion. You guys are something else, actually leaving a woman behind like that. He gestured with his finger, acting like an expert on women. Don't you dare underestimate the face sex. In a place they couldn't see, Rian clutched her gun and gave a faint, cold hum, proving herself to be as unpredictable as Wang Jing had said. Chen Wu rolled his eyes, but having already boarded the pirate ship, he finally realized he needed to ask, where are you two going? He smirked and said vaguely, to watch a good show, obviously. He caressed the knife in his palm and said awkwardly, after I finish up here, I'll settle the score with you later. If you make a promise, you have to see it through. Wang Jing was annoyed and wanted to set this blockhead straight. I don't know why you're willing to let others use you like a blade. Or does defeating me make you feel like you've succeeded? Surprisingly, he admitted it readily. True, that could be considered a form of success. The car quickly pulled up in front of a skyscraper, the surrounding area eerily silent. The moment he stepped into the room, he hurriedly bowed and reverently held out the spoils of war with both hands. Mashima-san, we have secured the biological combat agent. Mover pulled the glass tube toward him and issued new instructions. Very good, Karasaki-kun. As for those remaining H-1E1 people, I want the bodies to stay right here. He quickly replied, Sir, there is no need for us to lift a finger. They have already slaughtered each other. He did not like the people here, but he applied the idiom when the birds are gone, the bow is put away very effectively. I never put my trust in anyone, Karasaki-kun. This time, you were too negligent in your work. I am stripping you of your command. Peiken bowed low in a panic and begged, Mashima-sensei, please give me one more chance. Move turned his back and threw him a favor. Very well, this will be your final opportunity. He left the office burning with determination, as if he had just been injected with a stimulant. Thank you, sensei. If this mission doesn't succeed, I will certainly achieve glory in death. In a remote, secluded land, there stood a mansion hidden among the trees. The scenery was poetic, yet it was the ideal place to carry out sinister plots. Bun-Tran moved closer and whispered a few words of psychological manipulation to Junichi. Let's just make a clean break with that group once and for all. When Kikin and his 500 brothers drew the swords and lined up, he used his status as a senior to provoke them. You traitor, do you still dare to show your face here? Don't even think about leaving here alive. He had just ignited a fire, yet he now feigned sadness by shaking his head. What a sin I committed. Th-1EA7NV was enlightened by this level of shamelessness. Hypocritical. Is this the good show you were talking about? Bun-Tran stood there nonchalantly, enjoying the moment, and admitted, that's right. If you can't be a hero, you have to offer some praise. You certainly have managed to recruit an excellent subordinate. Min H-1EA10, who had been brandishing a knife for some time, suddenly closed in. One day, we will raise this manipulative manner to the ground. He was rarely silent, then chimed in. That is certain. Th-1EA7NV, peering the conversation that made no sense, looked puzzled. Why would it be like that? Bun-Tran just shrugged and gave a vague answer to brush it off. You'll understand later. I'm not in the mood to explain right now. He suddenly stood straight and issued a serious warning. I was your friend, but if you cannot give me a reason that convinces me, I will still stand against you. He didn't spare anyone, but he kept things in perspective. Once we leave here, we can settle our scores however you like, but the urgent goal right now is to flatten the L-1EDD territory. While everyone was busy arguing, the two Junichi brothers swung their swords at each other, performing a spectacle of fratricide. The weapons clashed violently several times, but as soon as the opponent showed an opening, he seized the opportunity to slash off one of Kikin's arms. Junichi looked at the cat scratch-like mark on his own arm and coldly ended the battle. You have lost. Then Suke appeared out of nowhere and quickly stepped forward to criticize Mitsui Junichi. I must admit you are a genius, but what a pity. Min H-1EA10 whispered his assessment of the man who had just entered the ring. If I didn't have guns, I couldn't beat this old man. Bun-Tran curiously offered a new choice. And what if you had guns? He lowered his head and calculated for a long while, but didn't dare to speak boastfully. The winning percentage is about 70%. He felt that if this match fell into his friend's hands, it wouldn't end well, so he decided to take action himself. In that case, I will have to face him directly. While Sensuke was swinging his sword in preparation to discipline his unruly nephew, Bun-Tran interrupted. I say, old man Yamamoto, you see an acquaintance and don't even bother to greet them. Were you only concerned with killing? Being interrupted by this obstacle, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Sensuke knew full well that this person never brought good news, so he immediately became alert. Bun-Tran, every time you show up, nothing good ever happens. He looked straight at him mockingly. It seems you still haven't accepted defeat, have you? Both of them knew each other's strength, so the old man deliberately probed first. Bun-Tran, what exactly do you want? He spun the gun in his hand and replied defiantly. I don't want anything. I just want to tear this place apart. Irritated by this arrogant attitude, Sensuke coldly drew his sword, ready for a fight to the death. How insolent. I am the Mad Blade Saint. How can I let someone like you be so rampant? The philosophy that any conflict is a fight. In Bun-Tran's eyes, old or young, man or woman, there was no difference. If you aren't convinced, then let's have a fight. Let's see if your old bones can still take it. Junichi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up to reconcile. That's enough. Let's go. He looked deep into his eyes for a moment to gauge him, then decided to show respect to the host and let it slide. Very well, let's head home then. Sitting steadily in the car while watching Manhwa carefully bandage his wounds, Junichi hesitated for a long time before finally managing to mutter two words. Thank you. Bun-Tran, who was driving, turned to suggest, I understand that your heart isn't at ease having to do these things in your own homeland. When we leave this time, feel free to choose whether to return to Huahara or not. He replied without a moment's hesitation. I will return. Having anticipated this reaction, he easily promised. Agreed then, we shall reunite in Huahara in the future. The expansive highway stretched out, and the lone white car sped forward. While gripping the steering wheel of the bullet-riddled car, Lai Tu felt restless and worried for his comrade who was stronger than him. Wondering how Brother Tran was doing, Paranham was more experienced, so he predicted the situation quite accurately. He will be fine. With Bun-Tran's ability, it would be a blessing for those people from the L country if they aren't beaten to a pulp by him. Regardless of the mood of those in the car, the sedan maintained its speed at the final turn because the escape route allowed no room for stopping. Just as the car neared the intersection, a series of obstacles suddenly came rushing out from the side road. Lai Tu was terrified by the sudden crisis, but at that hairbreadth moment, a figure darted from midair. Taking advantage of the momentum, Bun-Tran smashed the windshield and placed his foot directly on the truck driver's neck. The driver lost control, causing the truck to sway and lightly scraped the rear of Lai Tu's car. Seizing the opportunity, he pressed the accelerator and successfully escaped the swerving truck that had lost its direction. After driving a long distance, he finally spoke. We survived. Paranham looked back to observe and sighed softly. We owe him another debt of gratitude. A group of men in black suits suddenly appeared on the poetic beach. The leader complained about the scenery and ordered, the car disappeared here. You guys search the beach thoroughly. We must catch them no matter what. Bun, wearing only his underwear, sensed the imminent danger and quickly had an idea. We can't let them recognize us. Buyen, who was wearing a bikini, felt helpless and hesitantly asked, so what should we do? Without waiting for her to finish, he lunged and pinned her down. We need to disguise ourselves. Cooperate a little. Buyen was forced to wrap her arms around his neck. If her face hadn't been flushed red, her approach would have been more powerful. After this, I'm cutting ties with you. You ledger. Bun just hummed in response. Alright, I'll do whatever you want. The two played the role of a couple cuddling on the beach, and this old trick actually managed to bypass the minions working past. The pair stayed in their embrace until the men in black dispersed in another direction. After escaping, Buyen asked, what's the plan now? Are we really just going to keep lying here sunbathing? He quickly replied, just lie down and recover your strength. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll be tortured to death by those people from the V country. Bun stood up first and urged, let's go, they are still waiting for us. The pair braved the sun and wind, quickly appearing at the building on the main road. Both were covered from head to toe, no different from artists hiding from the paparazzi. They had only taken a few stealthy steps when an incident occurred. T spoke up, making them jump. Bun, poured in the act, questioned her, why are you here? That stupid question made her laugh, obviously to collide. He reached behind his back, preparing to use a hidden weapon, but his mouth still offered a shameless suggestion. I don't want to fight you, okay? Since he wasn't particularly interested either, Katie pointed her finger at the men who had suddenly appeared behind him. I don't make the decisions. You should go ask that person. Dun brandished a sharp weapon in his hand and threatened as soon as he appeared, don't even think about walking out of here today. Sensing that a confrontation was inevitable, Bun hurriedly pushed Buyen away. You go first. The target is me. Yet, the thick-headed girl shouted, I cannot let you die here. He no longer had any patience left, so he pointed the gun barrel directly at that annoying woman and growled, listen here, this is an order. As soon as Buyen had successfully escaped, Bun turned back to continue the verbal sparring. Anyone strong enough to see me off probably hasn't even been born yet. Dun didn't bother to argue another word, immediately drawing his sword and charging forward with a shout. Die now. He quickly threw the hat to the ground, and a thick purplish pink smoke immediately filled the surrounding space. Pan thought he was up to some terrible trick, so he quickly braked and came to a dead halt. Witnessing her opponent's missed lunge, Katie softly spoke to reassure him. I have arranged everything. You won't be able to escape. Bun rushed like a gust of wind onto the main road, and before he could find his footing, he lunged out to block an oncoming taxi. He tossed a stack of money straight at the driver and commanded with authority, take me to the nearest pier, and step on the gas. Propelled by the power of capital, the car revved up and zoomed away like an arrow. However, before they had been far, Ben suddenly jumped out to act as a roadblock. He stood tall in the middle of the road, terrifying the driver, who had to swerve sharply, sending the car right onto the sidewalk. Having narrowly escaped, the driver turned and let out a string of insults. Were you crazy or just tired of living? Ben did not respond in the slightest, silently using his only remaining arm to slam down hard on the hood as a statement. Only then did Bun slowly open the door and step out, hurling a provocation as soon as they met. It seems that side has run out of people, having to send a cripple like this. The sarcastic remark struck a nerve, causing him to huff coldly in irritation. He cracked his knuckles and continued his assault. Aren't you afraid of breaking your other arm this time? When that happens, even basic personal tasks will become a luxury. Ben could no longer restrain himself. He put all his strength into his legs and leaped high. Brett, pay with your life. Bun did not flinch, swinging his hand to launch a series of hidden weapons toward the enemy. With a simple wave of his hand, he swatted away all the sharp items, not forgetting to add a mocking remark. Do you underestimate me this much? As soon as his feet touched the ground, before even steadying himself, Ben spread his legs wide in preparation for the next assault. This time, he directly extended his leg to deliver a blow. Judging by his form, it was clearly a lethal kick aimed straight at the target. He observed carefully then suddenly lunged in to engage. Let's see who is real of the bull here. Without another word, Bun leaped high and delivered a roundhouse shin kick, causing his opponent to groan out in intense pain. The powerful force of the impact sent both of them recoiling in opposite directions. Bun knelt down, feigning concern. What's wrong, old man? Does tasting that little flavor feel good? Ben was likely in too much pain to care for words, only able to let out a resentful, cold huff. Right in front of him, the young man slowly removed the metal weight strapped around his guards. It turned out this was just the warm-up. Bun tossed them aside forcefully and declared, the real game starts now. He concentrated his power in his legs and leaped up into the air once again. Once at favorable distance, he thrust his knee hard into him, leaving Ben unable to react in time, only able to cry out in agonizing pain. Not stopping there, Bun seized the opportunity while the old man was distracted to deliver a thunderous punch directly to his face. Take this lesson you'll never forget. To prolong this ordeal, he reached out his other hand and firmly gripped the old man's empty sleeve. Just as Ben encountered the person plunging down, he instinctively raised his knee and drove it straight into the man's abdomen. After a series of kicks, the old man lay flat on the ground, unable to get up. Bun mockingly asked, well, have you had enough? It wasn't until the end that Manhwa appeared. Seems like I arrived a bit late and missed a spectacular scene, he said. Pointing his gun at Ben's head, he leisurely replied, no, you're just in time to witness the most climactic part. Before he could make a move, a mysterious figure glided past, leaving a message. The grandmaster of a lifetime, how could he die in such shame? The dense murderous intent made Bun panic and turn his head, snapping, Bruiser. In a momentary lapse of focus, Ben's body lay in a pool of blood. Manhwa screamed in worry. Whoever it was, Bun wanted to give chase but it was too late. After all, that was someone they shouldn't offend. At Laptam Mana, Fuck Horror was leisurely sipping tea when he suddenly started and dropped his porcelain cup. The cup shattered the moment it hit the ground, tea splashing everywhere. The person sitting across saw this and immediately stood up, asking with concern, BunRv, are you alright? He stared blankly at his hand and muttered in a daze, I don't know why, but I feel so uneasy. 3 days later, Manhwa sat in the passenger seat, unable to keep quiet. He turned to Tran and asked, are we just leaving like this? His eyes remained fixed on the road, his reply as light as a breeze. What else can we do? Everything's a mess now. If we don't slip away early, there will be big trouble. The silent phone suddenly began to vibrate violently. Tran picked it up and handed it to his friend. See who's texting. Manhwa glanced at the text, his voice full of mischief accompanied by a giggle. Are you sure you want me to read it out loud? His sudden hesitation made the other impatient. Stop hiding it. Out with it. Manhwa got into character, mimicking the girl's voice from the text so coyly that even karaoke ladies would be outmatched. I've arrived. I'll be back in 3 days. Please help me out. Tran slammed on the brakes, the 4 wheels screeching across the road. Before Manhwa could regain his composure, his whole body lunged forward, and the phone in his hand vanished from sight. Though his hands were still trembling, he hurriedly picked up the phone and shoved it back to the person laughing beside him. It was quite strange. Before he had even calmed down, Manhwa switched to mucking Tran. Captain, you're real lucky. I'm still single and happy over here. His eyes fixed on the screen, the other mumbled a casual reply. Do you need me to set you up with someone? A casual joke was enough to make him lose himself in fantasies about beautiful girls. It seemed it wasn't impossible after all. While the person beside him chattered on, Tran finally managed to finish typing a cheesy message to Manhwa. I'm coming back immediately. I don't want to wait even a single second. Manhwa suddenly remembered something important and asked the person slumped over the steering wheel. Captain, we get to rest properly after returning this time, right? His voice was soft with embarrassment, but the other still replied politely, probably. At that moment, Tran received a barrage of calls from Tquaid. As soon as he answered, he recognized the familiar raspy voice. I'm on Yokohama Road. Tran immediately discarded his previous casualness and replied sternly, we'll be there right away. The atmosphere in the car changed abruptly, causing Manhwa to fall silent. He also quickly steered the car to change direction. The shiny black car sped down the empty road, carrying the heavy hearts of those inside. The billowing dust from the car swept into Mufu's face, who had been standing by the roadside observing them unnoticed. The old man's face was wrinkled, silent yet filled with things difficult to express. Tran's black car slowly rolled and parked by the wasteland next to Yokohama Road. T led 1 EC1 QUY led 1 EBFT and QUY led 1 EBFT rushed over just as he closed the car door. Everything was ready to begin the journey. Without hesitation, Tran decisively intended to work away, but before he could lift his foot, he had to stop because a man's voice echoed from behind. My hospitality hasn't even been offered, and you're already in such a hurry to leave. Mufu leisurely worked over, a gentle smile on his lips concealing his treacherous ambition. What good fortune to meet again. Why don't we reminisce about some old times first? The moment he saw the old man, a fierce flame of hatred flared within him, making him utter resolute words. I'm only here to claim a blood debt. If you've shown yourself, don't waste words. Make your move. To avoid losing control of his simmering anger, Tran turned to instruct his teammates before entering the fray. You two just stay put there. He spun around to gain momentum, then launched himself into the air, officially commencing the confrontation. Tran charged forward like a professional action star, both hands swinging up, aiming directly at Mufu's head to strike down. His combat instincts awakened. The old man reacted extremely quickly, as if he still possessed the peak form of years past. Mufu's retaliatory punch, just swung out, was blocked mid-air by his steel hard palm. Before the opponent's hand could retract, he twisted it sharply backward, causing the old man to cry out in agony. Tran skillfully retreated to avoid the dangerous blow, not forgetting to muck. Mr. Matsushima's martial arts are quite good, but compared to mine, they're still far inferior. And during the dull ache, the old man growled back defiantly. Do you think I came here without a plan? This area has already been completely surrounded by my men. No sooner had he finished speaking than a barrage of fire rained down from all directions onto Tran's position. They all frantically scrambled into the armored car to escape the hovering scythe of death. Min H led 1EA10, Banning, squeezed into the car and frantically asked, Captain, why aren't we driving off immediately? He raised a hand, signaling calm with an unperturbed expression. Just wait and see. At the same time, Mufu stood alone outside, muttering in an increasingly broken voice. Let's see how much longer you can hold out. The old man's entire body felt drained. He struggled to utter his last words before collapsing onto the cold ground. Let's see how much longer it will be. Feeling an unusual burning sensation in his body, Mufu's face showed shock as he asked, When did you poison me? Waiting for the gunfire to completely cease, Tran slowly stepped out of the car and replied to the man lying prostrate on the ground. The timing of the poisoning isn't important. What's important is that this potent poison was formulated by my own hands. You should feel proud. Unable to move, the old man could only widen his eyes, staring at his shoes, and exclaimed in utter astonishment, I didn't expect you to hide such an insidious trump card. Truly formidable. Witnessing the pathetic state of his enemy, Tran burst into delighted laughter. Thank you for the compliment. Rest assured and depart. Blood gushed from the corner of his mouth, and Mufu's lungs convulsed violently before he drew his last breath. Finally, I've truly lost. Seeing his enemy had paid for his sins, he felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and he patted his teammates on the shoulder. You two head back to the country first. I still have some personal matters to resolve here. Min H led 1EA10, worried, immediately dismissed the idea. No, we must return together. If something happens, we'll be able to react in time. But Tran offered another reason to persuade him. You need to go back to keep domestic forces in check. The cunning psychological blow left him hesitant, unsure what to do, and his voice became markedly wavering, but leaving the captain alone is too dangerous. Seeing his hesitation, he didn't hold back and lightly kicked Min H led 1EA10, urging him, back when I was venturing everywhere, this place is nothing compared to the dangers I faced. Get back quickly. Time flew by swiftly, and no one knew when Tran had arrived at the deserted beach. How refreshing. Finally, I can enjoy some private space alone. TL1ES7 Fun worked over casually, his words sounding as if a professional hunter had just found his target. You're composed. I finally found you. His face expressionless, he looked at the newcomer while his mind began to ponder. Who exactly is this old man? Even so, Typhon did not bother to say another word, focusing only on lunging forward to deliver the blow. Yun Tran, who had been leisurely, was suddenly forced to retreat in defense, gasping for breath as he pressed. Who are you? Who sent you here? He calmly adjusted his crooked mask, his cold, sharp eyes making the person opposite him tremble with fear. Just call me Cao No. You don't need to worry about anything else. In my eyes, you're already a dead man. Before his words could vanish in the wind, Typhon decisively lowered his center of gravity and lunged straight at him, unable to just stand there and take the blows any longer. Yun Tran switched to a counterattack and hurled a knife at his opponent. Cao No. Let me see what kind of person your master is. The sharp blade accidentally struck Typhon's partial mask with force, causing him to stutter for a moment. The iron mask shattered into pieces, revealing Typhon's incredibly and unbelievably elegant face. Yun Tran shouted in shock as the image was reflected in his sight. You are seeing your damn die. His calm tone and steady attitude were a complete contrast to his earlier aggression. There is no one named Damn Dai left in this world anymore. There is only a loyal dog. Looking at the terrifying criss-cross of scars on Typhon's face, he could not help but exclaim in shock, what on earth have you been through? Not bothering to argue further, he lost his patience and unleashed a series of moves. You're talking far too much nonsense. Yun Tran desperately blocked blows with one hand, while his other hand gripped the knife tightly, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. You're still far too green, Typhon said as he kicked him straight in the hip before he could even turn around. Don't waste your effort. How could such amateur moves possibly challenge me? His body flew straight down onto the yellow sand, causing Yun Tran to swallow a mouthful of sand. Just as he finished spitting the sand out of his throat, his pride flared up, and he yelled, PFFT, what a cowardly way to fight. The two men tore at each other in broad daylight, unaware that Katie was observing everything. Par Hoa, there's an old saying, the fisherman reaps the harvest. She stood there watching intently, her mouth full of lively commentary as if she were a VIP guest in the front row. In that case, I'll just sit back and enjoy the benefits like the fisherman. By the 30th time, the once arrogant Yun Tran was still being mercilessly pummeled into the soft sand. Before he could even steady himself, he saw Typhon approaching with a strange aura, completely different from the start. He looked down at him with utter contempt, granting him one final chance to survive. Do you have any last words before you pass away? Knowing he could not hold out much longer, he resorted to his final trick, shouting and pleading to Eric Lai. I asked you for help before I left, and now that I'm about to lose my life, there's still no sign of you. As soon as the mournful cry ended, the dark figure immediately sat up with a start. Eric Lai hurriedly scrambled up, taking the opportunity to drop some spiteful remarks. Who would have thought the illustrious Eastern evil king would be beaten to such a state? Par. He froze for a moment, then shouted like a thunderclap in a clear sky. What did you say? Typhon seized the moment Yun Tran was distracted to launch a lightning-fast attack. Your backup is decent, but unfortunately, they've shown up too late. Reacting with extreme speed, he turned it, ready to fight back. Do you really think I'm just a pushover? You've gotten quite addicted to punching me, haven't you? Yun Tran's lunge strides backward quickly widened the distance between the two of them. However, Typhon had calculated carefully. He lunged behind his back and raised his fist. Everything ends here. In that critical moment, he was forced to pull out the pistol hidden in his leather jacket pocket. You have underestimated me too much. I am indeed the Eastern evil king. His finger pulled the trigger coldly and decisively to save its master. To escape, Yun Tran pointed the muzzle of the gun at his own chest, firing through his body to inflict damage on his opponent. The excruciating pain stimulated Typhon's body to produce a sudden surge of adrenaline. He gathered all his strength and threw himself into the vast ocean, wishing he would just die. His body sank into the water, losing all control just like a doll with a dead battery. Yun Tran struggled in the cold water, his mind in turmoil as he recalled the beautiful women who had crossed his life. Wait for my return. At the same time, in the office of Lam Hai Group, Min Kai stared blankly into the empty space of the room. Letting out a sigh, she softly murmured her nameless anxieties. I told him to return to the country, so why is he still completely out of touch like this? Min Kai grew even more desperate when the other end of the line yielded only the cold, automated voice of the operator. The number you have called is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Inside the luxurious villa where Thai was residing, for some unknown reason, she clumsily broke a glass of water today. The glass shards shattered everywhere, causing her to scream in panic. As her heart skipped a beat, an indescribable sense of unease suddenly welled up inside her. Why do I have such a bad premonition? 2 months passed, in a wooden house located in a land that was always flooded with sunlight even when night fell. Yun Tran limped as he took his first steps in the warm space of the room. The closed wooden door was suddenly pushed open. Thai gently walked in, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. It looks like your body has recovered quite well. She held the medicine up to his mouth, her words sweet and coaxing. This is the last dose. The rest depends on your own will to live. Yun Tran quietly observed the girl who was meticulously taking care of him, as indescribable emotions welled up in his heart. After a brief mental struggle, he finally asked the question he had been holding back for so long. Why did you save my life? Thai looked deep into his eyes, which were as clear as a lake, and softly uttered 2 words for paying gratitude. Hearing this, he only thought of it as a harmless joke and didn't bother to ask further. If you don't want to say, then I won't press you. I've been here for too long. My family will be worried, so I must go. She did not reply, only silently holding his hand tightly as if to speak in place of words. Seeing that she couldn't sway him yet, Thai appealed to his emotions. Do you want to start a new life with me? Just the two of us. Yun Tran's heroic resolve quickly wavered under the gentle fragrance wafting from the beauty. I, too, used to dream of a peaceful life, where every day I'd come home to hot meals, a gentle wife, and good children waiting for me. But that is a luxury for me. Dissatisfied with his refusal, she used it as motivation to press herself close to him. Then let the two of us just enjoy this moment. Since the beauty had made her move, how could he be so foolish as to refuse? His rebellious hands began to strip away her clothing. The tiny wooden house suddenly shook violently, echoing with the passionate sounds of diffuse combat. Gently, aren't you still recovering? You underestimate me too much. Elsewhere, in the northern suburbs of Baiju, Namjiang province, Ninhar was intently studying the design blueprint she had just received in the lounge. Her face gradually relaxed after reading the contents inside. Yuan Tran, the next time we meet, I will definitely return the favor properly. On a luxury yacht gliding swiftly across the vast ocean, seeing Yuan Tran standing there lost and thawed, Katie approached and asked, are you missing them? He kept his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, his voice tinged with sadness. Perhaps so. Li Wonduf suddenly appeared from behind and cut in. May I introduce myself to this lady? Although he was quite indifferent just a moment ago, he immediately stepped forward to shield Katie. There's no way that's happening. She smiled triumphantly and took the chance to press him. What are you to me? Wang Zheng evaded by replying suggestively. It's extremely dangerous for women to casually socialize with men out there. This answer clearly didn't satisfy her at all, so she decided to introduce herself. I'm Katie from America. How about you? Li Wonduf, having achieved his goal, replied enthusiastically. My name is Li Wonduf from Poland. Without any hesitation, he bowed and placed a kiss on her hand. It's a great honor to meet you. At that exact moment, two strange men suddenly rushed out and simultaneously opened fire at them. Wang Zheng frowned upon identifying the enemies. I never expected to run into your group right here. Pendry put on an aggressive look and took the initiative to charge forward and attack. He used only a small move to stop him. With a gentle flick of his hand, the gun in the man's hand fell to the ground. Next, he delivered a stunning kick, aiming directly at the opponent's groin. Witnessing him writhing on the floor, Wang Zheng could not hide his contempt. How can the renowned Gale squad lower themselves to work as mercenaries and looters like this? Seeing his teammate down, Johnson finally poked his head out cautiously. Who on earth are you? He ignored the nonsense and only wanted to clarify the situation. You don't need to know who I am. Tell me quickly why you are targeting him. If you stay silent, don't blame me if you don't find a way out alive. Li Wonduf's face suddenly turned gloomy, and he began to mutter incomprehensible things. Sky Heart. It's all because of the Sky Heart. Hearing that, he became even more curious. What is this Sky Heart? Li Wonduf tried to regain his composure and explain in detail. The Sky Heart is my diamond. Wang Zheng understood the issue and warned the two robbers. He is my man. Don't even think about that diamond. Just steer the ship straight to Huazir, and I'll spare your lives. Johnson spoke up with visible fear and anxiety. This diamond is a silver rank mission. Neither you nor I have the standing to mess with the person who issued this task. That piqued his interest, and he couldn't hide his curiosity. Oh, then who is that person? He tiptoed closer and whispered softly to him. Finally, Wang Zheng understood who he had to face. Indeed, I'm no match for him. Nevertheless, he didn't hesitate to give Johnson an excruciatingly painful kick. But whatever he wants, I must contend for it. He made a clear declaration. If he wants it, he can come find me personally. As for you, if you want to stay alive, you must follow my instructions. Knowing what was best, he quickly agreed. Fine, we will sail the ship and take you to Huazir safely. Upon hearing the satisfactory answer, Wang Zheng immediately shooed them away. Dead lost. Quickly, Li Wonduf, having narrowly escaped death, was extremely excited. He rushed over to hug and kiss him repeatedly. Zheng, you are truly the savior of my life. Feeling awkward, he tried to dodge to one side. Get away from me. I'm straight and only like women. The two moved to a lounge in the cabin to talk. Wang Zheng got straight to the point. Tell me, what's the deal with the Sky Heart? Li Wonduf excitedly shared the details. The Sky Heart is a diamond found 20 years ago. It is the only pale blue stone of its kind in the world, with an enormous value. With the experience of a man of the world, he vaguely understood a few things. This precious item must be craved by many, right? He was honest about his situation. Over the past few years, my family has been targeted for assassination over 20 times because of this diamond. After speaking, he lifted his left foot and busily searched for something hidden inside his shoe. Who would have guessed that the soul could be detached? Right in its center was a sparkling diamond. Li Wonduf handed over the treasure without any hesitation. I invite you gentlemen to admire this gemstone. As soon as Wang Zheng saw the diamond, his eyes lit up like car headlights. He begged not to waste such a divine gift anymore. However, Li Wonduf, turned and gave the diamond to Katie with a sincere look. She was not formal at all, accepting it and planting a kiss on his cheek as a way of saying thanks. The yacht continued to cut through the waves across the sea, heading straight toward its destination in China. Katie stood on the deck, her heart fluttering at the thought of the day they would meet again. Wang Zheng also shared his sentiments. If we were enemies, I hope we never meet again in this lifetime. After those words, the two shared a warm embrace, encapsulating all the emotions they had experienced together. The sky today was deep blue with a few scattered white clouds. The brilliant golden sunlight heralded an auspicious day. A few minutes later, at the port construction site of the Zhang family, Wang Zheng appeared uncomfortable seeing Li Wonduf persistently following close behind. When he questioned what he was following for, he was told that since he was both a benefactor and a local, Li had to stick with him to find investment clients. He peered around curiously and wondered why he had been brought here. Wang Zheng acted mysteriously, emphasizing every word, of course, to observe the people's situation. Suddenly, panicked screams rang out from somewhere. It's not good. Something big has happened. The brave group of workers shouted to their comrades that the Hangthan gang had come to provoke them again. If they didn't teach them a lesson they'd never forget, they wouldn't back down. Being naturally curious about the crowd's reaction, he decided to move forward to see what was happening. At this moment, Lai Hao strode over arrogantly, a cigarette between his lips, and challenged the management to show themselves. Otherwise, he would trash the place. Wang Jing found the sight annoying at first glance, not understanding how this guy could be so arrogant. Wu Kai nearby nervously reported the situation. Hangthan group is bitter because our boss snatched this plot of land from them, so they hired thugs to cause trouble. That guy smoking over there declared that if we don't leave within the next 3 days, they will use force. After waiting fruitlessly for a response, he began to turn violent, refusing the toast only to drink the forfeit. Everyone, attack. As he finished, an elegant figure stepped down from a shiny car. Come on, Lai Hao, stop showing off. Liu Wen, relying on his power and influence, boldly ordered, whoever agrees to leave right now will receive 200 yuan. The group of workers was not easily intimidated. They protested fiercely. Do you think you can force us to throw away our livelihoods for just 200 yuan? Lu Wen smirked, intentionally showing off a thick stack of cash in his hand. Then 5,000 yuan, and I will recruit you all to work for Hang Thin immediately. Lai Hao gleefully gave a thumbs up, praising that the eldest young master was truly brilliant and generous, but the crowd immediately cursed at his face. What do you mean brilliant? Relying on his backup. He challenged them frantically. Say it again if you have the guts. If I don't beat you to death today, my name isn't Lai. No one spoke up to reply. Instead, a handbag was seen flying swiftly through the crowd. Then it landed accurately, sending Lai Hao tumbling to the ground. Seeing his ally getting hit, Lu Wen spoke up. Who just did that? If you're so brave, step out here. Wang Jing slowly pushed through the crowd and revealed himself. It's been a while since we met, and it seems the local dogs have become quite a bit tougher, haven't they? He immediately frowned and grimaced. So, it's your... He was full of heroic spirit, boldly challenging his opponent to see how much skill he actually had, telling him to just bring it on. Luke Van couldn't afford to lose face in front of the crowd, so he roared orders at his subordinates to charge and deal with him right away. They all rushed forward at once, aggressively wielding iron bars in their hands. However, in just the blink of an eye, Yuan Tran skillfully slipped behind them. He charged directly into a confrontation with the ringleader. Luke Van, seeing the man about to launch a treacherous move, he gored his opponent's ankle as quick as lightning. Then he slammed him onto the ground with a painful blow. These amateur moves were nothing to him. Then he grabbed Luke Van's hair, pulled it back, and threatened in a low voice. Let me remind you, I taught you how to behave last time, so why are you still so foolish? Luke Van struggled hard to escape his grasp, swearing angrily. I despise you. Yuan Tran irritably warned him. You're quite stubborn. Let me see who is behind the destruction of this project. Is it your idea or your father's? Hearing his father mentioned, he jumped in guilt and said, what does that have to do with you? Not wanting to argue, he pressed Luke Van's head against the ground and said, it's definitely your father's idea. Go back and tell him that I will personally visit the headquarters tonight. He clutched his painful forehead but still tried to challenge him. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this debt. Yuan Tran showed no fear and smiled at his rival. I always welcome you to come and collect your debt. Finally, Lai Hao had to hurry over to help him away, restoring a peaceful atmosphere to the area. The car roared, releasing clouds of thick smoke before clattering away. The group of workers gathered around to thank Yuan Tran profusely. Brother, you are amazing. Next time if he dares to come near here, we swear we'll beat him until he cries for his parents. He put his arm around their shoulders in a friendly way. Don't worry, they won't dare to return. You all should go eat and rest. There is still work to do this afternoon. Everyone nodded in approval, shouting excitedly as they left. Great. We chased those bastards away. Let's go eat. Li Wanda watched the scene with curiosity. Trun, it seems that the business order here in China is also quite chaotic. He could only sigh. There is scum everywhere. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Just then, Enhat Bin hurriedly drove up, getting out of the car and frantically apologizing. President Viewing, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were visiting, so I didn't have time to prepare a reception. Yuan Tran's attitude turned cold as he snapped. No need for a reception. I'll only give you one warning. If anything else happens to the Ideal City project, you can pack your bags and leave. His face turned pale with fear, sweat pouring off him. I guarantee this will not happen again. Please rest assured. He didn't dwell on the matter and arranged his next plan. Prepare a car for me. I want to go to Kinlang. Elsewhere, in a private dining room of Hang Thin Group, then Bang was raising a toast to his guests. Done in a national group is just an empty shell. How can they compete with me in this Namjiang territory? Suddenly, the sound of a door being kicked open echoed loudly, shattering the joyful atmosphere in the room. Yuan Tran calmly walked in and greeted them loudly. Hello there, Bustang. Then Bang looked visibly stunned and asked in bewilderment, who are you people? Without any reservation, he walked straight to an empty chair. You've been busy discussing our group just now, so why not welcome us? He quickly replied, of course, you are very welcome. As soon as Yuan Tran sat down, the mobiles all stood up to leave at once. We have other business to attend to, so please excuse us. He calmly began with a sarcastic remark. Master Than, your demeanor is indeed quite majestic, isn't it? He replied immediately without a hint of fear. I was merely stating the truth. Right at that moment, Than B-Led-1-E-B-1-NG's phone vibrated repeatedly. He pressed the phone to his ear and his face instantly turned pale. What? Why did L-Led-1-E-5C Van suffer a moderate traumatic brain injury? All right, I understand. He seemed to suddenly realize something and asked suspiciously, was it you who attacked my son? If you've come here, we should sit down and hash things out. Yuan Tran only smirked disdainfully. There's nothing to discuss. This attitude left Than B-Led-1-E-B-1-NG extremely bewildered. Oh, then he aggressively stood up, grabbed a wine bottle from the table, and threw it forcefully. Because I'm extremely allergic to hoodlums. Thanks to his lightning-fast strike, the man had no choice but to take the full impact right in the middle of his face. Fresh blood poured out profusely, staining his hand red. What kind of trouble are you trying to start? After the strike, Yuan Tran spoke up nonchalantly. If you want to cooperate, sign over the Kim Lang plot of land to C-Led-1-E-B-U-D-Led-1-E-5-NG for free. Then B-Led-1-E-B-1-NG was now nearly insane with rage. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, what kind of thieving negotiation is this? In your dreams. If you touch me, I'll call the police and have you locked up immediately. He used his power as a domineering CEO to declare, if you aren't willing, then I won't force you. But be warned, if I want you gone from this world, don't expect to survive. Immediately after, he and his subordinates quickly turned around and walked away, left all alone. Then B-Led-1-E-B-1-NG sat there and fumbled for a plan to salvage the situation. Big brother, I need your help. The clock struck 9:30 p.m. at Min K-Led-1-E-F3's workplace. She stood silently, looking out the window with many idle thoughts. Finally, HEY-Led-1-EC5 Inland was gradually getting on the right track. Just then, there was a rapid knock at the door. She hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Come in. As the door opened slightly, Bun-Tran's flawlessly handsome face appeared. When Min-Kil-Edwania-3 saw her beloved, her cheeks flushed bright red. You finally decided to come back. He quickly pulled her into a warm embrace. You've been under a lot of pressure lately, haven't you? As if she had found a pillar of support to pour her heart out. Tears rolled down her face. And I just want to go home soon. The scene shifted to a bedroom dimly lit by a pale yellow glow. Bun-Tran gently picked his lover up in a bridal carry. Min-Kil-Edwania-3 shyly whispered, how long are you staying in the capital this time? He replied affectionately, I won't be going anywhere else for now. He laid her down on the bed and gave her a sweet kiss after the long time apart. The two grew more intimate, making Min-Kil-Edwania-3 gradually feel breathless. Bun-Tran loosened his grip, holding the beauty tightly with longing. It has been very hard for you lately. The night passed, and the early morning sunlight began to creep into every nook and cranny. Bun-Dan's figure appeared at the airport with an intense aura. He looked intently at the wanted poster in his hand, ready for a hunt. This bounty will definitely be in my pocket. At the same time, in a luxurious and magnificent villa, Thai excitedly announced the good news. Sister, it seems Han Tin Ledwania1 will return to the country tomorrow. Ledwania also showed an air of anticipation. That's right, it's been so long since I saw her. I really miss her. Thai's face suddenly turned sly, her words tinged with sarcasm. Don't hide anything from me. Who else do you care about besides him? Then Phi hastily reached out to stop her sister. What on earth is this girl babbling about? Phi giggled teasingly. Isn't that right? You're missing Bun-Tran's friend Peter, aren't you? Then Phi gradually realized the problem, then turned and held her sister tightly to stop her. Thai, don't talk nonsense. The two of them continued to laugh and have fun, looking at each other and bursting into laughter. Just then, Pan slowly pushed the door open. Bun-Tran's appearance completely changed the atmosphere of the room. Phi, seeing the two girls struggling, he asked in bewilderment, is this your special way of welcoming someone? Thai was as excited as if she'd found gold. She rushed to greet him. You finally decided to come back. Then Phi stood behind, just shaking her head and smiling. Thai, why are you acting more eager than even me? Bun-Tran unconsciously switched to girl-watching mode. His eyes quickly darted over her. Your outfit seems a bit too revealing. Hearing that, Thai immediately looked down, shocked to realize that one strap of her dress had slipped down at some point. Embarrassment turned into anger. She swung her arms, thanking him repeatedly. Why didn't you bother to contact us? Suddenly her eyes changed. She turned and hid in Thin Phi's embrace. Bun-Tran froze at this awkward situation. What's happening? The script should have been her rushing over to tear into me and cry pitifully. He asked himself and muttered, could my charm have dwindled so much? Thai heard all those words. Annoyed, she turned her back and left. You thick-skinned pervert, how can you be so narcissistic? The two sisters returned to their room, Phi still grumbling. That guy disappeared without a trace, and when he finally came back, he didn't care at all. Then Phi subtly reminded her, come on now, it's late, you should go to bed. Phi nodded. Yes, I know. Just thinking about it makes me unbearably angry. Then Phi pushed the door open and stepped out, not forgetting to advise before leaving. I won't argue with you anymore. Just don't do anything too excessive. I'm going back to my room. She awkwardly replied, okay. As soon as he entered her room, Thai felt an indescribable restlessness. That pervert must have seen everything. If I don't look again, wouldn't I be at a disadvantage? She kept pacing back and forth impatiently, but the clock hand seemed to be mucking her, making her irritable. She wasn't sure what time it was, but then Bun-Tran brazenly showed up, knocking on her door. He stood waiting for a long time, but it was silent inside, and he felt his self-respect gradually disappearing. His excitement was instantly extinguished, leaving Bun-Tran dejected. No way, it's still so early. Are they already asleep? A glimmer of hope made him risk trying his luck one last time. Or should I go find Thin Phi to discuss profound philosophical matters? Thai had already had her hand on the door for a long time. Thinking he had left, she peeked out the door to see. As soon as she poked her head out, she immediately encountered Bun-Tran's cheerful face, accompanied by a provocative greeting. Hello, beautiful lady. Too angry at being teased, Thai muttered something and then slammed the door shut to vent her anger. He quickly put his hand to block the door, then smiled and started a conversation. Why so tense? Are you afraid I'll eat you? He stood so close to her, squeezing into the room, that Thai could only press her lips together to suppress a laugh. What on earth was he doing? Everything was fine until the strap of her nightgown suddenly snapped. She couldn't tell if it was poor quality or just her bad luck. Gravity took its toll, and Thai's dress slipped, exposing her charms and forcing him to chant mantras to keep his mind from wandering. The hem of the dress slid down uncontrollably and caught on her foot, causing her to stumble for a second. Her balance suddenly failed her, and with a gasp, she toppled over like a banana tree chopped at the trunk. Bun-Tran didn't have time to think. He immediately went into damsel in distress rescue mode, reaching out his arms and saying, be careful, don't fall. Trying to be a hero, his hand ended up touching where it shouldn't have, turning him from a gentleman into a flirt. The sensation was hard to put into words. Thai had never seen anyone so thick-skinned. Her brain's processing system stalled, and her face turned bright red, embarrassed and angry. She wrapped the blanket around herself like a fat caterpillar and struggled, get out of here right now. Who knows what went wrong in his head, but he nonchalantly sat on the bed, acting like one of those tampered rich kids in the movies. Don't overreact, pretty lady. Thinking reasoning would settle it, the only added fuel to the fire, causing her voice to harden. Bun-Tran hurriedly scrambled to retreat. Alright, I'm leaving now. Receiving a blade that could burn holes through him, he quietly snuck away from the chaotic battlefield he had just created. With nowhere to hide after his social suicide, Bun-Tran took his wounded heart to go bother Thin Phi. Were you asleep yet? Though she didn't know what was going on, she still thoughtfully replied, come in. Awkward about his current predicament, he started the conversation. How have you been lately? Thin Phi tossed her hair to one side to untangle it, took a breath, and replied, summer in Lamhai is almost over, and the new models are framed up, so I'm a bit freer now. Suddenly, A memory triggered an important piece of news he had to update him on. Oh, I forgot. Tudor is coming back tomorrow. Vyun Tran excitedly switched to gossip mode. Pan Tudor, is she real coming back? Sleepy-eyed, Thin Phi quickly wrapped up the chat. She's taking a 3-week leave to visit home. I have to go to sleep. I have to go pick her up tomorrow. No longer insisting on teasing her, he chose a graceful exit with a bit of narcissism. Alright, sleep well, and don't dream about me. The next morning, the guilty Vyun Tran, wearing an apron and carrying food, arrived at Thai's door to apologize. Beauty, I prepared breakfast for you myself. The door slowly opened, awakening the shrew hidden inside. She bolted out, scolding him while dragging him into the room. You jerk, didn't hear. Vyun Tran didn't dare resist, trying to save the food tray from dropping. Manhwa, what are you trying to do now? Once inside, she prioritized putting the breakfast on the table, as if it were a peace offering to quell her previous rage. Once done, Thai blushed and got straight to the point. You have to take responsibility for me. Seeing her adorable expression, he smirked. What kind of responsibility do you want me to take? You jerk, you saw everything, and you're still acting like that. Without a word, he leaned down and kissed her, leaving her stunned for a few seconds. She was shocked for a moment before shrieking to hide the embarrassment blooming on her face. Do you know that was my first kiss? The bright sunlight streamed directly through the large doors of the spacious airport terminal. The trio of Vyun Tran stood patiently waiting in a secluded corner of the vast airport. As soon as she pulled her suitcase out, Tindar recognized them and cheered with joy. Her loud shout drew the attention of the surrounding crowd, making Vyun Tran shyly cover his face with his hand. She rushed over to the three people, chattering incessantly that she missed everyone terribly, then asked them in return if they missed her. Thai, standing next to her, frowned and grumbled like a kind mother, telling her she was a hateful girl, asking if she had no shame, and then reminded her to maintain some ladylike demeanor. While being affectionately hugged by her, Tindar winked at him and asked, Do you miss me? This made Vyun Tran sigh and give a perfunctory reply that everyone missed her terribly. She cheerfully waved her hand like the leader of a system of closing online orders, enthusiastically inviting everyone to go eat and drink, urging, Let's go eat. My stomach is so hungry it's about to stick to my back. Thin Phi stood behind her, asking little Dar sweetly and dotingly what she wanted to have. As soon as Tindar heard the loving words, she immediately pouted and demanded grilled donkey meat. Vyun Tran nutted instantly, sealing this deal before anyone could change their mind at the last minute, saying, Alright, let's head there right away. Exactly 1 hour later, the whole group was impatiently standing in a long queue, waiting for their turn at Old Dem's grilled donkey meat restaurant. After a period of patient waiting, as soon as it was her turn, Tindar cheered, making the people behind her laugh. She said, It's finally my turn. Hurry up, I'm buying everything here. The black car suddenly cut in front, then screeched to a halt in front of the restaurant, stirring up a hazy cloud of dust that swirled chaotically in the wind. The Don slowly got out of the car, yelling in a way that made him sound like he thought he was really cool. Pack up all the grilled donkey meat you have left for me. The restaurant staff, maintaining a polite and indifferent expression, replied to him, I'm very sorry, but you were a bit late. The customer here has already bought the last few portions. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently took the bag of food and handed it to Vyun Tran. The Don still hadn't given up on the idea of enjoying the delicious dish, so he blocked his way, offering 400 yuan to buy back these 4 portions of grilled donkey meat. Seeing the giant idiot suddenly block his path, he switched into a master-level sarcastic mode and retorted, saying he would only agree to give them up if each portion cost 10,000 yuan. As soon as he heard the price, the Don immediately put on a theatrical display, yelling as if he were being asked to repay a debt from a past life, scolding him, Were you trying to pick a fight? 10,000 a portion. Why don't you just rob a bank? It'd be faster. Not getting a satisfactory answer. Vyun Tran, losing interest, brushed past him and coldly said, If you like it, just buy it. Without a word, the Don grabbed his shoulder, then, quick as lightning, tried to snatch the bag of food, grumbling, Don't go anywhere. He was not the type to tolerate nonsense. As soon as he saw a Don making a move, Vyun Tran immediately grabbed his hand, immediately squashing the blatant robbery attempt. He scolded him, asking what kind of person he was to resort to robbery just because he couldn't buy something. Having his true colors exposed, the Don became furious, thrashing about as if he wanted to punch Vyun Tran, yelling, Let go of my hand. Now. Tindar, quick as lightning, delivered a kick straight to his weak point from behind, saying, How wonderful. The fatal blow caused the Don such pain that he almost started reciting Buddhist sutras and prayers, hoping to get through this ordeal. The Don collapsed to the ground, clutching his sensitive spot with both hands and screaming in agony as if he were in labor. Tindar stood watching the pathetic sight of the unreasonable man, then calmly said, After all, we know martial arts, and he has no sense of propriety or his place at all. Then Long, sitting in the car, waited for a long time but didn't see his friend return, so he impatiently got out to see, asking, What's all this commotion about? He knelt down, looking at his friend writhing on the ground, tutting and asking who had beaten him to such a state. He immediately received a clear answer from Vyun Tran, I hit him. Then Long frowned, looking at him, then questioned, asking, Why did you hit someone without reason? Tindar's impudent mouth wouldn't stay quiet, unleashing a torrent of words like a raptus to vent her anger, saying, Your servant couldn't buy food, so he tried to use force. Now he suffered karma. If there's a next time, I will definitely deal with him more severely. Those sharp words poured into his ears like adding fuel to the fire, making him adopt a lecturing tone, saying it's not good for girls to be so violent, and demanding they explain clearly. This half-hearted bluster didn't scare anyone. Vyun Tran pointed directly at her, adding to the verbal sparring, My friend has already explained clearly. If you're still not satisfied, I'm ready to take you on to the very end. His anger flared up, making Than Lun grit his teeth and threaten, You speak so presumptuously. If there's no reasonable explanation today, then... Before he could finish his sentence, Thin Phi interrupted him because it was too grating to the ear, asking, So, what are you going to do next? A familiar voice rang out, causing her to turn around in bewilderment. wasn't the Thin Phi. From afar, the grey car sped through the streets like a cheetah stalking its prey, holding the specialty in her hand. Tindar enjoyed it with great delight and a satisfied look. Being able to eat her favorite childhood dish like this was truly wonderful. Watching her eat with such appetite, Thin Phi hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak her mind. Dairo Yi, why did you accept Lai Than Lun's invitation? He is not a good man. Since she was enjoying her food, mentioning that arrogant young master made Tindar snuggle up to her and tease. Sis, he's so handsome. Were you not moved at all? Thin Phi shook her head vigorously without a second thought. I don't like him. Seeing her mood drop, Tindar offered some food to comfort her sister. Don't be angry anymore. Tonight we'll give him a good thrashing. To her surprise, Thin Phi was still consumed with worry. This is his territory. How can we possibly win? Yuan Tran was quietly driving when he suddenly noticed some strange occurrences in the rearview mirror. Right behind them, a vibrant turquoise car kept tailgating them, as if something bad was about to happen. To help the girls grasp the situation, he quickly informed them in a cryptic way. Hey beauties, it seems we have a bit of trouble. I'll get out to handle it. You girls stay put in the car. Yuan Tran steered the car into a nearby gas station, causing the pursuer to immediately accelerate and follow closely. Used to this kind of confrontation, he nonchalantly stepped out and knocked on the other driver's window. Hey brother, which side are you on? Let's have a chat. The person inside didn't say a word. He simply rolled down the window and rested the barrel of a gun on it, clearly intending to intimidate him. Yet Yuan Tran didn't flinch, even gently advising, it's so hot out. It's not a good idea to spill blood on the street. I just want to know who sent you. To keep his identity hidden, the hitman growled, someone paid a fortune to take your life. The arrogance of the mystery man made him laugh sarcastically. Then that's truly a huge loss. Without waiting for the man inside to react, he smashed the car window to get a clear look at the clown sitting there. The pitch-black glass shattered, revealing Duan Dan's bewildered and dazed face. Recognizing an old acquaintance, his attitude became entirely welcoming, as if he were meeting an old friend. You're still alive. The man stammered emotionally. Captain, still fearing his former superior's authority, Duan Dan obediently told him everything. I'm following orders from Tran Thiyuan, the mob boss who is sworn brothers with Dan Then Bang. It was actually him who sent me this time. Thin Phi couldn't hear the conversation, so her face was filled with worry. I wonder if something happened. Why are they embracing like that? Seeing this, Thai comforted her. Don't worry. Who is Yuan Tran after all? No one can hurt him. Noticing many curious eyes on him, Duan Dan shyly pointed and asked, Captain, who are these girls? He put his hands on his hips and said in a calm, gentle voice, these are all my guests. I'm just taking them for a stroll. Seeing his former boss surrounded by beauties, he marveled with admiration. Captain, you're as suave as ever. Let's meet up when we're free another day. I'm in the capital quite often lately. I'll take you to meet someone then. After listening to the long-winded talk, Yuan Tran only caught the main point. Pew. However, Duan Dan gave a cryptic smile, looking quite mysterious. Captain, let me keep it a secret for now. You'll naturally find out when the time comes. At 7 in the evening, at the International Heavenly Palace Club, Lai Tuan eagerly shook hands and greeted his old best friend with admiration. That year you said you would return in glory, and now you have truly done it. Then Lung, he wasn't arrogant at all, even pointing to his watch politely. Lai Tuan, you have done very well too. Hearing that, Lai Tuan could only shyly bow his head. A meal here is sometimes more expensive than the watch I'm wearing. Just as the conversation ended, Dan Lun was startled to realize that two young ladies had been waiting in the room for some time. He took the initiative to step forward and gently greet the familiar faces from long ago. Tham Nhi, Pan Zuing, long time no see. Seeing her old classmate's handsome looks, Tham Nhi covered her mouth to remain poised in front of him. Dan Lun, it's been several years, and you've become much more handsome than before. He accepted the compliment with a refined attitude and replied very politely, you've also become more beautiful every day. You must have many suitors following you, right? Seeing that the conversation was going well, she tilted her head and replied with a flirtatious tone, there are many suitors, but I haven't taken a liking to many of them. Before he could respond, he was interrupted by two newly arrived friends with cheerful greetings. Long time no see. Dan Lun nodded in greeting, his manner calm and experienced. It real has been a long time. Observing the surroundings and seeing that everyone had arrived but remained silent, Tham Nhi wondered who they were still waiting for. She then mentioned Thin Phi, causing her to immediately sit up straight. That name acted like a catalyst, sparking intense curiosity within her. She heard that after graduation, she went to work for the Lam Hai group, but she didn't know how things were going for her now. Sitting nearby, the sour Tun Ten chimed in, no matter how posh one might be, one cannot keep others waiting forever. No sooner had he finished speaking than Thin Phi walked into the room with Yuan Tran, as if they had choreographed the scene beforehand, and she shyly apologized for her delay. Dan Lun swallowed his anger and pretended to stand up to welcome them. He asked politely about the two friends who had accompanied them, but Thin Phi, seeing through his hypocritical facade, politely replied that they had already gone home. Thinking his act was going perfectly, he calmly invited the two guests to take their seats at the table, saying, everyone, please be seated first. Kai Sam enthusiastically started a conversation to liven up the atmosphere. He turned to Thin Phi and suggested she introduce her boyfriend. Not waiting for Thin Phi to step in, he took the initiative, reached out his hand, and said, I'm Yuan Tran. Seeing the modest attitude of the person in front of him, Dan Lun happily shook his hand naturally, saying, I'm Kai Sam, someone who once secretly loved Thin Phi, but I am certainly not your rival today. Unable to stand the silence, Nguyen then immediately interrupted the conversation and asked what he did for a living. Yuan Tran did not hide anything and humbly lowered his status, saying, I am just a hired worker. I don't even have a house in the capital and still have to live in someone else's home. As soon as those words revealing his shortcomings were uttered, Thin Phi gave him a painful kick under the table. Nguyen then clicked his tongue and sarcastically remarked that the capital is very expensive and buying a house is not easy. Although in pain, Yuan Tran continued to belittle himself, saying that his capabilities were limited, so he had no choice. Waiting for exactly that, he began to ramble on with empty platitudes about how if he couldn't afford a house in the capital, how could he possibly bring happiness to Thin Phi? Hearing such grating words that felt like thorns in his ears, he frowned and replied that whether he could make her happy had nothing to do with him, and he would be better off learning how to control his own mouth. The sharp retort caused the narcissistic Nguyen then to switch to lecture mode. You really are a shameless person. By this point, Yuen Tran had lost his patience. A look of anger began to show on his face, and he asked what he meant by that. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Tai Sam hurriedly played the role of mediator to steer the topic elsewhere. Come on, we haven't met in years. Let's have a toast to our reunion. Our youth may have passed, but the friendship remains. Nguyen then also enthusiastically shouted cheers, but the cheerfulness had barely lasted a few seconds before being cut off by Than Lun's provocative voice. Wait a minute. He pointed at the two different drinks on the table and said in a sharp tone, we are all having wine. Why are you two only drinking juice? For Thin Phi could react, Yuen Tran quickly explained that his girlfriend was not feeling well today, so she could not consume alcoholic beverages. Still not letting it go, he pressed on as if digging for private secrets. And you? Realizing this guy was a persistent stalker, Yuen Tran replied curtly, I don't know how to drink. Seeing a man who wouldn't touch alcohol for the first time, Tham Nhi covered her mouth and giggled, mocking him, you don't even dare to drink wine. Are you even a man? He was too lazy to explain further and said, I really don't know how to drink. Lai Tuing, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up in protest, saying, hey brother, this attitude of yours only makes Thin Phi feel embarrassed. Hearing this, he did not answer immediately but turned to hug her and asked softly, my love, do you feel embarrassed at all? Thin Phi's delicate face immediately flushed with shyness, and she shook her head to say no. With this clear evidence, Yuen Tran calmly retorted, you see, my girlfriend said she doesn't feel anything, so why should I be bothered? Than Lun stood stunned, cursing internally with unpleasant words, asterisk what a low-class woman. Today I must make her life miserable. Asterisk, Nguyen then listened for a moment and then delivered a malicious conclusion. In the end, you are just a man who clings to a woman's skirt. Yuen Tran glared at him, trying to suppress the anger rising like a beast inside, and simply uttered a soft, thinking he had encountered someone weak. He curled his lip in contempt and sarcastically remarked, look at your own position. Aren't you just a toad wishing to eat swan meat? Later, Nguyen then would never have guessed that because of those thoughtless words, Thin Phi would grab a glass bottle and smash it over his head to bring him to his senses, saying, it's not your place to judge what my boyfriend is like. Clutching his head and shrieking loudly, he was overacting his role as an oppressed victim. Miss Thin Phi, don't be ungrateful. Today I am determined to teach you a lesson you'll never forget. With lightning speed, Yuen Tran rushed over, grabbed the Lao Mop by the throat, and sneered, go ahead and try. Let me see what you're actually capable of. The air was thick with tension when suddenly someone burst in, kicking the door open without any regard for decorum. Hao Thien led a group of thugs in like bandits, shouting orders to arrest people as if he were performing in a TV drama. It was you who dared to cause trouble and fight here, wasn't it? Were you tired of living? Arrest this man for me immediately. Seeing the chaotic situation from the outside, Duan Dan rushed in to rescue him. Stop right there. Who gave you the audacity to lay a finger on him? Wearily observing the rowdy crowd causing a scene, he pulled out his gold-plated business card and shoved it at the manager. Open your eyes and look clearly. This is not someone a small-time alike you can afford to offend. Before his eyes could even read the text on the card, his mouth was already blurting out contemptuous mockery. Very funny. Putting on a scripted act. Are we? The words International Thien Kung and the title Chairman had Hao Thien like a death sentence he could not deny. Seeing the boss suddenly frozen in place, the lackey curiously peered over and gasped in horror. Chairman. It's Chairman Viewing. He hurriedly knelt down, kowtowing to Yuen Tran before the astonished crowd. I was truly blind not to recognize greatness. Please, Chairman Viewing, spare me. I swear I will never repeat this again. Yuen Tran looked at that cowardly display with bored indifference, but his voice remained cold. Fine, but you must break one of your own fingers as a lesson you'll never forget. His gaze drifted nonchalantly over the trembling group at the table, his mouth calmly delivering a final warning. As for you lot, I will personally come to visit each of your homes later. Fearing that things would only get more complicated, Thin Phi held his hand and urged, let's get out of here. Before they could both step out of the chaotic room, Hao Thien used all his strength to snap his own finger in exchange for the mercy he had just been granted. The car sped down the road at extreme speed, as if being chased by ghosts. He sat silently as she leaned her head on his shoulder, his heart restless, but he couldn't help asking, why did you come there? Caught off guard by the question while focused on driving, Duan Dan quickly replied, Bus, I was afraid someone would pull a trick on you, so I followed you secretly to protect you. Seizing the moment of the reunion, he shed his cold exterior to reveal what had been weighing on him. It feels like everything lately is related to Tozer. This old debt will have to be settled sooner or later. Hearing that name from ages ago, the anger within him flared up violently. Damn Tozer. The grudge from 5 years ago hasn't been repaid, and now that wretched old man dares to show his face here. It's so frustrating. Although his anger was boiling, Yuen Tran tried to force himself to stay calm. He couldn't let momentary emotions affect his judgment. They are all the same ilk anyway. Sooner or later, I will send them all to their graves. Not wanting to miss an opportunity to show his loyalty, Duan Dan hurriedly offered, Captain, if you need anything, just call me. I'm always ready to serve. Preoccupied with other matters and forgetting all about camaraderie, he ignored the man's eager gaze and urged, drive. Take her home first. I still have business to take care of. Duan Dan's mischievous mind immediately jumped to strange conclusions, his tone gossipy and teasing. Captain, what could be so important? Without needing to shout, Yuen Tran replied with a short sentence that left him speechless with shock. Obviously, to meet some other beautiful ladies. The two continued to chat animatedly in the car to dispel the boredom of the empty journey. The next morning, Lu Haiyan was eating when she suddenly heard a knock at the door. Who is it? A low, mysterious voice echoed. Do you ladies want to buy some milk? Dai Enhin chewed absent-mindedly and replied, no need, but her answer was immediately choked off when she realized something. Wait, this voice sounds familiar. carrying 2 large bags in his hands. Yun Tran stood waiting outside the door like a dedicated deliveryman. Beautiful ladies, hurry up and open the door for me. Recognizing an acquaintance, Lu Hein happily opened the door. You're finally back. He smiled back despite his troubled heart. Yes, something happened over there, so I returned late. Dai Enhin also slowly stepped out afterward and said softly, it's been a long time. Yun Tran's voice suddenly grew deep as his mind drifted to a faraway place. Indeed, it has been a long time. Liu Xuan innocently pulled him out to introduce him, without realizing that the alluring and revealing figure of both of them was on display. So this is why she is the most famous small-screen queen in our China. Have you two known each other before? Gracefully chattering away without hearing him reply, she looked up. Wang Jing, startled, she pointed at Wang Jing, whose eyes were wide open at the deadly charm of the two girls. Why is your nose bleeding like this? Sensing the strange atmosphere from the guest, the two girls looked at each other and froze like a malfunctioning machine. Suddenly remembering they were only wearing thin pajamas, both panicked and rushed into their rooms, leaving behind a chorus of loud screams and the poor guy who was losing blood from the seductive view outside. Wait, what? The two opposite doors slammed shut at the same time to shut out the embarrassment and awkwardness in the living room. Wang Jing collapsed onto the sofa, letting out a long breath to calm his mind. Looking at the piping hot, fragrant meal, unable to resist the temptation, he immediately picked up a bite. The rich flavor of the home-cooked food burst in his mouth, making him freeze for a moment. The wonderful aftertaste after swallowing the food stimulated Wang Jing's emotions to a peak. His cooking skill was truly outstanding. Yuran stood with her arms crossed, watching the freeloader eat, and spoke with satisfaction. My father is a head chef at the Sheraton. The talented father naturally has a talented child. Liu Xuan stepped out of her room and quickly chimed in with high praise. That's right, Sister Yuran is an amazing cook. Whoever marries her will surely be blessed to enjoy this food. Once his lover was sitting comfortably beside him, he gently placed his hand on her shoulder and spoke in a warm, caring voice. Liu Xuan, I saw your giant poster at the subway station. You're really getting more and more popular. How has work been lately? Having not received his attention for a long time, she happily updated him on her situation. Thanks to Sister Yuran connecting me with a few directors, I was able to achieve what I have today. Tomorrow morning, I have to meet Director Hu. Hearing the familiar name, Wang Jing asked to make sure, Hu Zairolan. Let me go with you. He looked at the person opposite him and added humbly. Also, thank you very much, Yuran. Yuran leaned back comfortably in her chair, her sassy tone in stark contrast to her actions. I've always treated Liu Xuan like my own sister. Why are you thanking me? This has nothing to do with you. Wang Jing, not one to back down, changed his expression and replied defiantly. I wouldn't mind having something to do with you at all. The suggestive remark made her choke slightly, her cheeks flushing. He laughed inwardly but took pity on her and changed the subject. Do you two have any plans for the near future? Liu Xuan, who had been sidelined, took the opportunity to chime in. Sister Yuran just turned down a very good opportunity. His curiosity piqued. He blurted out, oh, time flew by, and the sunlight, no longer blindingly harsh, shone directly onto the buildings like a live broadcast of deception. Seeing him get up to leave, Liu Xuan spoke up sadly. It's been so long since you visited. Why don't you stay here tonight? Her sad tone was so obvious that even a blockhead like Wang Jing noticed it. Under Yuran's astonished gaze, she continued to beg, please stay, not making his lover wait. Wang Jing immediately put on a shameless face and suggested, I'll sleep in your room then. Liu Xuan rushed toward Yuran to hide her embarrassment. What are you thinking? I'm going to sleep with Sister Yuran. Despite being a bit embarrassed, he boldly proposed his daring idea upon seeing her reaction. Is that so? Actually, Yuran's bed is quite large too. The three of us sleeping together would still be very comfortable. Upon hearing such an internationally tactless remark, she panicked and dragged Yuran straight into the room as if escaping a live interview. Don't even think about it. Alone in the spacious living room, he stood frozen as Liu Xuan's voice echoed out, leaving him utterly confused. Wang Jing, we are going to sleep first. We have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow to get ready to meet Director Hu. Just when he thought he was about to reach the peak of glory, he slipped and fell straight to the bottom of the abyss, muttering to himself, why is there such a huge gap between reality and expectation? Zairolan, meanwhile, leaned back leisurely in his chair, taking in the scenery in a relaxed and calm mood before getting down to work. Together with Wang Jing, Liu Xuan approached from afar and greeted him warmly. Hello, Director Hu. His eyes, carrying a professional scrutiny, swept from head to toe of the man accompanying her. Were you her boyfriend? Facing the unexpected attention from such an influential figure, she responded with a smile. You've misunderstood. He's actually just a good friend of mine. Zairolan slowly removed his black glasses. His gaze revealed 3 parts respect and 7 parts intrigue as he observed him. This friend of hers was clearly no ordinary person. To back up his words, he took the initiative to step forward and shake Wang Jing's hand. I am Hu Zairolan. Very pleased to meet you. Although he found it puzzling, he was careful to avoid affecting his girlfriend's work, so he cautiously spoke up. I am Wang Jing. The banter ended as soon as they released their grip, leaving both of them with deep, inscrutable calculations in their minds. He gestured politely for him to take a seat. Please, make yourself at home and sit down. Zairolan did not bother waiting for the other party to speak before quickly making an unexpected offer. If you nod your head, the lead male role in my film will be yours. As expected, Wang Jing flatly refused. I have no acting experience. I fear I wouldn't be able to handle it. As a true player, he skipped the bargaining phase and quickly handed his business card to him. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you, but if you change your mind, just contact me. Wang Jing reluctantly accepted the business card, and after a brief look, gave a firm response. After that strange, short conversation, Zairolan made a snap decision. My film starts shooting in half a month, and Liu Xuan will take the lead role. She happily hugged the talented director beside her. Wang Jing, isn't that just wonderful? As he prepared to leave, he turned to him with a look of regret. I hope we have another chance to meet. Seeing that serious face out of these words, Wang Jing tried to suppress a laugh and ended the meeting. Certainly, once the two of them were out of sight, Liu Xuan sighed gently. Being able to participate in his film is a great stroke of luck. Unfortunately, Wang Jing remained firm in his original choice. He stated resolutely, "This is not what I'm aiming for." Rummaging through memories of being with him, she asked in surprise, "Isn't fame and wealth what everyone dreams of? So, what is it that you want?" Suddenly caught off guard by the question, Wang Jing hesitated. "This I want." His sixth sense was as sharp as a superhero's. He suddenly felt uneasy and turned his head to search for someone. The moment his consciousness signaled danger, he dashed away, leaving Liu Xuan standing there, frozen in place like a statue. Elsewhere, Jian Chen was busy complaining to Zhao Lan, unaware of the lurking danger. "Brother Lan, why did you give the lead role to that Wang Jing guy? He doesn't look like much." Before he could finish, Liming lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the idiot's face. "Brother Lan, watch out." Blocking the attack for Zhao Lan, Jian Chen's arm was slashed by a razor-sharp blade, and he cried out in pain. The lightning-fast attack caught Zhao Lan off guard, and he could only ask in a panic, "Were you okay?" Realizing he wasn't the only target, Jian Chen struggled and pushed Zhao Lan away. "Run quickly." Panic caused him to lose all reason. He could only run blindly, following the other's urgent shouts. Because Liming was too slow, Bai Sun had to rush out to block the escape route, want to run away. It's not going to be that easy. In the moment of survival, Zhao Lan spun around to face the assassin Liming, his eyes wide with bewilderment as he saw the blade being raised. Faced with the cold steel approaching, he could only cover his head and accept his fate, leaving himself to the Grim Reaper. Just as the Grim Reaper's scythe was about to reach its target, Wang Jing arrived in time to deliver a powerful kick. He tossed his hair, striking a pose like a hero saving a damsel in distress. It's a good thing I appeared just in time. Suddenly, Bai Sun appeared behind Zhao Lan with a knife in his hand. "Let me see how you save him now." Wang Jing spun with the grace of a dancer, hurling a concealed weapon toward the enemy. Bai Sun was hit instantly, blood spurting out profusely as if he had just been slaughtered. After regaining consciousness on the spot, he calmly asked the person across from him if they knew who had attacked him. Zhao Lan regained his composure and immediately replied that he had also vaguely guessed the identity of the culprit. Wang Jing looked at him inquiringly, asking if he wanted to strike back. Needless to say, he wouldn't let this matter go easily. Then he helped Jian Sheng up and, before leaving, kindly advised him, "I believe you can handle it, but if it gets too difficult, call Liu Xuan. She has my number." Zhao Lan left without forgetting to send his thanks. "Thank you very much." A moment later, at the Liber Mountain Villa, the early morning atmosphere appeared extremely peaceful. Jing ambled out in a sleepy daze. "You're back, come inside with me." Before Wang Jing could feel moved, he spoke sternly as if checking a registry. "Pei Han Jingyi, tell the truth. Did you fake grandfather's orders this time?" She immediately clarified, "Not at all. Grandfather truly called you back for dinner." He coldly rejected even Jingyi's intimate embrace. "Forget it. Just help me convey my apologies to Elder Han." Unexpectedly, Wang Jin's eyes lit up like car headlights. It turned out his attention had been caught by her snowy pears. Jingyi's face flushed red. She crossed her arms to shield the sensitive area and snapped softly, "Have you seen enough yet?" Wang Jing successfully dodged her move and knocked her unconscious, then gently carried her to the bed. "I won't go to the Han family, so just have a good sleep. Don't blame me when you wake up later." Next, he carefully covered Jingyi with a blanket, then he quietly left just like that. Only then did she peek. It turned out the whole thing was just an act. Jingyi lay on the bed in high spirits. "So easy to fool. Why are you so naive?" In another development, Wang Jing was speeding down the road. As soon as he reached the office, he called out a greeting. "Hello beautiful boss, what are you busy with?" She looked up and handed him a folder. "You've come at just the right time. Take a look at this." Wang Jing read the report intently and exclaimed in surprise. 3 major shareholders simultaneously sold 10% of Juran Group's shares. She nodded. "That's right, Juran involves not only my family but also nominal shares from the Shangduan family." Wang Jing wondered, his mind full of questions about why they were dumping shares. "What did your father say?" She calmly replied, "He told me to handle it myself. These tribal matters don't need reporting." However, there were things bothering her, but how could the people in the family let go easily? They only hope the group goes bankrupt soon. He patted her head understandingly. "We'll go find out who they sold them to. Then it's done." She replied immediately. They wouldn't care anyway, especially Shangju and King. For Wang Jing, this task was not difficult. He grabbed her hand and pulled her along. "It's a small matter. Come with me." A while later, right at Shangju and King's villa, he pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop, mocking, "What kind of villa has such poor soundproofing?" She stood beside him, extremely puzzled. "What's going on?" She decided to lean in close to listen, and suddenly a series of suggestive sounds rang out, making her face turn bright red. Wang Jing winked teasingly. "Since you're so embarrassed, let me take you to see a good show." Then he took out his needles and skillfully picked the door lock. The door suddenly swung wide open. He just walked in as if he owned the place, shattering the romantic atmosphere. "How embarrassing. I'm sorry to disturb you too." Tin Line was infuriated, but he still had to coax the beauty and asked her to go to the waiting room. Once that was done, he turned around and yelled angrily, "Do you have any concept of manners? You barged in without even knocking." Thai sat down calmly and gave orders as if she were the owner, demanding he buy back the shares he had sold, offering to pay double no matter the price. He sneered, calling it absurd, and added that even the big boss had tried to stop her. So who did she think she was to order him around? She hurriedly asked, "Second brother, to whom did you transfer the shares?" Tin Line took a slow drag of his cigarette and let out the name, Orburn Financial Group, the leading financial power in Australia. Thai gasped, "Wang Jing." Before she could finish her sentence, he hurriedly grabbed Trinan's hand. Then he struck a confident pose and said, "Just leave this to me to handle." Thai nodded in immediate agreement. Wang Jing stood up abruptly and marched straight toward his opponent. He pulled a strange bottle of medicine out of his pocket. He then tightly squeezed Tin Line's mouth, forcing him to swallow the medicine. Before the other man could recover his senses, he coldly warned, "Contact the Orburn Group and tell them you want to buy back the shares. I'll be back tomorrow morning. If you haven't finished by then, you can just wait for death." Afterward, he led Thai away, saying, "Let's go," leaving behind a panicked Tin Line, who was screaming and asking what he had just been forced to drink. The two of them silently drove away from there. In the car, Wang Jing curiously asked, "What do you know about the Oberon Group?" She rested her chin on her hand, pondered for a moment, and replied, "I know a little. They specialize in acquiring potential companies. The entities that fall into their sights never have a good ending." Upon hearing this, he concluded, "It seems the Oberon people are no good. I will definitely help you get the Kujai shares back." Thai Thai happily kissed his cheek and said, "Wang Jing, thank you so much." Seeing an opportunity, Wang Jing put on a lecherous expression. "If that's not enough, come to my room tonight and we can continue." Thai Thai just wanted to call the police on him, chiding him playfully. "You really are rascals. Your mind is full of inappropriate thoughts." Fearing she was angry, Wang Jing hurriedly backpedaled. "I'm just joking. How about I take you to a bar instead?" She shyly hummed in agreement. Before long, they arrived at their destination, in front of the Thinjir bar. The sign had been dark for a while, but he didn't care. "Let's go." As soon as they walked in, they saw Tindar. Wang Jing reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. She jumped, turned around, and snapped, "Who dares to disturb my peace?" However, as soon as he saw who it was, her attitude shifted 180 degrees. "Is that you, Wang Jing?" He joked and asked, "Why are you sitting here drinking alone?" Tindar looked confused. "Aren't you guys here to watch the boxing match?" Wang Jing was stunned. "Of, what boxing match?" She looked him straight in the eye and answered clearly, "The Imperial Boxing Tournament." While Thai Thai was sitting nearby playing with her phone, her screen suddenly displayed an incoming call. As soon as she picked up the phone, the voice on the other end hurriedly urged her to return to the villa immediately. Without any hesitation, Thai Thai replied, "All right, I'm heading back now." She stood up abruptly and excused herself to the person next to her, saying she had some urgent business to attend to. He politely saw her off, saying, "Take care on your way." Tindar took the opportunity to tease her with a few words. "Aren't you staying a bit longer? Go ahead and attend to your business. I'm borrowing Yun Tran for a bit, so don't be so stingy." Thai Thai blushed and turned away quickly, not even bothering to reply. Just by looking at the other's attitude, she could guess 80 to 90% of it. "Did you two just get back from a date?" Yun Tran domineeringly reached out to wrap his arm around her waist and said with a smile, "By your logic, does this mean we are dating too?" He quickly pushed him away. With honeyed words, Yun Tran winked and teased, "It's already a happy thing to have someone like me." Just as the match was about to start, she stood up and invited him. "The boxing match is about to begin. Let's get over there quickly." By this time, the two fighters were ready in the ring, and the stands around them were packed with people eagerly waiting. The two of them quickly squeezed through the crowd and found a relatively good spot to sit. Men on the opposite side happened to spot Tindar. Who would have thought the little princess of the Han family would be here too? This time there will definitely be a good show to watch. That man was Thien Nha. He glanced at the person next to him and muttered, "Compared to her, I find the man sitting next to her to be much more interesting." He motioned for the waiter to come over and instructed, "Prepare everything thoroughly. I want them to have an unforgettable memory." The bell signaling the start of the match rang. Keen Luen was highly focused, his eyes fixed intently on his opponent. Tindar pointed toward the stands and suggested, "Since the match has just started, why don't we place a bet to make a little cash?" Yun Tran looked puzzled. "Oh, how does that work exactly?" Blinded by the thought of money, she directly asked the man next to her, "You're a professional. Look at those two up there. Who has the advantage? Quickly, give me some tips." Yun Tran crossed his arms and put on an act. "If one of them is intentionally throwing the mash, how would I know?" Tindar quickly denied it. "No way, the rules here state that the loser forfeits the life." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh, since when did the Huixier underground boxing ring become so brutal that lives have to be traded like this?" Right at that moment, the referee's whistle blew, signaling that the match had officially ended. The referee took Keen Luen's hand and raised it high in front of everyone, declaring him the winner. Yun Tran looked at the fighter in the ring with curiosity. "What is his background?" Tindar counted fluently. "I heard he is a former elite soldier of the Capital Military Region's Special Forces Brigade. He was dismissed from the team for making a mistake and is currently a member of New Lan Line." Hearing this, he turned to question her. "A member of New Lan Line is here fighting underground boxing. You didn't drag me here just to watch a regular match, did you?" Without bothering to hide it, she asked directly, "Or do you not want to get in the ring and compete with them for once?" Yun Tran could only shake his head. "This reverse psychology tactic is useless against me. I will have my own way to get what I want." She pouted and brushed his hand away, showing clear disappointment and boredom. Suddenly, the waiter approached and whispered a few words into Keen Luen's ear. Afterwards, he pointed his hand directly toward the stands, ordering him to come up. Tindar turned to look at him anxiously. "Look at that, you've been challenged. Now, even if you want to avoid it, you won't be able to." Yun Tran was no pushover. He calmly called the waiter over. "I want to place a bet." He confidently placed his credit card on the tray. 2 million. "I'm betting on myself." The crowd below the stands immediately erupted in an uproar. "If you can't do it, don't make a fool of yourself." "I bet my entire fortune on this." "Hey, tall and skinny guy, knock him out for me." Yun Tran gleefully looked up at the betting board. The odds of 1-3 were heavily skewed towards Keen Luen, making him think to himself with delight, "This is definitely an easy win." As soon as he stepped into the ring, he began to tease. "I heard you're a prominent figure from Tan Lan Line. I can't believe you stooped to fighting in underground matches here." Keen Luen questioned in surprise, "Who exactly are you? This is a national secret. How could you know such things?" Then Yun Tran immediately rushed forward to gain the upper hand. "It seems those people haven't told you everything, have they? In a moment, I'll be generous and tell you my true identity." He threw a powerful punch forward, but fortunately, his opponent reacted in time to block the blow. Seeing that, the young man couldn't help but praise, "Your defensive reaction speed is quite good." But unfortunately, immediately after, he dealt a critical blow, causing Keen Luen to be struck and bleed instantly. I've already won a round. He was sent flying a great distance by the powerful punch, looking utterly pathetic and pitiful. Unwilling to stop yet, Tran suddenly grabbed his opponent's shoulder tightly. Then he decisively delivered a knee strike straight to his opponent's stomach, causing fresh blood to splatter everywhere. Teen Lun painfully clutched his stomach, stammering and begging to surrender. Stop, please stop. I accept defeat. He still adamantly refused to let go of his opponent. Tran then grabbed his pants, declaring that things weren't over yet. Then he threw Keen Lun high into the air, saying that it was still too early to surrender. He gathered momentum, putting all his strength into powerfully throwing his opponent in one direction. In the moment he was still suspended in midair, Tran decisively spread his legs wide, then sprang himself high up. He dealt another fatal punch to completely finish the match. After completing a series of beautiful combo moves, he cheerfully waved to call an attendant. Hey friend, don't forget to bring my betting winnings over here. With everything settled, Tran quickly glanced down at the stands. Someone unexpectedly met his gaze and immediately whispered wordly, "Hey friend, it looks like he's targeting you. You better pray for yourself." Immediately after, the mysterious person quickly ran away. As soon as he stepped off the stage, he questioned loudly, "Young Master Thien Enhai, could it be that you orchestrated all of this?" Thien Enhai hurriedly denied repeatedly, "No, absolutely not." Tran angrily grabbed his opponent's collar and yelled, "Don't you dare pretend to be naive in front of me. If I suffer any loss, I will wipe out your entire family. It turns out you people are still lingering troublemakers, aren't you?" Thien Enhai screamed in fear, "Let me go immediately. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay with your life." He tightened his grip on his opponent's shirt, coldly questioning him, "You dare threaten me?" Then he used all his strength to powerfully throw Thien Enhai directly onto the fighting floor. Tran looked at his pathetic opponent and chuckled gloatingly to himself, "This is exactly the price you have to pay." He slammed his face onto the fighting floor. With an expression of extreme pain, he pointed towards Keen Lun and then lectured, "Don't look at me with those eyes. This has nothing to do with me. You actually dared to bring an expert from the special forces here. Could it be that the adults in your family don't know anything about this?" The more he spoke, the more a triumphant look appeared on his face. "Thien Enhai must know very well about my skills, but for what reason did he not stop you?" And he even stood by idly watching his younger brother. "You suffer the blows." Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, "Truly exceptional, absolutely remarkable." Thien Enhai worked over while clapping in admiration. "I didn't expect that person to be Tran. Indeed, your combat skills are truly top-notch." He reflexively turned to look at him. "I hadn't even had the chance to look for you yet, and you've already brought yourself right to me." Tran followed up on Thien Enhai's words, "I didn't lie to you. Your brother even knows the contents of our conversation inside out." Thien Enhai worked over and praised him. "Your trash-talking skills are just as top-tier as your actual strength." Tran humbly replied, "You flatter me. You are too kind." Seeing that the situation was not very favorable, he spoke up, wanting to make peace. "Is there really no way for us to reconcile?" He sneered, "Reconcile? You ordered Tien Vu to assassinate me. Your grandfather almost got me and my brothers killed in Low Country, and then there's the dragon scale matter. How do you expect me to reconcile?" Naturally, Tran resolutely refused. "If I make peace with you, how would I be any different from that scum? It's a fight to the death between us." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, and tightly grabbed his opponent by the throat. The bodyguards behind them immediately drew their guns in warning. "Let the eldest young master go immediately, or I'll blow your head off." Tran didn't show the slightest hesitation, even throwing a challenge back at them. "Why don't you try and see if your bullet is faster, or if your master's neck snaps first?" Thien Enhai spoke up, trembling, in an attempt to make peace. "Must it really come to this between us?" He looked deep into the other's eyes and calmly explained, "Thien Enhai, from the moment you ordered Tien Vu to assassinate me, we no longer had any chance of reconciling. Finally, he decided to let go. You better watch out and keep your life. I will make you wish you were dead." Thien Enhai clutched his neck, screaming in pain. Not bothering to listen to another word, Tran turned his back and walked away. "Until we meet again." Then he took Tindar's hand, and they left together. After calming down, Thien Enhai told his younger brother, "Come back with me." Thien Enhai let out an angry, resentful cold snort. Standing at a distance, he sighed in disappointment. Now that people's hearts are no longer united, this team is as good as finished. A moment later in the main hall, the two of them sat waiting for someone. As soon as Tien Fun appeared, he spoke respectfully, "Mr. Tran, sorry to have kept you waiting. There is 30 million in this card. Which is your winning bet? The passcode is 123,456. You can check it." Tran reached out to take the card. "No need, I trust you guys. From 2 million to 30 million. It really is a huge windfall." The fat man was about to say something when he interrupted. "Tell your boss to come out and see me. I want to ask him why he didn't step in to stop it." Tien Fun gently advised, "You don't want to make a big deal out of this. Our boss isn't here, and besides, neither you nor Thien Enhai were harmed, so there was no need to intervene." Tran was busy on the phone when Shiyunam worked up to question him. "Master Viewing, aren't you making things difficult for me by doing this?" He put away his phone and turned his attention toward him, his tone full of sarcasm. "Eldest young master, so, you certainly hid yourself well." Shiyunam was no pushover either, snapping back, "What, surprised? I just wanted to watch some boxing. Who would have thought you'd force me to show my face?" Tran stood up abruptly and reminded him, "Now that we've met, we should properly fulfill our roles as host and guest." A while later, the group gathered at the second floor bar. Shiyunam was happily having his drink poured by the beautiful Tiu Quen when suddenly someone raised their voice, ruining the atmosphere. "Where is Tiu Quen? Where are you hiding her? Get out here right now." She quickly ran out to see what was happening and saw Kanhon making a scene in the lobby. "If you don't let her mix a drink for me, I will call 100 men to smash this place to pieces." A waiter hardly stepped forward to explain, "Sir, Tiu Quen doesn't have a shift today. She took the day off. Doing this will affect the other guests." Showing no respect, he swung his hand to strike. "Get lost. Who the hell do you think you are?" trying to lecture me. Tinfan immediately countered with a punch straight to his face. It was truly a miracle that even though Kinhun was in pain and clutching his stomach, his face remained completely unfazed. Having just regained his composure, he returned the gesture with an identical move, not missing by even a hair. Both men lunged into a fierce brawl, determined to fight to the death. Tiu Quinn saw that the situation was getting out of hand and wanted to intervene personally, saying, "Let me handle this myself." Chiu Nam was having a good time when trouble struck. He hurriedly grabbed the beauty's hand and said, "Don't go anywhere, and don't let anyone even dream of touching my person. This matter is clearly not as simple as it looks." Yun Tran, who had been observing all this time, understood his intentions. The opponent was truly formidable and stopped at nothing to lure him into a trap, so he nodded and agreed. Fine. The two stepped outside to observe, and he consulted the person next to him. "Before the police arrive, we must figure out how to handle this." Chiu Nam looked puzzled and asked, "The police?" Yun Tran, an expert in this field, carefully explained to him, "The police and the reporters will block all exits and conduct a full sweep of the bar. The secret fighting ring will be exposed." Chiu Nam realized he was playing with fire and begged the man in front of him, "Consider that I owe you a favor. Please help me." Once he had the power of decision in his hands, Yun Tran calmly pulled out a handgun. He then casually fired a few shots at the legs of a table. The bullets immediately struck and shattered the light bulbs in the bar, one on this side, and another one on the other side. The guests, who had been enjoying themselves in the bar, panicked and fled in disarray, shouting, "Someone is shooting. Run. Find somewhere to hide, and don't get in my way." After the exit was opened, Chiu Nam took the beauty's hand and fled, not forgetting to turn back to thank Yun Tran. "Many thanks." A moment later, police cars arrived and tightly surrounded the entire bar. But it was too late. Yun Tran had already managed to drive away, his car speeding down the boulevard. The mood in the car was full of regret. After today, the secret arena is gone. There's nowhere left to wash fights. They, on the other hand, had already seen the bright side. If Chiu Nam can turn the situation around, he will definitely make people look at him in a new light. She suddenly changed the subject. "By the way, regarding whether you will participate in the Special Forces competition, give me a definitive answer." This was hard to say. Yun Tran was still hesitant for personal reasons, so he said, "Let me think about it some more. I really don't want to lead the team of recruits this time." She looked at him with sparkling eyes and said coquettishly, "But I want to see you in your military uniform one more time." Yun Tran smiled gently and replied, "You will see it soon enough." A while later, having returned to the villa on Taiping Mountain, the sky had shifted to the late afternoon. Yun Tran's phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen displayed the caller's name, Tuan Quan Tin Lang. He quickly answered, "Speak, what's going on?" The person on the other end, having opened the conversation, had already accepted his humiliating defeat. "I surrender. I will confess everything you want to know." Yun Tran triumphantly announced to Thai Thai, "Your brother has surrendered." Having achieved her goal, she gave the order to retreat. "Then let's go cast the net." The next morning, at the private residence of Thuan Quan Tin Lang, the sky outside was clear and peaceful, but the person inside was in extreme agony. Tin Lang was lying under a blanket on the sofa. Yun Tran worked in leisurely and laid out the terms. "Contact the Auburn Financial Group and tell them you want to buy back the shares. Once you do that, I will provide the antidote." Tin Lang was undoubtedly the most miserable person in the region. His face was noticeably gaunt as he whispered, "I had my assistant contact them half an hour ago." He grew more desperate as he spoke, but before he could finish, the person on the other end hung up. Yun Tran looked at him with contempt. "You are truly useless." He then handed the phone to Tin Lang to call and clear things up himself, saying, "Give me the contact information." Having achieved his goal, he immediately turned and walked away with incredible indifference. "All right, let's go," leaving behind Tin Lang, who was screaming, "You haven't given me the antidote yet." Yun Tran looked back, every word he uttered like a knife stabbing into Tin Lang's heart. "If I haven't miscalculated, you still have 15 hours of continuous physical activity left. I believe you can do it. At this point, it would be better to be reincarnated than to endure this." He screamed in agony. The two of them were still leisurely chatting. The only thing they lost to the French colonialists was probably their citizenship. "Look at his half-dead state. Is it satisfying to watch?" "Oh, it certainly is." Wang Jing took every opportunity he could. He triumphantly raised his chin and asked the beauty if she wanted to give him a kiss as encouragement. Thai Thai blushed deeply and firmly refused. Deep dreaming, the scene shifted to the hotel rooftop, where Nzok was leisurely enjoying some wine, casting his gaze over the vast landscape. "This place is finally ours," he thought. Just as he was in high spirits, the fun was interrupted as Wang Jing appeared from behind. Looking a bit too smug, "Aren't we?" The old man jumped and spun around to demand the other's identity. "Who are you?" Wang Jing, not foolish enough to reveal the truth, replied, "Who I am is not as important as the fact that a beautiful lady wants to see you." As he finished speaking, Thai Thai pushed the door open and walked in. "It's time to settle the score. Hand everything back to your mother." Upon seeing a familiar face, Nzok made a sarcastic remark. "Miss Shangyun Thai Thai, I didn't expect the manager of the site and an international group to have a hobby of sneaking into people's private residences. Aren't you afraid I'll sue you?" Thai Thai, never intimidated by anyone, replied nonchalantly, "Why go through the trouble of a lawsuit? Mr. Nzok, we really should have met sooner." Unbothered by the world, Wang Jing leisurely brewed himself a cup of coffee. After taking a sip, he didn't forget to compliment the host. "Good coffee. I didn't expect you to have such taste. I've been alive for over 70 years and I've never seen anyone as presumptuous as you." The old man retorted angrily, "I didn't invite anyone here, much less invite you for coffee." Thai Thai pulled up a chair and sat down, wanting to clear things up. "Don't get angry. Just sit down and let's calmly discuss the shares. My superiors take this matter very seriously, and the current situation has exceeded my control." Wang Jing enjoyed his coffee before getting down to business. "I don't care how you plan to manage it. We want to buy it back at the original price. Do you agree?" The old man shook his head vigorously. "That is beyond my ability." Wang Jing stood up abruptly, signaling he was ready to cause a scene. "Then there is nothing left to say. and Zoke stepped back a few paces, asking worriedly, "What are you planning to do?" Wang Zheng leaned in close, exerting maximum pressure. "I'm not doing anything. It's just that your Auburn financial group played dirty and ruined my mood. From now on, we can only be enemies." Not giving the other party time to steady themselves, he splashed the remaining coffee onto Zoke's face. "This is just a small warning." Wang Zheng tatted his face, emphasizing every word. "Take this lesson to heart today." With everything done, he leisurely returned to his apartment. Wang Zheng sat comfortably in the living room, fiddling with his phone. The screen showed a message from Ming Kai. "A handsome man is inviting me to dinner tonight. Would you like to accompany me?" He quickly typed a few lines in response. A moment later, the message was sent. "Wait for me. I'm coming to pick you up right now." After sending the message, Wang Zheng hurriedly said goodbye to Thai Thai. "A great beauty has an appointment with me, so I'll be going now. Call me if you need anything." She threw the report folder onto the table in frustration. To say she wasn't jealous would be a lie. Is a person standing right in front of you not a great beauty? At the Lenhai Group headquarters, Ming Kai looked at the clock anxiously. Why isn't he here yet? No sooner was he mentioned than he appeared. "Beautiful, have you missed me yet?" She stood up abruptly, her face beaming. "Come inside and let's talk." As soon as he entered, Wang Zheng sprawled onto the sofa. "Your place is truly luxurious." Ming Kai shyly approached him, her cheeks flushed. "Wang Zheng, tell me, what is our relationship now?" He didn't answer immediately but let out a soft sigh. Then he reached out and wrapped his arms around her waist. Yuan Tran gently set her on his lap, looking straight into Min Kai's eyes with deep affection, and declared, "You truly hold an extremely special place in my heart." The sweet words stirred her mind. Min Kai sympathized with his busy work, yet felt sad that she could never tie him down. Min Kai nestled close to her loved one, shyly whispering passionate words, "But my heart has already been given to you. What am I to do?" The couple was immersed in a passionate kiss, as intense as a raging fire. Min Kai subtly gave the green light, as a bed in her room was ready for both of them to enjoy. Yuan Tran, always quick in such matters, immediately swept her up in his arms and slowly headed toward the bedroom. Just as the young couple was about to go further, a knock sounded at the door from outside. Feeling unlucky, he sighed with regret. This is such terrible timing. Who on earth is tactless enough to interrupt like this? Min Kai blushed and pushed him away. "You should stay here and rest for a while. I'll pick you up for dinner tonight." The next morning, bright rays of sunlight filtered through the skyscraper of the Lamhai Corporation. Upon waking, Yuan Tran immediately looked around for Min Kai, wondering where she had gone. He happened to spot a piece of paper on the table and stepped closer to read it. The note clearly stated the time and location. It turned out she had left a message. "Seeing you were so tired, I couldn't bear to wake you. I have some business to attend to, so I'm leaving first. Yesterday's conversation was very interesting. I look forward to seeing you again. Tuan Min Kai." Yuan Tran scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, feeling a bit disappointed that he had overslept and missed the chance to have a romantic breakfast with a beauty. Putting his sadness aside, he took out his phone and called Duan Dang. The other person quickly picked up. "Entran, calling me this early must mean something important." Without beating around the bush, he asked for a favor. "Please help me find some information about the Auburn Corporation." Duan Dan was busy with a woman and sounded a bit flustered. He instinctively blurted out, Yuan Tran noticed his hesitant tone and pressed, "What's the matter? Have you heard of them before?" He quickly stood up to get to the bottom of it. "I heard about them while I was in the industry." "Entran, why are you getting involved with them?" Yuan Tran found it difficult to explain and just wanted him to get the job done. "The situation is quite complex. Just investigate who the Auburn Corporation has been cooperating with lately first." Afterward, he hung up without saying another word of thanks. Yuan Tran pondered the previous warning that it would be best for him not to get involved with the Auburn Corporation. Suddenly, Tindar rushed in from somewhere, shouting loudly with a flustered expression, "I finally found you. Come with me right now." Saying that, she grabbed his hand firmly and dragged him away. He was as dazed as if he had lost his soul, not understanding what was going on. "Miss, why are you in such a hurry?" Tindar replied while running. "No time to explain. We must get to Fuchao immediately. I'll explain everything on the way." A while later, the two arrived in Fuchao, a place with an incredibly pleasant atmosphere. After listening to the explanation, Yuan Tran still couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "So your father wants us to come here to visit an acquaintance?" Tindar, working beside him, nodded in confirmation. "It's not wrong to understand it that way." He clutched his head in exasperation. "I've been tricked by your Han family again." She hurriedly spoke up to defend herself. "That's not it at all. You know them well too." Yuan Tran momentarily put aside his frustration to find out who he was about to meet. Tindar pointed to an ancient-style mansion and slowly replied, "You know who it is, the Tuan family." Hearing that name, he turned around, intending to leave. "Forget it. I'd better go home and get some sleep." Tindar quickly grabbed him, her voice as spoiled as possible. "We're already here. Let's just go inside and see what it's like." Finally, he clicked his tongue in agreement, and the two went to the front of the mansion. He reached out, knocked on the door, and called out, "Then one there." As soon as the door was knocked on, someone inside quickly came out to welcome them. Seeing his acquaintance Tudar standing there, Tuan Hai listened as she politely asked if her cousins were at home. Not wanting to be rude, he invited the guest inside, informing her that the two were out and she should go into the room to wait first. Appearing they had a wait made Wang Jian pull a lun face as if he'd been robbed. Seeing this, Tindar tactfully declined and said they would come back later. Both left together, and she kept following him coaxingly, inviting him to visit Fuchao as he hadn't been there for a long time. Wang Jiang finally relaxed his expression. He put his arm around Tindar's shoulder and asked what she wanted to do so they could have some fun together. Suddenly, she showed a mischievous look signaling some fun ahead, saying she had something planned for a long time, making him gasp in curiosity. Just a moment later, the surrounding scenery suddenly turned into a deep blue beach full of sun and wind. Wang Jiang stared at the bikini-clad beauty so greedily that his eyes turned into hard shapes. It was truly a paradise for men. Tindar quickly dragged the pervert away, telling him to stop staring at girls and ride the jet skis to the heart's content. The young couple was frolicking on the golden sand, but from afar, someone was secretly watching their every move, and he showed a face full of hatred, muttering curses at those two annoying people for daring to show up in this territory. Seeing the beauty was upset, but when embraced and comforted her, telling her to rest assured because his brother had already made preparations, she immediately changed her attitude, arrogantly demanding that he must not allow them to return alive to the general's mansion. Bo Wen showed his delight openly and fully agreed, affirming that they would lose their lives at this Fuchao. A moment later, the two of them were operating the boat together, speeding across the vast sea. Wang Jing turned his head to tease her for only liking thrills, while Tindar held onto his waist tightly and excitedly asked why not. He nodded eagerly in agreement and suggested more fun, saying whatever she liked was fine, or they could play something even more explosive. Then he suddenly hit the gas hard to show off, making the girl cheer with enthusiasm. While they were having fun, a mysterious boat suddenly began chasing them relentlessly from behind. Wang Jing glanced warily and told her to hold on tight as it seemed someone was looking to cause trouble for them. And so, things went on like that. One fled while the other pursued fiercely. Seeing the disadvantageous situation, he pushed Tindar to the front to steer, making her panic as she didn't know how to drive it. Wang Jin tried his best to reassure her from behind, saying that driving it was similar to riding a motorcycle, so she would definitely be able to do it. He stood up to observe the other boat and ordered her to steer straight to the river pier, while Tindar revved the engine in fear. Before he could finish his words, Wang Jing jumped into the water, not forgetting to tell her to stay calm because everything would be fine. The jump caused white water to splash all over the area. Minkari stood on the yacht and continuously fired bullets down into the water. Although the hail of bullets was thick, thanks to the male lead's luck, not a single one hit him. Tindar fled in a hurry with a confused mind, silently praying in her heart that he would stay safe. Taking advantage of the opponent's lapse in vigilance, Yuan Tran quietly sneaked onto the yacht. He spoke up provocatively, "Hey brother, stop stalking women. How about we have a solo match instead?" Minkari reacted instantly, pointing the gun's muzzle straight at his opponent. "This bastard is real tough. Just die and get it over with." As soon as he finished his sentence, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the gun in the man's hand flying. The gun fell onto the ship's deck, lying there abandoned. Having lost the weapon in his hand, Minkari was forced to use his bare hands to fight back, but it was bad luck for him to encounter Yuan Tran. He kicked him straight in the stomach while mocking, "Weakling like you had better just give up." Then, he followed up with a fatal punch. Minkari screamed in pain, "Don't look down on others so much." His luck was truly abysmal. Not only was he being pummeled, but he also took a direct hit to a vital spot. Minkari staggered and collapsed onto his knees on the floor, clutching the painful spot. He stammered, "You're playing dirty." Yuan Tran casually picked up the gun. He used it to restrain him and forced him to reveal his accomplices. "Speak up, who sent you?" Minkari stubbornly denied everything. "No, there's no one." Yuan Tran calmly analyzed his background. "If I'm not mistaken, you were a mercenary and a Muay Thai master. I only need to investigate a little to find out the whole story. Were you going to tell the truth?" The man still stubbornly asked back, "What's the difference whether I speak or not?" He played the nice guy and explained, "Of course there is. If you confess, I'll hand you over to the police. If not, I'll break your limbs and throw you into the sea." Minkari quickly changed his tune and confessed everything. "It was Fan Hyunin from the Black West Association who sent me. I know nothing about other matters." Yuan Tran pressed for more information about the Black West Association, and the man prostrated himself, swearing that he had told everything. He wasn't very convinced and stepped closer to him. Yuan Tran tightened his grip on Minkari's hand and continued the interrogation. "Is that so?" He applied more force to threaten him, making the man scream in pain. Backed into a corner, Minkari questioned him in frustration. "I told you already, you're not keeping your word." Yuan Tran ignored him, determined to extract the information. "This is just a warning. If you hide anything else, I'll throw you to the fish." Who is Fan Hyunin usually close with? Minkari finally had to reluctantly reveal the name Chuan Bakvan from the general's mansion. Hearing the familiar name, he couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect that student to be the mastermind behind it all. Having achieved his goal, Yuan Tran pointed the gun at his opponent. "Breaking my word a little is no big deal. Thank you for your cooperation." However, a sharp bang rang out. Minkari was officially dead. A short while later, at a cyber cafe, as soon as Yuan Tran arrived, he saw Tindar enthusiastically running out to meet him. He looked at her with a somber expression. "Tid, there's something I think you ought to know. They truly are partners in crime." Before he could even open his mouth, she had already guessed some parts of the assassin-related matter. "Just tell me everything." Tindar sat down and went straight to the topic of who was behind it. Based on the information extracted from Minkari, she frankly named Chuan Bakvan and added that her cousin was also involved in this matter. She bowed her head, suppressing a sigh, unable to believe her own family could treat her so cruelly. Seeing this, Yuan Tran tenderly said, "Little one, if it's too much, just cry." Tindar suddenly clutched his shirt lapel tightly. After that, she buried herself in his arms, sobbing, "Yuan Tran, why are they pushing me to such a dead end?" He gently comforted the beauty. "Don't worry, I won't let them live in peace." But upon reflection, because those two were family, Tindar still hesitated a little. Yuan Tran wasn't swayed by that small familial affection at all. He clearly explained to her, "You see them as kin, but they want your life. They're worse than beasts. I'll report this matter to your father." Elsewhere, a man was quietly holding binoculars, monitoring the situation offshore. Ananhi anxiously asked if he saw anything. Though he hadn't observed anything, Bakvan confidently replied, "Haven't seen anything yet, but they are definitely being followed. After all, the hired hand is a well-known figure in the underworld." She sighed in relief. "Finally, that couple is finished. We can go home now." Bakvan quickly grabbed the other person's shoulder, revealing a perverted expression. "Little sister, have you forgotten something important?" Ananhi understood immediately and hugged him tightly, whispering in his ear, "Brother." So the man and woman led each other towards the bedroom, and he said, "Good little sister, I can't control myself much longer." Bakvan placed the other person on the mattress, and she continued provocatively, "Brother, you're real so starved. Doing Dan, watching through the screen, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh ho, there's a good show to enjoy now." He took out his phone to record every moment, thinking, I can't let him miss this exciting play. After that, he kindly sent the video clip to Yun Tran via message. At the same time, he was strolling with Tindar when his phone vibrated with a notification. Yun Tran quickly took his phone out of his pants pocket to check. He carefully watched the recording. This is really going to be trouble now. This guy truly has perverse tastes. Tindar saw him staring intently at the screen and was very curious. What's wrong? Yun Tran laughed it off, changing the subject. It's nothing. Where do you want to go now? She lowered her face, looking pitiful. I want to visit Grandpa, but I probably can't even get into the house now. Outwardly, he tried to soothe Tindar, but his mind kept lingering on that video clip. He thought, the general's mansion probably only has a few guards. We can still sneak in. When she heard that, her eyes lit up. Really? Yun Tran, playing the cold guy, questioned her. Have I ever lied to you? A moment later, both of them appeared at the general's mansion. Tindar held her grandpa's hand and whispered, Grandpa, I'm home. She spoke, choking back sobs. Grandpa, for the past half year, I've been serving in Ninhar, exposed to the sun, so I've gotten much thinner. But your granddaughter is very capable now. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. Whether accidentally or intentionally, she nudged him a few times. Grandpa, I brought my boyfriend to meet you. He's quite handsome, but also a bit of a philanderer and a scoundrel. Please open your eyes and help me teach him a lesson. Tindar buried her head by her grandpa's bed, crying like a child. Yun Tran gently comforted her. Little one, we should go now. Wiping away her tears, she regretfully nutted. Okay. As both of them left, Tindar had cried to the point of exhaustion and could barely stand. He considerately asked if she still had the strength to work on her own. How could such a trivial matter trouble her? Tindar confidently pointed at herself, telling him not to underestimate her, as her body was naturally very resilient. No sooner had she finished her sentence than she stumbled and fell forward. Fortunately, Yun Tran was quick to catch her. Instead of blaming her for being stubborn, he asked after her with concern, and seeing that she was on the verge of fainting from crying, he told her not to force herself. He then carried her bridal style, making the scene quite romantic. The young man gently warned her to lie still lest she fall and have only herself to blame, while the girl pouted in defiance. Nevertheless, she placed a kiss on his cheek, treating it as a small secret between the two of them. Not long after, they arrived back at the hotel room. Yun Tran quietly watched her sleeping soundly, and a sense of compassion suddenly stirred in his heart. He casually checked his phone. He then began to execute his plan, with the screen displaying that a video was being broadcast. Yun Tran smiled triumphantly. This time, things were really getting started. Let me deal with the two of you first. Meanwhile, at the general's residence, a black car pulled up and came to a halt in front of the gate. The two of them were completely unaware that a storm was approaching, so they were still laughing and chatting happily. Suddenly, Yun Tran's figure appeared, scaring the other person nearly out of their wits. And Engir screamed in panic. She hardly rolled down the window to demand why he was there. He smiled, pretending to be innocent, and began to steer the conversation. Han Tindar and I waited for you both all day without seeing you. You two are truly free and easy. Back Van felt a chill run down his spine, and Engir stammered an excuse, saying they were busy with something today and had just returned. Yun Tran signaled his agreement and suggested another time. If that's the case, I will come to visit another time. The couple immediately stepped on the gas and drove off, disappearing from sight. He watched the car with calculations in his mind. It seemed that these two were indeed behind everything. Immediately afterward, he picked up the phone to call Duandang. As soon as the call connected, Yun Tran teased him about the items arriving, noting that he had such strange hobbies. Duandang, feeling runned, quickly defended himself, saying he was helping him but was being treated this way. He did not want to waste time, so he ordered the next step. Just send me the address. I will be there in 20 minutes. If you are late, you know the consequences. This left the other stammering in an attempt to refuse. Without waiting for him to finish, Yun Tran threatened, Ted, stop talking nonsense. You only have exactly 90 minutes left. Having said that, he coldly hung up the phone. The phone screen displayed the next location as the Thien Luen amusement park. He truly lived up to his reputation for working quickly. No one dared to claim first place if he ranked second. Time passed quickly, and 20 minutes later, he was waiting. Duandang arrived panting and gasping, saying he was about to collapse. Yun Tran placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, why is your stamina so weak? We will have to move our muscles a lot later. Whether he had been watching too many moves or not, his eyes lit up with excitement as he asked what activity he was referring to. Yun Tran could not help but kick Duandang in the backside and urged him to get to work. As soon as they stepped inside, Thien Luen's line of beautiful, long-legged women rushed out to greet the guests, warmly asking if they needed any service. Duandang didn't even bother to glance at the beauties. He replied in a stern voice, I need to see your master. She tactfully refused because the boss wasn't someone just anyone could meet unless he was willing to spend big. Hearing that, he casually grabbed a nearby wine bottle. Spending? Then charge me for this bottle. The girl, Kai Bang, giggled and praised him for being so generous. Immediately, Duandang swung his arm and hurled the bottle forward with force. Just moments later, the wine bottle smashed to pieces against the wall, and the surrounding crowd cheered in unison, oohing and ahhing with excitement. He turned to look at his senior with expectant eyes and asked, was that warm up enough to get things heated up? Yun Tran stood with his arms crossed, nodding in satisfaction. He smiled and said, not bad, but remember to restrain yourself a bit, don't wreck the entire place. Feeling encouraged by those words, Duandang was filled with momentum and dashed forward. Then, he leaped straight into the bar area. He turned everything upside down. The place was like the most chaotic version of an amusement park in the city. Duandang reached out and grabbed 2 bottles of imported liquor. Determined to make a real scene, he thought, wait a moment, now it's my turn to show what I'm made of. With that, he hurled the 2 bottles. Glass shards and red wine splashed into every corner. Getting more excited with every throw, Duandang made the bottles fly through the air like cannon shells. They smashed against the walls, and the panicked crowd fled, plunging the bar into a state of uncontrollable chaos. He raised his fist in the air, his face full of delight, shouting, "Wow, that felt amazing." Just as he was in high spirits, a group of authorities burst in to suppress the chaos. Doing Dan flew into a rage and unleashed a flurry of strikes, shouting, "If your boss doesn't show himself, I'll level this place to the ground." This claim of taking everyone on by himself was no exaggeration. In the blink of an eye, he had already taken down 5 men. Standing in the middle of the battlefield, Yun spoke with contempt. "What kind of business are you mafia running that you're so pathetic?" Just then, Yun appeared. As soon as he saw the man before him, he asked who he was. The young man replied in a condescending tone, "What's this? You just sent someone to assassinate me, and now you're pretending we're strangers." Yun feigned ignorance and denied everything vehemently. "What on earth are you babbling about? Just what are you?" He calmly introduced himself as Yun, the man Yun had ordered Ho Kari to assassinate. The latter admitted to knowing the name but insisted he had no knowledge of any such plot. Yun firmly demanded he take responsibility, so Yun had to back down and try to bribe him, saying, "What do you want? Is 200,000 in compensation enough?" Hearing this, he found it ridiculous and snapped that 200,000 was only fit for beggars. Yun sneered, wanting to teach the arrogant brat a lesson. "This is the territory of the largest gang in Fuchao. Telling you would be like crushing an ant." Not bothering to argue any further, Yun delivered a direct kick to his opponent's stomach. Yun writhed in pain on the floor. Yun didn't say a word, using force to resolve the matter instead. He grabbed the man's leg and dragged him along like a mop, his dashing CEO image now completely shattered. He simply growled, demanding an explanation. Yun was livid. He spat directly at his opponent and cursed, "This is as dirty as it gets, I spit on you." Wang Tran furiously grabbed his head, declared that he would show him what skill was, who was the one in charge of grading, and that he would call his father to come to the rescue. If his father didn't appear within an hour, Wang Tran would torment him for an hour. If he didn't come within a day, he would be tormented all day. Zhao Ning felt defiant. Realizing that this defiance needed to be curbed, Wang Tran decided to take matters into his own hands. He asked if he himself was unworthy, and if so, he would follow Zhao Ning's wishes. Then, he slapped him repeatedly and lectured him, asking if he knew who was boss now. He demanded that Zhao Ning call his father and tell him to come to the general's manor in Hoerthao Ala to find him, or else his father would be in mortal danger. Wang Tran turned his back and worked away, leaving Zhao Ning standing there furiously watching. "We'll just wait and see," he thought. After a wild night, Wang Tran excitedly asked, "Oh, Captain, where are we going next?" Even though there was nothing left to do, Wang Tran still tried to reassure the comrade in front of him. "I'm heading back now. Tomorrow, I'll go to the general's manor with Han Tindar. You go do something else." The comrade replied, surprised, "Oh." The next morning, at the office of Chuan and Han, father of the Chuan siblings, he was diligently taking notes. Suddenly, Wang Tran broke in through the window, and Han cried out in alarm, "Who's there?" He didn't find it convenient to introduce himself, instead just holding out a camera. "Who I'm isn't important. I'm here to show you this." He reached out and took it, wondering, "What is this?" Wang Tran, being sly and evasive, said, "Just consider it a documentary. Everything is very real." Not understanding what was happening, and Han still opened the device to watch. "Oh my god. What is skill, and who gets to grade it?" he exclaimed. "He just wants to make his parents proud, and as for his sister, he'll handle her himself." And Han trembled with rage, his hand involuntarily going to his chest to avoid collapsing. He stammered, This is. Wang Tran seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. "If you don't believe it, you can go home and ask. You might even see the real people performing it." He even kindly offered the other party a bottle of heart medication. "Am I trustworthy, uncle? Don't get too angry." Wang Tran tried hard to console him, hoping he would get over the shock. "My mission is complete. I wish you good health." Finally, he climbed out the window and quickly fled, and Han clutched his head in anguish. This is truly a curse. At the same time, Wang Tran had just arrived home. Tindar, fully rested and recovered, said, "You're finally back." She took the opportunity to tease him a bit. "Did you miss me?" Without waiting for her reply, Wang Tran rushed onto the bed, intending to get intimate with the girl. "We still have a little time. Let's share some affection." Tindar panicked and kicked him in his groin. Wang Tran cried without tears, "Oh, sister." The kick almost incapacitated me. In the general's manor bedroom, the smile on Bakvan's lips gradually changed according to his inner intentions. "Don't think about that couple anymore. Let's continue." But life is not a dream, and he didn't expect an uninvited guest to arrive today. While they were enthusiastically exercising, and Han unfortunately attacked them by surprise, catching them off guard. His face grew even paler with disbelief. You two are truly shameless." Annie and Bakvan were both stunned and awkward, not knowing how to explain. Father. Having lived to this age, he was still helpless in this situation. How could I have raised such beasts as you two? After that, he couldn't control his anger and slammed the door shut. As soon as Han left, Annie began to plead, "What should we do now? Father won't kick us out, will he?" Luckily, Bakvan was by her side to reassure her, "There will be a way. Don't worry." So, Bakvan had no choice but to seek out an acquaintance for help. As soon as the other person agreed, he hardly greeted him. "Hello, Yunin." But the person on the other end said very bluntly, "If you need help, I'm afraid I can't assist you right now. I'm struggling myself." Upon hearing the news, he immediately changed the subject. "What happened? Why is he demanding repayment so urgently?" "It's all because of you. You and Tran came to my club to cause trouble. I got beaten up, and you have to compensate me for that." Seeing that they both shared a common enemy, Bakvan took the opportunity to complain. "My father found out about Shai and me, and this definitely has something to do with you and Tran. We can't just sit here and do nothing." Both sides quickly reached a consensus. This grudge must be settled. If your father takes action, you and Tran is finished this time. Bakvan could only pin all his hopes on the other man. If your father is willing to step in, the situation will surely turn from bad to good. "Yunin, just tell me what you need me to do," he said confidently. Just wait and see." Only then did he feel relieved enough to hang up the phone, thanks to that assurance. Afterwards, he did not forget to message his beloved sister. And you, don't worry. With Hyunmin's father taking action, we can safely proceed with everything this time. The morning sun the next day shone directly into the high-rise building. Tindar was awakened by the light and rubbed her eyes, waking up in a daze. As soon as she sat up, she saw her back figure. Byun-tran, are you ready? He reminded her, go pack your things quickly. I'm waiting for you in the lobby. I'm going to take you to see a very interesting place. The other person hadn't even fully woken up yet and immediately asked, are we fighting? He couldn't help but be helpless regarding her childish nature. You little brat, all you ever have in your head is fighting and killing. Go pack your things. Before long, both of them were in the car, speeding down the main road. Tindar yawned but couldn't hide her curiosity. Stop being so mysterious and tell me what's going on. Byun-tran kindly gave her a hand. Do you remember Fan Hyunin? Her face immediately became more serious. Of course. Did you find him? Are you taking me to meet him? He nodded directly. Yes. Just then, the sight caught her attention. What is the affair over there? He had the answer ready. Exactly. That is the destruction of Fan Hyunin's property. She didn't need much thought to guess who was responsible. Did you do this? Byun-tran frankly admitted. Of course. This is just the second warning. Tindar couldn't help but look forward to the next dramatic scenes. So what about later? He dampened her excitement. There is still a long road ahead. Take it easy. For now, we are going to the general's mansion. Elsewhere, Hyunin was resting while recovering from his injuries when his assistant suddenly rushed in. Young master, things are not looking good. He was annoyed at being interrupted while eating. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't be so panicked. The other person hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Thien Luan Club has caught fire. He was so shocked that he even forgot the grape he was about to eat. What? A few minutes later, the car arrived at the general's mansion. As soon as Byun-tran saw Bakvan show his face, he mocked, oh my, second young master Tuan, aren't you stretching your limbs today? He nonchalantly ignored the comment and went straight to the main issue. After doing all these things, are you satisfied now? You can stop now. He skillfully pretended not to understand. Stop. I don't understand what you're talking about. But the other person had lost all patience. Stop pretending. You've made the Centea mansion so restless that even the chickens and dogs have no peace. Let's call it even and wipe the slate clean, shall we? No matter how soft his words were, he remained unmoved. No way. Bakvan became extremely frustrated and offered a condition. Why? Tell me how much money you want, and I'll pay you. Byun-tran couldn't stand his persistence. Tuan Bakvan, you tried to have us killed, failed, and then when you encountered resistance you couldn't overcome, you begged me to stop. Do you think the benefits of this world all belong to you? Contrary to his calm demeanor, Tindar didn't bother arguing and took action immediately. Tuan Bakvan, let me tell you this, the debt you owe us can only be paid with your life. The moon slowly rose, standing out against the quiet night sky. Although it was late, Tindar still obediently sat guarding his bedside. The wrinkled hand she was holding tightly suddenly stirred. The girl's face immediately brightened. Grandpa, you're awake. Although his eyes were still tightly shut, he could not forget his craving, and he wanted a bowl of wontons. Without needing anyone to urge her, Tindar hurriedly turned to leave. Wait for me, Grandpa, I'll go buy some for you right away. The assistant only had time to call out and protest. Miss, what are you doing? But she didn't listen and just shouted back as she dashed past, I'm going to buy wontons because my grandfather wants to eat them. In a flash, she had run out to the main road, where the streets were already quiet and devoid of any traffic. While running toward a turn, she suddenly met a strange man. Miss, wait a moment, I want to ask for directions. Tindar, innocent and without any suspicion, approached him. Sir, were you lost? Tiger didn't need to put much effort into luring the prey into the trap. That's right, can you help me figure out how to get to this address? She naively took it and focused all her attention on the information written there. But strangely, this word seemed to have a hypnotic power, and her eyes gradually lost control and snapped shut. Before losing consciousness completely, she instinctively called out the name of the person she trusted most. Byun-tran, save me. The old man successfully caught Tindar in his arms and ordered his lackeys, take her away. No, the subordinates ambushing nearby quickly swarmed out and cheered. Tiger, you are so mighty. On the other side, the person she was calling for help was at Tuan Han's office. His face was far from pleased. Why are you here? Byun-tran negotiated with a calm posture as if he were just out for a stroll. I want to discuss a project with you. I don't want these videos to be leaked online either, but your son keeps picking fights with me, and I don't mind making a big deal out of this. And Han was furious at being cornered by a young man. You really are shameless and thick-skinned. Yet these words were like a mere tickle to him. Then I still have a long way to go compared to your son. The other man retorted, maintaining a very resolute attitude. Don't you dare try to use this to threaten me. Just then, a knock at the door sounded outside, followed by an extremely frantic voice. It's a disaster. Something has done wrong. He quickly allowed the person to enter. What is everyone so panicked about? Come in and explain clearly. The subordinate immediately reported concisely. Han's daughter. She has gone missing. Han remained calm and civil to him. You go out first. The man did not dare to disobey and hardly acknowledged the order. At this moment, the person whose expression changed drastically was Byun-tran. If she suffers any harm at all, don't blame me. Contrary to his thoughts, he was not the type to play dirty. I don't need you to remind me. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. At this point, he could only punch the wall hard to threaten him. You had better not play any games. If I find out that you are the one behind this, I will not spare you. The spot where he had just punched the wall crumbled and cracked. In a simple wooden house located deep in a desolate forest in the middle of the night, Tindar woke up and coughed violently in front of the men surrounding the bed. A3 was the most impatient among them, so he reached out to tease her. Well, so you're finally awake, aren't you? She did not show any respect and hurled an insult at him. Take your filthy hands off me. The man immediately dropped his mocking attitude. You dare call me filthy? How clean do you think you are yourself? She did not care about what he said but only had one question. Why did you kidnap me? He did not answer directly but showed obvious lust. Does this really need me to say it? This little face looks so clever. Bus, I can't hold back anymore. Bulan felt weary of his junior's personality. He told him to be patient and wait for the boss's orders, but A3 was only focused on immediate gain, planning to snatch a little something for his own satisfaction. Pan lost his patience and landed a warning kick, saying, drop that idea right now. If any mishap occurs, I will hold you responsible. The man immediately shrank back, not daring to act rashly, thinking to himself that it was truly a waste of a good opportunity. The grey car was speeding down the road. Yuan Tran was having a peaceful time when he suddenly received a strange call. Hello, the person on the other end delivered an ultimatum. In 15 minutes, go to the exit of the Line 2 subway at Enhandan Street, find the man wearing a straw hat, and buy the black handbag with colorful patterns. Remember, you must come alone, otherwise that little girl's life will end. Before he could even ask for the caller's identity, the man hung up abruptly. The situation had been anticipated, so Yuan Tran reacted extremely quickly, asking, were you able to trace the signal location? Du Yan reported immediately. The contact time was too short, so I haven't been able to trace it yet. Duing Dan, having court snippets of the incident, asked, Brother Tran, where are we going next? He instructed clearly, you go back first to coordinate with national security and continue the investigation. I will go to rescue Tudar alone. He pulled the car over to the curb for him to step out. As soon as the car drove away, Yuan Tran lifted his trestle leg to remove his equipment. 15 minutes was more than enough. The heavy ankle weights fell to the ground with a dull thud. Having shed the burden, he immediately accelerated and ran straight to his destination. A short while later, he arrived at Enhandan Street exactly as instructed. He quickly spotted the item he needed to buy and asked, how much for this bag? Yuan Van started acting up. This bag isn't for sale. I'm keeping it for myself. Yuan Tran remained firm. Someone told me to come here to buy it. The man looked around before naming an exorbitant price, 10,000. He immediately threw a stack of cash into the man's face, saying, take the money and give me the bag. As soon as he held the bag, his phone buzzed with a new notification. The other side issued the next order. Take the subway to exit 2 of Yuhor Street. Hand the bag to the mango seller wearing a white t-shirt with headphones and black sunglasses. Don't even think about playing tricks because we are watching you. Yuan Tran grew impatient with this cat and mouse game. Were you guys going to stop or not? The sunlight grew harsher, and the surrounding temperature began to rise. He ran like mad to get there as early as possible. The other party had been waiting there for some time. Thanks. The next instruction flooded into his phone. The message displayed, today's mission is complete. Turn back now. He decided to call the number back, but received the blunt response, I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Yuan Tran realized he had been led by the nose. Were you kidding me? Suddenly, the voice echoed nearby, so angry already. It seems that little girl is more than just a little important to you. He looked back, surprised. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to continue tracking? Bu Yan strolled over with a calm face. Isn't it because I was worried about you that I had to come and see how things were going? He teased her. Your mouth is as sweet as ever, which made her slightly shy, prompting her to change the subject. Enough. Do you have any leads yet? Mentioning this, Yuan Tran lost interest in talking further. Let's discuss it after we get back. Finally, the two of them returned to the luxury apartment building. Bu Yan could not hide her curiosity, wondering if she could talk now. He didn't beat around the bush anymore, saying, I attached a tiny tracking device to that person's bag, and the tracking process has revealed some new details. She questioned him intensely about the clues he had just found, but Yuan Dan kept praising him endlessly, saying, as expected of the brother you chose. He didn't answer but just pulled out a small metal object. She saw it and was stunned, asking, this? What is this? Before the other person finished the sentence, Yuan Tran spoke up to clarify, exactly. If I'm not mistaken, this must be involved with the Black Hand Society. After speaking, he intently watched the location on his phone screen. Grasping the new situation, he hurriedly assigned tasks. Bu Yan, you go back to find Harinham and tell him to clear this matter up for Yuan Dan, while you come with me. She expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, you called me back from so far away, and now you're chasing me off just like that? This won't do. Yuan Tran hugged the sulking beauty and promised, after we finish this, I'll treat you to a grand meal. Bu Yan, even though she was still annoyed, relented, saying, remember that, before leaving, you didn't forget to blow a kiss, saying, saving TUNHA is more important now. We'll head out first. At an isolated base located right in the suburbs. Finally, the mastermind behind everything, Fan Lianmin, who is Fan Yunan's father, appeared. Miss Han, have my subordinates been treating you well? TUNHA was extremely disgusted by his hypocritical expression, saying, I spit on you. You people are harboring a lecherous lowlife. He still replied calmly, though, exactly, without hesitation. She pointed directly at him, saying, this person right here. Atem immediately denied everything as if he were completely innocent, asking, when did I ever mess with you? That reaction didn't bother her at all, and she said, it doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The other guy started threatening, you're in the Black Hand Society's den now. Don't think that just because your big brother's here, I won't dare to do anything to you. Lin Min was forced to cut the argument short. Atem, don't speak so rudely to Miss Han like that. TUNHA didn't show any respect either, saying, and you, stop with the wolf in sheep's clothing act. Even so, he kept his calm demeanor. If you already think I'm a bad person, then I don't need to be polite anymore. Mana, put that special gift on Miss Han. Only then did she feel uneasy, asking, what are you planning to do? Just as they were about to take action, the walkie-talkie buzzed repeatedly. Boss, someone has infiltrated. It seems to be Yuan Tran, being tracked down by his opponent. Liam Min still laughed nonchalantly. I didn't expect your little lover to actually find this place. He's worthy of being the one who dared to burn down my club. It's quite interesting. TUNHA immediately responded with a spit, saying, who do you think you are to be acting so high and mighty? Yet, the fake face remained unshaken. Don't be in such a hurry. Your little lover is about to lose his life right here. He didn't bother arguing further and ordered his henchmen, opened the gate and let him in. Having achieved his goal, Yuan rushed straight into the premises with a large sack in his hand. He didn't forget to praise Duandan's professionalism. You did very well. Leave the next part to me. Hearing that, the other person was clearly excited. Don't worry, Captain. I guarantee I will complete the mission well. The motorcycle started revving and sped at full throttle toward the building. Just as he stopped the bike in the courtyard, he shouted a challenge. You lot upstairs, get down here right now. After that, he threw the tightly tied sack onto the hard ground. Liam Min leisurely stepped out onto the balcony to respond. Yuan, your woman is in my hands, yet you are still so aggressive, aren't you? But his momentum did not waver. Who the hell are you? The big boss of the Black Hen Society. He coughed a few times and introduced himself. I'm Fan Liam Min. Upon hearing his identity, his expression revealed a clear sense of triumph. So you're Fan Hyunmin's father. It just so happens I have a big gift to send you. Yuan quickly ripped open the sack. Inside was none other than his son, Fan Hyunmin. You have the advantage now, so let's just trade hostages and get this over with. The opponent remains arrogant, thinking, do you really believe you have the right to negotiate with me? If your father doesn't listen, feel free to torture his son to vent your anger. Afterward, just abandon him. If he doesn't agree, I will continue to beat his son. Finally, you have attracted the Alliance's attention. Very good, but do you think you can survive and leave after coming here? At that moment, his subordinates appeared one after another, clutching their guns. They all pointed their weapons directly at Yuan. He showed no fear at all. On the contrary, he said something that left his opponent confused. Duan, you are too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a loud noise. Oh, didn't I arrive just in time? This entrance was accompanied by shocking news. Oh my god, it's Duck Fine. The entire group of Alliance subordinates was run over by the car, falling like bowling pins. With just one car, he completely destroyed their formation. Duan stepped out of the car with a bright smile. Boss, that was an accident. Yuan did not hesitate to praise his bold action. Well done, not bad. The Alliance could not sit still. Why do you have to fight to the death with the Black West Association? Yuan calmly replied, you sent people to kill me. I am just retaliating. He appeared puzzled by the explanation. Oh, what do you mean? The truth was out, and Yuan dared not hide it anymore. I am the one who sent home Minkari to kill him first. It's all my fault. The opponent felt deeply embarrassed that the mastermind was his own son. How useless. You had to witness this heartwarming conversation, Mr. Pham. Do you still need this useless son? Or should I take him back to help you comfort him? The Alliance negotiated calmly. Send Yuan upstairs first. Obviously, Yuan was no pushover. Do you think I'm stupid? Bring Han Tindar down here first. Let's trade hostage for hostage. But he remained firm. What right do you have to set conditions for me? You did not hesitate to expose the current situation. Oh, I dared to kill your son, but do you dare to kill Han Tindar? Can you withstand the Han family's revenge? Yet, the Alliance still tried to argue. If you push me into a corner, there is nothing I won't do. Duan quickly added, I despise you. If you really had any capability, why didn't you notice that I jammed your phone signals? Only then did he check and discover it. Just as expected, the top corner of the phone screen showed no signal. Even so, the Alliance still tried to look elsewhere. What about you guys? Do you have a signal? The subordinates checked and all shook their heads. It was a real slap in the face for him. Yuan did not want to drag it out and said bluntly, this is just a small warning. Do not challenge my limits. He finally had to concede. Fine, let's trade the hostages. The main door of the building began to move. Diletta 1EA1, escorted by two subordinates, worked to the rendezvous point. He maintained his composure and high vigilance, saying as soon as Diletta 1EA1 arrives, I'll let her go. The Alliance obediently listened and began to deploy exactly as he requested. The girl joyfully dashed towards her savior. Yuan, with a radiant face, he showed no mercy, kicking Hiletta 1EC3 Yuan flying towards the opposite side. Afterwards, he spread his arms wide, ready to embrace the young girl, saying, it's good that you've returned safely. Life is not a dream. As the emotional reunion was quickly disrupted by another, the kidnapper grabbed Diletta 1EA1 and retreated, creating a safe distance between himself and the two of them. Epicharos revealed his cunning and sinister nature. I truly never imagined that my brother and I would have the opportunity to encounter the renowned Eastern Evil King here. The Alliance was stunned when they heard that nickname for the first time, Eastern Evil King. You are the Eastern Evil King. Without needing the other party to introduce himself, Yuan immediately recognized the person in front of him. You must be Epicharos, the notorious assassination king of concealment from Engire. What wind brought you to Hiletta 1EA1? He feigned humility, declining the compliment. Eastern Evil King, you flatter me too much. If we're talking about assassination and concealment techniques, how dare my brother and I show off before an expert like you? He didn't want to waste time arguing. What is your purpose in coming to Hiletta 1EA1 and kidnapping my person? He quickly got straight to the point. Lord Eastern Evil King, I wish to make an exchange. Just give us the heart of this guy, and I will immediately release this young girl. Yuan honestly revealed what he knew. I would very much like to give it to you, but the diamond is not in my hands. It is currently owned by Lee Warnock. Epicharos pondered for a moment, then muttered, so that's how it is. In the end, he still decided to stall. Then we'll have to ask the Eastern Evil King to help us find the heart of this guy, and then we will return the person. Yuan maintained a good faith negotiating attitude. There's no need for such complications. I have a much simpler way. Finishing his words, he immediately launched himself into the air. Then he dashed quickly towards his opponent without any warning. In just a few seconds, the distance between them had shortened to arm's reach, causing him to instinctively recoil. As a result, Yuan did not achieve his intention because Epicharos' twin brother, Epictors, unexpectedly rushed forward to block his path. Although the situation was out of control, he still turned flexibly to unleash a technique. A dewy gray liquid, like liquid cement, suddenly moved. He seized the opportunity, swinging his hand to swipe a straight line just as his opponent closed in. Epictors completely fell for the deception from Yuan smokescreen technique. Before he could collect himself, he suffered another painful blow. You rotten little brother, taste this punch of mine. He aimed directly at his opponent's pelvic area with absolute precision. Just one powerful punch sent him flying far away, almost crashing into the building wall. Although this technique causes high damage, he himself also suffered pain. Your bones are truly hard. Epicurus quickly regained his stance, like a frog poised to strike in mid-air, then roared, "Stop talking nonsense." Bun also humored his opponent. It seemed he really wanted to settle the score with me, so I would see him through to the end. He faced the old man squarely without flinching, saying, "Come on then. Let's see what you've got." The bragging that had echoed just seconds before had to give way to his powerful kick. This was followed by the crunching sounds of ribs breaking, as if someone were chewing on chicken cartilage. Epicurus flew in a straight line back to his original position and lay there, completely flattened. The old man's face turned pale as he tried to protect his miserable, edging waist, thinking, "This is the end of me." He leisurely drew the gun he had kept ready at his side. He then aimed it straight at his enemy and delivered a very cool line: "To those who dare to touch my life, I will not let them survive." Seeing that the situation was turning sour, Epicurus quickly looked for a way to resolve it. "Lord Tarvuan, don't forget, this girl is still in my hands. If you dare to kill my brother, I can't guarantee the safety of this little friend of yours." Bun, far from being intimidated, sternly threatened him back. "If even a single hair of hers is missing, just try to imagine if you'll be able to survive until tomorrow." Thanks to a few minutes of distraction, Epicurus was able to crawl back to his brother's side. "Tarvuan, whose tower shakes the world, I'm actually starting to get a bit creeped out." His attitude firmly established who was in control of the game. "Don't think that just because you have Han Tindar as a hostage, I won't be able to do anything to you." Having not yet tasted Bun beatings, Epicurus was still talking big. "HMPH, I am also very eager to see what kind of tricks the Tarvuan has up his sleeve." Dan, who had been on the sidelines, had managed to squeeze in a good nap. Suddenly, he changed the subject. "That is an abandoned chemical factory. It contains an ammonia gas system inside." The old man hadn't yet grasped the intention behind the opponent's words. What do you mean by that?" He calmly offered a few small hints. "That's a huge ammonia storage tank, packed with gas. If someone were to trigger an explosion, guess what would happen?" However, Epicurus still couldn't understand where Bun got his confidence, as he was also trapped here, so how could he trigger an explosion? At this moment, he kicked the only person who was still nodding off into a deep sleep. "Hey, stop sleeping. It's your turn to get on stage and perform." Dan pretended to be grateful for a moment. "Brother Tran, you finally remembered me. It hasn't been easy for me." He brushed that cheap act aside. "Alright, don't waste any more breath." He stopped joking and began to seriously introduce the mechanism. "I've installed a pressure regulator on the gas tank that can be activated by a phone signal. As long as I press this button, it will explode immediately. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" Dan kept rambling, but Bun only watched his opponent's reaction. "Epicurus, I'll repeat this one last time. Either let her go, or don't expect anyone to escape from here alive." The sunlight began to shine brilliantly onto both huge gas tanks. The old man realized that he only had one path forward. "Lord Tarvuan, you are truly a wicked person. The two of us don't want to die yet. See you another day." As soon as he finished speaking, the twin brothers disappeared without a trace. He hurriedly approached to support Tindar and gently comforted her. "It's all right now. I promise that from now on, I won't let anything like this happen again." Fan Lianmen, who had been playing the role of a bystander watching the show, finally started screaming, "You maniac, you really are a crazy guy." The terrified look in his eyes, like a baboon's, only made him feel more pleased. "Fan Lianmen, were you only just now scared? Don't be in such a rush. I'll come back to take your life another time." Finally, when both of them were settled in the car, Tindar began to ask the questions he had been hiding in her heart. Was there really enough ammonia in those tanks to cause such a violent explosion? Dan, who was driving, found the story interesting and answered for him. "I was just blowing smoke, bro. The gas concentration inside didn't even reach 1%. She immediately looked at him with admiration and praised him endlessly. "Tran, you truly live up to your reputation. You respond to the other person's affection with ambiguous actions. Wish are, in reality, just a few sly tricks." The only single dog sitting in the carriage spoke up mournfully. "If you want to be romantic, go somewhere else. Stop showing off your affection in front of me." It was not until darkness covered everything that they finally returned to the general's mansion. As soon as the three stepped out of the carriage, servants were already waiting to welcome them warmly. Renzing asked a few polite, superficial questions, and then Tindar quickly turned and left. Tindar replied extremely politely, "Yes, thank you for your concern, second young master. We plan to depart tomorrow." He sighed, reflecting on recent events. "Coming all the way to Fuchao and encountering so many troubles, it is truly a failure on my part as the second young master to let this happen. Let me see you off tomorrow." Tran nodded without standing on ceremony. "Yes, quite a lot has happened indeed." Seeing that Bakvan's attitude seemed annoyed, she tactfully chose not to argue further. "There is no need for such trouble. We only came back to say goodbye to everyone, and we would like to roam around freely tonight. Please don't worry about it." And Wai stood nearby and did not hesitate to add fuel to the fire. "HMPH, you ungrateful thing, get lost and out of my sight quickly." Renzing immediately shouted to stop that insolent attitude. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Not only did she feel no remorse, but she also acted even more aggressively. "What did I say wrong? She is not a member of the Tuan family. Shouldn't she get lost quickly?" Tran would not let the tongues of others run wild. "Mr. Tuang, you should properly discipline your precious daughter yourself. If you cannot control her, let me teach her a lesson for you." On the surface, Renzing looked angry but still tried to cover for his daughter. No matter how unruly she may be, it is not for an outsider to interfere. He did not bother to argue further, only giving a slight wave of his hand to signal Dan. He strolled over, causing her to shrink back in fear. "What do you think you're doing?" The very next second, she was given a free, unforgettable lesson in how to behave, and Wai reacted hysterically and violently. "What do you think you are?" He feigned innocence without a shred of shame. "Oh, sorry, my hand just slipped." Renzing was so furious he stuttered, unable to speak. You Tran, who had never feared anyone, said, "I told him to hit you. If you aren't satisfied, feel free to come to me to settle the score." If I hear you people insulting Tindar again, I swear I won't let you two and family members off easily. They left behind a firm declaration, then took her hand and strolled away. By now, the night sky was dyed pitch black, with not a single star to be found. Although it was late, the beach was still as lively and bustling as it was during the day. Dan, who was busy catching crabs and snails in the sand by himself, complained, "What does the two of you falling in love have to do with dragging me along?" Tindar calmly provided an extremely convincing reason. "Didn't you always insist on staying to protect your brother Tran?" Tran also joined in the teasing. "The night beach is full of beauties in bikinis. I called you here to create opportunities for you, yet you keep wanting to be a light bulb lighting the way." Just by changing his perspective, Dan cheered up immediately. "Thank you, brother Tran. I'm off immediately. I won't disturb your private world anymore." After the light bulb left, Tindar finally had space to confide in him. "The time in Fuchao was too short. When we return to the capital, I will return you to Lady Thinthai and Thai. Tran did not hesitate to label himself a flirtatious man. "I'm your shared boyfriend." After all, even she was at a loss with this man's thick-skinned nature. Truly shameless. "Do you want to have both?" He wore an impeccable, charming smile and excused himself. "Of course not. I'm very innocent." Tindar had to change the subject to ignore his flirtatious expression. "I will go with you tomorrow." Tran briefly arranged the schedule. "After I take you back to the capital, I will return to deal with the people who dared to kidnap and assassinate you." But she suddenly grabbed his wrist and persuaded him. "Forget it. Besides, they didn't really manage to do anything to me." Yet he remained steadfast in his own principles. "There is nothing to discuss regarding this matter." Tindar had to sigh and give in, snuggling completely into his arms. "I know I can't persuade you, but you must be careful." Wang Zhen's confidence was inherently as unshakable as his genuine affection for the ladies, so no one was capable enough to hurt him. Bright golden sunlight was streaming down over the airport area. Dan worked beside him, chuckling, saying that brother Jing had just seen Han Tindar off and was already rushing back, seeming quite eager, wasn't he? Before the smile could fade from his lips, he received a direct kick to the backside from Wang Jing. This brat was getting more arrogant by the minute. Had he really decided to work all over him after just a few days without discipline? He could only scratch his head with an embarrassed smile, admitting his mistake, as he hadn't expected the influence of the Fan and Chuan families in Fuchao to collapse so quickly. "Praising brother Jing is truly amazing." Wang Jing proudly replied that they were never qualified to cause him trouble. They merely cost him 2 precious days. Dan flashed a cunning smile, suggesting that brother Jing probably wanted to spend time with those beautiful sisters-in-law of his. However, just one cold glance from the person beside him was enough to make him tremble violently with fear. Knowing when to adapt, Dan quickly made his escape, not forgetting to tell brother Jing to call him if he needed anything, as he was always on standby. Suddenly, a gleaming supercar sped towards them and stopped right beside Wang Jing. Ming Kai poked her head out from the driver's seat and called out to Wang Jing. Seeing an acquaintance, he leaned down to greet her. She leaned against the door, explaining that she had just seen Cheng Fei and Cheng Yun Thai off, which was why she accidentally ran into him here, then invited him into the car for a ride. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Jing opened the door and got in, saying that he had just returned to the country and didn't have any specific place he needed to go yet, so he might as well stop by her place to rest. Ming Kai's mind immediately went into overdrive, her face flushed with shyness as she secretly thought, no wonder Thai always called him Set Line. She was indeed absolutely right. He didn't bother to argue further, simply leaned back in the seat, closed his eyes, and rested. The car then glided smoothly and quickly along the roads. Before long, they both arrived at Ming Kai's apartment. She thoughtfully brought him a glass of water and asked, seeing his haggard face, if he hadn't been resting well lately. Not wanting the beauty to worry, Wang Zhen playfully teased, saying that a beauty's concern was indeed the most effective remedy for fatigue. Upon hearing this, Ming Kai became incredibly shy, turned around, and tried to run away. Quick as a flash, Wang Zhen powerfully reached out and firmly grabbed the girl who was attempting to escape. He rested his head tidily on her slender shoulder, which utterly astonished her. He was too lazy to even open his eyes and softly whispered for her not to move so he could catch a quick nap. The next morning, the pristine Earl's sunlight woke Ming Kai. As soon as she sat up, she saw a letter neatly placed on the table. It turned out to be a message from Wang Jing, saying he had an urgent matter and had to leave first, promising to see her soon and borrowing her sports car for a few days. At the same time, in the suburbs, Wang Jing couldn't hide his annoyance as he complained that he had to give up a private opportunity with a beauty because of the urgent business of yours. Ming Hao darted out from behind a bush like lightning, respectfully calling out boss. He stood waiting with his arms crossed, an impatient look urging the younger man to get straight to the point. Ming Hao immediately got to the point, saying it was time to take the boss to meet that person. Wang Jing paused for a few seconds, then remembered, but seeing that the young man had been quiet all this time, he asked again, so, you finally decided to reveal it? Ming Hao scratched his head and explained that he hadn't been adequately prepared before, so he hadn't dared to bother him, but now was a most opportune moment. The car revved its engine again and sped along the line road. Next month, both were present at the address 175 Thien Phu Street. Tran stopped in front of the door, scanned his surroundings, and noticed the words on the signboard looked quite familiar. Tran Kong, Tran's former subordinate, was wheeled to the door by his wife to welcome their guests inside. This reunion was as emotional as a scene from a television drama. They embraced tightly, and Tran Karn choked up as he called out to brother Tran. Min Hao quickly interrupted them, gesturing for them to enter the house and suggesting, let's head inside first before continuing our conversation. Tran excitedly patted his protege on the shoulder in praise. Impressive, you kept it so well hidden until now before showing me. Min Hao, as careful and thoughtful as ever, replied, big brother, aren't I just causing trouble for you by doing this? A sudden, jarring sound of destruction caught Tran's attention. He asked, brother, were you having some construction done here? Tran Karn also shook his head in confusion. Nothing like that is happening. Upon hearing that, he immediately grabbed the doorknob, saying, then let's go see exactly what those people are smashing. A scene of a group of people shouting and destroying furniture appeared before them. Hey, what do you people think you're doing? Seeing someone approach, Tinfun stopped and warned, "We are demolishing an illegal construction. If you know what's good for you, get out of our sight immediately." From his wheelchair, Tran Kong indignantly retorted, "We followed all the proper procedures for this house. What violation gives you the right to just tear it down? Is it no law and order left?" Unexpectedly, the man barked back, "What is law that you dare to threaten me with?" Seeing the situation grow tense, Yun Tran cleared his throat and signaled. Receiving the signal, Manhwa immediately lunged forward in the blink of an eye. He precisely subdued the opponent and shouted, "Speak now. Who sent you here?" Standing behind, Yun Tran pressured him with a low voice, "Talk now and save yourself some pain, otherwise my brothers will make your life a living hell." Tinfun turned pale and stammered, "It's too Thuk Liuan." Hearing this, Manhwa pressed further, "Where is he hiding right now?" Out of fear, he honestly confessed everything at North 7th Ring Road, New Garden Village. Despite that, as a precaution, Manhwa maintained a firm grip on him, saying, "You don't look like you're lying." Drenched in sweat, Tinfun hurriedly waved his hands, saying, "Everything I said is the truth." Seeing that the man was no longer useful, he unceremoniously shoved him aside, saying, "A truly useless piece of trash." Tinfun lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, leaving the remaining henchmen standing there in stunned horror. The other men all knelt down trembling and begged, "We were only following orders. Please, Great One, spare our lives." Yun Tran didn't bother with these underlings and simply shooed them away. "Get out of here. Don't let me see your faces ever again." The underlings scrambled to drag the leader away and fled. He turned and instructed, "Lai Minho, you stay here and clean up the scene." Yun Tran thoughtfully arranged the next plan. "Since you and Ho Han are already being targeted by villains, I will arrange for people to take you both away as quickly as possible." Tran Karng asked worriedly, "But what about you?" He thought deeply for a moment and replied, "I need to permanently deal with those two nuisances, Dao Junfeng and Tu Thuk Liuan." First, Minho, who was cleaning up the debris, also chimed in, "Yes, Brother Tran, as soon as I'm done here, I'll come to assist you immediately." 20 minutes after the incident, Tran Karng reflected on everything and sighed wearily. "I originally thought this place would be a peaceful sanctuary for us to take refuge." Suddenly, Pontrak lunged into the room through the window holding a knife. "Your sanctuary is going to become my trophy, and your wife. Well, she's quite a looker." Everything happened so fast that Tran Karng didn't have time to react, not even for a moment. He took control of Ho Han and threatened her with a knife. "Don't do anything reckless and come with me, or I can't guarantee your wife will remain unharmed." At the same time, at the garden villa in the new village area, Thuk Liuan sat in the dark room with an anxious expression, wondering how everything was progressing. Duan furrowed his brows in tension, only able to sit and wait for news. A sudden phone ring shattered the quiet atmosphere. He quickly pulled out his phone and stared intently at the notification screen. It turned out a message from Hontrak had arrived. The delicious bait had been taken, and they were just waiting for the right moment to catch the big fish. After reading it, Duan carefully deleted the message to avoid leaving any traces. Thuk Liuan sat nearby observing and guessed a part of it. Duan face now lit up with hope. "Second Master, I guarantee there are no loopholes. We have captured Tran Karn's wife, and Yuan Tran is coming alone." Thuk Liuan flashed a ruthless look, seemingly determined. "I will definitely make them pay with their lives." Yuan Tran's car charged straight through the gate like a powerful tank. Yuan Tran angrily got out of the car and shouted, "Get the hell out here." Duan led his subordinates and leisurely approached. "Well, I thought it was some stranger, but it turns out to be Yuan Tran." Having already anticipated the situation, Yuan Tran smirked contemptuously. "What's the matter? Not welcoming me?" Twugly. He clapped his hands in delight. "Of course you are welcome. In a little while, you will be sent off along with your brothers." Hearing that, Yuan Tran could not contain his anger. "You bastard, what other despicable tricks are you playing? Where on earth are you hiding Tran Karng and his wife?" Duan maintained his playful, provocative attitude. "That is a secret. Now is not the time for you to know where they are." He had truly lost all patience, radiating an intense murderous horror. "Only you could come up with such a despicable trick. If you dare harm them, I swear I will take your life." He naively thought he still held the upper hand. "Those people are still in my hands. Don't put on an act here. How about we place a bet?" Yuan Tran, who loved this kind of game, smiled with amusement. "What kind of bet?" Unexpectedly, Duan made a foolish remark. "Let's see whether you kill me first, or my bullet sends you on your way first." Filled with excitement, he gestured his agreement. "All right, bring it on." He confidently raised his hand to give the order to his subordinates. Yuan Tran closed his eyes, trying to keep his composure. "Brothers, your captain's life depends entirely on you." Duan wore a triumphant smile, as if everything was under control. Rewinding to 5 minutes earlier, bright sunlight was shining down on a nearby high-rise building. Minhao suddenly appeared right behind the sniper. With just one swift blow, he took down his opponent. Having finished, Minhao brushed off his hands and looked at his work. "That was close. I was almost too late." Back at Duan side, quite some time had passed but everything remained silent. Knowing his teammate had succeeded, Yuan Tran mocked, "Pray Delta, has your sniper fallen asleep? Where is the bullet?" Duan also realized what was happening and pointed his finger in anger. "I didn't expect you to have help." The sound from the walkie-talkie came through with good news. They had finally rescued the hostage. He was still smugly thinking everything was in the palm of his hand. Even though that gunman was absent, as long as the hostage was still under control, he would still hold the upper hand. Only now did Yuan Tran regain his momentum, his fists clenched and ready. Duan pointed and ordered his subordinates on both sides, "Kill him quickly." Sharp bursts of gunfire rang out throughout the room. Contrary to his expectations, the two lackeys collapsed motionless after being hit by bullets. Duan looked at the newly arrived Tran Karng and exclaimed in shock, "Why are you all here? Where are my men and that fellow?" Unfazed, Yuan Tran recounted what had just happened. "Those lackeys of yours, I've already dealt with them cleanly, and that subordinate of yours has been taken down by me." Yuan Tran looked down from above at the defeated man with an unexpected smirk. "Duan, the debt you owe must be paid today." Having said that, he turned to assign the tasks. "Duan, take the two of them and leave first. Leave this place for me to handle." Duan readily agreed. "All right, let's go." Yuan Tran swung the rod in his hand, creating an extremely terrifying scene. This time, he probably wanted to wipe them all out. That man was indeed stubborn. Yuan Tran directly threw a punch straight into his opponent's face. Yuan Thien took the full force of the punch, spitting out fresh blood as he fell to the ground. Only then did he realize the person next to him had already passed out. Second master, wake up. Wake up quickly. Yuan Tran smirked and slowly worked over. I didn't expect you to be so resilient, to still have some strength left. Yuan Thien, now like a fish on a chopping block, growled, I will kill you. I will kill you. Thuck Yuan struggled to regain consciousness through the intense pain. How is the situation now? Unbelievable, you had already decided the outcome long ago. Look, see for yourself. The surrounding scene was so gruesome that even an onlooker would be horrified. He kept backing away and begging, please, we can talk this over slowly. Don't kill me. Yuan Tran still wanted to use them to extract more information. You are supposed to be a man of high standing, yet here you are begging me like this. Tell me who the mastermind behind this is, and I will reconsider. Now, they took turns shifting the blame and passing the buck to each other. He did it all. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. Second master, tip. Yuan Tran looked at their expressions and smiled mockingly. No, I like this drummer. Suddenly, a sense of danger filled the room. His pupils dilated, and his brain screamed a warning. Asterisk, this is bad! Exclamation asterisk. Yuan Tran sensed something was wrong and immediately rushed outside, and just as he made it out, a violent explosion erupted behind him. The powerful blast shook the very sky. Yuan Dan's group felt the car shake violently from the force of the blast. The car immediately pulled over to the side of the road. He slammed his fist onto the steering wheel, deeply worried about the situation back there. Damn it, it's a phosphorus bomb. Tran Karn in the passenger seat was in no better state, cold sweat dripping down his face. Captain. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming text message rang out. Yuan Dan hurriedly picked up the phone to assess the situation. It turned out to be a text message from Yuan Tran confirming he was safe. He said he was fine and told everyone to head back first. Orange sunbeams shone down on the foliage of the nearby forest. Yuan Tran had escaped death by a hair's breadth, but his body was covered in wounds. He wondered why phosphorus bumps had appeared there and whether there was some hidden conspiracy. He lay collapsed by the stream, breathing heavily, his brain analyzing every event until he was gradually struck with astonishment. Had the person behind this plan to sacrifice an entire elite team from the very beginning? At the same time, at the family estate, the Ninteen rushed into the house to report the news. Grandfather, Tu Lao has just passed away. Fuck Horse ceased all activity, knitted his brows tightly, and demanded to know who had done it. He shook his head with a grave expression, admitting that the culprit's identity was still unknown. The old man, being a seasoned veteran, quickly reached a conclusion. For the family, this was a good thing, though it was unclear whether Yuan Tran was dead or alive. The Ninteen regained his composure and pondered carefully. Perhaps he was not dead since the body was not found at the scene, but in any case, the person in the shadows had given them a great gift and even wanted us and Yuan Tran to destroy each other. Fuck Horse stood with his hands behind his back, his voice turning deep and somber. He said that even though he knew it was a trap, he still had to jump in because he could not suffer this in silence. He was also a decisive and mature person, so he agreed to follow his grandfather's arrangements. He trusted his grandson absolutely, then waved his hand to leave, letting his grandson decide everything. He would no longer interfere. Suddenly, the Nineen's phone rang incessantly. The name to known appeared on the screen. Parv doubting, he answered the phone, wondering why she was calling at this hour when it must be midnight over there. A hurried voice came from the other end. Brother, please do not get involved in Yuan Tran's business. Hearing this, the Nineen raised his eyebrows in alarm, asking how she knew about this while being all the way abroad. Non remained mysterious and did not explain, only begging her brother not to take action against Yuan Tran because he already understood the ins and outs of the whole matter. A new day began, and gentle rays of sunlight enveloped the entire city. Minhao looked at the person below doing frantic push-ups in confusion. It was just drinking some dirty water in a trash pit. Is there any need to overreact like this? Captain, how do you intend to handle this? Yuan Tran jumped up and launched into a tirade of frustration. It is clear that someone framed me, so I will use their own trick against them. Hearing this, he chimed in. Captain, have you targeted a suitable guinea pig yet? Par Inham worked in with a sarcastic tone. If you cannot see the ulterior motive behind his words, you are truly hopelessly naive. Knowing the other person's true colors well, Yuan Tran turned to mock him. Speak plainly. You must have come here because you have some difficult task, right? Just as predicted, Par Inham handed over a file and said that Jiang Nam was showing strange signs of illegal import activities. As he took it, he grumbled, why are you dragging me into such a trivial matter? Parnt, you send your own men. He skillfully cajoled him. If I had someone as capable as you under my command, I wouldn't need to bother you. Besides, this is a good opportunity for you to topple Tran and Thatch, the one who holds the economic power of Jiangnam. Yuan Tran did not even bother to look at him, contemptuously remarking that the economic tycoon was just a mediocre gangster. Parinham persisted in persuading him, saying that the National Security Agency would cooperate fully and was even willing to lend him a special task force if needed. Knowing he could not refuse, he sighed in surrender. Fine, if I don't accept, you will find a way to force me anyway. Book me a plane ticket. I'm tired of driving this time. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine rang out from outside. Yuan Tran stood on high, looked down, and exclaimed in surprise, "You really are a weirdo." The car sped into the courtyard. It turned out that the surprise Harinham had prepared was the driver. Mew mew. He smiled and patted his shoulder meaningfully. Why bother booking a plane ticket? See how much effort I took to find a great beauty to pick you up personally. Losing control, Yuan Tran grabbed his collar and growled, "Don't take me for a fool. You know very well I came to Jianan because I was infatuated with this girl. What benefit does her foolishness bring you?" Parinham could only close his eyes, resign himself to the blame, and reply, "No benefit at all. You are a petty person who harbors a deep grudge, but sooner or later I will find you to settle the score." Instead of soothing him, he added fuel to the fire, saying, "Taking from a beautiful woman is indeed very hard to stomach. Think about how many beauty's favors you are indebted to, and just take your time enjoying it. The car glided forward and stopped precisely in front of the door. Miu Miu, dressed in an extremely comfortable outfit, leisurely stepped out of the car. Manhwa witnessed the amusement from start to finish, covered his mouth with a giggle, and said, "Captain, it looks like you are being clung to by this little sister again." BunRv, who had been trying to endure it all this time, vented his anger on his subordinate. "Get the hell out of my sight." Miu Miu stood watching the approaching man and asked probingly, "What's going on? Aren't you going to welcome me?" He had to scratch his head and laugh it off, trying to gloss over the matter. "How could that be? For this trip to Janan, you are the main driver." Before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted, "Of course, the driver must be me." At the same time, at the Janan River wharf, the agent, holding a leather whip, was showing off his authority and controlling everything. "Hurry up for me, don't be so slow and sluggish." Unable to withstand the pressure, the middle-aged man fell to the ground. Unexpectedly, the heartless brute shouted without an ounce of humanity, "Get up and get to work for me right now." Seeing this eyesore, Manhwa ran over to help the man up. "Are you alright, uncle? Do you still have the strength to stand up?" Because of that action, she took a full whip strike from the agent, who barked, "Get up and work for me." What's more, his eyes locked onto the petite girl, and he praised her extraordinary beauty. Without waiting for a response, he quickly grabbed the beauty and seduced her. "Why don't you just follow me and enjoy a good life?" Just then, a stone unexpectedly flew out of nowhere. It aimed precisely at his head, causing a bleeding wound, with red blood streaming down his face. The angry agent roared, "Who dares to ambush me?" From afar, BunRv calmly approached to play the hero saving the beauty, saying, "Abducting a decent girl in broad daylight, your head must really be as hard as iron." Without bothering to say much, he immediately signaled his henchman behind him. Dead him. Having anticipated this, he playfully reminded Miu Miu beside him, "Wait a moment, the scene might get a bit bloody. Be careful not to hurt your eyes." Transforming into a martial arts master, BunRv rushed straight in and knocked them down one by one. The agent looked at his lackeys, who were already sprawled on the ground before they could achieve anything, and was left speechlessly astonished. Since nothing had ever been able to stop his footsteps, he said, "I'll give you two choices. One is to get lost, and the other is to stay here and see how I deal with you." To his surprise, the agent, driven by shame and desperation, used the beauty as a human shield. "If you dare make a move, don't blame me for being ruthless with her." Without needing to argue further, BunRv gained momentum and lunged forward. His long legs accurately delivered a thunderous kick to his opponent's knee. Immediately afterward, a barrage of steel punches rained down on the agent's face. Although he tried to defend himself, the sheer force was so terrifying that fresh blood gushed profusely from his nose. BunRv's hero saves beauty performance ended in complete victory. The curious crowd gathered around to watch the incident, cheering in excitement. That blow was so magnificent. They truly deserved it. He looked down at the other man with contempt and spoke, "You dared to touch my girl. If I ruin the rest of your life, you probably won't mind, will you?" Yet, standing amidst the bustling crowd of onlookers, her face flushed red. Only now did the agent begin to feel terrified, his body shaking like a leaf as he begged, "Sir, please spare my life." BunRv did not pay the slightest attention to his pleas. He swung his leg and decisively kicked the man hard in the groin. This punishment was indeed ruthless. "It's a pity that from now on, you can only behave yourself." At the same time, he turned to warn the remaining lackeys, "Listen up, if you ever dare to bully innocent people again, this will be your end." Taking the agent's lesson to heart, they did not dare to utter a word. "Remember that well." BunRv pointed at the piece of trash lying on the ground and ordered, "Carry this guy and get out of my sight right now." The lackeys were only waiting for that. They quickly dragged him away, stammering, "Yes, yes, yes, we'll scram right away, we'll scram right away." The villagers, who had been oppressed for so long, finally saw the light of hope. They hugged each other and burst into tears as the thugs finally retreated. Unable to contain herself, Manhwa threw herself into her lover's arms, asking, "Why are you here?" BunRv gently embraced her slender figure and comforted her. "Isn't it because I sensed you were in danger? That's why I had to personally come and play the hero saving the beauty." She giggled at his sweet words and said, "You are still as humorous as ever." Standing nearby, Miu Miu waited for the two to finish their affectionate display before speaking up on the main matter. "Hello, beautiful. I'm Miu Miu. We didn't come here to chat about family matters. Would it be convenient for us to talk inside your home?" Seeing a stranger, Manhwa quickly regained her composure and replied, "Of course." The golden rays of the setting sun gently enveloped the classic-style apartment building. Inside Manhwa's apartment, BunRv accepted a glass of water and asked in confusion, "Manhwa, why did you choose such a grueling job, and what is the deal with those people?" Manhwa did not hide anything and recounted the whole story. "A week ago they showed up, promising sky-high wages to lure everyone into signing cargo shipping contracts. I only did this to investigate the truth, and you already know what happened next." Hearing this, he became even more intrigued and pressed further. "Shipping cargo? Did you find out what they were transporting? Who is the mastermind behind these people?" She had put a lot of effort into this, but the results were not very promising. Most of the cargo was just kitchenware. As for other details, I haven't been able to gain access to investigate yet. Miu Miu analyzed the available information and remarked, "These old foxes are quite cunning." After considering the next steps, BunRv instructed, "Manhwa, Miu Miu and I will stay in Janam to investigate this thoroughly. To ensure your safety, do not get involved anymore. I will send someone to protect you." Knowing that he only had her best interests at heart, Manhwa happily agreed. "Indeed, there isn't much I can help with anyway. You two must be extremely careful." Satisfied with her response, he gently and affectionately patted her head, saying, "Don't worry, and make sure you take good care of yourself too." She smiled obediently like a little kitten. "Yes, I know." Making the most of his available resources, BunRv made a request. "There is one more thing. I need your help." A short while later, at the shopping mall, BunRv looked extremely pleased with his companion's new look. "Just a little change and you look completely different, much livelier." Although Miu Miu complied with his wishes, she did so reluctantly, grumbling, "What is so nice about this outfit? It doesn't flatter my figure at all." At this moment, his sweet talking ability came in handy once again. We need to maintain a low profile. Ninhar lent you these clothes, so stop complaining. Besides, your figure doesn't need clothes to stand out. This girl certainly knew how to focus on the key point, acting coquettishly. How do you know it doesn't need to? Have you perhaps been meticulously studying my figure all this time? Unexpectedly, Yuan-Tran remained completely unfazed, quickly stepping aside. Stop playing around. Come with me, quickly. Dim neon lights filled the space of the luxurious nightclub. Dressed in a glamorous bright red dress, Miu asked, why aren't we looking into the clues about Dreama that you found? Why come to this gathering place of rich playboys instead? Yuan-Tran, dressed in an elegant suit, entered with her as they both wore masks, replying, as the saying goes, to catch the bandits, you must first capture the leader. I have my own plans for this. Seeing the guests arrive, the waiter followed standard protocol. Hello, please present your invitation. Having prepared in advance, Yuan-Tran leisurely pulled out an eye-catching gold invitation, saying, we came here seeking some novel excitement. The staff there must have been very surprised by that guest's generosity. Truly, a person with money knows how to have a good time. Before long, they passed through the main gate, where the doorman respectfully cleared the way for the esteemed guest. Inside the luxurious room, a group of young men and women were gathered together having a good time. As soon as he arrived, Yuan-Tran immediately noticed the host of the party, Tran Markdong. He did not expect to achieve results so quickly. An indescribable joy rose in his heart. He had finally found what he needed. Seeing that a guest had arrived, Markdong stood up to welcome him, wondering why this new guest was wearing a mask. Perhaps he was afraid of being seen. Yuan-Tran had already prepared an explanation. He found it inconvenient to reveal his identity, otherwise it would be difficult to operate in the future. He wrapped his arm around Miu's slim waist and said in a charming voice that he would grant her every request, as long as she stayed with him for one night. Those words made Yuan-Tran's head spin. Dreama, could this be the thing Han Inham had told him to investigate? Seeing the beauty in his arms look worried, Markdong teased her, my dear beauty, you can decide this for yourself. Does your friend really need to give consent? The girl sitting behind her chimed in, that's right. Not wanting to cause a stir, Yuan-Tran waved his hand cheerfully. Since young Master Tran has asked, as her brother, it would not be appropriate for me to intervene. Sister, keep young Master Tran company tonight. Miu felt as if her heart had stiffened. Yuan-Tran's change in attitude was truly too fast. He had pushed her into danger again. They quickly moved to a private room. She completely ignored the fact that he had changed into his pajamas and arrogantly refused, you can't see me yet, unless you truly satisfy me first. Markdong did not force her and happily agreed, alright, tell me, what do you want? Miu got straight to the point, what I need is Dreamer. He leisurely reached into his pocket to look for the item. Markdong pulled out a vial of pale yellow liquid with a meaningful smell. Take it. I guarantee it will make you lose yourself in sweet dreams. She took the item and looked at it with wide eyes. Is this really all there is? He crossed his arms and washed with a mocking tone. Is this not enough? This is for you, but you likely don't have enough life in you to carry it out of here. Upon hearing this, Miu felt as if she had been slapped in the face, and cold sweat broke out. What do you mean? Tired of acting? He clapped his hands to signal the end of the farce. The henchman who had been lying in amber suddenly appeared. She knew she had been exposed but still tried to act innocent. Young Master Tran, what are you trying to do? Markdong lost his temper and ripped off the mask. Do you and Yuan-Tran think I'm an idiot? You're trying to use this cat and mouse game against me. He even generously revealed the trap he had laid. The small vial in your hand is just a common spice. The real dreamer has been well hidden by me, and you will never find it. Before long, I will be the only one holding the secret in Huahar. Upon hearing that, Markdong burst into hysterical laughter. Par. But surprises always come at the end. A voice spoke up, signaling an ominous turn. What are you so happy about? Yuan-Tran held a large bag of items, standing at the door with a relaxed expression. You're quite capable. You've actually turned this into a spice to sell. From inside the bag, the scent of the pale yellow liquid began to spread out. Markdong thought he was smart and refused to accept the truth. How is this possible? I clearly hid it very carefully, and I even had people tailing the two of you. Yet, you found it in just half a day. Annoyed by the noise, Yuan-Tran frowned and said, I don't fear that you are stupid, only that you are too confident. Even though he was about to fail, he stubbornly refused to surrender and wanted to make one last struggle. Go. I spend a lot of money to invite you, so why are you just standing there like statues? The burly henchman hadn't even had a chance to make a move before they all collapsed onto the floor together. Old Mark watched his last trump card go up in smoke and terror. Hey, just what kind of person are you? Anyway, Wang Jing picked up a vial to examine it. I heard its effects are quite inconsistent. If you don't know how to use it, it's really just trash. Seeing his life's work threatened, Markdong hurriedly dropped to his knees and begged, Big brother, please show mercy. Do whatever you want to me, but please don't harm my treasures. Though busy dealing with the trouble, he still remembered the beauty by his side, telling Miu to stand closely behind him for safety. He clutched the object in his palm and said with a firm, digestive tone, rest assured, I will make full use of this scrap treasure of yours. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the vial far away with force. The vials collided with each other, creating sharp clinking sounds of breaking glass. Immediately, a hazy purple smoke filled the room, muffling Markdong's screams. Wang Jian led his ally in a quick retreat with a promise to meet again soon. The whole group quickly returned to the secret base. He looked around and offered a compliment. Bu Yan's aesthetic sense is quite good. The layout of this office is exactly my style. Filled with suspicion, Miu curiously asked, why didn't you use those items to intimidate Markdong into revealing the mastermind? By smashing them all and putting them on guard. How will you investigate later? He waved his hand and explained the deep-seated reason. There were other people lurking around at the time. If we had a direct confrontation, it would have been hard for us to get away cleanly. Gee, who usually never paid attention to details, was quite surprised, really. So, did you recognize the backgrounds? Wang Jing casually hopped onto the table and sat cross-legged, replying slowly, Girl, I'm just a mortal, not a gut. I can't read anyone's heart, but I'm certain they were there for Markdong. Miu stopped prying further and was only curious about the next move. He planned to relax a bit after all the exertion. Bu Yan booked a massage session at Kim Lang. We'll head there tonight to enjoy ourselves. At the same time in another location, the mist had also completely cleared. The sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the quiet space. Mark Don furiously lashed out at his things and cursed vehemently. What a bunch of useless fools. You can't even find one guy. Feeding you is just a waste of rice. No good at all. Suddenly, rapid knocking sounds echoed from outside. He frowned irritably and barked, ordering the person outside to get into the room immediately. Lodi slowly appeared with two tall, imposing bodyguards following behind. Seeing a significant figure arrive, Mark Don's voice softened warmly. Mr. Lodi, why didn't you let me know you were coming so I could send someone to greet you? Lodi acted like a big boss and got straight to the point. Earlier I saw trouble at your shop, so I had to wait until it was over to come in. Mark Don stood timidly with his hands clasped, looking visibly apprehensive. I'm so embarrassed that Mr. Lodi had to see such an unpleasant scene. May I ask if you have any orders during this distinguished visit? He stared at the briefcases held by the bodyguards and curiously asked about the new Dreamer shipment. Lodi waved to his subordinates to confirm. Exactly. The big boss told me to deliver the shipment to you personally. Glass tubes containing pale blue liquid appeared shimmering. Mr. Mark, this batch is worth many times more than the last one. Remember to store it at the correct temperature so the medicinal properties don't diminish. Lodi gently closed the case and whispered about the next move. From now on, I will help you pull up anyone by the roots who dares to stand in the way of this Dreamer deal. During that promise, Mark Don joyfully slapped the table. Excellent. With your support to deal with them once and for all, my confidence has increased tenfold. He quickly pushed aside his anger and invited with a smile, Mr. Lodi, let me arrange your accommodation here in Namchang. I'll surely treat you well. Lodi immediately refused as he had already made plans. No trouble, we can just stop by Kim Lang. I'll ask for orders from above to mobilize more notorious figures to support us. The transaction quickly reached a successful conclusion. Mark Don cordially shook the distinguished guest's hand, wishing for smooth cooperation between both sides. The night at Kim Lang restaurant was incredibly bustling and lively. Lodi's presence immediately caught Wang Jian's eye. Yes, boss, I have a clear grasp of the situation now. My intuition tells me that the guy who just passed by is no ordinary person. He seems to have a close connection with the Dreamer organization. Yuan Tran didn't want to alert the other party, so he made an excuse to separate from his teammate. I'll be gone for a moment. Just go into the room and wait for me to return. He nimbly vaulted through the window, much like Spider-Man. His body gracefully landed soundlessly on the air conditioning unit cover. Lodi sat in the room, feeling as anxious as if he were on fire, with countless chaotic thoughts. Why was Yuan done targeting Tran Mark Don? The situation was truly difficult to handle. The bodyguard accompanying him immediately noticed the unease. Sir, aren't you desperately hunting for the evil king? Should we report this news to our superiors? Perhaps we could be promoted to the rank of high-level deacon. Lodi lamented dejectedly. With just a few of us, how can we possibly capture the evil king? Grand Elders Rocky and Pep set off long ago and are already on their way to Fuixir. The bodyguard immediately became enthusiastic upon hearing this. If those two take action, subduing the evil king of the east will no longer be a problem. The plan sounded perfect, but for some reason, he still felt filled with unease. He hoped everything would go smoothly. Yuan Tran stood outside the window and heard the entire conversation. He curled his lip in a sneer. Since you experts have come looking for me, you might as well plan on sleeping forever in this land of Fuixir. He quickly leaped through the window and made his escape. In the restaurant's private room, Miu was busy chatting with her new friend. When asked how long she had known Yuan Tran, Bu Yan leaned back in her chair and smiled. Not too long ago. If you count it, it's been since a while back. At that very moment, Yuan Tran pushed the door open and walked in. Looking at the clean plates on the table, he complained indignantly. You two are certainly not shy, not leaving a single piece for me. Is a waiter outside one of our people? Bu Yan appreciated his caution. You always maintain such a high level of vigilance. Don't worry, they're all our people. It's completely safe. Miu covered her mouth and giggled, her tone filled with teasing. You said you'd be gone for a moment, but you disappeared for an entire hour. By the time you returned, the food was already cold. Bu Yan nimbly signaled the waiter, order 2 more dishes. The waiter bowed respectfully and replied, yes, ma'am. Miu waited until he had eaten his fill before asking, what exactly did you investigate? Feeling the gravity of the problem, he asked, then what should we do? Just then, the new food was brought to the table. His eyes lit up when he saw the dish. Let's just eat first. Yuan Tran ravenously chewed on the newly served chicken, not bothering to pay attention to his teammates discussing business. Miu slowly picked up her phone. Brother, what's wrong? An urgent voice echoed from the other end. Come home immediately. Something major has happened. Before she could ask for the details, the person on the other end hung up in a hurry. Yuan Tran noticed her change in expression and asked, is something wrong? Miu sighed and closed her eyes. I'm not sure what I'm about to face. My brother told me to return home immediately, saying something is going on at the house. After finishing his meal, he stood up and gave instructions. Then you should go back first. I'll handle everything else. Bu Yan, take her home. Bu Yan did not hesitate and followed his order. Right, I understand. The next morning at the airport, Pep and his teammates had landed safely. Hey Rocky, you know, the place I hate stepping foot in most is Fuixir. The last time I was here was 10 years ago, just because of a mission from the Heavenly Father to kill someone. I ended up stuck on a highway overpass in the capital for 6 hours. The mission was practically a failure. Rocky burst into laughter upon hearing the story. Hey Pep, so which country is your favorite? As soon as the old man thought of a certain place, a perverted look appeared on his face. Iceland. I absolutely love the hot girls there. It's truly a paradise for men. Arthur responded with a sarcastic smile. I don't understand how a lecher like you managed to reach the position of Grand Elder. Pep was no pushover either. He dropped a line that left the other speechless. You keep acting like you're only in your 20s. You want people to not realize you're actually 41 years old, right? After speaking, he made a flirtatious face toward Rocky. But then again, that 41-year-old figure of yours is truly hard for anyone to look away from. Rocky suddenly lost his temper because of the head chef's joke, snapping at him to stop talking nonsense and focus, then calming down and saying they would discuss this later when they returned to the hotel. Just then, a staff member approached the two, bowed slightly, and greeted them. Greetings to you both. Let's head to the hotel right now. However, in a hidden corner, the car appeared silently, lurking and waiting for them. The person sitting in the car was none other than Wang Jing. He muttered, finally, I've waited for both of them. Both of them quickly returned to the familiar Kim Line restaurant. At this moment, Rocky was comfortably enjoying the warm water in the bathtub. Suddenly, the doorknob turned, drawing the full attention of the person inside. With her keen senses, she immediately realized someone had broken in. The door swung open, completely surprising Rocky, who let out a gasp. Rocky immediately threw open the bathroom door and shouted loudly, "Bruce it! Get out of here right now." Taking advantage of her distraction, Wang Jin suddenly threw a punch straight inside. Yet, instead of dodging like a girl easily slipping on a dance floor, she skillfully countered with a powerful strike, saying, "It's you." Trading a few blows with his opponent, he sneered, "It's truly a pleasure that great elder Rocky still remembers me." After only a few seconds of fighting, her bathrobe suddenly slipped off, forcing the owner to be startled. Seeing this, Wang Jing immediately reached out and grabbed Rocky's chest, his movements as fast as if he were checking whether they were real or fake. She was frozen for 2 seconds, then her anger erupted. She felt as if she were burning up, with hatred spanning 2 past lives. "I will kill you. No man has ever dared to touch my body." Wang Jing remained nonchalant, his tone teasing as if he hadn't done anything at all. "Rocky, Braid Elda, did I upset you?" The opponent did not back down, retorting sarcastically, "I didn't expect that Wang Jing of the East would come to my door in person." Ignoring those taunts, he quickly changed the subject. "Why do you keep sending people to kill me?" "Oh no, you don't need to make excuses anymore. Everything is already fated. It's the will of heaven." Even though he asked, he already knew about the blood twist technique and shook his head in disdain. "The thing is not with me. Stop wasting your time." Rocky dismissed this as a fabrication, warning him, "Mr. Wang, don't blame me for not reminding you. When necessary, the heavenly father will act in person." Wang Jing shifted the conversation with an underlying meaning, as if trying to bait more information. "I'm waiting, but I just want to ask one thing. As an old woman like you, can you stop pretending to be a young girl? I heard that to practice this evil art, one must be a virgin. So you." He poked fun at a woman's age, which naturally caused Rocky to get so angry that her blood rushed to her head. Without hesitation, she lunged at her enemy, talking so much nonsense. "It's time for you to die." The two of them continued to grapple in the room, completely unaware that someone was stealthily watching from afar. Dun Tun lowered his binoculars, smiling smugly as if he had just been granted an extra day of paid leave, then turned to ask his subordinates. "The intelligence provided by Tran Mark Dun is very accurate. Is everything ready? If it's not done by now, we might as well quit." With a talented man and a beautiful woman fighting, the fisherman will reap the benefit. Do you believe that this time he would be the winner? Dive, all of you. Such a good thing cannot fall into the hands of the ideal nation, and the Eastern evil king must not be allowed to survive. Fire. A subordinate quickly pulled out a small cannon. Then, aiming directly at the room, he pulled the trigger. "Of the prize, my friend." A copper bullet flew from somewhere, sending the henchman to meet his ancestors and causing the aim of the weapon to shift. Even so, it still caused the building opposite to explode like New Year's Eve fireworks. Sensing something was wrong, Dun Tun hurriedly hid behind a wall to avoid being attacked, swearing to himself, "There is someone else here." Could it be national security? Inside Rocky's room, no. It should be called a battlefield now. The aftermath of the explosion had caused one side of the wall to collapse. She was pinned under the rubble, her leg crushed, as she coughed uncontrollably from the thick dust. Yun Tran, having luckily escaped, scrambled over to her side. Without saying a word, he immediately reached his hand into a small gap beneath that wall segment, suspecting he was taking the opportunity to harm her. He shouted, "It hurts." "What are you doing?" Yun Tran coldly ordered, "If you don't want to die, shut your mouth." He then used all his strength to lift the wall, urgently prompting her, "Pull your leg out, quickly." "I can't hold it much longer." Rocky struggled to pull it out, a sharp pain shooting through her body that made her beautiful face contort. Once finished, the stamina reached its limit, and he immediately let go of the wall. She looked at the young man, who was panting like a dog and lying flat on the floor to rest, and suddenly felt curious. "Thank you, but why did you save me?" Pausing for a moment to catch his breath, Yun Tran calmly replied, "Because right now we have a common enemy. Besides, killing you wouldn't benefit me at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly unbuttoned several buttons, making her momentarily think she had caught a fresh, eye-catching young pilot. "What on earth are you doing?" It turned out that seeing the body of the lady in her 40s wrapped only in a towel nearly blinded him, so he had to use his shirt to cover her. "Rest assured, I have absolutely no interest in you." Then, he tore another piece of fabric from his pant leg. He carefully bandaged Rocky's ankle wound, not forgetting to brainwash her. "This is a humanitarian spirit of a great nation. I'll stop the bleeding first. This wound gets infected easily, so remember to disinfect it when we get out." After finished flirting, he got down to business. "Who do you think set up this explosion?" She was still preoccupied admiring Yun Tran's six-pack body and jumped slightly when questioned. "Either the Underground Army or the Atlantic Alliance. Only these two major powers would dare to flagrantly disregard the law here." He thought for a moment and immediately crossed one out. "It's definitely not the Atlantic Alliance." Just then, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. He immediately answered and ordered like an overbearing CEO, "Send people to rescue me now. Be quick, someone here is losing a lot of blood." Rocky lazily opened her eyes, the harsh sunlight streaming and made it impossible for her to sleep in any longer. Looking around and realizing this wasn't a familiar room, she weakly questioned Yun Tran, who was sitting by her bedside. Sensing her anxiety, he gave a gentle, reassuring smile. "This place is very safe. Stay here until your injuries heal, then you can leave. Our people won't harm you, so don't worry." As he stood up to leave, she bolted upright, asking like a lost chick, "Where are you going?" He didn't bother hiding it and replied with a smile, to deal with the leader of the underground army. Having been so absorbed in flirting with the handsome guy, she only now remembered to ask about her ugly comrade. Yuan Tran lingered for a moment to answer Rocky's question. He's out of critical condition and is currently being treated at our facility. He suddenly felt like gossiping, his mouth pouting just like Sunyo as he teased, "What are your intentions with that old man? Were you so close that you're taking care of him like that?" Veins popped on her forehead as she retorted, "That old man has 9 lives. It might have been better if the blessed killed him. Yet he survived anyway, how truly unlucky." Understanding full well that her bark was worse than her bite, he covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. "I didn't expect the grudge between you two to be so deep." Right at that moment, the ringing of her phone suddenly broke the atmosphere. Yuan Tran quickly pulled out his phone to check the message. It was an urgent message from Vu Yen. "The car is waiting for you at the hospital gate. Get here now." Rocky dropped her panicked look from Merle, replacing it with a gentle smile as she urged him, looking at that joyful face. "You must have a date with a beauty, right? Go quickly, don't keep her waiting." He also bid her a cheerful farewell. "Yeah. Until we meet again, if fate allows." At the parking lot right in front of the hospital gate, as soon as Yuan Tran got into the car, he asked hurriedly, "What's the emergency?" Vu Yen replied instantly, "We have to go back immediately. Something extremely serious has happened." Seeing her face as tense as a guitar string, he dropped his playful attitude and guessed quickly, "Did something happen at Harenham?" Only to receive an immediate nod in confirmation. "Yes, time flew by like the way we check our bank balances from the beginning to the end of the month." In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. The two of them had just stepped into Harenham's office when they were immediately given a polite dismissal. "Vu Yen, you go out first." She gave a crisp salute according to protocol and then left. Yuan Tran, never a patient man, urged, "You called me here in such a rush. If you have something to say it quickly. I don't want to beat around the bush. As men, we should be straightforward. This is a good opportunity for you. I'm offering for you to return to the West. What do you think?" During this reasoning, I found it grating. I thought it was something very important. What does the West matter? I'll return whenever I please. I don't need you to bestow opportunities upon me. Seeing him act arrogant and ignorant of the world, he couldn't help but sneer. "Don't think I don't know why you had to crawl out of the West in the first place." The reopened wound made Yuan Tran lower his head, and he retorted uncomfortably, "What crawl? I was severely wounded after completing a mission and had to return. If I hadn't been saved by a master, how would you be seeing me right now?" Being someone who had weathered many storms, Parenham was not easily defeated. "With your strength alone, it's not enough to deal with those people, but now national security can provide support. I've already arranged everything. Aren't you excited?" At the agency, the bestest word is lore, so he didn't bother arguing further and changed the subject. "When do I depart?" The other party quickly assigned tasks. "Over the next 3 days, stop by tomorrow afternoon. I'll give you detailed instructions on personnel and arrangements." Yuan Tran snapped his fingers and smiled smugly, offering a condition, "Send Vu Yen to pick me up tomorrow afternoon." A small matter. Parenham agreed immediately. "No problem." Once everything was discussed, he strolled out of the headquarters, but his mind was in turmoil. Life had only just become peaceful for a few days, and now he was getting ready to return to a place of bloodshed. Suddenly, the car slowly approached and came to a complete stop right beside him. Thai lowered the car window and signaled to Yuan Tran. Dead-end. Her unexpected appearance left him surprised. "How did you know I was here? You're truly mysterious." "Naturally, someone pointed me in the right direction." It was exactly 1 o'clock in the morning at the villa on Bean Bin Mountain. He was sound asleep in his soft bed. 2 beautiful women were also lost in their own spaces. One enjoying a lingering wisp of smoke, the other lost in deep contemplation. Justo and Thin Kin were not enough. Thin Phi went big and hired a professional detective to lurk outside his door, though it was unclear if he had returned yet. Startled, Yuan Tran suddenly opened the door, causing her to fall forward unexpectedly. He caught her quickly and covered her mouth to avoid alerting the other wives, lurking in secret. "What are you trying to do?" Before Thin Phi could answer, he struck first and gave her bottom a firm slap. Her face turned as red as a tomato, and she frowned, questioning, "What are you doing?" Yet the culprit shamelessly retorted, "Don't pretend to be innocent. That blow was your punishment." Finishing his sentence, he lifted her up in the astonished gaze of the other. When a man has meat offered to his mouth, why not enjoy it? Yuan Tran certainly didn't let the male gender down. He placed Thin Phi on the bed and leaned in close to whisper, "If you want to eavesdrop, you have to pay the price." She naively asked back, "What price?" The white rabbit had no idea she had fallen right into the grey wolf's trap, and even nonchalantly let herself be swallowed whole. 1 week later, in South America, in a room as hot as an inferno, Yuan Tran was lying down browsing social media on his phone. Oh no, he was on a video call with Harenham. "You tricked me into coming here to find clues, but there is nothing here." Hearing his sharp tone, the other remained calm. "Why the rush? Isn't that why I'm calling to tell you now?" Hearing this, he urged, "Speak quickly," only to receive the briefest of replies. Torumu Port. As soon as he heard the location, Yuan Tran hung up with a snap, leaving Harenham on the other end of the line choking on his words. "This brat is insolent." I hadn't even finished my sentence yet. At Torumu Port, the sound of waves lapping against the shore accompanied the golden sunlight as people moved about in a bustle. But Yuan Tran did not come here to look at the sea. He hid in a dark corner behind some crates, clutching his pistol as he silently observed. Point Dun Ten said among the group, when receiving the goods later, "Remember to be careful. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed." The whole group replied in unison. "Understood." After finishing the cleanup, he turned around and walked away. Seeing an opportunity, Yuan Tran quickly raised his gun and pulled the trigger. No one knew what kind of special taste he had, but the bullet hit right in the buttocks of her henchman who was working and carrying a crate of goods. Seeing that sight, the entire crowd began to flee in panic while cursing incessantly. The more he shot, the more excited he became. Seeing them running too slowly, he aimed straight at each of their legs. At this time, Poing Dun Tun, who was discussing business at the table, glanced outside and saw everyone fleeing as if they had seen a ghost. Extremely annoyed, he shouted in anger, demanding to know what was going on for them to barge in here. while next to him was a high-ranking instructor of the Dark Army named Paletmo. Hearing the instructor shout, he was just as furious. To dare to come here and cause trouble, find the enemy. I will carve your flesh. After emptying his magazine, Bun quickly slipped into a room full of clutter to hide. Hearing those booming shouts, he smiled contemptuously to himself. Whether he would even survive to find him was another matter. He skillfully used a knife to cut the pipeline, and immediately, a brown liquid sprayed out. Not stopping there, he also kicked over the fuel drums. A strange mixture of liquid began to flow and pool all over the place. Blackmore realized something was wrong, so he pointed and asked what that liquid was. Dun was startled and terrified, realizing he was in big trouble. That's gasoline. Quick, get out of here. Bun had already settled on the roof of a vehicle not far from the warehouse, holding a machine gun, smiling and muttering, I hope you like my gift. He even politely waved goodbye, then decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet flew toward the liquid and created a spark. Everything around suddenly exploded like New Year's Eve fireworks. Looking at the masterpiece that he believed deserved to go down in history, he was certain in his heart that this time, Dun would not be so lucky again. But life is not always a dream. From inside the burning and smoking warehouse, two figures suddenly rushed out of the fire. It was a henchman helping Dun, who was bleeding from his mouth, out of the warehouse. After landing safely, he immediately observed the surroundings. A familiar back came into view. He cursed inwardly. It's you again, Bun. Time passed as fast as a dog running in a field. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. Returning to the motel, just as he opened the room door, Bun suddenly felt something strange. To guard against any unforeseen danger, he quietly drew a gun. Then, he leaned against the door and spoke cautiously. Leave on your own, and I won't make things difficult for you. A teasing voice from the other side of the door sounded defiantly, and I was hoping you would make things difficult for me. Losing all patience, he kicked the door wide open and rushed inside. Next, he quickly pointed his gun straight at the opponent. Who on earth are you? Inside the room, it turned out to be a girl with a beautiful back taking a bath. Seeing that she did not answer, Bun continued to warn, keep pretending and I will shoot. Katie slowly turned around. Long time no see. I really didn't expect you point a gun at me. Seeing the bargain right before him, he changed his tune faster than flipping a rice paper, warmly asking, why are you here? Katie, dressed only in pink lingerie, worked closer to him. You caused too much of a ruckus this morning. Now countless people are watching you. I can walk into your room to shower openly, but others can also enter to take your life. You should be a bit careful. Yet, Wang Tran didn't pay any attention. His eyes were glued to Katie as if with glue, and he replied indifferently, I know. When it was time for business, Katie put her hands on her hips, wondering, so, what exactly did you come to me for in the end? Wang Tran held out a photo. The man in this picture, help me find him. She suddenly moved close, wrapping her arms around his neck seductively. I'll help you find him tomorrow, but tonight, you'll have to pay a small service fee first. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day, and the intense sun, like mid-June in Hanoi, shone down on the villa. From inside, an artificial voice mixed with worry echoed, Tharo Ben, what's happening? Why do we have to leave this place? H-183 Ban was hastily packing luggage, replying in a hurry, Mum, just go back to Hua H-1EA1 first. I'll explain everything in detail later. At the main door, his wife had already packed everything. H-183 Ban's expression relaxed, and he gently placed his hand on his wife's shoulder. Dud, I'll take the luggage to the car first. Just as he carried his suitcase out the gate, H-183 Ban saw a figure standing with crossed arms, posing in front of him. He vigilantly questioned, Who's there? Of course, the posing figure was none other than Wang Tran. Seeing this, H-183 Ban immediately dropped his guard and joyfully exclaimed, Captain. Then he turned to instruct his family, everyone, don't wait in the car. I have a few words to say to an old friend. Wang Tran also skillfully reassured them, don't worry, everyone. We'll just chat for a moment. His wife nodded lightly in agreement. He certainly wasn't looking for H-183 Ban to reminisce. He went straight to the point. I'm sure you understand why I'm here. H-183 Ban nodded slightly. Captain, just ask whatever you want to know. Wang Tran's sharp gaze fixed on his former teammate. What exactly have you been hiding all these years? H-183 Ban bowed his head deeply, his voice deep and muffled. Before the Mean Viet mission, my family was threatened. They forced me to leave Lonline. Noticing something unusual, he pressed him. You didn't comply, did you? Only then did H-183 Ban slowly recount. That's right, I refused. But the very hesitation almost cost me my life on the Mean Viet mission. Recognizing the opponent's ruthlessness, Wang Tran deduced, you didn't follow their orders, so they certainly wouldn't leave you alone. He sighed, perhaps because they saw I was no longer useful, they released my family. To avoid their eyes and ears, we had to move elsewhere. Finally, thanks to the background of the shadowy military academy, we achieved a peaceful life, but it seems my identity has now been exposed. Wang Tran shook his head in disagreement. I had someone investigate your whereabouts. If I could find you, then your current situation isn't safe at all. H-183 Ban looked at the person opposite him and suddenly remembered something. Captain, the explosion at the military academy, was that you're doing? Wang Tran replied calmly as if it had nothing to do with him. That's right, it was just my welcome gift to them. The best part of the show is yet to come. At this moment, H-183 Ban's face showed hesitation, but then he resolved to speak. Captain, there's one more thing. Wang Tran, curious, asked, what is it? He gravely stated, Lonline is a mole. But in contrast to H-183 Ban's worried expression, Wang Tran calmly replied, I understand. I will definitely drag him out. You just take care of your family first, and then we'll meet again. In Dun Tun's office, he was in a rage, slamming his hand forcefully under the table. He roared, it's been 2 days, and Wang Tran still hasn't been caught. It seems I'll have to take action myself to get this done. After yelling his fill, he gave an order. Modisa, Henry, Johnson, Banfield, the 4 of you follow me. Having said that, the entire group noisily marched out. Night fell. At a secret base in Bolivia, Wang Tran had already set up an ambush in a favorable position. Beside him was a Barrett M82A1, perhaps the heavy arsenal that Katie had once mentioned. Katie's beautiful imagery appeared in his mind. The documents you need are all here. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything. Wang Tran decided to act. He carried a can of gasoline and headed straight into the warehouse. He liberally poured gasoline over the easily flammable crates. Once that was done, he quickly returned to his original ambush position. Yun Tran narrowed his eyes, focusing on his target. Poing Dun Tun. Today, I will definitely make you taste the bitterness of pain. A sharp gunshot tore through the silent night. The fire he had set quickly erupted into a fierce blaze, engulfing the warehouse. Chaotic cries for help rang out. It's burning. Pu turned off the fierce suppression system. Don't just lie there. Hurry up and call someone to put out the fire. Watching the fruits of his labor, Yun Tran chuckled in delight. The next morning, back at Dun Tun's office, a barrage of profanity erupted. You idiots. You damn fools. Dun Tun roared at his subordinates as he hung up the phone. I was only gone for a moment and you let the warehouse burn down. You bunch of useless losers. A hoarse voice suddenly came from the doorway. Failing to do your own job and then blaming others, your management ability is truly disappointing. To put it bluntly, you are far inferior to He Thurhai. Terrified, Dun Tun bowed respectfully. Instructor. The man handed him a cigar and continued, don't you intend to explain this? Stroking his beard, he ordered, tell the one who was just beaten to come here. The subordinate from Orla hardly approached with his head bowed low. Yes, instructor. He took a puff of his cigar and coldly demanded, whatever he did to you, you do the exact same thing to him now. If you don't dare to do it, I will take your life immediately. The subordinate trembled. Instructor, I can't do it. This refusal stirred the cruel nature within the men, and he pulled out a cold, sharp knife. What an incorrigible fool. With those words, he swung the knife in a swift, clean motion across the man's throat. Blood gushed out like a burst water pipe. Once done, he calmly wiped the blood off the blade and coldly ordered Dun Tun, kneel. He did not forget to warn this rebellious individual, kneel for exactly 24 hours. If you move even an inch, you know the consequences. Knowing he could not resist, he resigned himself to his fate. Yes, I understand. It seems everyone likes to snoop into other people's business. This pathetic scene was unintentionally caught by someone lurking nearby. It turned out this professional eavesdropper was none other than Yun Tran. The show was over. He lowered his binoculars and smiled meaningfully. Come to think of it, I haven't had a cup of coffee in a long time. Maybe I should stop by that place to celebrate. Located at a shop called World of White Snow, he stepped out of the car, his eyes filled with nostalgia like a former student returning to their old school. It's been quite a long time since I last visited. Seeing a customer enter, the man at the counter asked, what can I get for you? Following his old habit, Yun Tran ordered his favorite drink. Give me a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. Hearing that name, the man offered a polite, trained smile. Sir, I'm very sorry, but we stopped selling Blue Mountain a long time ago. He was slightly surprised. Bella doesn't work here anymore. Where is she? Realizing he was a regular customer, the man's attitude became more open. Only Bella could brew the Blue Mountain coffee. She quit 2 years ago. She hasn't been to the shop much lately, so I'm not sure where she's now. The table next to him suddenly erupted in buzz and chatter, piquing his curiosity. The survival match is about to start. Who are you betting on to win? Of course, Beast no. Once. That guy has won over 20 matches in a row. He's truly formidable, worthy of his name. That sounds interesting. Yun Tran decided. If he was going to snoop, he might as well see it through to the end. I didn't expect such a master to be here. I have to check it out. A moment later, he followed the staircase down to the underground arena. The place was packed, and the roaring filled the space as if the passionate fans were cheering for their idol. Beast no. One, come on. Take him down. In the ring, two muscular men were the focus of the audience's attention, eyeing each other warily. Suddenly, all attention shifted to a beautiful woman. The eyes and impolite cheers of the men were all directed at her. Oh my god, Bella is here too. She is my goddess. Is she here to watch Beast no? 1 2. Ignoring the crowd screaming like monkeys in a zoo, something caught her alluring gaze. And who else could it be but our handsome Yun Tran? This encounter did not seem very favorable, because as soon as he saw someone he knew, he hardly covered his face. Indeed, being too attractive is also a kind of misfortune. Seeing this, Bella aggressively worked up and questioned him. Stop right there. It's one thing that you refuse to take responsibility for me, but why do you want to run away as soon as you see my face? As soon as she finished her sentence, she grabbed his arm tightly without any hesitation. Then, under the fierce and murderous glares of the onlookers, she deliberately acted intimate but her words were sharp. Where do you think you're going? Don't force me to say things that are even harder to hear. Wang Zheng knew full well that it would be hard to escape from this spider woman, so he tried to stall. How about we wait until we finish watching this match before we decide what to do next? Just then, the beast launched a frontal attack, shouting, "Dib lust and die." But his opponent agilely dodged and coolly taunted back. It's not yet clear who is going to be the one to die. The guy's patience was quite limited, as a single sentence made his blood boil. You have truly driven me mad. I guarantee you will have the most miserable ending to your life. Indeed, a loose tongue causes a lot of trouble. It was clearly the fucks who started the trouble, so now the guy had to endure painful, lightning-fast kicks before his ribs could even beg for mercy. The terrifying cracking sound was heard. When the match ended, Wang Sheng hurriedly pulled Bella away. The winner is decided. Let's get out of here quickly. However, things didn't end there. The beast pointed directly at the two of them and arrogantly provoked, if you have the guts, why don't you accept my challenge? Dare to step into the ring. The crowd, who had been annoyed by him for a long time, joined in and jeered, accept it. Get up there. He felt helpless in this ironic situation and turned to grumble at the beautiful woman. Bella, this is all your fault. She immediately retorted, well, do you want to go up there? Wang Zheng, quick-witted, wanted to get something out of Bella. Then you have to give me a convincing reason to go up there. She leaned into his ear and whispered something mysteriously. After hearing it, he nodded slightly. Fine, I hope you keep your promise. Afterwards, he strolled onto the ring amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. Hurry up. Hurry up. The beast standing on the ring seemed to be full of resentment, glaring with murderous intent. Come here. Get over here right now, he coldly challenged Wang Jing. Since you dared to step up here, don't expect to leave with your life. Feeling that his opponent truly didn't know when to quit, he said with a hint of disdain, oh, you certainly talk big. After confirming both sides were ready, the announcer waved his hand to signal and shouted, the match begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the beast lunged forward, throwing a 1,000-pound punch. Die, you fool. He didn't bother to dodge, deciding to face it head-on, much like how women strike directly at jerks. And it seemed this tactic was quite effective, as it forced him to quickly retreat to find a safe distance. The bystanders were terrified witnessing the scene. Oh my god. He actually blocked a punch from the number 1 beast. But don't celebrate too soon. The match was still ongoing. The guy switched to an aerial attack and yelled, not afraid of the opponent dodging. Take this. Wang Jing wasn't that easy to take down. He immediately gathered momentum and leaped into the air. Then, he used his long legs to kick hard at his opponent's vital points. You are truly formidable. It's just a pity you ran into me. Looking at him standing high above and rambling on, the beast was clearly not willing to accept this. So, he quickly pulled out a switchblade he had hidden in his shoe. Then, catching the moment his opponent was off guard, he lunged forward repeatedly. Unfortunately, this dirty trick failed at the very first step. Wang Jing used his long leg advantage to stomp hard on the guy's hand, forcing the victim to scream in agony. The sound of breaking bones was so dry and sharp that it could be heard from outer space, and the piercing pain sent him into a dizzying haze. Even so, this punishment was not enough to satisfy him. If you are so eager to meet your Mako, then I am more than happy to send you off to find Nirvana. Without another word, Wang Jing swung his leg and delivered a lethal blow to the beastman's neck. And just like that, he was gifted a free ticket to the 9 levels of hell. As the breathtaking match came to a close, he calmly left the arena in a silence blanketed by the crowd, who were still in complete shock. He approached Bella and flashed a smug smile, saying, now it's time for you to fulfill your promise, isn't it? This is not the place to talk, she said, linking her arm with Wang Jing's and urging him. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere else. The two of them worked away proudly under the thousands of stunned gazes from every direction. High in the stands, 2 figures were watching every move below with intense focus. The mysterious blonde man ordered his subordinate to inform the superior that the beast had been killed by an Eastern man. Back to the talented pair, they had arrived at Bella's private room. As soon as the door opened, the messy scene of clothes scattered everywhere hit them. It looked exactly like a rat's nest. Wang Jing looked helplessly at the girl beside him with a faint hope for a tidy space, but her response extinguished all expectations. Of course it's like this. After all, she was a lady. Despite the slight clutter, as a chivalrous gentleman, he gently advised, this place is a bit cramped. Let's move somewhere else when we have the chance. She smiled and shrugged teasingly. Aren't I waiting for you to come back and provide for me? Then, changing her tone, she said, enough, let's stop talking about this and get down to business. Upon hearing that, his eyes lit up like a hawk spotting its prey. Alright, I'll do whatever you want. Expecting something exciting, he was surprised when Bella turned around to retrieve a package and demanded, before my brother sacrificed himself, he asked you to protect me, so why did you disappear without a trace? Wang Jing stammered, that you had your own group to protect you, so what did you need me for? She sincerely poured out her thoughts. I know perfectly well you have no romantic feelings for me, but in my heart, I only see you as an older brother. Seeing his eyes glued to the bag in her hands, she laughed at his childlike behavior. Don't be so impatient. It'll be done in a moment. Just 15 minutes later, a fragrant, piping hot cup of coffee was prepared. Bella poured the coffee and invited Wang Jing to try it. See if you notice anything unusual about the flavor. As a warm liquid slid down his throat, carrying its signature aroma, his eyes lit up. This is definitely the right taste. While he was enjoying it, she brought up the important matter. My brother once promised that if anything happened to him, he would transfer all his mission points to you. Wang Jing set his cup down on the table and waved it off, saying he had no use for the points. But she quickly revealed a secret. In the mission guild, the higher the points, the more generous the rewards. Hearing about the free benefits, he was visibly excited but still pretended to be indifferent. If you want to transfer them, go ahead. It makes no difference to me. Having reached an agreement, Bella immediately opened her computer to process the data. Finally, her finger pressed firmly on the confirmation button as the name Eastern Evil King appeared on the screen. Instantly, the people in the mission hall, the white snow bar began to stir. Look, the scoreboard is fluctuating wildly. Sure enough, the point total for the Eastern Evil King was soaring non-stop. Finally, it stopped exactly at the number 310,000. This shocking news has left everyone stunned. Good heavens, what on earth is going on? Could the Eastern Evil King have returned to the world? Is he still alive? Beside him, Bella was gleefully watching people suffer misfortune. His points had just skyrocketed, and it was likely that the entire sector was furious in targeting him. Wang Jing suspected that she wasn't just fulfilling her brother's wish and pressed her. Bella, tell me the truth. What do you want to trade those points for? She explained matter-of-factly, because 300,000 points is a milestone for the grand prize from headquarters, and with points in hand, I can redeem whatever I want. Don't you find that interesting? He excitedly played along with this dull joke. Alright, when the time comes, I'll raid headquarters to see what the prize is. Come to think of it, are there any high difficulty missions in the guild? Hearing this, Bella nodded firmly. Of course there are. Do you want to try a super difficult platinum level mission? Well, of course you do. After saying this, she clicked away on her keyboard to scan for information. She then turned the screen toward him for a better view. Take a look. Wang Jing felt dizzy just looking at it and exclaimed in shock. Oh my god, who has so much time on the hands to set up such a perverse mission? The screen displayed several lines of notification. Platinum mission. Eliminate special forces soldiers in the international competition. Each soldier is worth $100,000, whilst UXIR soldiers have a bounty of $300,000. This requirement made him wince as if he had bitten into a chili pepper. They are absolutely insane. Seeing him getting worked up, Bella probed for his next move. So, what are you planning? jumping into the fray or just watching from the sidelines. He immediately outlined a strategy. Obviously, I'm going to disrupt the formation. Help me track down the competition location for those international special forces. She quickly searched and pointed to a spot on the map. Right here, the Wilson Peninsula Virgin Forest, about 2,000 km away. Since time was tight, Wang Zheng didn't want to waste it on travel. Was there a shortcut? Taking on the role of a spy again, she searched while suggesting the optimal route. Head north from a branch of the Amazon River to the sea, then go shore. It could potentially save us half the time. He decisively settled on this plan. There's no time to hesitate. I'm leaving right now. Just as he finished speaking, before he could even take a step, he saw Belle busily packing her bags. Wang Zheng looked at the leopard ready for any game and developed a bad feeling. I intended to go alone. Why are you doing this? She coquettishly gripped his arm to beg. You can't just leave me behind. Knowing he couldn't sway her, he sighed helplessly. You really aren't afraid of death at all. She playfully stuck out her tongue to tease him. I trust that you won't let me lose my life. A few days passed, on a ship drifting in the middle of the open sea. Bella, dressed in special forces gear, turned to the person next to her and asked, when are your teammates arriving? Wang Zheng kept his intentions hidden. They'll appear when they needed. She suddenly had a worrying thought. If we just charge in like this, and we come face to face, will they treat us as enemies? He scratched his head and laughed to hide his awkwardness. Certainly. I've always made enemies wherever I go. Hearing this, she smiled gently, her voice tinged with helplessness. I really can't figure you out. Bella suddenly glanced at the watch on her wrist, making Wang Zheng curious. What's wrong? She suddenly said something meaningful. Someone just put out a $100 million bounty for a platinum mission, and you are the easiest candidate to complete it. He immediately asked, what mission is it? And then he received the shocking answer. It's to take the head of the Eastern Evil King. This caused his attitude to change immediately. Deep in thought, it seems the road ahead for us won't be very smooth. Being hit with a bounty suddenly made Bella suspicious. Could our location have been leaked? He didn't pay much attention, as there was something more important right now. I anticipate that a large number of assassins will descend on the Wilson Peninsula in the coming days. She anxiously gripped his hand and said urgently, let's go. There is still time. Wang Zheng had an even bolder idea. To catch the tiger cub, one must enter the tiger's den. If we don't move, those UAZ Special Forces soldiers will surely die in vain, and he could not let them sacrifice their lives pointlessly. Today's weather was truly pleasing. The brisk wind blew away the sweltering heat of the harsh sun, making it ideal for outdoor activities. However, in this area, outdoor activities took on a completely different tone as sudden, deafening explosions gave several people a haunting flying experience in their final moments. Tianming was incensed. Damn it, this area is full of strange traps. Everyone must remain extremely vigilant. Peng Kai, covered in injuries, was livid at this utter absurdity. They said it was a competition to regain prestige, merely a small-scale simulation exercise, but in reality, it pushed all of us into a life-or-death battle. He thought it over and reached a conclusion. Damn it, someone must be framing us. Walhan wondered blankly if the teams from other countries were facing the same situation. Still within the framework of the competition, he quickly regained his composure and ordered his subordinates. All of you, raise your awareness. Watch both beneath your feet and above your heads. A brave vanguard soldier led the way to explore. Suddenly, his foot stepped on a landmine. As soon as it detonated, someone reacted instantly and shouted to the others, quick, get down. After the explosion, they vigorously brushed off the dust and stood up. Peng Kai voluntarily stepped forward to encourage his teammates. We are a special forces unit that has undergone a rigorous selection process. If we cannot get through this area, how can we be worthy of representing Huazir, much less take pride in the title of Dragon Scale? Off to the side, Tianming silently wished for Wang Zheng. If he were here, there would surely be a way to solve this. In another area not far away, two people were hiding to observe the situation. From now on, anyone who sets foot here arrived with malicious intent. Through binoculars, a boat full of people could be clearly seen approaching. Bella patted his back teasingly. Look, a group of people is coming. It seems you are very popular. Wang Zheng was equally witty in the banter, replying immediately, of course, my charm has never faded. Looking closer once more, he had to admit that the number of people arriving was indeed significant. Then, he gave orders to the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, that group of people was taken down before they could understand what was happening. Daniel declared on behalf of those on land, now that you are here, if you move forward, you still have a chance at a generous reward. But if you turn back, you will pay with your life. Choose for yourselves. After about 10 minutes, seeing that no one intended to retreat, he raised his hand and gave a slogan to his newly formed group. Since you've chosen to stay, let's put all our effort into tracking down the Oriental Evil King and kill him for the bounty. Standing before Wang Zheng, they threatened to kill. As the one about to be attacked, he felt compelled to deal with the troublemakers first. It seems you have all chosen the path of death. A bullet flew out, staining red a patch on the shirt of some unlucky young man. But with his sharp eyes, Daniel quickly determined the trajectory of the bullet. It came from the 1 o'clock direction. Whoever takes him down first will have a chance to receive 100,000 USD. During the pursuit, Tin suddenly discovered something. It was a deep footprint in the ground, one with dry branches scattered about due to hurried footsteps. He pointed there and reported, Boss, there are footprints ahead, probably left when he fled in a hurry, to which Daniel smirked with satisfaction and ordered, follow me. In another direction, Yuan held Bella's hand tightly and asked with concern, what's wrong? Were you scared? She shook her head hesitantly and replied, I'm not scared, it's just that you were too rough. He chuckled and teased, if you're already scared by just this bit of violence, it seems your skills still need a lot of work. A pitch-black gun barrel suddenly poked out from the dense bushes nearby. It was aimed directly at the two of them. As soon as the gunshot rang out, Yuan reacted in a flash, carefully pulling Bella to one side. He gently instructed her, hide well here. They are only targeting me. As he spoke, he stood tall, provocatively daring the stealthy group to show themselves. What's the point of playing hide and seek? If you're so capable, just come out. With a little bit of shame they had left, the two people behind the failed assassination attempt were forced to show their faces. Their faces were all too familiar to him. Yuan sneered mockingly, isn't it Epicheros and Epictors? Were you two in such a rush to be reincarnated? The old man ignored the sarcasm and replied nonchalantly, Lord Viewing, the few here people have a saying that money is everything. We wanted to try our luck. Who knows, we might just land a huge reward. Upon hearing this, Yuan-Tran's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in a threat. Then give it a try. I just fear you won't have the life left to enjoy that money. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he launched himself into the air. He intended to land a lethal blow to finish his enemies, but unfortunately, they dodged it by a hair's breadth. When you have the upper hand, you shouldn't let the enemy predict your next move. A few seconds later, they realized he was no longer in front. Watch out, behind you. Taking advantage of the moment his opponents were disoriented, Yuan-Tran pulled the trigger. The bullet lodged straight into Epictor's chest, causing him to collapse before he could even gasp. Yuan-Tran looked at his achievement with satisfaction, his mouth showing no mercy to the deceased. Fast reactions, indeed, but still a beat slower than my bullet. Witnessing his twin brother die right before his eyes, Epictor screamed in rage, I must kill you. But he was met only with a cold expression and a scoff from his opponent. Suddenly, a strange object flew toward them, hit a tree, and ricocheted back. In the blink of an eye, the old man had a hole right in his chest. He collapsed to the ground in pain as fresh blood sprayed out profusely. Yuan-Tran approached, looking down at him from above with a sneering smirk. I don't know where you got the confidence to think you could take my life. Epictor struggled to utter his final words. The evil king truly lives up to his reputation. We were just too arrogant. After saying this, he followed his brother to the other side. He shook his head wearily at the foolish men, refusing to take the righteous path. You chose the road to death instead. Learning from his previous experience, he carefully erased all traces of himself. Then, he took Beller's hand and quickly left the scene. It wasn't until 2 hours later that someone discovered the bodies of the two unfortunate souls. What is going on here? He daringly turned Epictor's body over to check. Elvis immediately fell into a state of extreme panic. The zombie brothers have actually been wiped out. Who on earth possesses such astonishing ability? The long, arduous day finally drew to a close. This desolate forest would periodically tremble from the jarring sounds of explosions. Yuan-Tran climbed onto a high rocky outcrop for a better vantage point, muttering, it seems the other side has opened fire. Suddenly, a stray bullet flew by, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he managed to pull Bella to safety to the side. He kindly instructed her, you stay here and wait for me. I'll scout ahead to assess the situation. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot off as if being chased by dogs. Yuan-Tran tried to shift his view to another position to grasp the battlefield's overall situation. The gunman, hiding behind a tree, continuously fired rounds forward. Just a second later, Peldane, another resident, Bella, hiding in the bushes, was responsible for relaying information to Yuan-Tran via radio. Someone is approaching you at extreme speed. Their combat skills seemed quite impressive, while peacefully being a good person. Suddenly Dragon appeared, grabbed her by the neck, and threatened, don't be reckless, or you'll lose your life in an instant. He snatched the radio and gave Yuan-Tran an ultimatum. East and left King, if you still want to see this girl, return within 2 minutes. A gut feeling told him she was in danger, so he immediately turned back, disregarding everything, and managed to get a few calming words in. Just you wait. I won't disappoint you. Exactly 2 minutes later, seeing him standing before him, Dragon appeared smug. You're quite punctual. Do you know who I am? Yuan-Tran, not bothering with the man's identity, interrupted. Do I need to know who you are? Stop the nonsense. Spit it out if you have something to say. To salvage a shred of false pride, Dragon puffed out his chest and declared, I'm Dragon, ranked second on the guild leaderboard. What do you say? Scared stiff now, even though the hostage was firmly in his grasp, Yuan-Tran couldn't restrain his sharp tongue. So, second place is just a nobody named Myhar. He pointed the gun directly at Beller's head and grinned condescendingly. How about we play a game of one life for one life? Yuan-Tran, not having time for bickering, asked back coldly, how do you want to make the exchange? Dragon didn't bother to explain and resorted to dirty tactics by pushing the girl forward. He then used her as a human shield to rush forward and attack. Just as Beller almost fell into his arms, he quickly grabbed her backpack strap. Then, he decisively threw her aside amidst Dragon's mocking laughter. Don't you feel ashamed treating someone's daughter like that? Despite being pinned against the tree, Yuan-Tran didn't seem bothered and immediately retorted, what business is that of yours? Yuan-Tran agilely changed his attack direction with a knee strike. However, Dragon used the exact same move to block his attack. As soon as a small distance was created, both of them drew their guns and fired in an instant. After fighting to this extent, Yuan-Tran had to praise. You've got some skill. Not bad at all. Dragon took it as an insult and furiously lunged at him. Don't you dare look down on me. Dragon began to philosophize, warring while throwing punches that the enemy would surely perish under his hand. Just as the two were about to engage in a brawl, a figure suddenly appeared. It's unclear how skilled this newcomer was, but they were extremely inconsiderate, interrupting the fight by striking the enemy's shoulder with a painful blow. Not stopping there, Manhwa followed up with a lethal kick to Dragon's stomach as if he wanted to send him to his grave. Yuan-Tran waited until his teammates had defeated the enemy before speaking up. Manhwa turned around with a smile and greeted him. Captain, I'll submit my report to you later. Curious and surprised, he approached and asked, why are you here? He didn't answer but pointed to the guy lying on the ground and suggested, Captain, you guys go ahead, I'll take care of this one. Yuan-Tran didn't ask any further questions and agreed immediately. Alright, take care of yourself, and Manhwa suddenly threw him an object. Captain, this is for you. A while later, Yuan-Tran carefully helped Bella find a suitable place to heal, saying, there's a hot spring ahead, let's go there and rest for a bit. The atmosphere around the two became indescribably sweet, and both the man and the woman were shy, not daring to look directly into each other's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they arrived, and seeing the beauty only wrapped in a towel soaking in the water almost made him have a nosebleed like someone who had just fallen in love for the first time. Yuan-Tran did not hesitate to speak up, let me help you with a massage, and surprisingly, she nodded in agreement as if silently giving him permission. Waiting for just that moment, he immediately performed the feat of undressing her in a heartbeat. Then he plunged into the hot spring, gently took Bella's injured arm, and coaxed, bear with it for a moment, it will be fine soon. After massaging for a while, he asked how she felt. It seemed the method was effective, and she smiled and replied, "It's much more comfortable now." But then she sadly said, "I'm sorry for being a burden," and although she was indeed a drag, her beauty made him unable to blame her. "That's not true. I still have to take care of you now." Feeling some movement from afar, BunRv stood up and warned, "Someone's coming." They dressed quickly. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the group led by Min rushed to the hot spring. The Lund team cannot be destroyed in my hands like this. Meanwhile, the two of them were already hiding behind the bushes by the road. Bella looked at the group running for their lives as if being chased by dogs and wondered, what's going on? Suddenly, a man wearing indigenous clothing unexpectedly swung in to attack them. He struck repeatedly, leaving Min breathless. Fortunately, he still used his knife to block the attacks and urged his teammate, "Pun Kai, act now." However, before he could do anything, another teammate had already fallen with a bullet through his chest. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw that he was busy taking care of the wounded, so there was nothing else he could do. His hand gripping the weapon trembled violently, and Min closed his eyes with regret for his youth. Am I going to die in this godforsaken place? Right at that moment, someone decided to intervene. BunRv lunged and kicked Set Lai straight in the stomach, leaving him stunned on the spot. He saw the person he had been lunning for all these days and was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. BunRv, but he didn't have time to chat because he was busy teaching the enemy a lesson with powerful punches. Then he followed up with a dagger thrust deep into the opponent's shoulder. After subduing him, he turned to Min and said, "You guys keep an eye on him. Don't let him commit suicide. I'll go handle the other one." Suddenly, from out of nowhere, a black gun barrel pointed out. A bullet tore through the air, aimed straight at BunRv, but to him, this was just child's play. A slight dodge was all it took. Thanks to that, he discovered the sniper's position, found you. But the guy had already escaped by swinging away on a rope. How could it be that easy to escape? He dashed forward like lightning to block the enemy's path and questioned him. "Aren't you and that accomplice from just now in the same group?" As he replied, he threw the gun straight at Wang Jing. "You're absolutely right." He caught the weapon extremely fast and smirked, unbelievably stupid. BunRv throws the weapon to their opponent. He immediately used that very weapon to fire. "If you want to run, don't even think about escaping my sight." The other guy did not expect this situation at all and was hit by a bullet. An intense pain immediately spread throughout his body. The lackeys below witnessed a series of decisive actions and couldn't help but be stunned into silence. When you're good, why hesitate to show off? His face was clearly beaming with joy, but he still tried to sound humble. "It's just a small matter. It's nothing." Then he quickly rappelled down to the ground. Ming hurriedly ran over to meet him. Suddenly, Deng Kai from behind drew his gun and pointed it straight at Wang Jing. Seeing that, Ming immediately blocked him. "Deng Kai, have you lost your mind? What on earth are you doing?" He didn't even bother to heed the warning, still blatantly threatening. "Captain, this is an order passed down from the old master." He immediately pressed the gun to his own head and resolutely declared, "Wang Jing is our savior. If you want to kill him, then send me on my way first." The subordinates looked at each other in confusion, only able to communicate with glances. In the end, Jing Ting was the one who stepped forward to pull the trigger. "Stop being so fake." "Sorry, Captain." As if anticipating this, Wang Jing quickly pulled Ming to the side, successfully dodging the bullet by a hair's breadth. How could he stomach this betrayal? So he angrily pointed his gun at him. "You're real as something." However, he still remained calm, even exposing the plot of those people. "Su Tianming, haven't you realized it yet? They wanted to eliminate both of us from the very beginning." In disbelief, he gasped. What? Only now did he begin to reel in the net, calmly giving the order. "Deng Kai, that's enough acting." The one who seemed to be the ringleader of the traitors obediently complied with Wang Jing. "Yes, understood, Captain." After a decisive wave of his hand, the three real traitors were shot down in the blink of an eye. It turned out Bella wasn't just sitting idle. She had already hidden in a favorable position to support him when necessary. After catching up with the flow of things, Ming added to the tension of the conversation. For those people to want to kill Wang Jing so badly that they didn't even care about my life, could it be? He boldly made an assertion. "He is Su Tianming." Wang Jing didn't seem as tense as him, but only gently offered, "Want one? Who would have the mind for eating at a time like this?" Ming anxiously asked for his opinion. "Come on, Wang Jing, what do you want me to do?" Not letting him down, a sensible plan was proposed. "How about this? Let's just pretend you lost your life in the Wilson Peninsula forest." With no better plan for the time being, he nodded in agreement. "This is a pretty good idea. Thank you." 3 days passed. Wang Jing was discussing with Ming Hao in the room. "Have you sent Su Tianming away?" He shook his head and sighed. "Not yet. There's still a stretch of road left, but I let him work it on his own." Seeing him so lost, it's like he became a completely different person. This is understandable. After almost being murdered by his own biological brother, how could anyone remain calm? He also clearly showed his disappointment. "Honestly, I was extremely shocked, never expecting Nen to be that kind of person." Wang Jing had seen through the mastermind scheme. He intended to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, but unfortunately, he miscalculated, which led Ming Hao to curiously ask where he had done wrong. Before he could answer, Bella burst through the door and took the seat. Evidently, he hadn't considered that Wang Jing would have so many powerful assistants. Hearing that familiar sound, Wang Jing didn't even need to turn his head to guess who it was. "Oh, the protagonist has arrived." Right then, on a high branch near him, Elvis was observing with binoculars, his voice full of self-satisfaction as he said, "Oh Wang Jing, I finally found you." He suddenly sensed danger approaching and blurted out that it wasn't good. He immediately leaped down to escape the attack. Then, he quickly deployed an airbag. Elvis was always proud of his top-tier gadgets. Fortunately, he possessed advanced technology, but when he saw a series of mines exploding beneath his feet, his smile suddenly twisted and then vanished. Despite landing safely, he was still bewildered, not understanding who was attempting to assassinate him. While he was still dazed, a foot took the opportunity to stomp on his face, distorting his features as he wailed in pain. Elvis quickly threw a large amount of gold powder toward Wang Jing. He knew this trick all too well, So while covering his nose, he warned his subordinates that the golden mist was toxic, as it was a familiar scheme of his. He took advantage of the time before the smoke had fully cleared to hide behind a large tree, muttering curses that it was truly frustrating. Recognizing the person hiding as an old acquaintance, he hurled insults. Elvis, after all these years you're still such a weakling. You don't dare face me directly and just hide behind a tree like a coward, it's ridiculous. Despite that, he maintained a calm demeanor while taking out a pill. Your provocation won't work on me. If you're not satisfied, just dive in and keep fighting. He put the pill directly into his mouth and swallowed it whole. Outside, Wang Jing felt like going big. He pulled the pin of a grenade and challenged, I don't believe you can still hide. With that, he threw it straight toward where Elvis was hiding. Even though the shockwave from the explosion scorched his clothes, he still tried to speak boldly. You think this is enough to force me out? You're underestimating me far too much. Hearing that, Wang Jing excitedly threw another grenade. Then why don't you try a taste of this one? The man watched what had just flown toward him and was terrified. Aren't you going to stop yet? Both he and Ming Hao disregarded the opponent's life or death, continuously hurling grenades one after another. 10 minutes of small-scale fireworks then ensued. He leisurely walked over to interrogate the man lying unconscious on the ground. So, Elvis, was this party to your taste? There was no response because he had already passed out. Seeing him patting the man's body all over, he became suspicious. Captain, what are you doing? And the answer was spot on. I think this bulletproof vest is pretty good. I want to strip it off and try it on, though as good as it is, it can't withstand the shockwaves. Ming Hao suddenly changed his tone, gave a wicked smile, and suggested, Captain, how about I handle this guy for you? A moment later, Elvis was hanging upside down from a branch like a dangling jackfruit. Wang Jin looked at him and almost choked with laughter. You really know how to have a good time. Looking at the handheld screen, he discovered a group of people approaching at quite a high speed. As a captain, he immediately deployed an ambush plan to round them all up. Today's weather is truly ideal for setting up a hunting formation. The group led by Bei finally arrived at the destination. He pointed and ordered his subordinates to scout ahead while the others waited for orders. A henchman quickly replied yes and obeyed immediately. 5 minutes passed, and he impatiently asked about the situation ahead. However, there was no response, and suspicion rose in Bei's heart as he wondered what was happening. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice spoke from the other end. You weaklings from the Dark Military Academy, you've waited long enough. Today, I'll finish off as many of you as show up. Duan Dan hid in the high canopy to make his move. Gathering everyone this time is to support the captain. We must deal with those people soon. Then Yuing, hiding nearby, heard this and teased, Duan Dan, it's been a long time. You're as talkative as ever. But then she turned serious. They're here. Should we kill them? To retaliate against the early sarcasm, he retorted immediately. Why bother asking? Just finish them off and be done with it. With those words, he flipped down from the tree, using his height advantage to deliver a fatal slash to his opponent. In the blink of an eye, seeing his teammate finish off an enemy, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This kid's flair for dramatics is getting better by the day. Then Huan quickly regained her composure and carefully aimed at the enemy, not wanting to let herself fall behind. Another unlucky soul fell to the ground. On the other side, upon hearing the threat, they turned and ordered Creed, take 10 men and clear out the ambush behind us. He confidently beat his chest and assured, bet it, I'll definitely make them all disappear. Min Hao stood on high, observing the outsiders below, and whispered to himself, they're here. Yuan Tran had his sniper rifle ready, not forgetting to welcome the uninvited guests. You pucks from the Dark Military Academy, welcome to hell. In an instant, a bullet sliced through the air and hit the mark, making the whole group jump in surprise. Bei leisurely dropped the cigarette in his hand and said softly, finally arrived. The group of henchmen accompanying him immediately looked around alertly in all directions. Watching it all, Min Hao smirked. I told you, our reinforcements are here, but Yuan Tran remained focused on the target. Whatever, do you want close combat or long range this time? Unexpectedly, he bluntly shirked the responsibility. With you here, why do you need me? I'll just stand here, drink tea, and watch the show. He didn't hesitate to raise his gun and pull the trigger. A series of smooth actions quickly sent one man to his grave. However, this also exposed Bei's position, and he angrily snapped his cigar in half. Amidst the barrage of bullets, he showed no fear and charged straight toward his opponent. Unfortunately, Yuan Tran was ready for battle. The enemy's charge was indeed imposing. Suddenly, Bei's elbow lunged right in front of his face. At the same time, he followed up with a powerful kick. In reality, those blows meant nothing to him. Lucky I dodged quickly, relying on his extensive experience. He threw a punch while praising Wang Jing as a truly formidable opponent. Wang Jing was not an arrogant man. He took advantage of the safe distance to reply that he was indeed very capable. Even Max had admitted as much, but that he the instructor was no easy target either. He scrambled to jump back to dodge the full force kick, ordering a warning that if Wang Jing confronted the principal, he would be killed instantly. Yet, Wang Jing nonchalantly boasted of his achievements, saying, 3 years ago, wasn't that pathetic old man from your military academy beaten by me and left bedridden for 3 whole months? The instructor's confidence suddenly wavered. He stood frozen in shock, uttering a sound of disbelief. Wang Jing did not miss the golden opportunity. He aimed straight for his opponent's throat and taunted him, asking if he was ready to believe it now. Taking the heavy blow, the man stumbled backward to regain his balance, only able to grit out his name. The situation didn't end there. A frantic voice suddenly echoed from the other end of the line, saying the enemy's offensive was too strong and they could no longer hold out. He decisively hung up the phone, looked at Wang Jing, and admitted that his assistants were indeed highly skilled. Wang Jing shrugged and denied everything, claiming he knew nothing about any assistants. Perhaps others just found them annoying and decided to help out, or maybe he should just surrender and get it over with. Hearing this, the man lunged forward with burning intensity, declaring that the people of this military academy never knew the meaning of the word surrender. Naturally, he took another powerful knee strike from Wang Jing, leaving his nose and mouth covered in blood. However, he was no pushover. The moment he was hit, he launched a fierce counterattack. Wang Jing understood the outcome well. He asked pointedly if he really wanted to die that badly by pouring all his strength into that move, to which the man gritted his teeth and replied that he didn't need to worry about it, but the man was completely helpless against Wang Jin's follow-up blow. Wang Jin took the opportunity to advise him to stop struggling in vain, as he was a dead man anyway. Watching his opponent struggle to stand, Wang Jin smirked and mockingly asked if he still wanted to continue. He was wrong. The man seriously pointed his gun at his own temple, saying that the day he entered this path, he knew this day would come, and asked that he'd be allowed to keep his final shred of dignity. Liberation came swiftly, putting an end to the life of the legendary, blood-soaked instructor. Wang Jing felt a brief moment of emotion because, after all, he was worthy of being called a man. Just then, Ming Hao approached and asked if they needed to dispose of the body. He nodded to signal his agreement and told him to give the man a proper burial. After dealing with the urgent matter, Ming Hao asked if the people who helped them clear out the Dark Military Academy soldiers were them, and Wang Jing knew that they were the only ones capable of doing such a thing in such a short time. Since guessing was useless, Ming Hao suggested they both go and check, as they might just witness a miracle. Wang Jing immediately rolled his eyes and sighed, saying there was no way there were that many miracles. Just then, he shouted in shock that it was a private assembly signal of the Dragon Scale Army. The unexpected good news lifted his spirits, and he urged him to depart with him quickly. Ming Hao exclaimed with joy and excitement. Wang Jing agilely weaved through the dense canopy of trees. Seeing his silhouette, everyone stood at attention to salute the captain, declaring that the Dragon Scale Army had fully assembled. Before he could say anything, another voice interrupted, saying that this person had arrived at the wrong time and was interrupting the reunion, but that was fine too, as it would save him the trouble of searching for each one individually. Yuan Tran sharply turned his head toward the sound. Dam Dai Typhon, I'm surprised you're here. He bluntly replied, of course, I had to come back to settle the score for that gunshot. In a critical situation, Yuan Tran hurriedly urged them, this target is me. You guys need to get as far away from here as possible. However, Nguyen Bao was determined to stay. Captain, we definitely won't leave. If we stand together, even the hardest stone will wear away. Hearing this, he could only shake his head in resignation. It seems you've learned quite a bit of this stubbornness from me, haven't you? Invigorated by the solidarity, he said, Dam Dai Typhon, all my brothers are gathered here. Are you satisfied? But I'm curious, you're a grandmaster, so why do you resign yourself to serving others so devotedly? Typhon irritably interrupted, my business is none of your concern. All of you will be buried here today. Seeing him acting like a cornered beast, Yuan Tran immediately warned his teammates, everyone, be extremely careful with this old monster. To his surprise, before he could even finish his sentence, the opponent vanished in a flash. The sudden change caused Vin Huan to cry out in alarm. Meanwhile, Po Bin had already bravely charged forward to lead the way. However, Typhon showed no fear. He casually remarked, you will be the opening act. Although he moved at a dizzying speed, he was still blocked by the man with incredible ease. At the same time, he took the full force of a powerful kick. He felt utterly bewildered, wondering how things had come to this. Po Bin's body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming hard into a large tree. The shock from the powerful impact caused him such pain that he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Having just kicked one person away, Typhon immediately turned to the next target. Now, it's your turn. Before Vin Huan could even react, the man delivered a thunderous kick to his hip. The intense pressure from the strike sent him flying a great distance. Lying flat on the ground, he felt increasingly resentful. Damn it, my whole body is aching, and I can't muster any strength. But the opponent did not stop. He leisurely worked toward Old Kim and declared, the third one. Unexpectedly, Old Kim firmly locked the man's arm. If it's come to this, then I must give you a small gift. Immediately, Typhon delivered a powerful knee strike straight into his opponent's stomach. Duan Dan immediately seized the opportunity while the man's guard was down from behind, closing in and launching a vicious strike. I don't care how strong you are on your own. We fight with the support of our comrades. Do you understand that? Ultimately, he still possessed overwhelming power, treating all of them like nothing more than ragdolls. Even if you brought 100 people, it still wouldn't be enough to trouble me. To prove his point, in the blink of an eye, Old Kim was tossed high into the air by Typhon. But the Dragon Scale Legion knew no fear. Tuan then seized the moment and dashed forward. I'm still here. Even though the teammates coordinated their attacks in perfect rhythm, he still agilely dodged. Another one tired of living, offering up his life. At the same time, he clenched his fist and delivered a powerful blow straight to the center of the man's chest. The force of the punch was so aggressive that it sent him flying several meters in a free fall. Tuan Than coughed up blood and trembled, struggling to stand up as he whispered, how can this be? He only lightly brushed my shoulder, yet I'm the seriously injured. This guy is truly terrifying. Seeing his strength return, Dang Dan quickly shouted, Old Kim. Old Kim understood the opponent's intentions and nodded with satisfaction. Grasping Typhon's hand tightly, he squinted and sneered, don't dream I'll let go. Don't you think you're playing house, trying to control me? Unexpectedly, Nguyen Bao immediately rushed in and tripped him. What if you have me too? Right after, all three shouted in unison, urging, Captain. Yuan Tran quickly seized the opportunity they created to lunge forward. He decisively delivered a counterkick. This time, it was Typhon who couldn't dodge and fell to the ground. While observing, Yuan Tran casually taunted, how is it? Doesn't feel good, does it? Even a small ant can bring down a big elephant. Surprisingly, he shook his head in admiration. You guys are truly very strong. Taking advantage of the rare moment for conversation, he asked directly, what exactly happened to you? However, he just continued his thought, the stronger you become, the more obstacles you'll face. He tried to persuade again, honestly, we shouldn't be fighting. The opponent remained unmoved, only sighing with age. But today, we must settle who wins and who loses. With no other choice, Yuan Tran quickly took a defensive stance. Who wins and who loses remains unknown. Typhon donned his bulletproof vest with determination. You best prepare yourself for death. Suddenly, Min Hao fired shots from a distance. Wherever he moved, the other pursued him closely. Facing the intense barrage, he removed his vest and declared, underestimating your opponent is suicide. It turned out the vest also served as a bulletproof shield. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, he was stunned as if struck by lightning. his mind filled with doubt. What the hell is going on? This guy is too unpredictable. Immediately, Manhwa anxiously shouted, Captain, be careful. Fortunately, Yun Tran was agile enough to block Tai Feng's powerful punch. Not stepping there, he also seized the chance to throw a knife. And of course, the weapon didn't faze the opponent at all. He even skillfully deflected it, redirecting it to pierce Manhwa's leg. Seeing his weapon used against him by the enemy, he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. As for him, he was exhausted and collapsed on the ground. Facing Tai Feng's relentless assault, Yun Tran briefly thought, it seems I won't be able to survive this time. He couldn't help but smile gently. Ladies of the city, remember me. Wang Jing collapsed to the ground while the surrounding crowd shouted in panic. Captain, get out of the way. At that critical moment, the figure of a beautiful woman suddenly rushed in to block the path. She coldly remarked, it's too early. You won't die that easily. Faced with the ethereal appearance, Wang Jing was stunned for a few beats. It's her. It's real her. While helping him up, Katie gave a faint smile and replied, it's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? He quickly stood up and exclaimed joyfully, I didn't expect my savior to be you. She sighed in response, if not me, then who else? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a strange disturbance occurred near Sui Feng. The bullet tore through the air and zoomed forward. It pierced straight through the old man's heart without any mercy. The sudden attack left him with no time to react or defend himself. Wang Jing scanned the surroundings warily and questioned loudly, who is it? Anyway, Kang Zai leisurely carried the gun on his shoulder and feigned sadness. It seems you all have completely forgotten about me. This appearance and assistance were so sudden yet perfectly timed for him. Kang Zai, I really didn't think it was you. Then, he excitedly tilted his head and asked, how did you find him? Katie brushed aside the question for more important matters. It's a long story. Let's talk another day. For now, we must deal with the man lying here. Sure enough, the opponent's vitality was more tenacious than a demon's. He was struggling to stand up. Wang Jing narrowed his eyes and looked back. Senior Tan, do you have any last words or enemies you need to mention? Because his injuries were too severe, Sui Feng rasped, protect Feng. Feng Changming. You must avenge me. The unfamiliar name confused him. Feng Changming. How important is he, and why must I protect him? Senior? Just as Wang Jing rushed forward and called out, Senior. The man could no longer hold on. He decisively stood at attention and gave Sui Feng a final military salute. Senior Tan, no matter what happened in the past, thank you very much anyway. The long, tiring day quickly gave way to the night lights of a vibrant bar. Glasses of wine clinked together amidst cheerful shouts. Come on, let's drink. Wang Jing quickly asked, Kang Zai, since when did you and Katie know each other? After draining his glass, Kang Zai replied, I met her on the way here. We had a small clash, then realized we had the same target, so we came looking for you. The straightforward answer led him to another question. Does everyone know I'm here? Kang Zai immediately interrupted smugly. Captain, don't underestimate me. Wang Jing perceptibly realized. Did you find Katie as well? At this, he hurriedly waved his hand in denial. That wasn't it. She probably heard the news and was worried about you. Captain, maybe next time you see her, you should just ask her directly. Wang Jing took another sip of wine and sighed. Katie, I owe you another favor. Manhwa, sitting nearby, suddenly mentioned, Captain, I heard a rumor that the youngest daughter of the Wang family is studying abroad in this area. Don't you plan to visit her? It's true that whenever it comes to gossip, everyone becomes unusually excited. He quickly waved them off with a serious expression. Everyone, just rest for the next few days. I have some private business to take care of. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Theme Man stood at the podium and asked with a suggestive tone, Nun, would you be free to go out to dinner with me tonight? Responding to his slick appearance, she gave a blunt refusal. I'm sorry, I'm already busy tonight. Undeterred, he immediately suggested, Nun, why don't you come to Hong Kong with me for the holidays? To everyone's surprise, she remained firm, I don't have time during the holidays either. The repeated rejection severely bruised Theme Man's pride, and the atmosphere around him instantly became tense. Pup, were you trying to play hard to get with me? Even so, he tried to force a polished look. No, why don't you give me a chance? It would also be giving yourself a chance. Just then, an icy voice cut through the air. She has already clearly refused you. Do you really have the audacity to keep pestering her? As it turned out, the person who had just appeared was none other than Yun Tran. With his prey about to slip away, a frustrated Theme Man snapped, Who the hell are you? Before the other man could answer, Non exclaimed excitedly, Yun Tran, you're here. Yun Tran immediately stepped in as her protector. I made time to visit you, and to my surprise, I ran into this persistent suitor. Non hardly explained, he's just a classmate of mine. Seeing the situation turn against him, he turned away in anger. You lot better watch out. Once he was out of sight, Yun Tran whispered and handed her a box of sweets. I knew he wouldn't just leave you alone. To his surprise, she calmly asked in return, my birthday's coming up. Don't you intend to protect me? Faced with the charming invitation, he just laughed. Of course, for today it's not a problem, but we'll see about the future. She immediately brushed aside any risk and eagerly linked her arm with Yun Tran's. Let's talk about the future later. For today, just be my temporary boyfriend. Surprised by Non's boldness, he stammered. Back, under the clear blue sky and warm sunshine, love blossomed bright in the middle of the university campus. Under many admiring gazes, Non strolled leisurely beside him. You didn't just come here for my birthday, did you? Breaking into a cold sweat, Yun Tran quickly affirmed, I deliberately arranged my work just to celebrate your birthday with you. Little did they know their inner thoughts were in sync. Non secretly thought, I'm sorry, while Yun Tran also silently told himself, I'm sorry. After an awkward laugh, she boldly suggested, so, how about we start dating for real? Time slipped by like a shadow passing a window, and soon dusk covered the paths. As a day full of surprises came to an end, Non clung to his waist longingly. When will you visit me next? He gently reassured her, it probably won't be long. Then, Yun Tran slowly patted her head and urged, remember to take good care of yourself. After saying goodbye, she stood dazed, watching his retreating figure. Yun Tran, are we sure we will see each other again? in a place they were unaware of. The arrogant Theme Man was venting his rage on a poor ball, when the butler carefully asked if there was anything that displeased his young master. Every word reached Yuan Tran's ears. Does the person who came to find me today know how powerful the Qiu family is? How dare he offend me? Do you, Theme Man? See that you deal with them properly. The man immediately bowed in obedience. Rest assured, young master. That pleased him immensely. Very well, I await good news from you. As expected, he carried out the task with extreme dedication and speed, but he had been prepared for this, and he delivered a thunderous blow with a break to his opponent's head. He even deliberately pinned the old man's leg down to ensure that his opponent could not move. Once it was finished, Yuan Tran muttered that he shouldn't be blamed for being cruel, as only this would make the man stop his wicked ways. The night was silent under the dim moonlight, and a strange sound suddenly echoed from one of the houses. The desolate scenery outside the window suddenly inspired some mischief in him. Let's see how I teach you a lesson. It truly was a strange 15 minutes. The fleeting lovers suddenly encountered a spine-chilling ghost. Theme Man's cowardice was a far cry from his usual handsome appearance. A ghost? Tinyeva? Come here and take a look. Tinyeva looked around the empty room in confusion. There's no one here. Are you hallucinating? He couldn't believe it and scrambled under the blankets, pleading, I'm not mistaken. Go to the window and look. All that answered him was her cold back. I'm going home. Are all you men such cowards? This has totally ruined the mood. As soon as the door closed, Yuan Tran stepped out. Hey, young master, were you really letting the beauty leave in anger so easily? The familiar voice made Theme Man jump. It's you. Why are you here? He replied smugly. I only intended to visit you, but I didn't expect to stumble upon such a romantic scene, so I had to play a little trick. The suggestive answer made the man point his finger in anger. You were the one pretending to be a ghost, weren't you? What are you up to? He calmly stated, I'm just someone none took in. I suggest you stay away from her. Though each word sounded irrational, they carried a terrifying aura. If anything happens to her, I will make you regret it because you won't even understand how you died.